I don't know. I don't. With opportunities I get, then I look at them and go, yeah, I don't want to do that. This is not a comeback. This is not I want to do a season of GT3 racing. I've had some lovely offers, and I just kind of pick and choose what I want to do. Things are busy between the Chip Ganassi stuff, the Gordon Murray stuff, managing Alex Lynn. I've got a cracking wife and 2 mega kids, and it makes life pretty busy.
Thanks for coming to talk to us. Go and finish your cup of tea off, son. Dario Franchitti has, I think, regardless of what he said there, I think he's got the spark back. I really do, Ben. So that's the answer to your question. What did you take from that upstairs in the booth?
It was a wonderful interview, and it's always great to hear Dario speaking, and so interesting. You know, even that. Yes, he's here to have fun, but you have more fun when you're on the podium. I don't know that feeling, Simon Hill, because I was never on a podium ever in my life as a sometime gentleman driver. But it is true, and the same thing applies when people go to Goodwood, the revival meeting, the members meeting. They're all there to have fun, to mix with their friends, and to drive wicked cars. But they do have a bit more fun when the cigar's in the mouth at the end of the race.
Absolutely. I know from having been at those events fairly recently with a certain Jake Hill how competitive everybody is. What's really interesting, just to put that particular event in context, there are Dario Franchitti, Marino Franchitti, Tom Christensen, Emanuele Pirro, Andy Prio, Rob Huff. There's a number of these fantastically successful championship-winning, multiple race-winning drivers. Jacques Villeneuve this year, for example. They all go there. Jimmy Johnson, another one spring to mind. Have the best time, love doing what they're doing, but they still want to do well. They do want to do well. The difference is they can accept it when they don't do well, because they're still having a great time, because they're not being paid to get results. You heard what Dario said there. You know, I was there to get results. I had to get results. Now, otherwise I wouldn't have a job, because we all know top-level motorsport professionals in IndyCar, F1, WEC, whatever it might be, that's what they're there to do. The thing is that ability, mentally, physically, to do the job that he's doing never goes away. He's just a little bit out of practice, and he said, this car isn't my natural driving style. You know as well as I do, Ben, if he was, to answer John's question, to take it seriously in the sense of going out and racing regularly again, he would be in a car, he'd be in a sim. You know, he's in great physical shape. You know, you look at him, he doesn't look any different. You know, he's a few little grey hairs here, but other than that, he's the same Dario that we've all known forever. And he would be understanding and applying himself and doing that. You've seen it when he was racing in some of the Grand Am prototypes back in the day, that he adapted. Him and, at the time, my dear mate, much missed Dan Weldon, those guys, they were adapted from IndyCar to that. But this is a different type of thing.
And that story is exactly the same as why Jenson Button decided to quit WEC this year, and actually why he quit first time round in Formula One, because you lose the love, because you're taking it so seriously, because that's what is required of you as a professional. John Hindhaugh is still loving being in a paddock and being a professional as well, I imagine.
Throughout his IndyCar career, Dario didn't left foot brake. Scott McLaughlin is the same. That's why they were so good on fuel, because there was no overlap. And in fact, when the IndyCars changed and the steering column then split the accelerator and the brake pedal, that was a real learning challenge for those guys. At one stage, Dario had a brake extension so he could still right foot brake, and these GT3 cars are all about left foot braking to rotate the cars. And we had a chat with him. He sat with Johnny Palmer and I at lunchtime, and we were talking about the mechanics, the actual mechanics of driving these GT3 cars, and why he's just taking a little bit of time to adapt to it. It's not that he can't left foot brake, but for the most of his career he hasn't, so he's having to learn or relearn and certainly hone that particular skill to get the best out of the car. But Hilly's absolutely right. I mean, by the end of this race and another couple of 2-hour stints, I think he'll be feeling a lot better about things. He'll still have the trademark Dario smile, and he'll be enjoying every bit of it. But you know what they say, that form is temporary, class is permanent, and that's one classy fella in and out of the car.
Couldn't agree more. My wife made an observation about Dario, other than the fact that he's obviously annoyingly handsome, was that what's really nice about Dario is that in all the time he's been in America, all the stuff he's done, he still has exactly the same wonderful Scottish lilt. He hasn't picked up those, like, again, my dearly missed, much loved mate Dan Weldon. He'd started to talk like a septic, as we would say in South London. He was talking like an American, and I loved him dearly and I miss him terribly, but I used to take the mickey out of him as well over that. But yes, Dario, just class in every possible way. Such a lovely man, and it's so lovely to see him with some other fabulous guys, the other guys in that car, Sean Lynn, the enthusiast, totally committed to all kinds of motorsport, has the best car collection to die for, as does Dario. Some of his cars are pretty wicked. Max, his son, Sean's son, is doing a fantastic job of really applying himself and doing such a great job in a GT, and Huffy's just, you know, one of the very best ever. So
Huffy's just Huffy.
Huffy's just Huffy, yeah.
Latest collection car in his collection, his World Touring car, Chevrolet Cruze.
Exactly, yeah.
For a steal, I must
courtesy of his mate Richard Vines, I think, helped him out with that. But yeah, I mean, such a brilliant job. So we are looking, and we have been for a while, at the 6th place car of Darren Lung, the Paraline Competition BMW, the leader in the AM category of GT3. Looking at the lap times that Darren's putting in, he's, as we know, I mean, he takes his GT racing so incredibly seriously. British GT champion with Dan Harper a couple of years ago in a BMW with Century Motorsport, obviously raced in the World Endurance Championship in the United All Sport McLaren, and I think he's doing that again this year. I'm not sure who with. I think it might be with WRT, I'm not sure, can't remember if he's doing that. But also obviously his own Paradigm stuff that he's been doing, GT World Challenge amongst other things. So, you know, not that long ago, I remember seeing Darren Lung in the Toka support paddock in a Ginetta, and now he is one of the top GT drivers, one of the top gentleman GT drivers anywhere in the world, and has applied his focus and his commitment and his business acumen as well to put together such a superb team. Yeah,
at Le Mans, he was showing me the software in which he now has developed and uses for tweaking his driving, tweaking the car. Of course, most drivers rely upon a driver coach. Darren had a driver coach, or has a driver coach, and then the mechanic, engineer, looking at how to optimize the car. He had developed a piece of software that was analyzing all of the telemetry coming through the car, and it was then making assumptions and suggestions. The software was, not the engineer. So the engineer didn't have to go through every single lap that he was doing. He only had to go through the summary that this piece of software had created, and through that, then make suggestions. So described to me as a fast-track way of getting to the ultimate quicker, because you weren't spending lots of time analyzing data. You had something else doing that. You had a computer doing that. It gave the engineer the opportunity and the driver coach the opportunity just to literally pick and choose what the software was suggesting and then suggest that. So that it knew how fast you were going through turn 3 versus everything else, and it was able to tell you straight away exactly what you needed to do. It's an amazing piece of software, completely developed by Darren Lung, for Darren Lung at Le Mans, and I imagine with this GT3 team as well.
Just had the Tsunami RT Porsche in, very quick driver change and 4 Michelin tyre stop, and at the end they just put a little bit of racer tape on that the front lip of the spoiler that was looked like it being dislodged right in the middle, and we know how important that is on a Porsche 911, be it a Cup car or a GT3. So there might have been a wee bit of contact there, and we are starting to get a slightly fuller pit lane now, but this looks to be all standard, to the point and to the fuel pit stops, as we, dare I say it, or will I Johnny Palmer the whole thing, as we've had a reasonable run of green flag racing. And out goes the Ravenol yellow and black Audi, the number 18 car. Great livery, classic livery on that. And again, that was a quick turnaround. That's on its way to the fuel pumps now. Just one comment I'll make now, gentlemen. When I was in earlier on and the sun went down and the temperature dropped markedly, I'm backing down, still just in the short-sleeved shirt. I think it's actually warmer now than when the sun went down. It's very, very pleasant here. There's slightly less wind. It's still coming from turn 1, pretty much on the nose of the car as they're going down the straight. But it's a very pleasant evening. Here's a Pass RT, the number 2. That's the sky blue car that was leading the race before it lost a wheel. That car got back into the race very quickly. And also the Neuhofer car, I meant to say by just before we had the interview with Dario, the Neuhofer car that they thought might have had the gearbox issues, well, that car went back out as well. So that black 992 Cup car is back out in the race as well. Good work from the from Felix Neuhofer's team.
Something out quickly about the 992 machine, as we've got a yellow flag down at turn 6. And there is a car facing the wrong direction, just at the back of the shot. Darren Lung, of course, is driving both of his cars. He's has entered in the 991 and in the 992. Anthony McIntosh is driving in the 992, but he's also driving in the Team WRT 669. The 992 car effectively has seen one stint from James Kellett, and the rest of it's been done by Darren and Ahmed El Harti, even though Anthony McIntosh is due to be in that car. So there is a very big looping spin from too far away to identify that car. So Anthony's still got to do a decent amount of drive time in the second car that he hasn't even touched yet.
He can only do 6 hours in that car. I can't believe we've got numbers 991 and 992 as BMWs and not Porsche Cup cars, which normally get the numbers that start with 9. So all the AMs basically have got to do 18 hours. They only need to do 4, but they're going to have to do 18 hours because Darren Kellett can only do that 6-hour maximum. And any driver who is in 2 cars must be careful not to fall foul of the 4 hours in any 6. You can do 2.5 hours now rather than 2 in one fell swoop, as it were. You would have to come into the pit lane. Oh, that's a nice getaway. You would have to do a pit stop in the middle of that, obviously. So there's been a couple of changes in that, but the key thing is Darren can only do the 6 hours in total in either of the cars.
That feels like, for Darren and probably mainly for Anthony McIntosh, a real headache, because Anthony's got 2 separate teams to try and make sure none of those little hiccups happen.
Which is what Darren did last year. He was in the WRT car that won overall and in his own Paradigm car that won GTM.
Yeah.
So he nearly got 2 rides on the camel at the end.
One for each foot.
One for each foot, exactly.
Yeah, needed 2 humps, not the 1.
Yeah. So we're all wonderful.
Here all week.
So Pedro Ibrahim still leading in the Paradigm car, or leading in the Paradigm car. Hanses and McIntosh, the other 2 BMW, 2nd and 3rd. Dan Arrow now in the Winwood car up into 4th position, and Darren Lung has got past Antal Rizal in the Herberth car. That car did have and still has got a 10-second penalty for repeated track limits, I believe was the reason it got a 10-second penalty. They haven't taken that, so let's see what that would do. It would put them at the moment, they're about 3 seconds behind the 992 car. Obviously that would increase to about 13, so not the end of the world at this stage of the race, but it could be significant if things are as close later on as we think they may well be, and in fact we're certain they will be. GTX has changed a little bit. Rossa Racing is now back in the lead ahead of the Team CMR Ginetta, so the Rossa Racing Rossa with Vladislav Jutak on board and Jack Mitchell on the CMR Ginetta, and in 3rd place Brendan Leach, the Lightfoot Motorsport Lamborghini, the pole position car, the young New Zealander, has got back on board of that car and is looking strong. Has lapped very quickly.
Big shout out to James Walker, Mr. JWW, you probably know him better as. He's been racing in the TCR Golf and in his spare time from racing on track has been joining us in the YouTube stream to say hello and answer questions of various people who are watching. We're down to about 5,500 on the stream. We've just switched over to part 2 if you've been following on the YouTube channel, and if you are just listening in, then good evening to you as well on RSL Studio. John Hindhaugh is down in the pit lane with his microphone open, suggesting he wants to chip in.
Well, we've got the Toyota Gazoo Rookie Racing B-Spec Toyota Supra in the pit lane at the moment, and that's had a full 4-corner brake change on that car. This is the all-female, all-Japanese female crewed car, the top 5 in one of the Japanese all-female series out there, sort of a single-seater thing with Toyota engines. And this is an initiative from Toyota Gazoo Racing, and they brought 5 Japanese drivers as effectively a prize drive. We've seen that happen here down through the years. Really interesting initiative from Toyota, and the B-Spec car means that it's down-tuned, so it's very similar actually to the performance of a TCR, which is why it's in that category. The same sort of thing that Max Verstappen had to drive as a Cayman, a down-tuned Cayman, to get his ring permit last year. There was so much fuss about that, of course, and it's the same sort of idea. It's about a power-to-weight ratio, and Creventic putting a couple of those Toyotas in with the TC category. And the lady's doing a grand job at the moment, and seemingly enjoying their outing, their prize outing here to the Michelin 24 Hours at Dubai. That car now in fuel.
We are probably nearing another set of pit stops for our leading contenders. Pedro Ibrahim in the 991 machine, 31 laps on those tyres. That would equate to around an hour. We know the tyres can do more. We've seen guys do 50 laps on their tyres, but that is when there is code 60s that allow you to jump into the pits and just get a splash of fuel without wanting to do a full service. Simon Hill, are we in territory now in terms of the temperature to be able to double stint, to get those tyres to do 65, or is that asking too much?
I guess yes would be the answer to that, but then also I think if you're looking at the strategies so far, most of the teams, with the exception of when there's been code 60s, would always find that there's more performance in a newer tyre, even though, as we've discussed before, most of the drivers who run these cars or run on these Michelin tyres regularly say that there is massive performance gain at the start of the stint and then it's fairly consistent. But you would say that that consistent point is still higher because it's higher or a more higher performance of the tyre. So yes, it's probably an option, and we'll just have to watch very carefully to see if we can watch that playing out with the various front-running teams and drivers. At the moment, we're watching a screen which is decidedly uncooperative. So hopefully it'll... moment.
The number 10 of Antares Au, Herbert Motorsport, back into pits and now into fuel. That's after just 30 laps, and their last pit stop was a green flag pit stop of 4 minutes. So a quick pit stop from Herbert, when we've seen others do 4:20, or even the BMWs can do 5 lap minute stops. It'll be interesting to see what happens with this number 10. It's already in for 4 minutes, so this is going to be a longer stop than previous, but another green flag complete pit stop for the number 10. The number 11 also in. The number 11 being... that's a lie. Sorry, my timing screen getting confused. 77 Optimum Motorsport in fuel as well. Herbert Motorsport 269 in fuel. Dragon Racing 88. Optimum 74. There's a lot of people seemingly on this sort of a strategy. But the BMW's ahead, and the Winwood 16, is that now the sole Winwood? Because we saw it lose a tyre a couple of hours ago. Did they manage to get that car back out and running again?
No, that was the 81 car that lost the wheel. I was talking to Johnny Palmer just before we took over, and he said no, that car had retired because it had lost the rear wheel and would appear that it was some sort of suspension failure, so the car was retired.
Gosh. The car is sitting forlornly on its mat in the garage. They were vacuuming around it and nobody taking any notice of the car. The car looks absolutely mint, actually. It's not even that dirty. But as Simon said, that car's not going any further. Probably repairable, but it's taking them out of any opportunity of winning or getting a decent result. And in fact, actually 7 days ago, both of their cars were retired after long stops for technical problems. They didn't want to risk damage in the cars. They knew they were going to come here. And I think the same thing, they probably could have fixed that car, but, you know, being 20, 30, 40 laps down, that's not what they came to do. They haven't just come to turn laps. They came to get a result. So that car will not go any further.
It's not been a very easy winter for Winward, because outside of the Creventic series, they've not had much luck either in the Middle East, and retired very, very early in December in Abu Dhabi. So yeah, that's a real disappointment. Let's fingers crossed then that the number 16 has a better run of things. It's Dan Arrow aboard that car right now. It's up in 4th position, does owe us a pit stop and does have a small penalty to serve as well, but is a leading Mercedes right now. Jules Gounon in the number 4 is the second Mercedes, down in 8th position, but is mid-stint. So, you know, it's very, very difficult to know at this stage who actually lies where.
There was a question earlier on, Ben, before you guys came on, about whether it was still a team member with a stopwatch down by the penalty box. And the answer is yes and no, because there is a team member. We're talking about somebody from Haas having to go all the way down to the opposite end of the pit lane. And yes, they still have to do that. But there is a screen by the penalty box which can display up to 4 cars at any one time. And quite clearly what happens is when they know a car's coming in, they let the officials know at the penalty box, and the car number pops up in one of the boxes with the amount of time and a countdown clock. So there's a double way of checking it, and also that then the one that's on the screen that's controlled by the officials, that then feeds back to the timekeepers, and then you get the message on that screen on the right-hand side of the global broadcast centre that says the penalty has been
served. And there's a third part to that as well, because the Luma rank counts down at the same time. So you've got a clock, yes, you've got the Luma rank, and you've got the computer. So you can't really get it wrong.
That Luma rank, you're right, Ben. Thank you for saying that. That is set off by the official with that illuminated screen. They've got a little desk there. It looks like the timekeeper's desk at a basketball game or something like that, where you expect somebody to show how many fouls you've got when you've been playing basketball. That's taken me back a few years, but that's exactly what it looks like, except they've got this screen so the driver can see it counting down, and so can the team member, and that controls the countdown clock on the Lumi rank. If we had somebody standing there all the time, we'd be able to tell you exactly how much time, who was coming in to serve a penalty next, and how much time it was going to be. And remember now, you cannot serve a time penalty under code 60. You used to double it, but no, now that's been taken away. You cannot serve any time penalty under code 60. It has to be under green flag.
And if you have a penalty 10 seconds or less, you don't have to serve it in the race. You can actually carry it over to the end of the race and it gets added on, but that's only if it's that small. And obviously we are a very, very long way away from the end of the race. So
I personally have had the shortest penalty that was certainly on the screen at the moment, and that I can remember seeing, is a 10-second penalty.
Yeah.
I think there have been 10 seconds and 30-second penalties are the two durations, if you want to call it that I've seen. I'm not saying that there aren't others, but they're the two that certainly I've noticed. There's a message on our timing screen that's been there for a little while. Car 2, team manager and driver number 2 to report to race control. Now, I wonder, and this is just massive speculation, if when the wheel came off, quite literally the wheel came off of the number 2 Haas RT Audi with James Winslow driving it, James stopped the car, got out, looked pretty exasperated, sort of a kind of shrugging of the shoulders and hands in the air like what the hell kind of thing. Didn't see what happened immediately after that. Could it, and this is just speculation, could he have possibly got back in and driven it back?
No, he didn't.
Did he not?
No, there was a flatbed.
Okay, fine.
There was definitely a flatbed there. But I wonder whether race control want to remind him that perhaps getting out and taking his helmet off perhaps wasn't the right thing to do versus what they ended up doing. They did get themselves back out on circuit. George King is aboard that car now. They're down in 39th position. But so a relatively easy fix in a way that the incident looked very similar to Winwood Racing. Same wheel came off, same corner at the same part of the circuit. But Haas RT continue to run, whereas, as we've heard, Winwood do not.
They were worried with the Haas car, the sky blue car. They were worried that there might have been brake line damage, and that's what they were looking at. Clearly that wasn't the case. The other thing we should say, Ben, and make clear, particularly for people who don't watch and listen to Creventic racing all the time, that a driver getting out the car or a car going on a flatbed or indeed getting a tow back to the pits doesn't disqualify you from racing as it would do in other series. Not only do Creventic want you to allow you to do that, they want you to do that because they want you to get back out into the race. It's very much a more relaxed approach to endurance racing. Had that been ACO rules racing, that car would have been out of the race. Not here. It's get back, get it fixed, get it back out on the track, enjoy yourself a bit more. A slightly different way to go endurance racing. So that's why him just physically getting out the car, they might have thought it was a little bit dangerous, but it wouldn't count as abandonné as it would do, say, in ACO.
Good. That makes sense, and that's much fairer in my opinion. Having done some racing in the past where you get penalised for the tiniest little thing related to that sort of stuff, that it's pretty harsh sometimes. So that seems pretty fair. There's a couple of people I've just been looking at on the screen just to see, how things are progressing for various different teams. We heard an interview a little while ago with Alexander Prince in the pit lane from Hofer Racing. Torsten Kratz on board that car now, currently running 12th and 3rd in GT3 AM. Mikhail Simonov in the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi running 2nd in the GT3 AM, and obviously Darren Lung, as we know, for some time has been leading that category. So that's what's going on with that. The PA, or the ProAm class, is still led by the Herbert car, currently being driven by Luke Hartog, ahead of the second place car, another Herbert Motorsport car driven by another top quality driver, Sven Muller. And 3rd in that class, Khaled Al-Marzouk in the Dragon Racing Ferrari, the number 88 car. So that's your classes in the various different GT3 categories. Jack Mitchell and the Team CMR back in the lead again in the Ginetta for the GTX class. And if you look down the order a little bit, if we scroll down the order a little bit further, just a reminder that it's a nice little onboard that we're looking at, by the way. Greg Gorski in the 7th place in class and 29th overall, 929.
Depending on where you're watching your stream from and how good your internet connection is, you may or may not be able to see what lies beside 929 on the side of this Porsche. I don't know whether we've ever had a shot of it from the outside during the day. It says cock oil.
It does. And they sponsored, just to be clear, ladies and gentlemen,
it's that time of night, isn't it? We're allowed to say that.
We're merely sharing what is written on the car. That's not an expletive.
There is a cock.
As in like a male chicken.
Thank you.
Just to be absolutely clear, just in case there's anyone listening who might be offended. We don't want to trigger anyone, that's for sure. But there is...
what is the chicken doing? I think it's blowing fire or something, isn't it? Because there is like a logo. There's a.
It's a fire-breathing cock.
I mean, on the side of the car, you'd have thought that the chicken should be facing forwards. That would make more sense. It would be weird if it was facing backwards. But I have a feeling it's facing backwards, and there's fire coming. It's a fire-breathing cock. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Is that Phoenix?
If it was facing forwards, then the fire would be coming out from a different place.
Okay. Right. Anyway, so glad we cleared that. They sponsored a car last year, and it was actually next to Era Motorsports car in the pit lane, and possibly the most entertaining thing was seeing that car throughout the race. But there you go. Anyway,
at some point during the 24 hours, we will find that car so we can have a closer look at the cock.
Yes, there we go. So Pedro Ibrahim still leads in the Paradigm competition. Julian Hans says, just as soon as I say that, they come in the pits, and now Julian Hans says it. And that's what happens when you go off piste and start talking after rubbish like we do.
That was not rubbish. That was an observation.
It's a factual.
Absolutely. Hello, John Hindhaugh. Are we okay? Are we behaving ourselves?
Just
nothing wrong with it. I literally was saying what I saw.
Say what you see, as they say. As a game show in the UK would say. There you go.
Having watched the 992 BMW go past me, I have its driver, and I'm going to drag him to the front of the pit. He's a bit taller than me. Hello.
Hello.
How was that for you?
Yeah, it was really tough, honestly. I had a radio problem. I wasn't hearing the engineer, and they couldn't hear me well in the first stint, so I was always having to look to the pit wall in the main straight to get the infos. So it was really dark, not only by the night, but also because of this radio problem. Apart from that, we have some TC issues, some traction control issues, in which we're trying to solve. So I had to do both stints with TC almost off, which made my life really difficult out there, especially at the end of the stint. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm happy that we kept the lead, and now we just need to focus. And
now the question is, can any of those issues be easily solved, or is every driver now in your car going to just have to deal with it?
Yeah, I think we have to deal with it. Honestly, we have no alarms in the dash, and we don't know what it is. So yeah, we're just running low in the TC and hoping that nothing major happens.
And obviously, if you were to come in and try and problem solve it, you would lose too much time. So for the moment, you press on.
Yeah, exactly. And we don't know what the problem is. So even if we stopped, even if we had a break, we didn't know where to look for, what to look for. So yeah, I think we just have to deal with that for the next 14 hours or so.
Have you been able to speak to the incoming driver or to the engineers? I mean, the problem is you can't pass any messages if you've got the radio problem, but how did you have to change your driving, and what have you been able to tell your teammates?
Yeah, so I did a double stint, so in my first stop I could report a little bit what was going on, and the next driver, Jamie, now in the car, was next to the engineer, so he could have an idea what was going on. But yeah, it was super tough, especially in the last bit of the stint where you need some traction control helping out, and you have to use it off or low. You keep sliding and you keep cooking the tires. So yeah, not ideal, but yeah, the pace is good, and we look strong for the race.
Now, you pro drivers like to keep the TC turned down, but at the end of the stint, as the tyres are beginning to go away, that's when you just would normally nudge it back up again, and that you can't do, basically. So is that meaning that you're going to have to come in earlier because you're using too much tyre?
Yeah, actually, we have to manage on our feet to try to extend the stint as long as we can, because that's the goal. So yeah, it becomes more technical, it becomes tougher, but at the same time, it becomes more fun. So yeah.
Well done. The lap times were good. I think you should be proud of yourself for that. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you so much.
So, Paddock Atmosphere there. Now, there is possibly the first chink in the armour, gentlemen, with the BMW, BMW train at the front of the field. That's something that will have to be managed for the next, 13 hours, 14 hours of the race. And something that, as the drivers get more tired, Simon, is something that, concentration starts to go, your rhythm starts to go, and that it could, as the day heats up again towards 1 o'clock tomorrow and the end of the race, that could be a real issue for those guys.
And let's just pick up on something you said and just go back to what Pedro was saying there regarding the traction control. So, and we all think of traction control if you relate it to most people's experience of if they've driven a rear-wheel drive car with traction control on the road, or even on a circuit. If you've got a performance car, like say for example, the road version of the BMW M4, then obviously it's there mainly as a safety feature to stop you getting too much oversteer or the car becoming a bit too unpredictable. It just makes the car more drivable. Now, on most modern cars, the latest generation Bosch systems have different levels that you can have that set to, potentially like a track level, or you can almost have it where it's off, but it will kick in if you really get out of shape. The reason you've got the issue with traction control, or the issue with traction control is creating a problem for the race car, is of course these guys are talented enough to drive without traction control. That's not the issue. It's not that they can't handle the 500 horsepower of one of these cars without it. Absolutely not the issue. But what it basically is doing, and it sort of alluded to it there, is the way you're using the traction control is to help with tyre management. It helps to avoid the tyres getting too much wheel spin or too much sliding, and obviously that builds up heat, and that's going to kill your rear tyres, and you're going to lose grip, you're going to lose traction. So that's the main reason. You also, again, speaking to drivers that have raced these things a lot, or raced any of the GT3 cars, you tend to find that you maybe have more or less traction control, and it changes the balance of the car somewhat. So if you've got a load of traction control, you've absolutely like almost killed the back of the car to hold it in, then it obviously can have the opposite effect of almost creating a little bit of understeer. So if you've got a car that's very, very oversteery, you can cancel it out, and conversely, you can allow the car to slip a little bit more if you've got a load of understeer. So it's an interesting way that's used. Whereas the other systems on the car, like ABS, for example, and we go back to the earlier conversation about Dario Franchitti and how he's having to change his driving style. Talking to Dario earlier, and was saying the hard thing for him is the mindset of just absolutely brutalizing the brake pedal, stamping on it as hard as you possibly can. And again, with any ABS system, the harder you brake, the more effectively it kicks in, and the better it tends to work. And obviously on a race car system, the system is so much more intuitive, if you like, that it's not like a road car where you can feel the ABS working. In a race car, it's pretty much on and it's just doing its job unless you've got a problem. So you're using that to be able to carry the speed in and use that performance. We're looking at the Cherney Motorsport car on track there. We haven't talked a lot about GT4 at this stage, but they're doing a superb job and looking pretty strong. We had briefly had a yellow flag out there at one point, Ben. That seems to have gone away, so hopefully it was just somebody has stopped. But we're looking at the Cherney car, which is the BMW, doing a fabulous job at the moment.
Yeah, they don't have competitors anywhere near them, do they? They've had a really strong early part of this race. In second is the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS from Team Sorg Rennsport. They also have various other versions of that Cayman, the CS version, which runs in the TCX category and is sitting third in TCX, which is being led by the Cupra TCR DSG car, which, as we spoke about a little bit earlier, has Mr. JWW, or James Walker, as one of their drivers. Subtle differences between them, which probably John Hindhaugh knows a lot more about than I do. But we do see these Caymans in various different classes here in Creventic, and also when you go to the Nürburgring NLS series, they fall into various different categories because there are versions that are sequential and there are versions that are not, and more ones that are converted from road cars into race cars, and others that are built as race cars. I think I did see the flicker of pit reporter coming to interject. So, John, am I right in saying that? That's why we have lots of different versions of them.
Yeah, spot on, Ben. And take this race and take Creventic as a series. What they're trying to do is put cars of similar performance potential to be able to race together in the category. So we have three major categories. GT3 kind of speaks for itself, split between the various ProAm, etc. categories. That's all driver based, but the category is GT3. 992, again, that's the Porsche Carrera Cup car, the current car, and that will remain the same for this coming season as well, although there's a brand new version coming to some of the Porsche Championships. So that again split into Pro-Am. that is driver related. When we come to the TCX, TCE, TC class, and even GT4 in there, what you're looking to do is get a balance of race cars. GT4 is a global formula, of course, but the other cars, it's about power to weight, lap time, and raceability. So some of those cars, although they look externally pretty similar, particularly the Caymans, as you rightly say, in club sport or GT or whatever format, and Porsche are very good at being able to put various different suffixes on their cars, but ultimately for the race car classes, that comes down to performance potential, brake horsepower, in some cases the aerodynamic abilities as well. But just as we were talking earlier on about those B-spec Toyota Supras that are out there in that category, and I've got one of them, no, I've got the full fat one, the GT4 in front of me now, excuse me. Just as we talked about the B-spec cars, they are slightly down-tuned, different states of tune, to give you the balance, or the performance potential rather, I should say, and BHP to weight ratio. Nürburgring does something very similar as well. So when we're at the 24 hours, and you know this, Ben, we see Porsche Caymans in 3, 4, 5 different categories, and it's the same sort of thing. Creventic, bring us a car, we'll work out who you can race against, and we'll put you in that class. And I kind of like that. It's a little bit confusing when they look so similar and there are different categories, but you've got to applaud, I think, this series for giving people a chance to race with cars that have a similar performance potential.
And it is something that I love about this series, that wherever we go in the world, wherever we turn up to, there is some sort of special that exists only in that part of the world that we then get a chance to enjoy, much like we have the Rossa here racing in GTX. It wasn't called a Norma, was it, Simon Hill? But it was called something and related to Norma chassis that we saw in Paul Ricard. That was basically an LMP3 car that was put into GTX and had half of its horsepower taken away because they wanted it to be able to compete with the Vortex that was already in there and anything else that was already in there. They didn't want it to just run away. So it was amazing to look at the performance potential of that car versus, and I imagine that actually the Rossa racing machine is quite similar in that sense, because it's got 600 horsepower and it's a V10 engine. Surely it should be a lot stronger than the Vortex in that same class, but they want to be able to balance all those cars to create a bit of a race. So the Toyota B-spec, by the way, that Supra B-spec, which is in TCE, is supposed to be an upgrade on the GT4 car. So in theory, it should be better than the GT4 car, as we see someone go for a spin. Oh!
Is that in the wall? That was in the wall, I'm sure it was.
Yeah. Who is that? What is that? Is it a Porsche?
I think it might have been
I think that's Red Camel Jordan.
I think you might be right, Ben. And that looked like a significant hit. The car's not moving. Firstly, let's just hope that everybody's okay.
Who's in the 909 right now?
Let's watch to see. There's a yellow flag. I'm certain we're going to get code 60 almost immediately.
It's Ivo Bruckers.
Julian Hans is just on the subject of cars coming in, which is going to happen, I think, because we are about to go code 60, I'm sure of it. He's in fuel at the moment, so that could be a big thing if it stays as is. Now, there's a most important, let's just check that everybody's okay. Ivo Bruckers on board the car.
In its class, guys, let's not forget, in 992. And they haven't had a good run of it recently either. They were taken out of competition on corner 5 of lap 1
and he is up
last
against
weekend.
The Armco barrier, and we are going code 60. He's been so unlucky because the Armco around most of this circuit is not anywhere near the track, but where he has come at grief, which we think is around turns 4 and 5, left-right sweepers, he has made contact with the wall, and we do go code 60. So John's going to get very, very busy down in pit lane because everyone will want to get some fuel in the cars. As we say, Julian Hans is already in there. He's already in fuel, and he's taken 3.5 minutes worth of fuel, so he won't be allowed much more than that. He won't get a full tank, but he is going to get a huge amount more than everybody else that's now going to come into the pits. Anthony McIntosh from second position into pit lane. You can imagine that everybody else will be following suit. How much damage for the 909? They didn't even get one lap in Abu Dhabi a week ago, and Ivo Breukers has gone around. We were following that car, I think, so I don't know whether we have a replay machine across it, but it is facing the wrong direction. We did see the lights sort of flash up in the air as though it made contact with the wall, but it is now obscured from view as we take a look over this Dubai circuit. John?
Guys, it's drivers right between 5 and 6. So it's on the outside, effectively, of turn 6, but it is facing the wrong direction, confirmed from what we found out down here in the pit lane. And so I've decamped onto the pit wall side to stay out of the potential chaos that will ensue. Now, something we don't often see, we've got one of the BMW M5 competitions, that's race control car going out. Now, that is not a safety car. So if you are seeing the amber lights coming out the pit lane now, that is not a safety car. They will be going out there to assess the accident site and potentially any barrier damage down there. So that is not a safety car. That is not going to slow the field down. We're under code 60.
Getting out of the car now that the safety truck is with him, so that is good news. We did have like a pan across the barrier just now. Didn't look like any arm code damage, which again is really great news because that can take a fair bit of time to fix. But an opportunity to get new tyres on to these cars. It takes only a minute to do so in pit lane, and it does also look like some taking the opportunity to do brakes. A 962 there with a pad at least change on the front end of their Porsche.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, well, I suppose you can do that in the pit lane, but normally you would push the car into the garage to do something like that. I've seen it. It's different on the GT3 cars. When they do a disc and pad change, they can do that in I think 20 seconds, something like that. It's incredible when you see how quick they can do it. Everything just comes off in one great big unit. I saw the Ferrari guys do it like this time last year and just stood there in awe as the crew did their thing. And the answer to your question earlier, Ben, which was about the competitor to the Vortex, was the Nova. Nova was the car that was racing at Paul Ricard, which was essentially an LMP3 car. As you quite rightly said, the 962 looking like they're doing possibly more than just that. Something else going on in the back, whether they're just maybe checking oil fluids.
Yeah, look, there's a little 5-litre tub of oil going just to top up, probably. Nothing too much to worry about. But the wheels off the front, and they've done that brake pad change. That's now effectively the 992 leader, having taken over from the car facing the wrong direction. I wonder whether, how much damage there will be to that 909 Red Camels Jordan car. It's obviously too much to drive home, so something will be bent wherever the impact was made. There is Ivo Breukers out of the car, helmet still on.
He looks like he's just trying to work out what the damage is himself, because obviously it's gone in, it's spun round and then wedged itself against the barrier. Now we are hopefully going to get a bit more indication if there's how bad the damage is. Now you can see that there's what looks like a ripple in the bodywork just above the rear wheel, basically where the rear wheel arch is, which is what you'd expect for that kind of an impact. But it could be, maybe it's done a drive shaft or hub or something like that. Absolutely no way of telling. It could be something even as simple as breaking a wheel. Now the ambulance is in attendance, but as we said, we've seen Ivo up and about and walking around, so it would appear that he's okay. Maybe it's just precautionary, just to check he's all right, because he's had a hit with the wall, like you do in other forms of motorsport. You know, in Indy cars and NASCAR, for example, they take you off to the medical centre regardless of whether you're hurt or not.
Guys, just to let you know, there are more than the odd one or two teams that are taking the advantage of this Czerny Motorsport doing front brake discs and pads. They're doing it on the apron. More people working on the Modena Motorsports Porsche. 10? The sort of flame-coloured car,
is it, maybe?
It's in its garage. Anyway, I'm on the pit wall to stay out of the way. But the front bumper off that car. 216, yep, 216, excuse me. They've got the front bumper off that car, but they're also doing brakes on that as well. But of course, being in the garage, more people can work on it. It does seem as though the choice of most, though, are to do the brakes with the little kit of parts just on the apron, and that's exactly what Tsunami are doing right opposite me now. The problem is, of course, how much fuel can you take? Not that much. How many fuel pumps are there? Probably now none. So you now take the chance of having to sit and wait for somebody. In fairness, not that long. Out goes Czerny, that BMW just pottering down the pit lane, leading the GT4 category, and we'll head into the fuel stop in just a moment. How's he going? How is he going straight through? He'll know because they've got somebody
There's
down
7
there on the
cars
radio.
currently, according to the timing screen, in the fuel area, John.
Well, I think the Czerny BMW went straight out, but the Porsche behind it, which was Tsunami, went into fuel. So you pay your money, you take your choice. There's nothing to stop them coming back in and going to fuel next time. You just can't fuel twice in one code 60 period unless it goes over.
And I don't think, John, it's going to be that long
So
before we go back to green, because the Porsche is already back on the flatbed. Evo's been taken to the medical centre under his own steam into the ambulance. There is one more course vehicle still out there looking potentially at the barrier, but it didn't look to me as though there was any damage to the Armco, unless he didn't hit the Armco and actually hit the end of it, because there does seem to be a gap in the wall there, and there's a lot of people standing around that particular area. So that would be the only reason we continue under code 60 if there is any damage. And as I say, there is one security vehicle still out there, but the 90 barrier at turn 5 to be repaired. Okay, so there is some barrier damage to do. We can't see it from where we are, and it didn't look like an Armco.
I think, sorry to interrupt, I think that was actually where the initial hit was.
Yeah, exactly.
We saw him hit on the outside and then spin back the other side. I think that's probably where the damage is. Sorry, John.
That's all right. I've just had a pickup truck come past me with a wheel and tyre in the back of it. It's sitting halfway down the pit lane now. I don't know whether that is Evo's. Where's he stopped? Let me whiz up the pit wall. He's about 2/3 of the way down that. He's in Red Camel Jordan.nl territory, but a full racing wheel and tyre in the back of that pickup truck has been delivered back to one of the garages. So are we seeing another errant wheel causing problems?
On the timing screen, where you can see the track map of the cars making their way around, car number 2 is showing us stationary between turns 7 and 8. On the timing screen itself, car number 2, which of course is the Haas RT car that lost the wheel before, is showing on its outlap. So I can't see at this stage if it is still actually moving or not, but according to the according to the track map, it doesn't look like it is. So
I don't think it was far enough down, Simon, for Haas, because they're almost right at the end. So I'm down to roughly where it was. The pickup truck annoyingly got away much quicker than I thought.
Left side tyres were definitely on the car, but I don't think we got a chance to see right side. We will see the right side in a few moments' time, because it is about to come past us in the commentary position, but it'll be coming down to you pretty shortly, John, so you'll have a chance.
Right, thank you.
He went into the right side barriers, so if you lost a wheel on the left, then that would pitch you into a right side barrier.
I think it was Red Camel. Looking, I'm now opposite Red Camel. They're ready to receive the car. I can see the amber flashing lights coming into pit lane now, and it was about the point in the pit lane where these guys are, and they, as I said, they're waiting to receive the car now. 888 Seb Lejoux racing the purple Porsche goes by me. Didn't do a tyre change. Out goes the Grove Racing AMG number 4, and I'm still waiting for the recovery vehicle to get down to me. Actually, there's two. Oh, our ambulance, of course. Standard operational procedure. Don't get worried about Ivo, that he would get a check over. I think he might just be getting a ride back to the pits, actually, because the ambulance is coming down first. And it's right in front of me now. Let's see if it goes by. Yes, it is. It'll be going to the care centre at the end of the pit lane. And now here is the circuit vehicle that is leading down the flatbed. So I'll get to see the other side of the car. And here it comes to right side. It's the left rear wheel, I think, that's come off that car. Left rear wheel, I reckon. It's sitting down on that side. So there you go, guys. Another
So you would
wheel.
wonder, and I would take it, this is a massive just estimate, that the wheel came off and caused him to shunt rather than it shunted and then it fell off. Because Ivo is a very, very experienced Porsche 992 driver. You wouldn't expect him to lose control there. And there was a sort of body language of a shrug of this to say, what the hell happened there, kind of thing. So just a guess, but that could be the case.
So this is where the barrier repair needs to be done.
Oh, no, sorry, guys. Sorry, I'm wrong. It's broken suspension and a dented wheel, so that wasn't their wheel. So my apologies. I've had to come round the other side of the flatbed. It's got a big chunk out of the left rear wheel. That has then deflated the tyre. That, I think, is accident damage. There's a bit of scuffage on there as well. But the wheel and tyre, a Michelin tyre, are still on that car.
John, this is not going to be a quick fix either. We've now got eyes on the barrier that he has hit, and the Armco has flattened. The middle of the three has totally flattened. It's actually pushed a concrete barrier that sits behind the Armco barrier over, and so they're going to have to unbolt that Armco part and fit a new bit. This is going to be a long code 60. Let's go down to John once again.
Car is being recovered from the back of the flatbed. Ivo Breukers with me. Well, what happened?
Yeah, I was going to the end of my stint. I think I still had some 7 laps to go or something. And yeah, our car is not the fastest at the moment. We don't know exactly what. But anyway, and turn 3 or 4, somebody turned up on the inside. I have to look back, but there's a place where you normally cannot be with a car unless you're cutting a lot, so I don't know. So I had to avoid, and during avoiding I came on the marbles and I spun around. I pressed the clutch right away, but I hit the barrier, and I hope we can repair, but a good result is over. But also we had some issues with the engine, somewhere in the high revs, that we seem to have less power, so that was concerning as well, but we will take a look at it.
It's not been a good couple of weekends for you, I'm afraid, Ivo, but that's the nature of motor racing. You win some, you lose some.
Yeah, but on the other hand, the race is still not over.
And you will get back out if you can, I know that.
Oh, we will see. What to do is take too long. We might spare the engine, but let's see. Let's work on it, and let's at first determine what is the problem.
And you're okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Good. Excellent. I did ask him that before we came on air. Thank you, Ivo. Just in case you thought I'd left that to the end deliberately. But I just wanted everybody else to know as well. So avoiding another car that was taking a very odd line, probably a GT3 car, and maybe over the curbing there, and gets on the marbles, loses control of the car. And just as you were saying, Simon, the ABS and certainly traction control is good, but it can't actually mitigate for physics, and once the car starts to go, that's that pendulum effect you get with a rear-engine Porsche.
And that section of track there, John, as you well know, it's fast and
quick.
Sort of one line as well. Coming down the hill, you really need to be on the racing line, because if you're not, then you're going to have to do a lot more steering. And if you have to do a lot more steering whilst you're on the marbles, then you can easily lose the rear end of the car, which sounds as though is what happened to Ivo. The concrete barrier, the concrete block that was sitting behind the barrier has been lifted into the air. I don't know whether the actual Armco barrier has been replaced. The upright is where he's hit. It doesn't look as though the upright actually is that badly bent, but there's a lot of looking at the moment. We haven't seen a spare piece of Armco. We haven't seen any pieces of Armco come off or be put on, but This will be interesting information for our teams. Great opportunity, Simon, to put your gentleman driver in and soak up some of his drive time when you know you've got a long Code 60 like this.
Yeah, really interesting point that, because certainly I've seen this happen before, as you quite rightly said. If you've got your gentleman driver, especially if you're you've got an AM Spirit driver who is, you really are the designed for the what we would all refer to as the proper gentleman drivers that are usually quite a way off of the pros and the semi-pros in terms of performance. Obviously, if you're under Code 60, it doesn't matter whether you've got Max Verstappen or me driving the car. It'll only do 60 Ks. Even then, he'd still be faster than me, but that's not the point. The point I'm making is that you aren't going to lose time, as opposed to, you know, other scenarios where, you know, maybe you could gain some time back under a safety car, for example. Here it is what it is. Your gap between the car in front and the car behind stays exactly the same. So if you have your AM driver in there, it means that they have to do the combination of the AM drivers has to be 4 hours. So if you can do half an hour, maybe. Certainly last year, I remember there was a couple of periods that we had some very, very long safety cars. I think maybe half an hour or something like that, perhaps, maybe even longer, 40 minutes. Maybe longer than that. I need to double check, but certainly that was the case. Now there's a message on the control, from race control on the screen saying, please keep left between turn 4 and 5 barrier at turn 5 to be repaired. So that's just reiterating that this is obviously something for the teams to communicate to their drivers. I'm sure the drivers will have already worked it out, because it's, you know, they've been going past the scene of the accident for some time now. But it's just to make sure that the repair crew, the corner workers, as you may call them, marshals, whatever you want to call them, who will do a fabulous job here as they do everywhere else in the world, they've been able to be as safe as possible in the circumstances.
We may get that rule come in whereby you are allowed to come into the pits for a second pit stop under Code 60 if the Code 60 lasts longer than half an hour. We've already been 15 minutes. Another 15 minutes whilst they repair the barrier, although see a lot of repair going on, but it does seem as though they're packing up and going home, would mean that you could then come in and get another splash and dash. Every single car that I can see has taken advantage of this Code 60 to put some fuel and change tyres. The only one that actually hasn't yet is the 27 of now Christopher Haase, because that car was in pit lane before, if you remember, we went Code 60 and actually was in fueling whilst it switched from green to Code 60. They were in pits for, they were in the fuel area for around 3.5 minutes. So I reckon they're pretty close to full. They could still come in and get a top up. They would be giving away around a minute of track position. That's about a fifth of a lap under Code 60, so it wouldn't be the end of the world. They might drop down behind Paradigm Competition BMW into third position. It would leave us with Team WRT leading Paradigm and then WRT again in third. But I don't know, the last shot we had there was everyone going home. By the looks of things.
It did look like they'd had enough, basically. Now, to go back to your point that you made earlier about possibly using up your AM drivers' drive time or helping to contribute to that, Stephen Grove is now on board the Grove Racing by GetSpeed Mercedes AMG. Jules Goulnin was in that car up until very recently. That could be for that exact reason. It's just an assumption, but that may well be the reason why they've done that.
Well, you definitely don't want to be 777 where you've got Axel Jeffries in the car doing 60 kilometers an hour. Whether you look at it one way and say, let's get our AM Spirit driver in, or you look at it, we don't want to waste our pro driver time, either applies, really.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more, and that's the logic I'm sure that teams are starting to consider. But if you actually look at the top cars, the top 6 cars, Ben Tuck, Christopher Haase, James Kellett, Axel Jeffries, Jamie Day, all top drivers, are all very, very quick guys in those cars at the moment.
I mean, they don't really have many options, I don't think, in 669, because Anthony McIntosh has done so much drive time in that car. He possibly couldn't get back in because he needs to have his rest period.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Ben Tuck in that car yet. That's his first laps in this race. And is that not the car that Darren Lung needs to be in? No, that's not the car that Darren Lung needs to be in.
Darren's switching between 991 and 992, as is James Kellett. And so Kellett is in 992 now. Let me think. And my brain's fried a little bit because we've been doing this all day now, it feels like. He was in 991 earlier, wasn't he?
Those two cars can be, I think James has done a lot in one and not very much in the other. And I think it's the 991 which he's only started the race, and then that's it.
Yeah. So yeah, but you know, whichever way you look at it, those cars at the front. Haase seems to have done a fair bit in the 27 car.
Yeah.
I need to check that again.
Yeah. Well, that's an easy button to press, Simon.
You go and have a look on your
I've got a little
megabit screen. We've got this wonderful software which is telling us who's done what and how long they've been driving.
So 5 drivers in that car. Christopher Haase has done 110 laps versus 72 for Thomas Kiefer. Stanislav Minsky's done 26. Mathieu Detry's done 40. And Julian Hanses has now done 40 after only, he's just done one stint. But he did 40 laps on that stint.
Yeah, so Haase by some way has done the most laps in that car.
Yeah, I'm back in it.
And he's obviously the absolute pro in that car. There's some very good drivers in it, don't get me wrong, but of the ones you've just mentioned, he is the standout, the elite driver, isn't he?
Code 60 is about to end. We're about to go back to green flag racing. The barrier fix was basically put a concrete block up from lying down and stand it back up again, and that means we can go back racing. We've left Grove Racing by Get Speed in pit lane. Stephen Grove still in that car, but they chose to be in pits. They're actually in the pits rather than in fueling, so they've just missed out in the ultimate strategy there. But now we'll be able to go down to refuel and get a full tank of fuel. Ben Tuck leads Christopher Haase by around half a lap, I would imagine, with James Kellett chasing down the 27 in 3rd position. It's a BMW 1, 2, 3, and it's 11:35 in the evening.
Yes, it is, and it is interesting now to see, as we look down the rest of the pack, some of the other top drivers. Maro Engel is now on board the Winwood Racing number 16 Mercedes AMG, so that is going to be very, very quick. But as I said, the top 5 have all got very, very strong drivers in there at the moment. It's only really as you go down the list a little bit further, probably get to 13th place, Sven Muller, and then maybe even Alex Acker in the 15th position Continental Racing car. So let's take a moment to understand exactly where we are and what's going on in the pit lane.
Well, we've got Carla back down in pit lane. She's taken over from John Hindhaugh, who'll be back in the pits and in the booth overnight. And Carla is chatting with Jules Gounon.
Exactly, I am. I'm going to take over the next 2 hours. Jules, I have a quick question about this whole Code 60 thing. 2 questions, actually. When you're sitting in that car, do you need to pay attention to the speed, or do you have a limiter in the car?
Yeah, well, actually, in Creventic, it's time on the sectors. So your car is obviously doing 60, but if you do tight lines, you can gain time, and then you can get penalized. So it's quite tricky, because you need to do normal lines, and some guys are too quick or too slow. So, of course, we have a pit limiter. You go flat out, and it's constant speed. But depending on how much distance you are doing during the lap, you can go quicker or slower.
And what about you during a Code 60? If it would be me, I would be massively nervous because I want to go fast. Do you take it relaxed, or is it something where you sort of like anxiously wait for it to go again?
Well, of course, it's a time. What's quite annoying during a Code 60 is when you have a slower car in front of you that's not doing 60, because it frustrates you because you are losing time for nothing. But obviously, we have the chance to go flat out all the time. So it's a small moment of relax, a bit of talking with the engineer, telling how the balance is, how can we improve the car. We tried to put Steve in the car right now. We thought the barrier repair would be longer, but it was short actually. So anyway, it's a long race, so will be more Code 60 and more racing.
And you just had, as you just said, a quick driver change. And I think the mood was quite happy-chappy between you and who got out of the car. Are you guys happy at the moment?
Yeah, because we had a crazy driver change before because Steve was not ready. He was sleeping upstairs. And he arrived running. I get out of the car. Nobody was there. Steve was running. So it was just funny. At the end, the 24 of Dubai is a ProAm event. So it's all about having fun with the pro, the amateurs. having a good time. Dubai at that time of the year is always great. It's the first event of the season kicking off. So it's always a good race. I enjoy it to share. Obviously, during the season, we have the chance to only do a lot of pro racing, and I always love to do some pro-am racing, so it's a perfect race for that.
Fantastic. And now one last question, because people are asking, why are you wearing such cool glasses?
Well, they are made for the night. They help you a bit for the brightness. Also, when you get a lot of lights in the back, in the mirrors, you get a bit blur, at least for me. So I always had those glasses. Actually, my first 24 race was a Creventic race in 2016, and my teammate was Stefan Ortelli. And Stefan Ortelli had kind of the same glasses. I was 19 or 20. I say, what are those glasses? And I got them. And when you are young, you think, the old guys, they need glasses, but actually, I'm getting old and it's getting better.
No, and Stefan Ortelli is a very wise man. It's good to listen to him. Yeah. Well, it looks good here, guys, so keep it up, and I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. See you guys.
I've seen a lot of drivers wear those in rallying in snowy conditions.
Snowy conditions, yeah.
I've not seen that many drivers use them in 24-hour races.
No. Now, I remember once upon a time.
Here we go.
When I was racing, and I used to wear an Arrow crash helmet most of the time, they used to do yellow visors that were for basically making it brighter when it was heavy rain or perhaps maybe in these sort of conditions. And they were kind of like the cool thing to have at some point. If you remember, there was a period where lots of those iridium visors became quite the thing to have with all the shiny stuff, but the yellow ones were specifically to make it brighter. I made the mistake of putting one on a day when it was just about to become very sunny, and then a yellow visor on a sunny day means you can't see a thing. So really nice one. Another racing driver's book of excuses excuse. I had the wrong visor on. How about that one?
And a great interview there regarding the Code 60, because of course there's a technology limitation to the timing screens that we have, where we have sector by sector. We have only 3 sectors. So the way that Creventic are managing those Code 60 periods is creating a minimum time based upon between the start line in sector 1, sector 2. That's what Jules was referring to when he was saying it's not about going at 60 kilometers an hour and a GPS like you have in SRO, the GPS going, well, that car's doing 60.1 or 60.2. The only way that Creventic know if you have sped at any point is knowing whether you've gone faster across a distance speed time, than what the delta is. And so what he's saying is, if you do tighter lines, then you can actually end up, even if you're doing 60 kilometers an hour and you've got a limiter of 60, you can go faster than Creventic want you to, because it's only measured by distance and time rather than speed. Yes. And the speed is calculated afterwards. So that's something I never knew. It's
really, I mean, I totally agree. It was a great couple of questions by Carl, a really interesting one. I mean, the glasses one was a cool question, but the one about the Code 60 was a really interesting one in terms of understanding the mindset of a top pro. And let's be honest, Jules Gounon is one of the very best GT racers in the world and has been for some time. And, you know, the way he explained about maybe if you take a tighter line or something like that, you need to drive the normal line because it's based on that, as opposed to if you take a shortcut. Now, you would never, you obviously have a perfect racing line, an ideal racing line that you would always try and take. Any racing driver would do that. Yellow flag on the at straight, it says on the timing screen now, which would suggest maybe debris, I'm thinking, perhaps. Could that be it?
So I imagine so. Can't see any cars that are signalled to have stopped. The other interesting point there from that interview was they woke Stephen Grove up to put him in the car during the Code 60, expecting it to be longer. I think we were of the same opinion. So he got woken up and rushed into the car to do 2 laps under Code 60. He then got pitted, and now Brendan's in the car, and he can go back to sleep again. So that, unfortunately, was quite disturbing for Stephen Grove. He was 10 minutes in the car. That's it.
Yep. But I thought what was really, really nice, Jules was saying, you know, I'm normally in a pro car, and therefore, you know, this is a fun way to start the year. He obviously takes it
very similar to what Dario said, isn't it?
Exactly.
Here to have fun.
A big difference, obviously, is that Jules is a current pro. And Dario is, by his own admission, a retired pro. Dario's in his early 50s now, and Jules, what is he, 30, 31, something like that. So, yeah, very different point in their careers, obviously. So anyway, the real point with that is that he, clearly taking it very seriously and doing the best possible job. You can see that by the lap times he does. He's still absolutely on it, whatever he does. But also, let's have some fun. He's not going to get super stressed about the fact that Stephen Grove was actually asleep when he came.
Stephen Grove might.
It was Stephen Grove might, yeah, but he's pretty chill. It's like, yeah, whatever. But interesting, one thing I did notice, I was reading a little bit about Jules earlier, and it noticed that he now officially is under an Andorran license, as opposed to a French license, which is obviously he's originally born in France. Still showing a French flag on our screen, though, so I wonder how that actually manifests itself.
Well, because
just his license, I guess, as opposed to his actual nationality.
Yeah,
he's actually a French citizen. He's not changed his nationality as far as I'm aware. It's just his racing license is under a different ASN.
And I believe, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, he gets a support from being an Andorran racing driver, because there are not many Andorran racing drivers. There's a lot of racing drivers that live in Andorra, but not many actually representing the country. So they do have an ASN. Don't know if they've got a racetrack. They've got an ice racing track for sure.
They have. When Trophy Andros was the thing, which I was lucky enough to commentate on for a while. It was a fabulous series.
They've got a full race series that happens there in the winter now.
Yeah, and I guess it's a bit like your point there about there's not any racing drivers that are from Andorra, but there's a lot that live there. But like Monaco, really.
Yeah.
It's only really Charles Leclerc I can think of, who's Ortelli that was mentioned there, who's Monegasque as well.
Yeah, we had an Andorran rallycross driver a few years ago, and very heavily supported by the Andorran ASN. But then I imagine they only really organise road rallies, and there's lots of things that an ASN can do outside of going round and round the circles on a racetrack, and I'm sure they have a rally series as well. There are, for instance, Luc Alphon, Luc Alphon is?
Yeah, Luc Alphon Adventures.
Yeah, Luc Alphon Adventures, a professional skier turned Dakar adventurer turned sailor, has a couple of kids. None of those kids are French. They professionally ski for other nations.
Wow.
Because they do not get the support from the French Federation that they do get from, I think, Sweden is his daughter, Estelle. And actually, he no longer lives in France. I think he is also an Andorran resident for obvious reasons.
So just back on what we were looking at on track then, I was just watching, I think it was, I couldn't quite see, but I think it's the Optimum car there. Looks like it's got one of the tail lights out. On the driver's left, I suppose, or our left, if you like, as you look at it, chasing down the 991 car. So would that possibly be the 77 of Patrick Liddy? Maybe the 74 of Andrew Gilbert, not quite sure. Can't really see properly. I think it was the 77. There it is. Yeah, it is. I was right. It was an Optimum McLaren. It does have a tail light out, and I think it is the 77 car. So not bad bit of guesswork there, Ben, for once.
You know how great James Kellett was the last time he got in the car?
Yeah.
He's just as great right now. He's just done the fastest lap of that car, a 58.27, and his sector 1 on this lap was the best sector of anyone during the race. By the way, it's nearly midnight. So absolutely pedaling again, furiously, from James Kellett in the 992. We saw Alex Acker bang in a 58 as well. We haven't spoken about Alex Acker, who is always at Creventic races for Continental Racing as the driver coach, but we rarely actually get a chance to see him in the car. So he is part of the driver lineup for this race, and down in 15th position, but got a very, very strong lap in last time through. James Kellett ends up doing a 57.9, so not quite the fastest lap of the race, but getting very, very close.
Well, bearing in mind that in the other car, he did that was a 57.938 to be precise, and in the other car he did a 57.904. So that's pretty impressive, really. So yeah, and then still the fastest lap of the race, though, is actually by Tom Fleming. 1-1 earlier in the race in the Optimum Motorsport 74 McLaren. So interesting that that's the quickest lap so far. Just over 13 hours and 11 minutes to go.
Have you done many 24-hour races?
Well, as in driving, or,
Yeah.
or I've raced once in a 24-hour race in the Brit car, 24 hours back in 2006.
Yes. So that means I've done more 24-hour races than you, Simon Hill, professional racing
Absolutely,
driver.
not at all surprised, really.
Yeah, I did choose ridiculously stupid cars to do it in. Because there was a question on the YouTube chat, hello YouTube, if you are on there, saying how do racing drivers sleep during a race? And actually, I think it's easier to sleep as a racing driver during a 24-hour race than it is as a commentator.
Yeah.
Because the racing drivers have all this adrenaline, all this pent-up excitement, and when they get out of the car, that adrenaline washes out and sends you to sleep. It really does. Whereas we aren't adrenaline-fueled like a driver would be, but we're still thinking. Our brains are doing a lot. Whereas you get out your car, you've done your stint, you are very much turning off until you get back in the next time around.
Yeah, I think your point is absolutely valid, is that, yes, there's a much higher level of adrenaline. You know, obviously we're focused on what we're doing here, trying to make sure that we're keeping across all of the various different things that are going on, and hopefully making some kind of sense of what's going on and sharing that with everybody, as is the rest of our team here, doing a fabulous job. But also, when you're doing that, you know, there is a point where you go, okay, right, I know I'm going to be we've got a bit of a rota here, so we know roughly, or exactly, in fact, when we're going to be on and off air, so we've got time to kind of adjust for that. But with the drivers, obviously there'll be a point where they may be, use your Stephen Grove example, we may be thinking, I'm going to have a nice long sleep, and then suddenly they're waking him up and getting him in a car, and that's completely thrown his kind of rhythm, if you like. But usually what happens is the driver will get out, have a debrief, possibly have a massage. Most of the teams have that kind of service on board, in terms of they have a team masseur and a team physio, maybe something to eat and drink, and then tuck up in a little cot or in a motorhome, or possibly there's quite a few hotels that are very close to the circuit here, where the driver could actually either just get a quick lift back, or even walk back in the case of a couple of them, and then just get back and crash out for a little while and actually have some proper sleep, if they know for sure that they've got a decent bit of time. We heard Dario Franchitti saying he was hoping he would get a little bit longer so he could have a proper sleep. But yeah, who can blame him, eh?
He seems pretty chilled at the best of times, right?
Yeah, I always get the impression that people like him, they're probably they're those annoying people that sort of literally, as soon as their head hits the pillow, they're asleep, and they sleep absolutely soundly for 8 hours every day, and wake up, you know, there you go, let's go for it today, you know. But,
I'm going to say Jules Gounon and Dario Franchitti definitely fit in that camp.
Yeah, exactly. They couldn't be cooler, could they, really? Exactly. If you know, it's like that sort of meme when they say you might be cool, but you're not Jules Gounon wearing yellow glasses at Dubai cool. That sort of thing. Or Dario Franchitti just being Dario, basically.
The only one cooler than that, check out Esa-Pekka Lappi wearing yellow glasses. Ex-Hyundai World Rally driver. Finnish, very, very likeable guy. And he absolutely rocked the yellow glasses in Rally Sweden one year. Less cool but more fun, probably a guy that very barely sleeps, Alessandro Guiretti, is in the 61 Alabama Motorsport Porsche, and he has set its best lap of the race just now, a 1:58.685 from the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia and Porsche Carrera Cup France champion over the last couple of years, and now a recognised Porsche Works driver. Sharing that car with Enzo Trulli, with Dorian Boccalacci, and with its owner, Adrian De Silva.
Yeah, such a strong lineup, that, isn't it?
It is.
Obviously.
It's such a shame it's down in 32nd position.
Yeah, just been one of those, hasn't quite worked out for them, has it? But such a lot of talent there. Now, we haven't really spoken a lot about our race leader, Ben Tuck. Now, Ben Tuck is probably up there with drivers like Jules Gounon in terms of just how much he's got going on in terms of his various and assorted race programs. It seems to be just about every major race series that you could possibly, you know, that as a GT driver you could possibly want to do, and he seems to be involved. Last year was doing LMGT3 with Proton competition in the World Endurance Championship, doing ELMS with Kessel, I seem to remember, and just just doing all kinds of very, very cool programs in all sorts of series. So yeah, he's one of those drivers that seems to have got himself a really solid career going in terms of being a very, very strong silver rated driver as well. Surprised he's not rated higher, frankly, as a gold driver. I'm sure that will be a matter of time before he gets promoted to that status.
Feel as though he is extending his advantage as well over Christopher Haase in same run, WRT, BMWs. That gap has grown to 1.5 minutes now between the two. And James Kellett is hunting down Christopher. We are going to have to start following the 992 once again, because the gap's down to 2.2 seconds. And I just feel like this is a wonderful place for James Kellett to be flying that British flag even stronger, especially when you've got the likes of Kelvin van der Linde, Christopher Haase, Jordan Pepper in those cars to directly compare yourself against. And at the moment, really favourably.
Absolutely, and last lap was just about 1.5 seconds quicker than Haase. Now, obviously, we know that that could perhaps be traffic. We'll have a little look. I'm going to have a look on the driver tracker to see where they are relative to each other. 27 and the 992. Looks like there's a bit of traffic between the two cars, and now that's cleared. I think it was a GTX car and a TCR car that was in between the two cars, and the 27 992 just coming through into sector 2 now. I think they've just crossed the line there. Yeah, so yeah, 9/10 of a second quicker for Kellett through that sector alone, which is a massive chunk of time to find.
Just checking in with Rob Huff, ex-World Touring Car champion. Bit of a legend, basically. Sharing that car with Dario Franchitti, who's done his first double stint, Max and Sean Lynn. And they seem to be doing that sort of strategy whereby they do double stint, double stint, double stint, and there's no real mix-up. It's two drivers. So we saw Rob Huff start, then we saw Max Lynn, and then we saw Sean Lynn, then we saw Dario, and now we're back to Rob again. And it felt as though from the interview we had with Dario a bit earlier on that that's sort of the way it's going to be. There's not going to be any jiggery-pokery with trying to put a certain driver in at a certain time because you want one guy to do more in the night or another person to do more in the day. It was just like a schedule that was pretty simple, let's say, in a different way to some of the other teams' thinking. And they've got that wicked livery that was designed by Stefan Johansson, ex-Formula 1 driver. It's supposed to glow in the dark, and apparently in the photos it looks amazing when you've got the flash on it, but actually with the camera, with a film camera, because you don't have the light burst, we're not getting a chance to see all of those colours in the dark. But check out photos of the night of their car, run by Team Parker Racing. Car bought specifically for this race, because it does look very, very cool. And the race suits match as well. I'm not sure if they glow, but they definitely match. They're down in 24th position. They are 7th in Pro-Am, and a little bit kind of on their own right now.
Going back to that battle for second place now, gone down to just under half a second between Haase and Kellett, and Kellett was 6/10 of a second quicker through the first sector. And I think, yes, just looked at them, they've just gone through sector 2, and I think Kellett's ahead now. I think Kellett has got ahead of Christopher Haase, so the 992 Paradigm car, I think, is up into second place, still was already leading the AM class by some way as well. And currently the 992 on 277 laps, and the second place AM car, which is the Torsten Kratz Hofer Racing car, is currently on 274, so about 3 laps behind. So that's a fairly comfortable lead for the Paradigm Competition 992. Now,
and
having just said that, sorry to interrupt, but having said that, Kellett's just come into the pits. So that's done that work.
And apologies to Matthias Oritz on YouTube, because I think he was watching whilst I was chatting about other things, and he saw the pass and I didn't. So it's late, Matthias. It's nearly midnight, and I've been talking for quite a long time. So you guys have got better eyes than I have. But luckily, we're heading home soon. We're going to go to bed soon, so you'll have some fresh eyes. Fresh?
Have some proper commentators.
Well, you have some proper commentators.
Proper commentators in the booth, yeah. So we got the A team back, and we'll leave you lovely people in peace to enjoy. So as it sits, Bentuck leads by just over a lap for Christopher Haase, the two Team WRT BMWs, similar to last year. WRT looking like they are in the absolute box seats for a very strong finish with just over 13 hours to go. So getting closer and closer to that all-important half distance, and then we're going to be interested to see where Kellett and Axel Jeffries, who were third and fourth when they came in for fuel, where that brings them out. The 991 car of Jamie Day is likely to move ahead, and Engel in the top 6 in the Winwood car. So all starting to hot up, and as is the battle in the GTX class between the Rossa Racing and the Ginetta cars. Pretty close, both of them there. And the 992 category as well.
Now,
that's all going off.
Teams will start to think about points, because we are 13 hours to go of this race, and there are points on offer at the midpoint, which is 12 hours. So you do not want to come into the pits and throw yourself down the order just before that 12-hour mark, because you could be throwing away up to 20 points for the Middle Eastern Championship. And those that have started their championship in Malaysia in December, and then did Abu Dhabi last weekend, and looking to win the championship, will want to be on track and in a good position in an hour's time. So teams will be looking to make sure that they try and sort that out. And I think Simon has already gone through those that are lining themselves up in a good position. We just had James Kellett and Axel Jeffries in pit lane and fuel now. And so 992 being led by Tierra Outdoor Racing by FAC Auto. I think you went, did you go through TCE as well? You went through the results down there? TCE is the Cupra TCR DSG of Aspes Racing. GT4, there is still 6 laps between Cherney Motorsport and Sorg Rennsport. And leading the TC category is Andy Yan in the Toyota Supra B-Spec car, because its main competitor has been parked up in the pits, but is back out on circuit. So actually, hang on, that KCN car was the one with being pulled apart. So there's been big dramas for both of those two B-Spec Toyotas, but they are now both back out on track. We have had around 6 official retirements, maybe 7. Red Camel Jordan, I think, will be back out on circuit after their incident earlier on. And we welcome back into the booth Phil Hansen. But before we do, we're going to go back down to Carla, who has some news for us.
It's less news and more an informational thing. Behind me you see one of the cars just leaving out of the fuel area. And for everyone who doesn't fully understand how this works, I wanted to take the time to actually do so, because Creventic is very unique in that way. You always have a fuel area where the cars go to, which is also the reason why the mechanics at the pit stops don't have to wear full suits, because if they were to fuel in the pit lane, they would have to wear fireproof suits in order not to get hurt in case of an accident. But here, the cars drive into the pit lane, do their pit stops, so tires, brake changes if necessary, driver changes, and so on. And then if they need fuel, they come out of the pit lane into the fuel area, and the way that it works there is that there is always a member from the team who has a badge, and that badge is registered. They use that badge at the fuel station, fuel up the car the amount they need, or they are allowed. As we know, code 60, you have rules with less fuel that can go into the car, and then they head out again. Of course, cars can also come in and just fuel. They don't have to do a pit stop. But it's very unique for Creventic to do it that way around, and it's nice for the teams because they don't have to be suited up all the time.
Thank you so much, Carla, down in the pit lane explaining how this fuel system works. And it's very, very smart fuel system, Johnny, with the cards for each car, basically telling the pump how much fuel they can put in and what flow rate they can do it at, both under green, running, and under code 60. So it works very, very well. And gone are the days when you used to guess it and have to watch the meter on the pump. It's all done electronically now.
We can now officially say good morning as well, Phil. 3 minutes past midnight, day 2 of the 21st edition of the Michelin Dubai 24 Hours. and it's been rattling on at some kind of pace. We've had plenty of incident, we've had a number of code 60s to date, but still we can't break, neither do we necessarily want to break, a stranglehold of BMWs. Still, all 4 of them very much in the offing. Whether you're a fan of Team WRT of Belgium, or maybe more of a British persuasion for Paradigm competition. Paradigm had success here last year with a GT3 AM victory. Some of that lineup is similar to this year's version, but Paradigm wanting to win it from an overall perspective as well with their 991 car, and that is still in a podium contention very definitely. They've got a bit of ground to make up on both of the WRT cars, mind you, because as Ben Tuck pitted in the leading 669 car, there was this leading advantage of 90 seconds over the sister Christopher Haase-driven 27 car, but Paradigm aren't that far away. What I'm trying to work out is whether they are on the lead lap, and I need Jamie Day to complete his lap now just to work out the gap. But is it that we've only got 2 cars now on that so crucial lead lap? And we know that it's very difficult to make time like that back up again because of the nature of the code 60s. You're not going to luck into buying a lap back again by a wave by or a pass around. And where they're positioned in the sectors suggests to me that there is a clear lap now between Ben Tuck as the race leader and Jamie Day. But this is his chance to catch up that ground because Ben's in the pits. And in fact, our graphic suggests that Christopher Haase is already in front of him, and to the tune of about a minute and 43 seconds, having completed lap 281 now. But we'll just wait for that to shake out when Ben or a replacement driver returns to the race.
10 code 60s, 1 hour 46 minutes to this time. That last one was about 23 minutes long. That was the 909 going into the fence at turn 5. That's a red camel. George NL Ivo Brokers was at the wheel. He was avoiding action from another car, and the turn 5, that area there between turn 4 and turn 5 is there was a tree there. It was called Porsche tree for a reason, because if you backed off in your Porsche, that pendulum effect comes around and the back end of the car comes around, and you get into that barrier. A little bit of barrier repair by our amazing staff here at the Dubai Autodrome, and we were back up and running. Hopefully they can get the 909. It hasn't been, as John said, it hasn't been a run of luck for them. They were out at turn 5, lap 1 in the 6 hour in Abu Dhabi. So work to do for the 909. It's now the Tierra Outdoor Racing by Water Boykamps at the wheel of that, leading the 992s, and Henry Tamala and Team GP Elite heading the 992 AMs 21st and 22nd respectively. And Christopher Haase has taken the lead on the leaderboard as Ben Tuck is in the fuel. As Johnny said, we'll find out who is driving that car once they click over the pit outline and change the driver ID, which is they have to do when they jump back in the car.
And that's still quite a mechanical method, rather than in other categories. You may have something attached to the helmet that you kind of plug into the dashboard. There's some systems in the past have been a dial, which there are 4 or even 5 settings, and you turn it clockwise or anti-clockwise depending on which driver number you are, and you're assigned a number as per the entry list. But it's my understanding that the MyLap system is just pressing a single button and you cycle through. So if driver 1's just vacated and you're driver 4, you press it driver 2, driver 3, driver 4, so you press it 3 times, then driver 4 would be correct for you, and you head out onto the racetrack. But you need to do that quite quickly.
Yeah.
And if there's a problem, you have to report it to race control within 20 minutes. Otherwise, you get a 30-second penalty. And that's how important getting that system done correctly is, because, as you said, so much of this is governed by minimum and maximum drive times.
Yes.
The officials need to know who's in the car at any one point.
Indeed, because it's a statement of fact in regards to the drive time, because there's heavy penalties if drive time is exceeded or not done. We have a yellow flag at turn 7. Just having a quick look out of the window. I can see the digi panel flashing away over there.
Ben Tuck didn't get out of the car, by the way, in 669, so he's game for another stint. A little bit like we're going to do now in the Global Broadcast Centre. There'll be a bit of elongating driving stints where possible, just to give the rest period that little bit more. But you've still only got 2 hours and 30 minutes to play with. And that assumes you've not already done a couple of hours within this segment of 6. And I'm not talking about kind of set clock hours, it's any 6 hours. So it might go from 8 minutes past midnight as it is now, back to 8 minutes past 6 last night. Got to not have driven for more than 4 hours within that.
Yeah, the team managers have their Ouija boards out to work that out, because it is like, and you've got to understand that the team managers could be awake for 24 hours during this. And when we get towards the end of the race tomorrow morning and whatever, that's where mistakes come in. Everybody's tired, the drivers are tired, trying to get rest through this, and especially when you're doing a stint and then you have a 4-hour break, you're so wound up from that stint, it's difficult to relax and like you switch off for 3 hours and then jump back in the car again. And it's just the way that this motorsport works. And because the adrenaline is so pumping, especially driving at night, you can't wind that out of your system quickly.
Yeah. It's interesting to chat to engineers, current and from the past, to know how they wake themselves up. I'm not suggesting they ever sort of nod off. You might get 5 minutes here or there at the start of one of your driver's stints, but just to get off the pit wall sometimes, walk around. Brushing your teeth is a good thing to do.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, it may only take 2 or 3 minutes, but just that minty freshness can wake you up. If you just go and get a coffee, a change of scenery, but it's particularly difficult if you're stagnant for too long, you know, sitting in the same seat, staring at the same screens. The brain doesn't like that on the whole, and you'll start to lose concentration. So just change things up a little bit is generally the technique. But I'm not particularly envious of any of those engineers who are doing the full 24 hours, and most of them will be, in actual fact. Let's head back to Carla in the pit lane.
I was thinking exactly the same, you guys. We had the same thought. We just crossed midnight and things are getting rough now. People are getting tired. And I don't know if you two in the comms box have seen me during the 24 hours of Barcelona, but back then I found one of those nice little comfortable seats that you can find in most of the team boxes as well. And I'm currently sat on one in the windward box. So I got a little bit comfortable. And if you look around left and right of me and behind me, so on one side there is people doing exactly what one of you guys just explained. They are having a nap, literally a nap, because whenever you get a minute, you take the minute. And on the other side, unfortunately, there is one of the two Windward cars that had to retire, which is, of course, a shame. But Windward is still out and about with one car, and I need to get up, because if I stay put here too long, I will get tired as well, and I'm not ready yet to leave the pit lane.
No, you've got another hour and 20 minutes or so to do before you're allowed to fall asleep, so please don't stay there too long. But it's easily done. You know, you find yourself a little comfy bean bag, as Carla did there, and the next minute you've nodded off for 20 minutes. We'll try and avoid that.
We should ask her to bring it back up to the commentary box as well.
The bean bag?
Yes, indeed. They won't mind. They don't need it as much.
Just borrow it.
The 81 car's done for the day, and remember, that was one of the cars that lost a wheel on lap 184, and they've retired that car. The number 2 is not having a very good run of it. It did the same thing. They got back out. I was watching just before we came on air. They came into the pits. They went back out, came back in again on the very next lap, did a tyre change. So not doing the way the number 2 Haas RT, that is Alex Berkantov at the wheel, now down in 37th place. It was running 6 in AM. Remember, they were up in the top 3 and 4, and when they were leading the race, when they had that errant wheel come off. So work to do, But as you said about 6 hours ago, BMW.
Yeah.
And they've really taken a stranglehold on the top 3 positions over the last 3 hours.
Yeah, that pattern isn't changing a great deal, so it's concerning for everyone else trying to chase down these BMWs. Christopher Haase is not that far away from needing to stop. He's done about an hour, so the car's going to need fuel. And then there's the question, do you keep Chris in? But you can only keep him in the car for, well, actually another stint, and then if necessary, another 30 minutes. So they're not up against it for the driver time. I do quite like this in the new rule set, in that 2.5 hours is an awkward number. You could get the driver out after just 2, but Chris Haase is worth keeping in for a half stint, but that doesn't really help you on fuel, because you wouldn't want the car in with still half a fuel load. So there are various decisions to make, and where there's a little advantage in one bit of the regulations, that then pegs you back elsewhere. So it is a balancing act. I think it's a good introduction there from 24H Series to add that element of jeopardy and decision making.
Just make the team manager's job even harder.
Yeah, indeed.
A great battle going on for the lead of 992 AM. Henry Tamala at the wheel of the GP Elite car, just 3 seconds ahead of Stephen Palette in the Red Ant Racing Porsche. Currently 22nd and 23rd on track, but that's the battle for the lead of the 992 AM category. They've been having, even when Paul Trustwell sent you that message about how the 992 is shaping up, it hasn't finished.
Certainly not, because although the 909 car that was in that fight when we were spotting the gap, actually now with different cars, first to fourth is only 40 seconds in the 992 division. So 962, the Tierra Outdoor Racing by Fach car for Wouter Bierkamps, leading the way. From then Henry Tuamala for Team GP Elite, and that's a small margin. Red Ant Racing, well, we'll get that time in a moment, because Tuamala's in the final sector. Have we started to see a bit more dominance? It's actually a 2-minute lead now for 962, and then the bun fight begins from 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The gap is 40 seconds between Stephen Palette's Red Ant Racing 924 Cup car and the 4th placed offering, which is Moulner Motorsport, now with Conrad Levaux driving 921. So yeah, 962 have had a very good run to this point in order to get that 2-minute advantage. It might be that they owe us a pit stop, though, to equalise that field a little more.
Yeah, they've done 9 stops. The cars behind them have done 11. So we've got to take into fact the 10 code 60s that we've had of people topping up. And remember, those AM cars, the 924 and the 939. The 924 is on AM neutral, so it can take 28 litres under code 60, where everybody else can take about 16 and 17. So they've been able to gain advantage through the AM neutral setup that's now part of this race, and also the AM advantage. So we saw that happen with the QMMF racing down in Abu Dhabi. They were AM advantage and they ended up winning the race, just because of our 14 code 60s down there, that they were able to take more fuel than anybody else.
And what the latest code 60 has provided for 1 or 2, that was quite recently, it sort of reset the field, not only in part of the GT3 race, but in 992 as well. So that code 60 came at the start of Wouter Bierkamp's stint in number 962, and happened about an hour ago. So those cars came in for as much fuel as they could put in. I don't think any of them got in just before that code 60 came out. So yeah, the fueling will have been compromised once more in the 992 class. And they're all about an hour in now, so that is an equal fight. And therefore 962 having a 2-minute lead It's quite some feat. We haven't had that dominance really up until this point, or about an hour ago when they got it.
Well, we saw everybody come into the pits because it was barrier repair. Once that gets advertised on the screen, barrier repair, you're either going to throw your AM in there because you don't know how long it's going to take. But once again, fast work from our team here at the Dubai Autodrome. I think we were about 25 minutes or 23 to 25 minutes under code 60 before we went green again. But yeah, recovered the 909, got the barriers repaired and back to racing, but everybody came in to take advantage of that, seeing it was barrier repair. You know it's not going to be a 5-minute job.
Yeah, and replacement parts for Armco are relatively easily sourced.
I think a sledgehammer was in use, and they had their telehandler over there moving the cement blocks.
It was cement rather than Armco.
Yeah, well, the cement blocks are behind the Armco, so they got pushed back a little bit. The guys had the four-wheel drive out the front, just pulling the Armco back into position. It didn't remove any of the uprights. That is the main thing. It didn't remove the uprights. So they were able to get that done reasonably quickly, as it was no fault of Ivo Brukers, who was at the wheel. He was avoiding a car that was taking a very strange line through there, and just what happens in with the Porsches in that region of the circuit. Carla, what have you got for us?
Do you see our image right now? Because I cannot see if you see me, but the 931, we are stood next to the 931. That's the car of Arm Taurus by HRT Performance. Maya Hartke is sitting in that car right now, and what happened is actually quite bizarre because of a stone or something that flew against the car and hit the radiator. The radiator is hurt right now, and they need to replace whatever needs replacing right now. A whole bunch of people around that car. It's actually quite crazy how many people are working on it just to get that fixed, but they want that car out really, really fast. So I hope for them that's going to be the case.
And there is a danger that almost too many people start working on the car, too many cooks spoil the broth and all that, but actually it's organised chaos, I would argue, Phil. Everyone seems to know what their job is. They're trying not to get in the way of one another, but the priority here is getting the splitter off to access then the radiators in behind. But so tricky that I don't know what the size of the stone which has pierced the radiator. Now finally, well, one side of the front bumper is free. And they're trying to do this as quickly as possible, but as safely and methodically as possible as well. And it's a hot race car as well, we mustn't forget.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. That's a local team, AMM Motors by HRT Performance, 931. And yeah, working on a Porsche is not easy, but when it's red hot like that one is, you've just got to make it work, and the team down there are trying their best to get that car back out onto the circuit.
Well, everyone getting stuck in, and if fatigue had been floating around the team, that's totally shaken out now because they're just having to roll their sleeves up, and well, a crucial component just kind of torn out of the car there very quickly indeed and removed. So that's part of the radiator from far further into the car than I was expecting, because there's a rad that's been exposed now with the front bumper off. Oh no, that is it, isn't it? So yep, that's the damaged component. They're trying to assess how much of that has been compromised and whether it can be fixed or whether they'll just have to find a brand new part to replace it.
Grigory Belatskyi was at the wheel of the 931 when it came into the pits. And they've been in there for 7 minutes so far, getting that problem sorted out. Well, hopefully we'll see them back out onto the track, running in 6th position in AM, 10th outright in 992.
Just working my way through all of the 10 Code 60s that we've had to this point. I don't think any of them have been more than 30 minutes.
No.
And that's a crucial number for the refueling that you're allowed to do, because well, the rules say you can only refuel the car once in any Code 60, unless the Code 60 is 30 minutes or more, and then you are allowed to come in again, but still only for 15%.
Yes,
generally.
However, it's 30 minutes from when you last refueled. You can't come in at the end of the 30 minutes thing and then come in the next lap.
Right.
It's when you break the beam at the fuel station, the clock starts then on your 30 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
otherwise, you can do a splash and dash at the end of every 30 minutes.
You could do it at the end of the 30 minutes, and if the rules weren't written as they were, you could do it at the start of the next
30 minutes,
couldn't
but
you?
it actually works on when your car crosses the fuel station line, and then you've got 30 minutes for that. We had a penalty for that down at Yas, where they misread the regulations and said we were into about 36 minutes or something, and they came in 10 minutes into it and then came in again, and when it crossed over the 30 minutes, once again, reading the regulations and understanding the regulations are two different things.
Yeah. But if you do have any querying suggestions, I suppose, I think that there is an opportunity to have an exchange with a member of race control or one of the stewards to say, listen, we're not quite sure whether the regulations say this or that. So in this scenario, can we come in back-to-back laps? And the answer would be firmly no. But at least there's that discourse possible, and you can submit questions before the race. Really.
It's a beautiful thing with Creventic. Even on the team managers meeting, on the last page, we are from Creventic. We are here to help you.
Yes.
That is how they word it, which is fantastic, because you don't feel bad about going into an office or going somewhere to get clarification on something. Remember, when you go through all of the rules and regulations, and we have sporting and technical regulations, if you're doing Creventic for the first time, it can be a little bit bewildering, because it is built for amateur drivers. So the teams really have to get to understand how the whole thing works. Once you've done it once, then it becomes a little bit easier.
And you learn from your mistakes.
Exactly, because you get a penalty.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, that's a pretty hard and firm way of drilling it into you, I suppose. But those with good memories, long memories, hopefully only make that error once and then jot it down in the ever larger notebook for future years, or even just future phases of the race. One penalty should be enough to then set it straight in your mind. And speaking of penalties, another one appears at the bottom of the screen in front of me, which is about the number 10 Herbert Motorsport car breaching track limits for the 6th offence. So that's Ralph Bone in the number 10 Herbert Motorsport car, leading Pro-Am. So they really don't want to be accumulating those in any great number, because they're in a terrific position once again to take well, not an overall win as last weekend, but a category win, which will be enough once more for 40 points. The other thing we should be mindful of, though, Phil, is that in 34 minutes' time, when we get to half distance, we're dishing out half the points that you would ordinarily get at the end of the race. So a good old slew of points will be awarded at 1 a.m. and that's something for us to be mindful of as we head back to Creventic in the pits.
Witnessed the pit stop of the Tsunami RT team where the Alex Fontana took over the wheel, and there was something visible, which is something I always find so interesting because you don't see it from the naked eye. It is a bit crumbled now because they don't pay a lot of attention, but there are so-called tear-offs on the windshield of the cars. They are there so that when they get too dirty, they can rip them off and the drivers have a clear vision again. It's something that is being used in many, many ways. In open one-seater cars, they have tear-offs on the visors because that's the only protection for their eyes they have. Here it is the big ones on the windscreen. They just rip them off, throw them on the ground, and then in the garbage, and the driver has a clear sight again.
Yeah, and they have to be clearly sized according to the windscreen.
Yes.
Because there are different sized windscreens up and down the order. So it's quite a design effort. And what I don't know is how many are put on at the start of the race, but you have to use them sparingly because otherwise the thickness of the windscreen will start to hamper your visibility at the start of the race. But it's a good point you make there, Carla.
Especially if you put more than one on. We've seen bubbles form in between them, which at night stars the lighting, spreads the light, and it becomes very, very difficult to see. It's like having oil all over the windscreen. And we've seen cars actually come into the pits 2 years ago to get them removed because they couldn't see where they were going because they were not applied correctly. So it is a bit of an art form. It just saves somebody crawling onto the bonnet and cleaning the windscreen.
Yeah. But still cleaning it is an option. You know, you'd want to try and do that for speed as much as possible, because if you start peeling off tear-offs every single pit stop, you're going to run short of them and not have enough for the final hours of the race. So it's the kind of last resort thing. But sometimes, you know, brand new driver going in really wants a clear screen, particularly at night, and particularly for those transition stints as well, because when the sun is low in the sky, either setting or rising, any detritus on that screen is amplified when the sunshine is right in your eyes.
Fabio Balbini was in the car when it came into the pits in the tsunami, but currently 6th in Pro-Am, 20th in GT3. And I'll be heading back out onto the circuit shortly in the 79 car.
BMW still out front, 3 of them. But Paradigm have managed to now drive a wedge between the two WRT cars. That's purely because of how they are pitting and at what points. So 27, Chris Haase. Now, I suggested that he might not be too far away from a next pit stop. Did he sneak in when I wasn't looking?
Tyres are 39 laps old, 1 hour 15 minutes behind the wheel at the moment.
Oh, so maybe not.
Double stinting the tyres, possibly.
Yeah, yes. And the Code 60 that was around when Chris Haase began this stint will have given him a bit of fuel mileage back again. So maybe an ability to push a little bit further in this window. The team will clearly be wary of precisely how much fuel he's got left in the car. And yeah, I still have this stint starting at 11:15. So he's managed an hour and 15 without having to visit the pit lane. Surely we're not that far away then from seeing car 27 back on pit road.
Well, they would have pitted just under that Code 60.
Yeah. But you don't get much fuel there, so an ability to continue on, unless I missed a pit stop somewhere for Haase. But he was chasing Ben Tuck. Tuck's been in, got fuel back out again, and I don't think Chris Haase has done the equivalent stop yet. So that hour and 16 minutes now appears to be non-stop.
Yeah, it looks like Jamie Day came in to do a quick stop, 1 minute 51 for his last stop in the 991. Paradigm car currently in second position. So that was probably a Code 60 stop as well. And Ben Tuck was under green, 4:43 for him at currently third position. And Maro Engel was pit only and on 47, yeah. So topping up the cars, maybe looking at the halfway mark as starting to work back towards the finish and working the reverse strategy to make sure that you've got the fuel that you need in that car to do what you need to do.
Amazingly, yeah. I mean, we get to a point where we're not even halfway through a 24-hour race, and the reference point is 1 o'clock this afternoon. And working out how many stints you'll need to get there, how many driver changes, how many sets of tyres, and how many visits to the pit lane as well. What none of the teams know is how many Code 60s are going to be between this point and 1 o'clock this afternoon. Though. So that will certainly mean that strategy has to change on the fly. 6th placed HRT Performance Porsche is in. This car has been there or thereabouts, but not able on the whole to get into the top 4 positions. Still dominated by Seb Lejeune Racing, Red Ant have not recently been in, but Team GP Elite have, with Jukka Honkivuri in the 939 currently on an out lap. First and second in the 992 AMS, only separated by 20 seconds. So that's also very close in the subcategory in Class 992.
Still leading Jamie Day. Round about a lap there. 2:02, so it seemed to be the de rigueur for the 2 leading cars. And then Ben Tuck is now starting to close that down. 47 seconds Ben Tuck is behind Jamie Day. He was about 2 seconds a lap quicker, or 3 seconds a lap quicker on that last lap. And driving away slightly from Maro Engel in the 4th position car 16 Winwood Racing Mercedes. That's all our GT3 pros. Then it's James Kellett at the wheel of the Paradigm competition car, the 992, leading AM. And in 6th place, it's Ralph Bond in the Herbert Motorsport, number 10, leading Pro-Am. Now, the 931 is back out on track. They have obviously fixed that radiator and heading down into refueling. 18 minutes they've been in the box. Very quick work from the ARM team. Getting that back out there. We saw Alex have a little spin earlier on. Keeping an eye on some other gaps in GT3. 53 seconds separating Max Hoffa and Pure Racing, currently in 14th position from Andrew Gilbert in the Optimum Motorsport. The 777 Axel Jeffries at the wheel by Almanar by Dragon Racing Ferrari. We saw him up in the top 4. Hasn't broken into the top 3 yet. So it's our highest placed non-German car. We're looking for somebody to end the German manufacturer domination of this race, since Toto Wolff won it in 2006 in a BMW Z3 with a stonking great V8 in it.
Yeah, there's some history for the winning cars in the past, and they've all been German to date, and it looks like again we're going to get a German victory, because, well, the number of cars that dominate that top 7, and the first non-German manufacturer being Ferrari in 8th place, Axel Jeffries driving the 777 Almanar by Dragon Racing Ferrari. So they've got very much an outside chance at this stage, bearing in mind we're 25 minutes away from the half-distance marker. But the other thing I'm drawn to, Phil, is the fact we're only 4 laps away now from 300 laps completed. Made that 3 laps away now from 300 in that crucial column. So you double that, you get to 600. We still need another 29 laps to break the record distance, which has stood for, well, currently 14 years.
Yeah, 2012 that record was set, and that was set by Black Falcon, who won that race. Let's head down to the pit lane with Carla.
I have such a lovely story for you guys down here in the pit lane. I'm in the HR team box, and I have Omkar Rain with me. Omkar Rain has a lovely project, and I'm going to let you explain what it is that you do.
So I'm the founder of United Motorsports Academy. It's basically a technical motorsports academy focused for students in Asia to essentially work as race engineers, because a lot of students want to do this but have no idea in terms of how do you reach there, what do you do. So we are eternally grateful to teams like HRT and our mentor, Mr. Roberto Gomez, for allowing opportunities. So we have got students from all across Asia. We have got students from India, from Pakistan, and we are just making sure that they get the opportunity to at least showcase their skill set. And because as countries, there's no much motorsport culture there, so reaching that level of information is very difficult. So events like these are absolutely perfect for them to essentially live out their dreams.
explain to me, how exactly does it work? Do they get some, like a briefing or a teaching before they get to the team?
Exactly. So these guys, before working here, have trained with Roberto Gomez in Spain for about 3 months. And over the year, we have programs where we essentially, it's a pathway, it's a proper pathway. So we start with basics, intermediate, and then we start sending students to various race programs. So they really get the skills and the knowledge which they require to be race ready. Because this is not something which any university teaches, to be very, very honest. So yeah, nothing like it. So we are just really grateful to be here, to be honest.
And how does the cooperation work here in the team? How do the students work with the engineers of the team?
Yes, so as you can see, we have these junior engineers, and they are again led by the 3 senior engineers, and they make sure that the cars and the tasks are handed over to them. And again, because these guys have practiced with them before at the Sprint Cup Challenge, they exactly know how to work, what has to be done. So it's always like a close bunch group which gets trained every time. So once they are prepared, we'll have a next set of people coming in. And yeah, we have also a special pathway for women in motorsports, because especially from Asia, there are a lot of girls and women who want to get into this, but absolutely have no idea. And even the social stigma is a lot in terms of that. So we are trying to take care of that a step at a time.
So I actually had someone texting me today on Instagram telling me I am an engineer, I studied this, but I have no idea how to get into motorsport. So can they reach out to you?
Definitely. I think anybody who wants to really get into motorsport can reach out to us at United Motorsports Academy, and we'll be more than happy to essentially help them out with their journey.
Fantastic. I want to ask one of the boys how they are liking it. Can I ask you, how are you enjoying your time here?
Well, first of all, I'm very happy to be here, and then it's my first 24-hour race. I am learning how things work, how to manage, how to stay awake, and how to actually help out your engineer, and at the same time, like how things work technically. So it's been amazing, and I'm learning as it goes by. So just, you know, the strategies, the data, the driver, you know, handling the traffic, everything. So I'm very happy for this opportunity. I'm very thankful for United Motorsports Academy.
Fantastic. Such a beautiful project. Thank you so much for doing that, Onkar. And you see, even here on track, the youngsters can learn how to really do it.
And it is about looking after the future of this sport as well as today and the 21st edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai. So a fabulous initiative that, and exciting to find out where they're going to be heading next. But yeah, we may have just heard from a future race engineer.
Exactly, because all of these kids that are growing up now are so computer literate. Okay, whereas in my day, like, we had a Cray computer that had less power than my watch, you know, back in the school. But they're so computer literate now that doing these types of things is not. They're not having to learn how to program or do things. It's part of what they do.
Coding is the modern day language.
It is indeed. Yeah. So bringing young kids like this on to hopefully get a career in motorsport, because the older engineers, as they move away, we need that second generation now coming through that really understand computers, can write the code, can get it all done, and doing very well indeed, as we have the fastest second sector of the race and the fastest lap. Sven Mueller in the Herbert Motorsport 269, a 1:57.777, fastest lap of the race just before halfway.
Terrific.
Seriously?
That is a great spot, by the way, Phil, as well. So there's a personal best for that car in Sector 1, purple in Sector 2, and you add together a pretty decent final sector of that lap as well. 1:57.7. Has anybody else been in the 1:57s? Yes, we had that earlier on in the race. But he's cut a significant chunk off our previous best. Going back to the point about, well, now 300 laps completed. We've had 11 hours and nearly 42 minutes, exactly 42 minutes now. And I've just been doing the calculation of what we need as an average lap time consistently punched out for 24 hours to get to 629 laps, which would break the record. And I reckon as an average lap time, you need to be doing 2 minutes and 17 seconds through the course of the race. We're really not that far away from that, even with all the code 60s.
Well, we've got 1 hour and 46 minutes under code 60 so far.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, that does need to improve.
Yes.
We need fewer code 60s for less amount of time. But honestly, 629 laps total is not out of reach so far, and we're almost at half distance for this year's race.
I think we were talking about it yesterday, about the overall speed of this field. 33 GT3 cars, 6 GTX cars, 16 992 cars, all lapping in the 201, 202 thereabouts. That is a really quick field. And when we discussed it earlier on, the speed of this race, to be at over 300 laps before halfway with an hour and 27 under code 60, it's a sprint race. I never thought I'd say that about a 24-hour race, because 24 hours used to be, back in the early days, was about survival, about getting there. These GT3 cars these days, yes, we did see an AMG engine let go. In all the time I've been doing this here at this circuit, with the AMG engines, I have never seen one let go, because when we spoke to them, they're so understressed.
Okay, yeah.
For this type of racing.
Yes.
They just rumble around. It's like a traction engine in the front of the car, revving at 1,500 RPM. I've never seen one let go.
Right, yeah.
Right, when we had the gull wing doors and all of that, since they bought the SLS, I've never seen one let go in anger. So incredibly reliable, such a heartache for the Ajit Redan team for that to happen to them, and that car isn't going to take place. The inside of the engine bay is just a lot of melted wiring.
I mean, that is one of the real big banger engines, isn't it?
Yes.
I think it's the biggest probably on the grid. 6.2, some specs say it's a 6.3 V8, but there's no turbo in there. But as you say, it's basically the same engine, the same block that used to be in the Gullwing SLS, with quite a lot of development work, clearly over a number of years. They did a facelifted version in 2020, which from memory debuted here with the wider-mouthed grille, and that was all very dramatic 6 years ago. But yeah, an engine failure, perhaps actually the fact that it hasn't got a turbo means it's more reliable, because there's less to go wrong there.
There's less heat in the engine bay to start with, which is a stress for all the parts in there.
Yeah. But I reckon with 11 hours and 45 minutes done, we're currently averaging lap times. If you average the lap time throughout the first segment of the race, we got 2 minutes and 21 seconds, and we need to shave about 4 seconds off that as an average. And as I say, a few fewer code 60s, and it's going to get very interesting. You know, double the figure we've got to at the moment, add the extra 15 minutes and slightly quicker running, but everybody is capable of doing a 2-minute lap time. I mean, just look at the snapshot now with Jamie Day. 2 minutes, 0.8 seconds on the nose for Ben Tuck at 2 minutes in the 669 BMW. James Kellett's on the 2-minute marker as well. So you keep churning those out hour after hour. Yes, you're going to have a slightly longer time when cars need to come into the pits and to get a driver change in for fuel as well. But as an average, we are well within that. Amazingly, Chris Haase has got to this point, which was something like 90 minutes on that stint for car 27. Can't believe he had much fuel left at all in that car, but he's now made it into pit lane, and we should be able to do another stint easily, because I mentioned not that long ago that he'd only been in the car for just over an hour, so can make this a double should they wish to.
Indeed. One thing I want to discuss, Johnny, is what I'm saying now, and I talked to a few drivers down in there. With multiple class racing, we normally have a lot of car-to-car contact. We haven't had a lot of that. Bumps we see, differential in speed, but I'm just saying the driver conduct so far has been outstanding. It really has. Everybody knows it's a 24-hour race. Their team managers have probably beaten it into their heads that you can lose it at any time, but you have to be there at the end to win it. And I think everybody is making a point of staying off each other. All the incidents we've had have either been mechanical, bits flying off the car, or avoidance action of somebody else, like the 909. But nothing has been like Code 60 on a car-on-car incident.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back to the very busy first lap that we had. We never really got to the bottom of potentially Audi on Mercedes action. But again, that's not blaming any drivers, because I just think there were too many cars in too much of a confined space, and you're naturally going to get something kicking off when all the cars are so closely grouped. If you didn't see the start of the race, by the way, I mean, try and check that either on social media or going back through the archive. Maybe once we're done, but 5 abreast down towards the first corner at 1 o'clock this afternoon. That was something that will live long in the memory. As we head back to Carla in the pits.
I am in the pits with Reese Lloyd, and I just approached Reese Lloyd and said, what happened now? Your car is back in the box. I didn't want to see your car back in the box. What happened?
Just, how can I say, it's a classic Dubai night incident. Obviously, faster cars coming through, we keep out of the way, and unfortunately one just caught out front, and yeah, we just got tagged by one. So it just caught the front right corner quite hard. So the guys are just checking it over now. So hopefully they can get it fixed and get it back out as quickly as possible.
I can see some gaffer tape action going on there, a bit on the front. Where do you think the main damage actually was?
The front right corner. All the impact was on the front right corner. But car just came across and just caught it. So yeah, plenty of gaffer tape, some new parts, and hopefully get it back out.
We hear a lot of the, let's say, faster category drivers speaking about the traffic because they have to get around you. But how is it for you guys, actually, with them having to get around you all the time? How do you handle this traffic?
It's really difficult because we're all trying to do the same thing. So we've got our own race, they've got their own race, but obviously we've tried to lose as minimal time letting them pass, but obviously we have to do it fairly and give space. And that's what we try to do, you know, and sometimes it just... we meet in the middle.
Let's make a deal now. When you guys go out, please stay. The next time I want to speak to you is when the race is over, okay?
That'd be great. That's a fantastic deal, yeah.
Fantastic.
That's the 444 Circuit Toys car. Reese Lloyd chatting with Carla down there in the pit lane. Not a trouble-free run for them so far this weekend. And just as I said, driver they got hammered by another car. Curse of the commentator. Sorry about that in the 444 garage.
I think it's bound to happen. It's only a surprise that it wasn't me that was responsible for that.
I'm giving you a break this weekend, mate.
Yeah, you're sharing the load.
Yeah.
Thank you, Phil.
My job.
Lucas Stoltz has just done an absolute best through the middle sector as well. That didn't result in a new fastest lap of the race because the other two sectors were a tad slower. So what did he get to? It was a 1:58.277. No, that was an earlier lap time for Lucas Stoltz. But the middle sector was particularly good. And clearly, track conditions are more or less perfect right now. It's cooler. I don't think it's as cool as it was last night, necessarily. The other thing that seems to have dropped is the strong breeze. I was outside just before we came on air. Yeah.
The flags were limp.
Okay.
It's 18 degrees here right here at the Autodrome at the moment. So what we're seeing is you got a fresh set of tyres on there. Give it a couple of laps to warm it up. Bit of clear track. We've got about, out of the 65, I think we've still got 58 cars running as we approach the halfway mark. And so a little bit less traffic to do. And then you will see those 46.408 of the Winwood racing car. He's got how many laps on those tyres? Yeah, 2. So they've probably used all their sets that they had for their qualifying sessions and bolted a brand new set of Michelins on that car. And Lucas Stoltz doing the thing there, currently running 7th in GT3 for Winwood Racing.
Somebody else to look out for is the 14 Razoon Porsche. which has Simon Berg at the wheel currently. That car's just done a personal best, so 11th place GT3 car number 14, and has just gained a place actually on Vasily Vladikin in the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. Another absolute best from Lucas Stoltz in the middle sector. He still compromised a touch on through the first sector at 40 seconds, but he's seemingly finding clear air. He's quite early on in his stints. The car's going to be heavier with fuel, but clearly the tyres are in their best possible condition. He will have been given a new set of boots, I'm sure, and the 7th place car for Winward Racing could be about to make some real progress.
Jamie Day in the pits from 2nd position in the fuel bay at the moment, 3:11 in the pits so far for the Paradigm competition BMW 991. Not sure if they change drivers. We'll find that out when we see that on its out lap. It's got 1 minute and 34 over the 992 James Kellett driven Paradigm competition BMW. BMW's top 4 again. It's been this way for the last 6 hours now. That BMWs are basically locking out that top 7. Axel Jeffries back up into the top 5 in the Ferrari. It dropped down there with the pit stops, but there or thereabouts at the moment. Anybody in that front 4 fall over, that Ferrari's right there.
Jamie Day coming in from 2nd position, yes, because he was 991 car. Well, actually, Chris Haase pitted first. He's handed over to Mathieu Detry. And Jamie Day was well positioned in the Paradigm competition car as well. But he's now just pitted 2 and is in the fueling area. So those to benefit. Ben Tuck in 669 cycled back to the race lead in the black and yellow M4. And the AM Paradigm BMW gets its turn to run ahead of the sister non-AM car. In fact, it's not even a Pro-Am car. That is the out and out Pro. And I have to say, for the AM quintet to be able to rotate back and forth with the sister Paradigm car, which should be outperforming it, is testament to the driver lineup. And once again, you know, they have done quite a lot of hours with the 4 AM drivers in that car for a number of stints already, bearing in mind James Kellett can't do more than 6 hours total in the 24 hours.
Well, they are AM neutral, which means they get more fuel under code 60. Okay, so that's an AM neutral car, so they get 28 litres instead of the 16 or 17 because of their driver lineup, one semi-pro and all of the AMs. So that is a real advantage for that AM car, and we saw this happen at Yas with the 974 car from QMMF Racing. The same thing, they were AM advantage, and with 14 code 60s in a 6-hour race, they were able to capitalise on taking 44 litres where everybody else was on 16 under code 60.
Yeah. And we talk about a percentage point as well, which is generally across, on the whole, 15% of your normal allocation if you have to fuel under code 60. But you're talking about literal litres there.
Yes.
So it's 28 versus 16.
Yeah, so they're
that's more of a difference than I had thought.
Yeah, depending on the car. So you have 110. So if your BOP capacity is 105 litres, you get 27, or 110 litres, you get 28. Under AM Advantage, you get 42. The 992 cars, well, they only can get 110 anyway, 28 litres and 44 litres for AM neutral and AM advantage.
3.5 minutes to go before we reach the halfway point, but there's an incident at turn 12, which means there are yellow flags being displayed now, and another marker post or square of polystyrene has been blitzed into 1,000 pieces. Now, whoever's culpable for that, does the car remain on the track somewhere, or is that the only reason why the yellows are out? I think it was just some debris.
Well, that's a turn. That's approaching turn 13 there, so that's a bit past turn 12, which we can't see out of the commentary box because there's so much building going on between us and turn 12. It's a bit difficult to see, but yeah, another one of the foam boards is out there. Now, normally in a 24-hour race, if we there is times where the detritus on track becomes an issue for race control, and we've seen them put the course car out there under code 60 just to go around and have a look to make sure things are okay. A lot of the times that happens just before sunup.
It's not a bad time to
it's a good time. Yeah, it's a time to do it, but I'm expecting that if we have a few more of these types of things, we've had it before. And if there is a code 60, they may extend it just to do a bit of track maintenance and cleaning. We had that down at Yas last weekend as well.
So just before sunup, but maybe, you know, the ambient light is increasing just enough to assess the level of tyre pickup, perhaps. I mean, you can't sweep the whole track, but you might be able to attempt to do a few of the crucial racing lines. Most of the pickup tends to fall offline, hence what we call marbles. So the racing line is constantly getting clean by racing cars using it. But if you're a quicker car, a GT3 car, and you suddenly encounter, let's say, the leading pack of 992s that for a period of time were 5 seconds apart, all of a sudden you find yourself not able to take the racing line out in the dirt, and that can take a couple of laps then to clean your tyres off again.
Well, it's going to start getting light. It's called start of twilight at 6:13. Sunrise is at 7:05. So we should start to see that little glow in there. Still a few clouds around out there. We'll start to see those clouds start to orange up. Yeah. And around about 6:13 in the morning, and then 7:05 when the sun breaks the horizon.
And you may have to consult another weather app for this, so you might need a bit of time. But we were talking about fog many hours ago. The chance of fog in the early or later morning. I know we're very early morning right now, a minute to 1, but we were talking maybe 5, 6 a.m. I think.
Let me just go on to my app here, which is the UAE app for weather.
And we only talk about fog because it might interrupt the flow of the race if it starts to affect visibility from marshal post to marshal post, although the introduction of these digi boards, which are huge LED squares that can illuminate green, yellow, purple for a code 60. That's going to help clearly in the track status, but still marshals will need to be able to see from their vantage point to the post further down the track and the one before as well.
Yes, I have my page open now from our weather forecast. I use it for our live events. 80% chance of fog from 1 a.m. Through until 5 a.m. and then it drops off dramatically. The wind has really calmed down. It's like only 7 kilometers an hour at the moment. Let's have a look at the lineup as we head towards the halfway mark, and it's the 669 in the lead. Team WRT. Proton Competition in the 992 in second. The 27, Team WRT in third. The 777 started 32nd. Axel Jeffries at the wheel of that. The 991. Augusta Farfus in the Paradigm competition car. The number 4, Brenton Grove, in the pits at the moment. Grove racing by Get Speed. 16 is in 7th position. Lucas Stoltz. Then it's the 8th position. It's the 269 Sven Muller of the Herbeth Motorsport car. In 9th position, it's the 92 Max Hoffa in the PuX Racing. And in 10th position, it is car number 10, who started in position 10 on the race. It's Herbeth Motorsport.
And then outside of the top 10, Razzoon Racing, Razzoon More Than Racing are in 11th position for Simon Berg, the Danish racer, ahead of Vasily Vladikin for Continental Racing in their Audi. McLaren's Optimum Motorsport 77, Tanner Harvey is 13th, ahead of Maxi Partel and Hoffa Racing's Mercedes. Ollie Goethes Dragger Racing's Ferrari is 15th, 16th position for Pierre Caffer and Santelok Junior Team Audi. The McLaren for Optimum, the second of those cars, Michael Porter, is in 17th, car number 74, ahead of Xavier Nauf for Lion Speed. Alex Fontana's Tsunami RT Porsche. It's actually three Porsches in a row here, because the third of them is Fulgenci Racing's for Enrico Fulgenci himself in car number 17.
Then it's Elbaba Motorsport in the number 8 car. Tierra Outdoor Racing by Fark in 22nd position. Team Parker Racing in 23rd. Team GP Elite in 24th. 94 Red Ant Racing in 25th. Muller Motorsport in 26th in the 921. 910 Seb Jalou Racing in 27th. 28th is the 61 Elbaba Motorsport. 29th is the 87. The winners in Malaysia in round 1. Origin powered by CC, and rounding out the top 30, the 930 X Motorsport by HRT Performance.
After that, in 31st place, it will be more GT3. Oh no, beg pardon, it's the 795 Team CMR. For the predominantly British squad, but Nico Prost is in there as well. Then treble 8 and 929 doing battle in the 992 class. So 3 cars, 32nd, 33rd and 34th from that division, ahead of the Rosser Racing LMGT, number 797 in GTX. Then Leipert Motorsports Lambo 36th place. It's still a recovering Mercedes from the GT3 class for Team Motorpark, car number 13, ahead of the number 2 car, which has really got some stories to tell. A wheel falling off halfway through one of its earlier stints. And 2 more 992 cars for Modena Motorsports and the Austrian flagged number 985.
First position is the 701 Vortex in the GTX category. Number 25 in 42nd, Into Africa Racing by Dragon. Team CMR in the 794, Ginetta in 43rd. ARM Motors by HRT Performance in 44th. Journey Motorsport leading GT4 in the 445, 45th. 46, Krubel Sport in the 925. Issues for them. SRS Team Sorgs Rensport in the 427 in 47th. Aspas Racing in the 102, leading TCX in the 48. 49th is Aspas Racing 103. And then in 50th position, SRS Team Sorg Rensport in the 127.
So the top 50 are all still running, which is quite some feat. 51st, again, circulating. That's the KCMG Toyota. No, beg your pardon, it's the 909 Red Camel car. Well, that really has been in the wars, yes, and is steadily dropping down the order. This was a snapshot from a couple of moments ago, and that's the reason why I said 108 is now ahead, actually, into 51st for Andy Jan in the KCMG offering. Ivo Breukers, his car, in the pit lane. Then Dynamic GT for their Porsche. The treble 1 is the Rawad Sarieddine Asbest Porsche. That still is pounding round. 763 Lambo from GTX. The treble 4 Toyota Supra. Well, we caught up with Reece Lloyd not that long ago. Unfortunately, they're back in the garage repairing that car. 2 more TCEs, 57th and 58th. And then we are into the 81 car out of the race after it had its peculiar moment with a wheel falling off. And these final few, well, this is sort of the row of woe.
It is indeed the war, the battle scarred 979. Unfortunate for them, 93, 63rd. SVC Sport Management also retired, and then we had the HSRT and no start for the damaged Scuderia Praha from the qualifying incident yesterday. 65 cars took to the start. I think we have 58 running at the halfway mark.
In the dead of night then, 5 minutes past 1. And if you've missed the first 12 hours, well, shame on you. But there is a chance for me to at least reflect on some of the incidents we've had along the way. So with now the time finally less than 12 hours to go, we'll be on the halfway point, Carla. And I know you've had somebody to speak to, patiently waiting. Have you still got Michelle Gatting?
I do still have Michelle Gatting. Thank you so much for being so patient while we were running down the current standings. And you were like the fairy in the wind. I was trying to find and catch you, and you were nowhere to be found. Finally, I got you. First and foremost, welcome to Dubai. How are you feeling here?
Yeah, it's great. It's always nice to start the season here. It's a bit warmer than in Europe, so at least not right now, but no, I'm very happy to be here. It's a first new opportunity for me, and No, just trying to do the job the best I can, and yeah, let's see. There's still a lot of hours to go.
You're one of the very experienced endurance drivers. You have done a bunch. You've been very successful at the Spot 24 Hours as well. We know you know what you're doing. You are in a new setup now, though. Tell me a little bit about that, to jump from what you were used to into something new. Is there a big change, or does it feel quite the same?
Yeah, like you say, I mean, the experience is definitely quite high from my side, which I think is which is a positive thing. But in the end of the day, it's very different here, to be honest. I am always used to being the slowest car on the track, having hypercars and LMP2s around me. Now I'm the fastest car and have to overtake. So it's a different mentality. But honestly, the amount of learning I have done so far is huge. And I'm very positively surprised. The concentration level is extremely high, and yeah, I mean, it's a new setup being here with 3 male drivers. But like I told everybody, the job is still the same at the end of the day. If I'm driving with female drivers or with male drivers, obviously still representing the Iron Dames as much as I can, being here as an Iron Dame and a Porsche driver. And I hope this is going to be the first out of many to share the car with men, because this is also my personal goal in the end of the day, to just be one of the drivers like everybody else in the paddock.
I absolutely love that. I quickly want to get into that part of you overtaking now and not being overtaken anymore. Get a little bit more into that, because you're very used to driving your lane and the others take over. How different is that really for you now on track?
I mean, you have to be much more awake and much more alert, because there are a different level of experienced drivers out here. There are some that has really low experience. Sometimes it's difficult to read them where they're going, because they don't want to be in the way, so they try to move out of the line, which can be quite dangerous. So I'm much more alert than, I mean, it sounds crazy, because I've done many years of WEC, the highest level of endurance racing, but I have to say I'm much more alert here, because all the drivers are new to me. There are some cars that are much slower than us. But once again, it's just, I take it as a great learning experience. And like I said, I'm very positive about how much it has given me so far. And also just to the team, I mean, to Pure Racing, to Alex, to give me the opportunity. I feel a bit new here, because it is very different, but I'm loving it, and I'm taking in everything I can.
One last question. There is a very different fuel procedure here than what you're used to in WEC. How is it sitting there waiting for the fuel to be in the car and to finally go out again?
Yeah, I mean, you have plenty of time to sit there and have a think and, you know, make sure that everything, I mean, you have time really to do everything, seatbelts, and, you know, it's the first time we did the fueling, when we started testing, I was like, is this really how it's going to be? Because it's long. It's 3 minutes or something. So, but again, it's fun. It's different, but it's the same for everybody.
And it's a different strategy game as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, absolutely. You know, in the beginning of the race, it was a mess at the fuel station, because there are only 10 pumps and there are 60 cars. So, and everybody wanted to go in and fuel. So we actually wanted to go to fuel, and then we realized there was no free pumps, so we had to go out again. That's a little bit different to what I'm used to, but again, I mean, it's fun. It's the same for everybody. We have a great team that have plenty of experience here. The guys at the fuel station, they know what they're doing. Our crew here, they know what they're doing. So, I mean, I have a very experienced team behind me.
Lovely. Thank you for taking your time. Thank you for carrying the Iron Dame's name continuously out there, and enjoy the rest of the night.
Of course. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Always ready to embrace a new way of going racing. It's not new for us, but certainly new for Michelle Gatting. And I mean, she just wants to get on with stuff. She just wants to get her foot down, her head down, and plunge into the next stint. But there is an element of, I don't know, contemplating life, I suppose, whilst you're sitting in the fuel quadrant. And sometimes, yes, it's like reaching a parking lot where all the places are taken already. So around you go again.
Indeed you do. Well, the calculators are out down in race control, because halfway points are going to be awarded for this race at the halfway point, which we just passed. Now, to qualify for those points, you must have completed more than 50% of your class leaders. Okay, so that you need to make sure that if you're under 50% of what your class leader has done in laps, you don't qualify. And points are down to 16th position. Last weekend, both of our Goodwood cars, they dropped below that because we had 30 GT3s and they retired early after the bizarre incident in the fuel boat with Sven Mueller. And they didn't get any points because there's only points down to 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you get for 16th? 1 point?
Yeah, something like that. Like,
I mean, it's very few because it's half of what you would get at the end of this event. But also, it's half of what you got for finishing at the 6 hour. And we also had the same point score, 40, for a 12-hour race as well. Yeah. So actually getting 40 points after only a 6-hour race last weekend is of huge value. So, you know, Herbert, who took the win and finished eventually 5th in Malaysia, are doing okay at this point. But then again, we must also incorporate the drop scores as well.
Yes.
So you can drop one of the rounds. But we reckon that if you're in a scenario where you're dropping Dubai, are you dropping both the 12-hour and the 40 and the 24-hour points?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I don't think many teams will actually do. Well, I suppose if you're in the camp of the car that retired on the opening lap, then you absolutely do drop this score because it's 0 for car 21. But those that are right up there, you know, this will be the most valuable race because there's a potential of 60 points on offer if you're leading at 12 hours and you're then leading at 24 hours.
So we have a modicum of cars that are completed in all 3. So they get to drop one of those rounds. Most of the cars are competed in Yas and in here. We only have 2 cars, I think, that completed in Malaysia. Well, sorry, 1 car that completed in Malaysia and then only didn't do Abu Dhabi, but is come here as well.
Yeah.
So that is.
And that's part of the reason for this drop score. But by the way, there is an incident out on track. It looks to be at turn 8 because the yellows are being shown there. Turn 8 is the right-hander before the parabolica, which is turn. Well, no, actually, it's the first element of the parabolica.
Yeah, it's the first part of the
left-hand kink, and then the full corner is turn 9.
I can see a stationary car there. Lights are still on, just right near where the yellow digi panel is. Yeah, it's the Medina Motorsports in Malaysia. They got 36 points.
That's good going.
In 992 and 40 points in AM. And so the 216 is here there this weekend. So it didn't do the race in Abu Dhabi 6 hour last weekend. Yeah. They came straight here.
I'd imagine the main reason for that drop score is that you get teams that will commit to at least 2 of the races.
Well, you have to do 2 of the races in order to qualify. So teams that are doing just one this round only are not eligible for it. And there's quite a few of that. Grove Racing by Get Speed, Santalock Junior Team, the 27 Team WRT, Team Parker Racing in the 31. SVC Sport Manager, they're retired anyway. One of the Optimum Motorsports McLaren, because we only had one of them down there. So that was there, and we are under code 64, that errant vehicle down there at turn 8.
Just kicked in now. This is code 60 number 11, which began officially a minute ago at 15 minutes past 1. And to date, none of the code 60s have lasted longer than half an hour. I reckon the longest was actually 19 minutes, running from 8:45 last night to 6 minutes to 9. So 19 minutes in total. I don't think anywhere longer than that. And fingers crossed this will not be longer. It does generate an opportunity for 1 or 2 of those runners, though, that are doing well, including the 4 BMWs that are now 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 5th. One of those cars, the 992 of James Kellett for Paradigm competition, jumps into the pits as this Ferrari will need recovering.
22 minutes is the longest one. Number 10 started at 23:13 and finished at 23:35.
Yes,
that was barrier repair.
Yes. as you detailed to me as we came back on at midnight. So 22 minutes.
You weren't ready to listen to me.
I was listening. It's just that not all the information goes in. Even if my ears are open, it kind of goes in one and out the other, and that's total respect to you. It's a tired brain, Phil. A tired brain.
It is indeed, and we both suffer from those sort of things. Oh dear.
It's a good job I know you so well.
It is indeed. I much preferred it when you were in London. So Team Paradigm into the fuel bay. They are only get their allocated allowance under code 60. Jules Ganone also into there for Grove. Get Speed currently in 8th in GT3. Augusto Farfus and Lucas Stoltz both come into the pits to get this as we are looking to recover that errant car over there. Is that the Rosser? I see the doors go up.
I called it a Ferrari, but actually,
no, the doors went up that way. It looks like the Rosser.
If the doors go up that way, it's got to be the Rosser.
It's the only one it can be. Currently running third in GTX. They were leading from Team CMR, but Team CMR and the Lamborghini, the Leipzig Motorsport, with Mansthallen at the wheel, the 710, has come into the pits as well to get a splash and dash. 3 cars, if they're still running, can take their full allocation because we have a car type BOP, the Sawato 1, 102, 103, all asbest. Sayatland Cup Racer, the oldest car in the field, the Cupra TCR DSG and the Volkswagen Golf TCR. Under code 60, they can fill their tanks and have a party.
So the Rosser on a tow rope, not needing the straight lift as we've had on several occasions, namely because it's got all 4 wheels on the wagon, and we did have a period of time, an hour and 20 minutes or so of the race, where not 1, not 2, but 3 cars lost wheels.
Only 26 minutes into their stint, so it's not a fuel issue.
No.
It's something else.
But I'm also encouraged at the speed that car is able to be recovered by the towing vehicle. So clearly nothing's binded on that car, and all 4 wheels are rotating sufficiently.
They had a little spin during I think one of the practice sessions or one of the qualifying sessions. It was the qualifying session, yes, in TCE GTX. Oh, that doesn't look good.
And that's a Porsche Porsche Cup car, Porsche GT3 car.
Just
should know my tail lights because I think they're different from a Cup car 992 spec machine and the full fat race car, well, the full downforce car, should we say. Rear wing on that, I don't think is as big. It is a Cup car. It's the modern motorsports car, isn't it? 216.
Yes, indeed it is.
Now, is that tyre rub on the rear?
Well, it looks like the bodywork's coming off.
Yeah,
so
okay.
There may have been a collision there as he takes the shortcut through.
But it looks like the rear bumper's wedged further into that car, and it's actually generating tyre smoke. If it is tyre smoke from both sides. My other fear is that that's some sort of engine concern. But let's go with the tyre scenario because that's more easily fixed. And Modern Motorsports, clearly there's forward momentum in that car, so it's going to get it back to the pits. Other cars pitting at the same time as well. But we've had the top 8 in the race in GT3 all in, and 7 of those 8 are now on out laps. Fran Rueda, the Spaniard, takes over the Team WRT BMW to maintain the race lead in 669. Anthony McIntosh in the 992 Paradigm Competition BMW will take that car over. Mathieu Detry is in the 27 car. I'm also trying to keep up to date with the driver changes that are being carried out in this latest wave of pit stops, but there's certainly plenty happening all at once here. Augusto Farfus plugged into the Paradigm Competition number 991. Al-Faisal Al-Zubair for Al-Manar by Dragon Racing in the Ferrari, up to 5th place now, so might have this dominance from BMW, but Ferrari appear to be in a good spot once again. And Lucas Stoltz, who for much of that previous stint was on an absolute tear, able to do a 158.277 with 2 absolute best middle sectors pretty much back to back in what I'm going to call not quite happy hour, but it was happy sort of 15 minutes where we had Sven Muller going faster than anybody else on the full lap. And then Lucas Stoltz in a different car, in a Mercedes, Winward Racing, also going rapidly as well. So between midnight and 1 o'clock, track conditions were absolutely perfect.
Yeah, the 216 back into the pits. Benny Simonson at the wheel of that car hasn't had a very trouble-free run. 9th in Pro-Am, 26th in GT3, 39th overall as the Rosser makes its way back around turn 14. This shouldn't be very long in code 60 because this car is very close to the pits, unless there's some debris out on track from the 216 with the flapping guards as they're into the lane now. The pit lane has two speed limits. It's a 60, then it's a 40, and then you've got a 20 in the fuel bay, which means you have to have 3 button presses to get all of these 3. And we had some drivers hit the 40 under code 60 while they were on the track down at Yass and got absolutely swallowed by people. Just a simple error.
Yeah, and it depends how the steering wheel is configured as to where those buttons are, but if they're too close to one another, then it's very easy to get them confused, and a lot of drivers want one on the left thumb and one on the right thumb, so you can't get them mixed up. The fuel area is very different. You know, there is a deliberate sort of 90-degree turn and then another push of a button. Well, I don't even know whether that's done on a button press or whether you just are able to tootle round at 20 kilometers per hour. There's also, and I'm not sure whether the columns on our timing screen are new for 2026, but a last pit column and a pit-only column. The difference, and it took me a little while to work this out, the difference is that last pit is the total time spent from pit in to pit out, whether you go into fueling or not. And then the pit-only column is that time with the time spent in fuel subtracted. But interestingly, even if you drive straight through the pit lane, so from pit in to pit out, you're still going to effectively have 3 seconds or so in the fueling area, even though you haven't turned into it and you haven't gone down to 20 kilometers per hour, because there is a point where you're in fuel and then you're not in fuel. But you're not actually fueling the car at all. You just flash through it and then back into the race.
Well, we saw Fran Rueda in the pit lane in the 669 in the fuel Bowser. The code 60 is going to end under a minute. They can take there, and we're back to green, so they can actually take a full fuel load now that they're into the pit lane, and the 27's in there as well. So first and second in fueling, they may do the full fuel load now and get through that. It's a BMW top 4. Well, it's like Formula BMW all over again, isn't it?
it's turned into that, yeah, for the first 4 positions. But this could be a huge win for car 669 and the 27. Now, whether that was done by accident or design, they've had effectively a free trip down pit lane because everyone else is compromised by a 60 kilometer speed limit on the racetrack, so they're not able to gain from that. And then as you arrive into fuel, the smart pumps go, oh, we're green again. Full fuel allocation. Happy days.
Indeed. They knew it was going to be a quick one because it was a car under tow and one car with a lot of smoke, but also under its own power. So they knew the code 60 wasn't going to be a long one, but just getting that free run down pit lane where everybody else is doing 60 kilometers an hour. It's a 40 kilometer speed, but it's not 140 kilometers an hour on the track and 40 kilometers in the pit lane. So yes, quite correct, Johnny, that that is getting some seconds back, and given how it's been at the moment, as Mattia Detri is now at the wheel of the 27 car as making his way out of the pits. Fran Rueda is still in the pits in the second of the Team WRT cars, the 669, and Anthony McIntosh takes the Paradigm Competition BMW up into second position after the pit stops, now leading the AM category as well. Pro-Am is led by number 10. That's Ralph Bond at Herbert Motorsport in their Porsche. As we get back to green flag running. Hour 55.49. Hour 55 second .49 under code 60. We are on 11.
And let's just get to grips with how many times in total the 669 BMW came in. So under code 60 at 18 minutes past 1. I know, so right, so under the code 60, I reckon Fran Rueda went to fuel and could only get the 15% in. So he's potentially then pitted the next time around preemptively, because the team had worked out we were going to go green and it's worth getting the car down pit lane for the rest of the fuel, and that could not have been timed better.
Oh, most definitely.
So although it's back-to-back pit stops and you're going to lose time, you know, initially, I think that's a huge win for not only 669, the yellow and black BMW, but the 992 Anthony McIntosh Paradigm car as well. And they, don't forget, are an AM car. So there's the potential here for quite a wedge to be driven between the leading two cars and everybody else now.
Just had a short yellow on the main straight for something down at turn 1. That's gone away. Back to full, everything's green on track at the moment. How do we line up after that? Fran Rueda is just leaving the pits now on the out lap. 317 laps completed, and Anthony McIntosh takes the lead away from them. The 992 now back into the race lead, and we've got an AM leading the race, Johnny.
Yeah, well, we've been saying, how high could a GT3 AM crew get? And remember, because they run, now remind me of the terminology, is that an AM advantage car?
No, it's an AM neutral.
Neutral,
so they get 28 litres rather than the 16 or 17 that the other cars get.
Which is, again, a huge gain
most definitely.
Every single time it pits.
Yeah.
Under green. No, under code 60, more crucially, yes, because of the extra amount of litres that it gets. So perhaps not a surprise, because the thing is, you've got 4 AMs in that car, but they're all capable of punching out a very consistent lap time. And you know, we're over half distance here. They're still in the fight. There's nothing to say why they can't stay there all the way through to 1 o'clock this afternoon.
No reason whatsoever, as Matteo Detri is currently 3rd in Team WRT. Augusta Farfus in the 991 in 4th position for Paradigm competition. And that Ferrari started 33rd on the grid. Al Faisal Al-Zabar at the wheel of the Almanabe Dragon Racing. Lucas Stoltz, Winwood Racing in 6th position in car number 16. And then we've got Max Hoffer in the Pure X Racing Porsche 92 car in 7th. Ralph Bond in the number 10 Herberth Motorsport Porsche, leading the Pro-Am category, 8th in GT3. Jules Gounon Grove by Get Speed in 9th in GT3. And then rounding out the top 10, it's Simon Birch in the Razoon Northern Racing Porsche, the number 14 car.
Anthony McIntosh confirmed as the race leader in BMW number 992, leading the 2 WRT offerings of currently Fran Rueda and Mathieu Detri. There are 11 hours and 29 minutes to go, and let's get back to Carla.
Before I'm giving my microphone away for a couple of hours to get a night rest, I would like to make a little shout out at this point, because for the first time ever, Motorsport Television Germany is actually streaming what we are showing here. So I'm going to do this in German. Herzlichen Dank an euch in Deutschland, die zugucken. Ganz liebe Grüße an meinen Freund Eddie Mielke. Es ist so schön, dass ihr das bei euch auch zeigt. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I hope you're enjoying racing as much as we do here on site. And it's glad to have you on board as well.
Danke.
Dankeschön.
Dankeschön, Carla.
We are bringing the global fan base of motor racing together for the first key 24-hour race of the new year. And thank you to Carla Velti for her efforts over the last what, hour and a half, 2 hours?
2 hours, yeah.
I'm still counting the number of languages that she can speak fluently.
All of them.
It's basically all of them.
Yeah, it is.
I think Spanish is still just out of her reach, but it's probably on the list.
It'll be next.
Most annoying. I struggle with English most of the time.
Yeah, it's not my first language either.
So an exchange down in pit lane. We're going to be getting John Hindhaugh back on to the airwaves, and once he's done, and then in this segment in the pits, going to be keeping your company for the overnight stint in the global commentary booth as well. So a busy spell for Hindhaugh, who's been getting his head down actually in the first few hours of this race. He's been dipping in and out, of course.
Of course.
But there's
he can't leave it alone.
No. And even when he's turned off, he's still listening. Reckons he can take information in his sleep. I'm still to be persuaded on that fact. But we've reached this crucial point for the teams now, because they're looking for the incremental steps, those mental points where you kind of go, we've jumped another hurdle, and definitely the half distance marker is one of those. 1:30 in the morning. It's still crazy for this 24-hour racing lark, though, isn't it? To be full fat racing at 1:30 in the morning, for goodness sake. And the best lap of the race was between midnight and 1 o'clock. It remains to be seen whether, as the temperature builds slightly, whether we're going to get conditions quite as conducive as we did not that long ago for that fastest lap from Sven Muller. I hope there's more to come yet. But I think, what was that time? A 1:57.7 in the 269 Herbert Porsche.
Yeah, I think what happens, as I said to you earlier, there's like 3 stanzas of this race. From the start to the sun goes down, the nighttime stuff, and then everybody gets the second wind when the sun comes up in the morning. And that's when you get the drivers in the car. Everybody knows it's a race to the flag from then on in. And in most of the races that we've had, the fastest lap has come in that area. But as like last weekend down, within the last hour of the race, the fastest lap gets done. You bolt somebody into the car, a pro into the car, fresh set of Michelin tyres, the track is fully rubbered in, off you go.
That's exactly how so many of the drivers that have been lined up for these overnight stints like it. Well, I've given him the build-up. We better get him on the air now. Here's John Hindhaugh.
Good morning, Dubai, and everyone around the world. Good to have your company. What are we? Just after 1:30 in the morning, which means coming up to midnight, just after 11 in Europe, 10 in the UK. Have I got that right? -3, -4? No, actually, it's a little bit 10:30. Yeah. Back in the UK, a relatively clear pit lane that Carlo Velti has left me with. We've just got the Toyota rookie team coming in at the moment in their B-spec Supra. That looks fairly standard. There's still work going on the Golf, which is up on its hijacks. It's a full hub and brake change going on here. They've decided to take it off the very hijacks before they do very much more. They're going to roll it back into the pit lane, I think, if they can. Not looking overly elegant there, but there's work to go on the rear end of the number 103 car. The front wheels are doing their job, but the back end, well, as Martin Haven has said many times talking about front-wheel drive cars, the back wheel's just there to stop the exhaust from scraping the ground. Not actually quite true, but they're going to continue work with that. There's the Modena car that was having problems when I was in the pit lane before is back in the pit lane again with left rear issues. So I'll go and give you an update on that once I've let the Toyota Gazoo Racing rookie machine have its... Now this is interesting. This is a second brake change for this car, because I saw this car having a brake change earlier. Let me just check to see if they have had a brake change. Yeah.
No, sorry, they haven't. I got myself overexcited by those little trays that they have with bits and pieces in. But there's nothing super hot in there. I'll get out of the way. They'll fire that one up. No, it's just torque wrenches and stuff there. And out goes that Toyota. And the rest of the pit lane now completely clear, gentlemen. So I'll have a wander down and see who's working. Right, I'm at Modena. Bear with me for a second. This is the car I saw coming in earlier. And they're still working on the left headlamp unit, which is coming out. That's got a big crack in it. It's a very expensive part that needs to be replaced. And they're working on that. It's got a massive hole in it. And meantime, at the back left-hand side, they are still working on that as well. Actually, the whole of the back end. But it looks like, again, they're closer to the end than the beginning. Damaged bodywork, rear deck off over the top of the engine. Yeah, this has had a decent thud. There's a whole new bumper piece on at the back, which is a silver colour. Actually, GT silver is the colour that they are supplied in, so it just hasn't been wrapped on this car. Don't expect to see this one for a wee while, but that's had a decent thud up the back end of that car. And do you know what, though? I've just said that, and they look like they're putting bits back on rather than taking it off. But two rear light units need putting on. The rear deck and the rear under tray all need doing. But they're beginning to start tidying as they go, clean things up. And in fact, we've even got a driver starting to think about getting his gear together. So I'll keep an eye on that flame-coloured car. And taping various bits on the front as well. That's been a canny hit on that car. Who's that who's getting in? Is it Francis Cheer who's getting himself ready for that? Is that Benny, actually? It's Benny Simonson, I think, who's getting ready. What's happening with the car?
Not part of the team.
No, sorry, opposite, yes, I realise. Two cars. Now, you see, I've got myself confused because there's two teams working out of there. So scratch that. It is going to be a little while for Modena. Just confusing me. And other than that, the pit lane's clear, gentlemen. The pit lane is clear. There's one or two cars that are parked for the night now, and I had a couple of tweets on RSL_studio about retirements. Difficult to know here, of course, but there's a few cars that haven't run for quite some time that are sitting at the bottom of the time.
Yes, John, thank you. Can you make your way down on your preambles down in the pit lane, down to Rossa Racing? Their car got towed in about 10 or 15 minutes ago, and find out maybe what the issue is with that one-off special.
Yeah, that was Roman Rusinov who ground to a halt. His car stopped on the straight between turns 9 and 10, but clearly nothing had seized on that car because it was very quickly towed. First of all, quickly recovered.
Yes.
Then the speed that it was being towed was frightening, actually.
It was activating the aero.
Yeah. So it's getting the downforce and actually a bit of a tow from the towing vehicle. No pun intended, but all been done very safely and efficiently, and that car's returned to the pit lane. You were talking about Benny Simonson as well, John. Well, Benny was actually at the wheel of that Modena Motorsports Porsche when it had the rear damage with, we think, tyre rub.
Yep.
But kind of weirdly equal on both sides. So the rear left and the rear right were generating smoke.
Maybe he was in a sandwich.
Could have been.
A three-way.
Like a pincer movement.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So 20 to 2 in the morning here in Dubai. Let me just give you a quick roundup of the world clocks, because I know have audiences everywhere, all around the globe, and hopefully you've been tuned to the Radio Show Limited network from the start. Do get in touch with us at RSL_studio. So it's lunchtime on the west coast of the States, 20 to 2 in the afternoon, Saturday afternoon there, and 3 hours ahead of that in New York and other places on the East Coast at 20 to 5. If you're in the UK, just gone 9:30, 10:30 in Central Europe, therefore. Tokyo, rounding for breakfast, so 20 to 7, you may well just be thinking about some food, having come out of a slumber in that part of the world, the Far East. And in Sydney, Australia, I thought I'd give your good friends there, Phil, a mention. 8:40 in the morning, Sunday morning. So a very sensible time to be getting into a motor race with 11 hours to go.
Most definitely, Johnny. Hello to all of my friends watching and commenting on the stream. Philippa Garner, who looks after the Super Ute category, is watching intently.
Excellent.
And so it's great to have her company this weekend. Was a resident here and was part of getting F4 to where it got to in this part of the world. And she messaged me last night. She was feeling homesick for Dubai, but she's got enough work to do looking after Toyota Hilux utes with thumping great V8 from the older supercars in them.
Let's get back to John. You have made your way to Rossa, so what have you found out so far?
They're still working. A moment ago, there was 2 mechanics underneath the car. They've still got the high lift and the high jack on that. Roman Rusinov is standing behind the car, fully suited and booted with that white and blue striped helmet on it. Bits of bodywork being offered back towards it as the car is gently being lowered down now. And I wanted to tell you what was going on before I jumped in and spoke to someone, because I don't want to get in the way. The full front body clip is about to go on. Roman is making his way around to reinstall himself in the car. The centre fin on top of the engine is going on. The whole rear clip, which is a very big piece of carbon fibre, is getting ready to be put on. I'm trying to stand out the way. So this car is nearly ready. They were working underneath it when I got here, and they're taking out the stays that they had the big rear hydraulic jack on. There's the back of the car being refitted and fitting on the clips. Yeah, left-hand side, right-hand side, all is good. And then the front bodywork will go on as well on its little custom, from its custom-made holder. And then it's just the 2 doors. There's a bit of banging and crashing going on to get the right rear part on. The rear lights are nearly working. Sorry, I'm now just dropped out of coverage, haven't I? So it's nearly there. Nearly there. And as soon as they drop it down on the floor, I'm going to try and find somebody to speak to. So, yeah, here we go. It's going to be dropped. Out goes the airline. There's the jacks going down. Wait for the engine to fire. They can't fire the engine in the garage, so it'll be pushed out. And that is a super bit of run. And now they're trying to fire it. It's fired. Excellent. So that was a heck of a lot of work that was going on. I mean, there was people under there. Listen to the applause. That is outstanding piece of work. Let me now see. Now that that is done, well done, everybody. It's amazing to see how these teams work in such a confined space. Let's see if I can jump. What was the problem with the car? I know Roman was in it and it ground to a halt and got towed back.
We had the problem with electricity. It was a generator, so I think we now need to double check, but I think we lost the belt on a generator, so we're lucky we got it fixed quite fast, but still a bit frustrating because the competitors are fast, so we will try to gain now because the pace is there. Luckily the car is on track now. Let's see a couple of laps, but I hope the issue is fixed, so let's hope it's good.
That was an excellent piece of work by the team there. I saw how quickly they were working underneath the car, all working as one. You clearly knew what had to be done, and this is still quite a new car, so you're finding out things about how to fix it as well as how to drive it.
Yeah, you know, it's like if we need to say what is our team is good in, is in fixing the things, because the car is new and you know, it happens on tests quite oftenly, and I think this is what we are good at. Still,
they did a really great job. I'm surprised because at the beginning we were thinking it's an issue of a generator itself, so we were ready to swap the engine and all the things, but luckily it was only the belt and we figured it out quite fast. But yeah, you're right, they did it really fast because they're good in it, yeah.
Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
That's, is that Valtteri Guttrack that's, is that his first name in that car? It's one of the drivers.
I'm checking.
Roman Rusinov is at the wheel at the moment.
He brought it in, yeah. But we're just trying to find out who, indeed.
Who I was just talking to.
Vyacheslav Guttak.
Vyacheslav Guttrack. Yeah, right, okay. Excellent. That was who I was talking to. And I picked somebody who speaks excellent English, so thank you for that. Well, there we go then. That was the other car that Carla told me about. The only other one that I left in a state of undress some time ago was the Red Camel Jordan car, which went into the barriers. Paul Truswell is here, and Ivo told me that you would try and get the car back out. I see a car with lights on. Is it nearly ready to go?
Nearly ready to go, but we're only going to do a shakedown just to make sure that its wheels are pointing in the right direction and the suspension's all right and everything's straight.
How much work has had to be done on it, Paul, to get it back into any kind of shape?
Yeah, I mean, they've rebuilt the whole of the suspension. We've had new wishbones on it. Yeah, it's been a lot of work. They've worked like crazy on it. I'm just massively disappointed because we were in a really, really good race. I mean, it was a fantastic battle. And to lose it like that was dreadfully disappointing. But, you know, that's what it's about.
Got a month and a half or so before we kick off the European season in Italy. Time to take stock. It's not been the greatest of couple of weekends here in the UAE for the team.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that it's going to take us a long time before the car gets back to Mugello. So while we're all here, they might as well rebuild it because, as I say, it's going to be March before it gets back to Holland, the Netherlands. So they're working on it now, and then we'll have a look at it when we get it out of the container back home.
Thanks for talking to us, Paul. Bad luck.
It's a pity.
Yes, it's racing, unfortunately, and sometimes you're not masters of your own destiny. I know how disappointed Ivo was when he got out of the car and spoke to me next to the broken machine. So there we are then, gents. All of the cars that had problems, we've had a little bit of an update on. And as we come towards the 2 o'clock in the morning hour, it's my favourite time to be down in the pit lane. And the temperature's still very, very pleasant. Haven't had to resort to putting long sleeves on yet. Optimum Motorsport are almost finished now. I can't remember what the problem they had. They're at the back left of that car as well, with the McLaren, the number 74 car, I think it is, that's in the garage at the moment. Is it the 74? The other one, can't see with the headlights. But that looks like that's ready to go as well. So I'm desperately trying to get as many cars back into the race for you as
77 car that was, John, in the pit lane.
77, thank you.
Getting ready to go back out again.
Well, keep up that good work, John, because there are plenty that want to get in, even if it is just for a few shakedown laps. And I totally understand what Trusses was saying there.
Yep.
You know, you want to make the car as fixed as possible before it's then put into a container for weeks, months, and then the team don't see it again until maybe the early part of March. So far better to be opening the doors on that container with as nearly new race car as it can possibly be. But heartbreaking to have the weekend that they had in Abu Dhabi last weekend.
Through no fault of their own.
Yeah. Race effectively ending on the first lap of a 6-hour race. And as he said, they were totally in the hunt for a good result this weekend. And yeah, sometimes motor racing can bite like that. And you sometimes need a few weeks away just to kind of take in other elements of life and realise that the world will keep on turning and come back with a fresh mind in time for round 1 of the European season in beautiful Tuscany.
JP, I've got the Optimum car back in for you. Jamie Wall's with me. What happened there? That was a code 60 incident, was it, that caused the contact?
It was, yeah. It was just two cars reading the code 60 at slightly different speeds. So unfortunately, Porsche just braked slightly early. Tanner was, caught sort of slightly off guard by that, to be honest. They tried to avoid it, just caught the edge. The left-hand side of the Porsche. Fortunately, it caused quite a lot of damage to the front, and then he's gone into the wall on the left, so we ended up doing a rear toe link, so, as well as front bumper damage as well. So the boys have worked really hard, as they always do, and we're getting the car back out there, but unfortunately it's lost us quite a lot of time.
Yeah, there's a lot of racing left to go on. Obviously, a cracking result has probably disappeared, but still worth being out there and still getting some miles under the Michelin tyres?
100%, my friend. We never give up, you know that, with Optimum. We're always going to keep going. So, no, we'll get both these cars across the line.
Like that.
High water, mate, you know that.
Even if you have to carry them?
We will too, yeah. We might need your help, though, John. But
all right, OK. I'll be there at the end for you, I promise. So Optimum back in the race there, guys, and again just a little bit of a different read on the slowdown into code 60, the sort of thing that happens.
Yeah, people are getting tired. The drivers have to look at the digi-panels and all the display in the car. Just covering off the Michelin 12 hours of Mugello, the 20th, 21st, 22nd of March. Then we got the Michelin 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps on the 17th to 19th of April. The Michelin 12 hours of Paul Ricard on the 5th and 6th, 7th of June. The Michelin 12 hours of the Nürburgring on the 3rd to 5th of July. And then we're wrapping up the 5-race European season is the Michelin 24 hours of Barcelona, 18th to 20th of September.
But that 12-hour in the Nürburgring is a first ever visit to that track, incredibly.
Another new track for Creventic.
So the 24-hour series arriving into Germany and at the iconic Nürburgring. It'll be on the Grand Prix circuit rather than the full Nordschleife, but the Nordschleife gets plenty of action, of course, through the year with the Nürburgring Langstrecken series and its own 24-hour race.
Yes.
But the key attraction there is that, a lot of the time the 24H series are drawing on a market that is well used to NLS racing. So that in itself is attractive because it'll be a track that so many drivers know so well already.
I saw so many drivers when I was downloading all of their bios and that who competing here who have done the Landstracken series and the NLS. So we have a lot of people who have done the full ring as well as the Grand Prix circuit. So can you imagine doing the toe-in on the full circuit? Having a car to do the toe-in? I don't think it would work on that. It will work on the Grand Prix circuit.
No, it does. Yeah. Phil, honestly, it happens all the time. They actually tow cars back or put them on the back of rescue vehicles and cover them with one of the emergency jeeps or whatever with the lights on. We've even seen that Johnny Appleby put cones out at a slow zone, a code 60, whilst they're fixing barrier repairs. They don't stop the race; they still do it. And it's an absolute study in logistics and in respect for the flags and the safety procedures, and with draconian penalties, including removal of your ring license permit if you don't respect what's going on at the side of the track, JP.
I have never got used to seeing a stream of GT3 cars effectively racing a Unimog, which is towing a trailer full of Armco bits. So that's going at the speed that you would expect the Unimog to go, being covered by white flags to tell everyone there's a slow vehicle on track, folks. And often yellows will follow the Unimog, but otherwise the rest of the racetrack is fair game. You just think about the height differential for a start. These low-slung GT cars like a Porsche, like a Mercedes, and how low to the ground the driver sits, and you're peering up at an HGV alongside you. It's bonkers, but it works.
You're looking at the underside of their gearbox. Literally.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff of how they do that. What is the length of that circuit again?
It is 25 kilometres, roughly speaking. And, there is a slight difference between a 24-hour weekend at the Nürburgring and an NLS weekend, because in a standard NLS 4-hour weekend, you actually don't use all of the Grand Prix track. There's a cut through which roughly halves the length of the Grand Prix circuit. But that's the nice thing about 24H Series going there this year, is that it will be the full Grand Prix circuit all the way down to what is the Goodyear Kera now, that quite tight, difficult hairpin. And it's a fast approach. It's a great overtaking opportunity as well, John.
Yeah, I was about to tell you Modena was going back out, but they've pushed it back in. But we've just had another Porsche coming in at a speed that I'm going to say wasn't 40 clicks. I don't even think it was 60 clicks, but that looked to be moving too quickly to me. It's just come into the pit lane, it's down towards pit out. So you might have been able to see that. It's very quickly being serviced and about to be sent. And there it goes. But that looked fast to me down the pit lane, so keep your eyes open for a pit lane speeding penalty.
There are a few Porsches in the pit lane at the moment, and one just going to the fuel bay, Resume More Than Racing. Both the Resume More Than Racing cars are in the fuel bay at the moment, the 914 and the 14.
I think it was the 14 then. It was the second one in there. And you know when you just see something and think, hang on a minute, I've been watching cars down this pit lane all day today, and that looked rather speedy.
Simon Birch was at the wheel, and we'll keep our eye on the penalty board for a pit lane speeding infringement above the 40 kilometres an hour.
It's concerning when you can tell a car is speeding visually without the need of a speed gun, or the time it takes from pit in to pit out. And there will be officials up and down pit road monitoring those speeds. You can do it on the averages. It's slightly more difficult, I suppose, with the fueling area incorporated. But then again, there is a timing loop as you reach the fueling area, whether you're going to turn into fuel or not. We've mentioned this before, but when you drive from point to point, so straight through the pit lane, not stopping with the team and not stopping in fuel, there's still a little segment of about 3 seconds, which is theoretically spent in the fueling area before you then go back out onto the racetrack.
We've got a slow car on track in Sector 2 at the moment that race control have just informed us about. We'll try and pick that up as we get very close to 2 a.m. local time here in Dubai. We're past the halfway mark. We're on the home run, Johnny. Only 11 hours to go.
Leo is going pretty well in, now where did I see that? The 158.661 for the Origin powered by CC Porsche. They've not had a happy time really either, and we would have expected a great deal better performance on paper for the 87 car, which is still 5th in the GT3 AM category, but down in 28th when you slot everybody in the overall order. That's because ahead of the 87 Origin car are no fewer than 5 992 Porsches, 992 category Porsches, that is. And leading that still is Huub van Eindhoven in the Tierra Outdoor Racing by Fach entry, number 962. And it is ahead of Mathis Jobert. But there are now actually laps between those two cars. So once again, a tremendous effort from 962 to get into that strong position. When you consider about 6-7 hours in, the top 4 992 category cars were separated by 4 seconds.
Well, the Origin car was the winner in Malaysia. And so,
winner,
so 40 points in Malaysia, 18 points in Abu Dhabi, 58 points total for GT3. They were running in the AM category there as well. So 40 points for the win in AM category and 32 points in Abu Dhabi for the AM category. 72 points running in the AM at the moment. That is their total.
Another hour ticked off, folks. It's a minute past 2 o'clock in the morning at Motor City and the Dubai Autodrome. This is the 21st edition of the Michelin Dubai 24 hours. Phil Anson and Johnny Palmer in the Global Broadcast Centre, and John Hindhaugh pounding the pit lane during this part of the race. The 921 Mullner Motorsport Porsches just come in for another stop and will head for fuel now. So that is its 14th visit to pit lane. Some of those code 60 in force, as in it was too good an opportunity not to pit during the caution, even though the lower fuel allocation applies. And they won't particularly enjoy the fact that they've got a couple of AM 992 entries ahead of them, but that's every credit to Red Ant Racing, who lead the AM division in 992. Simon Balkan currently at the wheel of that, ahead of Yanni Kekela in his Team GP Elite car. John, you just watched that stop for Mullner, and you're following up other stories too.
Yeah, Durand Bach has just got out of the car. How does that stint go for you? Full darkness, still quite busy out there. Plenty of concentration required in the number 921.
Yeah, I think it was a quite okay stint. I wanted to play a bit safe, just survive the night. And the beginning of the stint, I just calmed down, and in the middle of the stint, I was pushing. But then in the last bit of the stint, the tire fell off. But overall, quite okay. Not the best pace, but good enough to maintain our position, and we just want to finish the race and go for a podium.
It's a very competitive category, always is, the 992 Cup class. And that 992 Cup car, built for sprints, is a surprisingly good endurance car.
Yeah, definitely. Also with the other cars we saw, it's also a good car for the endurance car. The car says pretty good for this first 12 hours, so we're halfway now. Now we just want to finish the race and stay out of the problems.
So the tyres, even in the colder conditions overnight, there's no thought of being able to double stint the tyres. You're struggling even at the end of a full fuel stint, yeah?
Yeah, if you want, you can double stint, but we wanted to keep the fresh tires, so just keep up with the top three and really stay in that gap. But yeah, the Vach car, we know, is really fast. It's our fellow Dutch drivers, so I know them well, but we really want to fight with them, and that would be fun.
Go and get some rest. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you. Bye.
I don't have an exact date of birth for Jurian, but I reckon he's about 17, this kid. He's already had a strong season 2 years ago in Porsche Benelux, Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. That was in 2024. And then was with JW Race Service in the GT4 European Championship last year, racing at a silver level. Struggled for points, in all honesty, last year, but that was a bit of a learning curve. What I'm encouraged by, though, is, you know, drivers of his tender age being attracted by a 24-hour race. So if you can race a cup car over a 35, 40-minute sprint race, why can't you do it then consistently at 2 o'clock in the morning? And again, you know, this new wave of, it might be Dutch talent, it might be French talent in the case of Mathis Joubert, some certainly from the UK getting interested as well. And actually, look, why stop at Europe? Because there's an awful lot of talent from this part of the world. And what we discovered in December, Phil, in Malaysia, is that in the Far East as well, China, Japan, Thailand, he can be from anywhere and clearly be fast. But it's just great that still the fashionable way of going racing and the amount of track time you get is this longer distance stuff.
It is indeed, and what sort of got things moving is, out of COVID, we had so many championships were looking for places to race. Okay, and I remember, you know, we had the Ferrari Challenge Pacific region racing here in Dubai because they couldn't race anywhere else, you know, and all of a sudden we're bringing drivers into this region in championships that actually don't race here. And yeah, it was a Ferrari Challenge North America being here, so and we still got a lot of drivers, and then they came back for the like they were here. Ernst Kirschmeyer was one of those. I talked to him on the grid down at Yas in like 21 or 22 when they polled the Ferrari down there. He's always out here. A great great person to have a chat with. But I think it's because of what I notice and what I know from Top Speed, who run the stuff out here. They also run Chinese GT.
Yeah.
34, 35 car grids. The problem was when they announced the Malaysian race, all their budgets had already been done. Okay, if they're back there next year, because the people that I talk to from Top Speed, they know that they would go down there because their last round in their championship coming up this year is at Malaysia. Okay,
that
so
fit perfectly.
And then that one may fit really, really well of getting track time there just for Chinese GT, but also doing the 12-hour there.
And guys, don't forget as well, if we're talking Porsches and Porsche endurance race, Creventic have the contiguous, the straight through 12 hours at the legendary Spa-Francorchamps in early September. Not part of the substantive European Championship. It is a one-off race, but we've had 30 cars or thereabouts in the last two races there. I'm told there's even more interest in that this year for effectively the world's longest Porsche Carrera Cup race, multi-driver and 12 hours around the just over 4 miles of Spa-Francorchamps in early September. Looking forward to that one.
And a chance to put full focus on that particular category as well. Now, bringing us back into sharp focus to this race is a spin at turn 14 for the number 14 car, coincidentally. Job Rapanga, or Rapange if you prefer, for Razzoon Northern Racing. And so it's turn 14, it's car 14, it's 14th position as well for that car. The stars aligning not for the first time in this race. Remember back to those wheels departing from cars. We had 3 of those as well in quick succession. But actually, Job got away with that.
Yeah.
There wasn't any contact after the incident. What we don't know is how he ended up facing the wrong direction.
It's not a place where you want to be facing the wrong direction. And we were talking about Stefan Johansson earlier on as a designer of one of the artwork on the car. Stefan Johansson was actually on his roof there in the Speed Car series. Right? Basically the stock cars that they brought over from the United States. We had a one-off race here for them in very early days of the circuit, and Stefan came around the corner. There was a car facing the wrong way. He rode up over it and ended up on his lid.
My word.
4-speed manual transmissions.
Yeah.
Proper stock cars.
And still trying to get it into gear with the wheels spinning and him on his lid. But well, on occasion, you know, a race might literally turn upside down. It's kind of part and parcel of it. And I'm sure that will not have phased him one iota.
No.
Oop van Eindhoven, the leader in 992, is now in the fueling area. So the 962 car that actually Jurian de Back mentioned, he said we got a lot of friends or drivers that we know well in the 962, and their dominance is striking. But they're going to do a pit stop to now at least equalise them a tad to the cars that they've been doing battle with. The Seb Lajou Racing 910, which is currently second, and Simon Balkan in the Red Ant Racing offering, which is still leading in the AM category. A code 60 is about to be issued in 20 seconds, and that's nothing to do with Job Rapanga, because he managed to recover and is still circulating in car number 14. So clearly something else has happened on the racetrack, which means it'll be another caution, which begins now.
And we've had 1 hour 55 minutes for this, and this is number 12. Still hasn't beaten the record for last weekend at 14, but that was a 6-hour race, and we're well past the 6 hours now. We're actually more into the second stanza of this race. I'm just having a bit of a look out the window to see what this is all about. Could there be some track cleaning going on? I can see the course cars have not moved from in front of race control, so they're not going out for a look. Is there debris on the circuit that they need to clean up? Because that could be the only thing that I can think of that needs work, unless there is a car stop there. I see a rescue vehicle moving down just near the club link. the flashing lights on top, and they're heading down towards turn 10. So is there a car stopped down there? I can see debris on the apex of turn 11, but they're heading down that way now with the flashing lights on top of the car. And that may be a pickup, a great pickup by our 0221 crew and camera and director of finding that piece of debris on the apex of turn 11 as the safety vehicle makes its way up there now. So it was debris.
And guys taking advantage of this, a number of cars, but it's not working for the TCE Cupra, the 102 car from Asbest Racing. They were due in anyway this lap. Fairly momentous this actually, because they're changing rear tyres, which as we know they don't do very often. I think this is only about the third time I've ever seen them change tyres, and I was in the pit lane for the 12 hours at Barcelona where they came down. It's a driver change as well, and this means of course they can't get full fuel as they head back down. Right, so they can get full fuel, my apologies, as that's just torquing up the 5 bolts on each of the wheels. No need for them to hurry because we're under code 60, but the pit lane is getting very, very full indeed. I'm not seeing many of the front runners coming in, guys. The 9th place car, I think, is the best place that I've seen come in, and that's just behind me. That's the number 11 Ravenol, as I've been calling it, Ravenol AMG, because that's the livery on that car. And they're doing a pad change on the back of that car. And then there's a set of Michelins to go on, which are used and have got a bit of pickup on them actually. So I think that's a set of tyres that's actually, I think they just put the set of tyres back on that came off, because there's a set here that look much better, but they haven't offered those to the car. Very hot brake disc coming off, and in fact they're doing a full change now. I can see them working on the front of the car as well on the far side from me. You've got the pad spreaders, etc., etc. So it is a full 4-disc change for this number 11 AMG. Right, guys, work out what's going on. I've also seen the 909 Red Camel Jordan car back out on track. It's just gone past me again. It came into the pit lane at the start of the code 60. It's going back again down the pit lane. There was some talk about whether going down the pit lane rather than the long way around turn 17 and down the front straight, even at the slightly reduced pace, was actually a quicker lap, or a shorter lap at least.
Yeah, that's been a long-running argument, if you like, and been plenty of evidence of trying to prove that it might be quicker to run down pit lane consistently during a code 60 in an effort to shorten the lap. Even though you're doing a segment of that at only 40 kph, actually you can come in at unabated speed. I mean, you're still going to make the corner in the pit lane entry road, but the speed limit itself doesn't kick in. But mind you, you're at 60 kph.
There is another line just around the corner where it's 60 kilometres an hour.
Yeah.
Then it comes down to the line here at 40.
But you'd already be doing 60, wouldn't you? Because you're under code 60. So it's 60, 60, and then until 40.
Yeah.
But you didn't have to do the full turn 16 on the main racetrack. So, yeah, there's been this rumbling argument.
I reckon it's 6 of one and a half a dozen of another. Leader into the fuel bay at the moment. The 669 Team WRT, Jordan Pepper, was at the wheel. Not sure if they changed. Matteo Detri in the pit lane as well. So both the WRT cars in the pits at the moment, as is the 991 Paradigm Competition. Augusto Farfus just on his outlap under this code 60. So the top 3 on the leaderboard taking advantage of this code 60.
Quick update from Hofer Racing here. I'm looking at the Brembo pads and calipers that have just come off there. They've done more than half the race. They're in pretty good nick. They might have put an extra set of pads on, but those pads had plenty of friction material on them. So I think that's, and it was a very efficient change. That's an excellent use of this Code 60 for Hofer Racing in the number 11 car, the dark grey and dark red machine, down and away in double quick time down into the fuel. And I think that's, let's just have a look at the other side to see if they were a bit more worn. I tell you what, no, there's not another half a race left in those, but I'd still be using those on my car, I'll tell you that, if that was me. So they're in good shape. They came in 9th position as they stand. 992 BMWs just come past me on the pit lane speed limiter, and now that I've seen more cars coming, I'm absolutely convinced that Porsche, which was one of the Razou Mordan cars, was doing 60 and not 40 in the pit lane. So I'll be surprised if that doesn't get a bit of a ping. Cheney Motorsport have got the bonnet up, and it is the bonnet up on the BMW M4, and just as I get there, the bonnet goes down, as does the car. It fires and it's gone. Precautionary there. Huge amount of pickup on the tyres and the inside of the rim. Sports BMW, as the VW Golf is about to come back to life as well from Asbest Racing. That's been in the pits having rear hubs sorted out. And finally in this one, an Audi rumbles past, and it's the black and yellow number 18, which of course is all... Oh, that doesn't sound happy at all. I know it's on the pit lane speed limit. That sounds like it's on rather fewer cylinders than it should have. Does it go into the fuel or does it go straight through? No, that's another one of these cars that's just doing the drive through the pit lane because we think it's quicker. But it sounds absolutely rough as a bag of spanners. Not all 10 firing as they should. As we go back
Top
to Greg.
11 took advantage of that Code 60 to come in and either change tyres or do a little bit of top up of the fueling. We did extend that Code 60, or Race Control did extend that Code 60 to do multiple cleanups around the 5.39 kilometre 16 corners, of getting rid of a bit of debris that may cause issues if somebody runs near the edge of the track or over the edge of the track. But everybody holding position in the top 11 because they all pitted, and they basically did a tyre change and went down and took their fuel load.
That latest Code 60 is a little bit annoying for those wanting to see a change in the record distance of this race, because remember, it stands still as 2012, 628 laps completed, well, now 14 years ago, and we were trying to get the average down, the average lap time across the race to 2 minutes and... what did I say? 2 minutes and 17 seconds, I think. Now, bear in mind, at a general pace, most cars are able to punch out 2 minute flat. But the problem is, to get to another 290 laps there or thereabouts, we're more likely wanting to get 2 minutes and 12 seconds now as an average lap time, and that just feels a little bit out of reach. It's going to be close, and we might get to be within about 15 laps of it, which certainly for years in recent memory will be the closest we've got, I should think. But it's always a nice little thing to just monitor.
Well, we'll just extend it. We won't stop talking. We'll keep them going around. I think that's the easiest thing to do.
Oh, I think so. Turn it into what, like 25 or 26 hours?
Well, they have a 25-hour race for the Fun Cup.
Yeah.
We can do the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, well, let's just announce that to everybody. By the way, it's not 10 hours and 40 minutes. We're now going to do 11 hours and 40 minutes just to break the record distance.
Oh, dear. Lucas Stoltz back into the pits in the Winwood car, number 16 in 4th position. No, he's still in the pits. It's 4:43 on that stint time. But yeah, that's interesting. He did a 1 minute 52 in sector 1.
Okay,
that's a problem. He's back in the pits and back into fuel, but that's a long first sector.
And when a car's done a pit stop, does the first sector
I don't know.
include the pits, or half of the pit stop.
I'll just keep an eye. We've got the Optimum Motorsport 74 in the pits at the moment. I'll just keep an eye on what their first sector is, because that just looked really strange on the timing screen.
Yeah, it's, well, when we're used to seeing about 40 seconds for a sector one time, and all of a sudden popping up is 1 minute and 52 for Lucas Stoltz. So Winward Racing's Mercedes will drop at least one position because of this extra stop. And that means that BMW occupy the top 4 places again. Ahmed Al-Hati in the predominantly AM driver lineup there. It's actually a driver change as well. So Lucas Stoltz gets out of the 16 Mercedes and Dan Arrow will take over. He's just had the car fueled as well and back into the race. But a weird second time there. And let's monitor now this out lap and the first racing lap for Dan Arrow to hope that that car is still in full health.
Yeah, interesting. 43 seconds separates Jordan Pepper, Team WRT, 669, leading the race from Julian Hanses in the Team WRT BMW, the 27 car in second. We've got a lap clear of Augusto Farfus in the 991 Paradigm competition car, and then Ahmed Al-Hati just behind him. Well, probably a lap down on the timing screen at the moment, as it hasn't kicked over. 1 minute. There's around about, I would say, 50 seconds, 45 seconds between the 27 and 991. And then the gap, Ahmed Al-Hati, Chris Lulham in the Grove Get Speed, 37 seconds. So that stop has compacted some of that lead group up.
Yeah, because we're back to 3 cars on the lead lap.
Yes.
So WRT had certainly got one of them. Yeah, there was a time when WRT were the only 2 cars on the lead lap. Paradigm were doing the catching up, but somehow, well, probably through plugging Augusto Farfus in and other very, very quick drivers, the 991 is certainly back in the hunt, and within 1 minute and 40 odd seconds of the race leader now, Jordan Pepper. And whereas you would think with only code 60s at the race director's disposal, and the local yellows, of course, but no safety car, it is tough to kind of buy yourself a lap back again.
Yeah.
But if the other cars stopping when they do go your way, there's still the scope to gain a considerable amount of ground back again. And we spoke, actually, now, which were the cars that had that effectively free fuel fill? Because remember, they brought them in when we were under code 60.
Yes.
And as they reached the fueling area, it went green.
Yeah.
And the smart pumps went, well, that's fine, that's a full fuel allocation. 669 was certainly one of them. And I think it was the 991 car, the
possibly,
competition BMW, and that's part of the reason why it's gained that time back again.
One of the biggest ways, guys, that you can gain laps is to save fuel and save a 4-minute pit stop. Round here, that's a couple of laps, isn't it? Let's be honest. And we saw it in Malaysia, Phil, didn't we, where people did it, in Abu Dhabi and in Malaysia actually as well, JP, where people decided that from the very start of the race, that even in a 12-hour race, you could easily save one pit stop. Here, that might be 2. Well, that's 8 minutes if you can do that on a consistent basis. The problem is, are you losing too much lap time by not driving as fast as you can? And that's where the code 60s can work to your favour. Even if you're not coming in to get fuel, or you can't get full fuel, you're not losing lap time, but you're still saving your fuel when you've been going around under green. And that long fuel fill time is the strategy. That's what you've got to try and work around, and make that conscious decision early, whether you're going to go flat out and try and build a gap, or that you're going to say, no, we can save 6-8 minutes, and that's a huge chunk of time.
669 BMW was definitely one of them. The code 60 I'm talking about was the 11th caution, which was only 9 minutes. It started at 1:15 this morning, and by 24 minutes past 1, it had been withdrawn. But at 24 minutes past 1, 2 BMWs arrived in the fueling area to see that the smart pumps were I don't know whether they actually physically show a green.
Yes, they do. They've got a light on them that is either green or purple.
Okay.
So as soon as it goes 60, that light goes purple.
So that is just, like I said, happy days, a dream scenario as you arrive in the fueling area and there's that green light on the front of the fuel, the tank itself. And that meant that Fran Rueda, who was at the wheel of car 669 at the time, could spend 3.5 minutes in the fueling area. Now, what I need to do is find out the other BMW that pitted at what turned out to be 27 minutes past 1 o'clock. And my theory was that it was the 991 car. 991. It got a fuel fill of 1 minute and 21. So was it in fact the sister car, the Paradigm number 992 car? And that's not immediately obvious either. There was a second car, and I didn't get the feeling it was both WRTs. I think it was 991 because that's now back on the lead lap. And it's only at this point we realise the gain it's had, because that's brought Augusto Farfus within touching distance now of the 2 WRT teams. So you've got the team from Belgium running the German cars, and then Paradigm competition winner last year in GT3 AM, now in the hunt for an overall victory with their 991 car.
A lap ago, Jordan Pepper put in a 58.6, which is half a second off his, 5/10 off his best lap of that thing. So I think he's got fresh tyres on that, 5 laps old, but he is trying to drive away from the second car, Julian Hans's number 27 team WRT, who just responded with a 59.2. So the BMWs are having their own separate race at the front of this field. Both the team WRTs are in the 58s. Now, the other car that's trying to get back is Dennis Marshall in the Almanar by Dragon Racing. He's just on a 57.7 and currently in 7th position, 7th in GT3, and our highest place non-German car. But some quick laps coming in. Let's have a look at what the temperature is out there at the moment. It's pleasant. Down there. 7th. Okay, I'm going to have to go and get my thermals.
Get away, man. Get away. This is lovely. I'm walking down to pit out because I haven't been down to the WRT and BMWN for a little while. It is that time of night now, gentlemen, where every pit that I've walked in there to check timing screens, make sure everybody's all right. Cheney Motorsport came back through the lane just after we went back to green, and I think they just dived in for more fuel. Still leading in GT4. They're reporting no problems with the car, but everywhere I go, it's sugar time. I've never seen so many donuts, biscuits, chocolate bars laid out. There's temptation everywhere in the pit lane, and so far I have managed to abstain. Might have a cup of coffee before I come to the booth, though.
That seems sensible to me, John, but well done for being having that restraint. I'm not sure I necessarily would be able to do the same. 157.7 is a best lap so far for the treble 7 Ferrari. And we remarked at the time, at the start of the race, the rise of Dennis Marshall in the Almanar by Dragon Racing Ferrari, starting outside the top 30 and gained so many places in his opening stint. So unsurprising to see he now is the quickest driver in treble 7. And clearly, again, conditions are very good. He also will have had a lap which was virtually uninterrupted by traffic, which even at this stage of a race is a rare thing, with well over 50 cars still in the race. 65 started, and we have lost at least 6 or 7, although 1 or 2 have been showing signs of wanting just to get the thing repaired and back out again for the end of the race. And Optimum Motorsport stand out there, you know, by hook or by crook. They will get their cars across the line,
Both cars in the garage being worked on at the moment. I'll stick my head in there when I go back towards the other end. of the pit lane. But as I said, I wanted to get down to the Winwood and WRT end, the 81 teal-coloured car, the almost Conrad Racing coloured car. That one hasn't been given a look at for quite a while. It's all serene in Team WRT. Mechanics actually having a doze at the moment, so that will tell you that as far as they're concerned, everything's going nicely. Beautifully carpeted garage from the Belgian squad. You'd expect anything else from a team that has the experience and the professionalism of Vincent Voss behind it. Pure Racing and next door. Yeah, they're having a Sparko in there, absolutely having a doze. So with the cars topped off now, for some of them, that top 11 all getting a little drink in that last Code 60. Looks like we might have a relatively quiet pit lane. And of course, as I say that, somebody just comes in and parks right at the other end where I've just walked by. I'll have a look at Optimum and have a quick chat and see if I can report back to you about their continuing ailments on both the McLarens.
Thank you, John. The sister Ferrari car to the 777, the Inter-Africa Racing by Dragon, it must be Ferrari time, just did a 58 in 37th position. So maybe the turbo cars are liking the cooler air and creating a little bit more grunty bits under the rear wheels. But yeah, that was both those cars doing that within a lap. And I think it's also, we've got some segments at the moment. Well, the Dancing Ant map that we're looking at around the track, there are gaps there now. And we've probably got 56, 57 cars still running on the track after starting with 65. So that's telling me that there are gaps being left for the quicker cars, as we see Christopher Lulham from McGrove by Getski puts some 58.128 on the board, currently in 4th position.
Yeah, Chris Lulham, who's sharing with Jules Gounon, no less. has just done a lap time quicker than the Frenchman's managed all race. So Chris Lulham, a semi-pro, but of course he's had most of his experience in the simulation world, so racing virtually. But then he is British, so raced in the UK in a Radical Championship and just walked away with that title. Nobody else could match his speed, 4 or 5 years ago. And then was lucky enough to be partnered with a certain Max Verstappen during an off weekend for the multiple Formula One champion. Max raced in a Lamborghini at the Nürburgring Nordschleife in an NLS race, and Chris Lulham was his co-pilot, and they went and won their first NLS race. Turn up, kind of one and done. It was Ferrari, I think, yes. I remember it being mid-engined. Because we've had Red Bull Lambos in the past that Jordan Pepper has driven, yeah.
Optimum, the car that had the contacts at a previous Code 60, a steering rack's gone into that and rear suspension going on. There's another one of these non-specific electrical issues on the sister car. So it's the 77 that had the accident damage. The 74's back in, pushed to the back of the garage. That's the one. They're suffering loss of power. So they, at the moment, are in the fault-finding phase of that. Jamie Wall just keeps smiling. He says, we'll definitely get the crashed one back out. The other one, I'll tell you later. So they're working on that. Typically, Red Camel Jordan back in the garage with their car, having had a few laps, just making sure that that's straight, as you heard Paul Trustwell saying earlier on. And we're back to a clear pit lane again, as we've probably got about another 20 minutes or so before we get the sharp end of the field. Maybe a bit more than that, actually. The sharp end of the field coming in. There'll be a few people who are off strategy who'll be due in shortly, or maybe people who didn't take advantage and are staying on their own fuel strategy. Actually, Ginetta down the pit lane and didn't stop at its GT2 Ginetta, I should say, didn't stop at its pit. That's going straight into the fuel area. Sorry, what did you say, you guys? I couldn't hear that.
Nico Prost is at the wheel of that car.
Ah, right. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Nico has gone straight for fuel, no tyres, I reckon, in that gloriously sonorous and wide body Ginetta GT2.
Thank you, John. Jordan Pepper, Julius Hansers, both from Team WRT. We've got 4 BMWs, 2 Mercedes, a Ferrari, 3 Porsches in the top 10. Yeah. And another Ferrari just on the outside, as Oscar Rindowitz has taken the Dragon Racing. He's dropping down the leaderboard now. But Porsche's starting to rise up there.
As are the Mercedes.
Yes.
Well, and the Mercedes were doing some good stuff. Well, particularly one Mercedes in the top 10 shootout, the first ever top 10 shootout for the Dubai 24 hours, which happened early Friday evening. And remember that TFT Racing, who have sort of not featured beyond about the 2-hour marker, with not able to replicate the speed that they showed in that single lap qualifying session. But yeah, it was the lesser fancied of the AMGs that took pole. However, those cars with the pedigree, you might argue now, Grove Racing and Winward Racing, are starting to rise. But I take your point about Porsches as well. I mean, Herbert Motorsport, we're always going to be there or thereabouts. And they've got a couple of cars in the top 10 now. Loic Hartog drives the number 10 car in 9th. Florian Spengler in the 10th place, 269. And then Pure Racing, the Lithuanian flag car, with their traditional number 92 car. Well, that's a very Manthey number for the race car, in fact. And that car is in 8th. So, yes, it is a BMW benefit still, first, second, third and fourth. But were there to be 1 or 2 hiccups there, and I'm probably talking about a couple of hiccups, actually. We're not wishing ill on any of those cars, but to disrupt this podium, and more than that, this top 4 potential finish for BMW, I think Mercedes and Ferrari and Porsche are hoping for something unexpected to happen to one of those 4 cars at the head of the order.
Most definitely. Eye on the 992s. It's the 962, Robert De Haan at the wheel of the Tierra Outdoor Racing by Fark, leading the way from Simon Balkeen in the Red Ant Racing 924, who is leading the AM category there. Third in 992, Enzo Giuli in Sebjilu Racing, around 20 seconds behind Simon at the moment. And then in 4th position, it's Yanni Kakela in the Team GP Elite Porsche. 2nd in AM, 4th overall. GTX, Nico Prost in the pits at the moment, leading that way from Don Jant in the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini. Currently 36 overall, 3rd in GTX, 4th in GTX, and coming back at them, a lap down still, but it's a Rosso Racing LMGT with Roman Rusinov at the wheel. Can they get back on terms? Can they get on the podium after that gremlin saw them in the pits for about 20 minutes?
Which is huge, even at this stage of the race where there's 10 hours and 20 minutes to go. So tough to try and make up a lost 20-minute segment. And, you know, the little bit of time that you might lose here and there through some traffic is only handfuls of seconds per lap, but 20 minutes is a big ding in the armour of this 24-hour race. But that will not discourage them one iota. Robert De Haan's just gained 1 position on track, by the way, as the class leader in the 992 division. So that's because Sean Lynn's Team Parker Racing Mercedes has just made a fuel stop. And Rob De Haan, who took over from Joep van Eindhoven in the previous pit stop for Tierra Outdoor Racing, just continuing to motor on, much to the disgruntlement, if you like, of Red Ant Racing and Seb Lajou and Team GP Elite, who just cannot get close enough to that class-leading 962. More dramas potentially out on track. Over at 14 and 15, there is a stopped car that I can just see the tail lights of beyond the apex garden. I don't think it's on the track, but it is inching its way forward to So perhaps has had a spin, then a stall, and looking for a safe point to rejoin. Not seeing that on our live stream, but I can see it out of our window, which, I mean, this vantage point is almost second to none. So I have to remind myself how good a viewpoint we have here on floor 3 of the main grandstand, Phil.
Indeed, it's always been a great view. Yes, as John said earlier, it is the
13 Mercedes. That's Motor Park, isn't it?
Motor Park, yes, it is.
So that's right up against the Armco to driver's right of turn 15. Dennis Remeniaco, who drives this Motor Park car in the Pro-Am category. And just as Motor Park was starting to get a bit more consistent running, because they didn't have a good start to the race, that dropped them into mid-pack, and they've struggled to get out of the positions 30s, really, 36th right now. And how frustrating is this? Because you can see the pit lane entry road, but the car is almost in a limp mode. It's not going any faster than walking speed.
Yeah, this was the car that was involved in the multiple incidents on lap 100 at last weekend's Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi. This car had bits of its bodywork spread all the way across the track between 4 and 5. A driver was okay, but it was part of 3 separate incidents involving 5 cars, all on lap 100. We didn't know where to look. That was the problem. He's trying to get it down there. You can see the pit lane time. He keeps on recycling it. He's doing the Control-Alt-Delete thing, just trying to get it. It starts to run downhill where he is now. He's come up through the difficult part over the top of the brow, and you can see pit lane is and he's staying well away from that for the cars coming in at full chat, but before they have to drop down to 60, then down to 40. But it seems like in the old days, I'd say he's clicking it over on the starter motor and he's just got it in gear.
Yeah.
It just looks like that. It's so slow.
But the good thing from a race control point of view is that I don't think they're even thinking about a code 60 right now. It's in a safe position.
It's just local yellow.
Yeah, the car's right up against the Armco between now turns 15 and 16. Even for cars wanting to access the pit lane, their route there is not compromised. The car's not really going fast enough to pose a problem. But the difficulty, as you say, we get into a downhill stretch of the racetrack now, so gravity will start to be in its favour. But it's going to have to work its way round that tight right-hander, and it's only then when it gets beyond the line that begins the 40-kilometre speed limit where the team can run down the pit lane.
They're not allowed to cross that line because that is active track on the other side. Only marshals can be on that side of the circuit. So they have to wait down at the timing line, or where the start-finish line goes across the track and into pit lane, and that's where the team can be.
Which is just a little bit upstream from the penalty box.
Yes.
So if the team will be monitoring precisely where Dennis is right now. I fear he's hit a bit of a stumbling block now.
Well, you've got a barrier that comes out from the Armco, and he's going to have to go onto the circuit, but there's enough room to get around him on the outside on the red overrun as he goes into this right-hand kink that'll bring him onto the main part of the pit entrance. And yellow flags now at pit entry. We see the yellow digi panels now really arcing up to let everybody know, and cars entering pit lane should pay extreme attention for a slow car, as he's going to come into view at the speed he's travelling from up here, probably 2 minutes. It's going to take for him to get down there.
Part of the issue now is that, yes, you've got that bright yellow digiboard, but there's nothing saying the hazard is in the pit lane entry. Yes, you've got the message on the bottom of the screen.
No, that's a separate one. That is for pit lane.
Oh, okay.
They have special ones on the way into pit lane, just to say, like, we've had cars into the barriers into pit lane, etc., etc. So that one was put there especially just for pit lane.
Well, that makes complete sense, and they've been thinking way ahead of me, therefore. I was concerned that that yellow board also tells you if there's a hazard at turn 16 on the racetrack, but there's obviously a separate one on, I'm guessing, on the outside of the circuit if there's something happening at 16 then. And that one on the inside of the track, much closer to pit lane entry, is a definite indication that the problem is in pit entry.
There is a sprinting race happening down at pit entry. 2 team members have just got down there, and now another 3 following them and get that car into pit lane. And it's now being pushed by the team.
2:45 in the morning, folks, and Team Motor Park have 4, maybe 5 I was going to say kind of ready for action mechanics. They might have been asleep, you know. They might have been in their deck chairs thinking, oh, we've got the best part of an hour now before we see that car again. And then all of a sudden the alarm call, no, get out of the chairs, get out of your slumber and to pit lane entry, because we've got to push our car down to box number, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the garage number 7, I reckon. And that car then finally makes it to the team.
It hasn't been out for long because the tyres are only 9 laps old.
Okay.
So it's not a fueling issue.
No,
they haven't run out of fuel.
Out of fuel, yeah.
Yeah. So it's something else wrong with the AMG Mercedes.
The team quick to react when they could do, but it's only safe for them to start pushing the car and only legal for them to start pushing the car once it's in the pit lane proper and that 40 km/h part of pit lane.
Well, they didn't exceed that.
No.
While pushing it. They got close.
They didn't exceed it. Okay.
Yeah,
yes.
They didn't exceed it. I think they got up to 26 kilometres an hour just through pushing and just being angry because they've been woken up.
Yeah, so that would have not been a good speed to be doing in the fueling area, but it is legal in pit lane proper. Hazard lights on, so clearly electrical power getting to the lighting system. I'm thinking that because the Rosser car, they said that was an electrical
yes.
with it because it threw a belt, but there was some momentum with that car, as you say, whether it was in a limp mode or perhaps just it appeared to be on the starter motor for Denis Remignaco. But keeping his head there and being just resilient, not giving up. And the team now can attempt to work out what is precisely wrong. They're not electing to push the car into the garage, so clearly they think they can do the repair work on the apron itself. Torches being shone now into the wheel arches of number 13, but that's not the driving end of that car. So maybe it is engine bay related somehow. We'll let them continue to work on that. 10 minutes just over to go before another race hour is completed. That'll put 14 hours in the books. And Jordan Pepper leading by just under a minute over his teammate at WRT, Julian Hanses, as Augusto Farfus, in all the excitement surrounding Team Motor Park, Augusto Farfus is now into the pit lane for possibly tyres. This is a first stint, I think, again for the Brazilian. I mean, he was in a few hours ago, but probably the first of a double now in car number 991 at Paradigm.
Chris Lollam has brought the Grove by Get Speed car into the pits. He was closing down on Ahmed Arthi when he came into the pits. It was only 2.6 seconds between them. So I thought maybe rather than go fighting, we'll get some clear track and come into the fuel bay for tyres and into the fuel bay. So we've got 2 of the top 5 in the fuel bay at the moment. Team WRT still locking out the top 2 positions. And casting my eye down to 992, Robert DeHaan at the Tierra Outdoor Racing by Fark is around about near 1.5 laps ahead of Enzo Giuli and the Seb Gilou Racing. Simon Balkeen in 3rd position in 992 and leading the AM category. Just 2.1 seconds behind Enzo Giuli. As Paul Truswell said earlier on, keep an eye on this race that's going on in the 992 because 10 hours to go. they're still at it, really, really at it. They're doing Super Cup races out there at the moment in the 992 category. GTX is still Nicholas Prost in the Team CMR Ginetta, and he's got around about 1 minute 40 over Don Yount, who's coming back at him at the moment in the Leipert Lamborghini.
But we've had a 24, I mean, it is a 24-hour Super Cup sprint race.
Yes, it is.
Basically, and normally we're used to those races lasting 40 minutes. Occasionally slightly longer. I know that in the UK they've done some longer races that are verging on 50 minutes, but not even an hour as the longest race, and we're doing 24 of those back to back, and testament to Porsche churning out this fabulous customer car, which is going to be changed again for the Super Cup itself this year now in 2026, with ABS fitted as standard as far as I can gather, even for the pro cars. The German Championship will get those cars as well, the UK a year later in 2027.
Normally, Lechner Racing, who is racing now, gets the first use of the new cars.
Lechner do?
Yeah,
okay.
Here for the Carrera Cup Middle East. And then they move over to Europe. So
yeah,
over the course of the years, Lechner has always been the one to bring the cars here to start the season before they get to Europe.
Mega. Well, again, that's showing how much value the Dubai Autodrome has in global one-make motor racing. As WRT's Jordan Pepper is on an absolute tear. I just caught sight of him a few moments ago going through Sector 1 and turns 2, 3, 4 and 5 that are all together. And he was almost paying no attention to the racing line right over the curves. I cannot believe he's not going to I cannot believe he's going to get away with missing out on a track limits penalty there. I don't know how many warnings Jordan has had to this point, but he will say, well, I was kind of compromised a little bit by some traffic. There was a car to his left, but he just planted the car right over the curves, and that's an indication to me how hard he still feels like he's got to be pushing on lap 257, just completed, on to lap 258. And it's a bun fight within Team WRT here. I just wonder whether the 27 is forcing the 669 car to just go a little bit faster, or, well, there will be team orders within that crew as well, though, to say, you know, this is the pace that we want both cars to be doing. They're separated by a minute, and we're looking for the ideal result here for WR2, which clearly would be a 1-2 finish.
Just keeping an eye on the last step on the podium for GTX. It's Vortex 2.0 at the moment. Philippe Bonnell's there. That was over a minute gap before between them and Rossa Racing, with Roman Rusanov at the wheel. 29 seconds at the moment, and the Rossa is 8 seconds a lap. 8 seconds a lap quicker than the Vortex at the moment, which means in around about 3.5 to 4 laps, the Rossa will be back on the podium after that 20-minute pit stop.
And well, that's a question of, like, you know, turning the bad situation around as quickly as possible, not letting it affect your rhythm. Say, well, it's part and parcel of a 24-hour race. Thankfully, we were recovered to the pit lane very swiftly indeed. And yeah, the focus of, right, what's wrong with the car? Is it a belt? Is it a even bigger electrical problem? No, it's just the belt. So where's the spare bit? Let's change that, get the car out. And John remarked at the time how quickly they were able to sort it out. It's still very early on in its design process.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. It's, you know, and so it's like any of these cars that we've seen here this weekend. The Ginetta is another one. This is testing proof of concept. concept, and I think the Rossa is very much in the same boat. You know, this is its only second 24-hour race that it's done, so they will find problems. The Ginetta found problems down at the Aston Marina circuit in the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi last weekend, but as John spoke to them and said, yeah, it's a testing program, proof of concept. The best way to do this, to sell cars out there, is to actually race them, because then we could say this is what we've done.
Yeah, you race them, you break them, you fix them, and you race them some more, and that's how you get to the bottom of the little niggly issues that might go wrong a few more times than just once, but you can find a resolution, you can find a solution to that. And there's nothing quite like, you know, you can do simulated, I mean, in some cases 30-hour races, but unless there are other cars out on the racetrack, 60 odd of them, and they're all having their own incidents of their own, they're having fights, of course, for position as well. They've got the tyre pickup that's very difficult to simulate as well without this amount of cars out on track. There's nothing like being in competition to find the weaknesses of a car, a newly designed car, and straightening them out as a result.
Keeping an eye on GT4 at the moment, it is the Cherney Motorsport still leading the way in GT4 from the Cayman of SRS Team Sorg Rennsport in second, and then the Circuit Toys Toyota Supra GT4 in third. TCE at the moment, it is the 102 in the lead. Currently, I think 48th overall. In front of the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, with Aaron Winich at the wheel, and then third in TCE is the KCMG, with the full Hong Kong driver lineup with Marchie Lee at the wheel, 108 car. We still probably have around about 58 cars circulating at the moment, with 10 hours to go. That is a very, very good thing. And as I said before, the driver conduct has been exceptional.
It did feel like in the early stages, I mean, it was always going to be nip and tuck for the opening hour, but since then, you actually remarked that the race was starting to calm down. I think a bit ahead of time in actual fact. But by the end of, let's say, the first couple of hours, everyone had settled into a pace that they were happy to go at. And the nature of this 24H series racing is that each team are looking out for one another. They don't want to do a lot of damage to a fellow car, because they want to beat them fairly and squarely, and not beat them literally, I suppose, beat them up literally. So it is, it's about biding your time. I think it's going to the narrative's going to change in the closing couple of hours. Should we still have 3, or let's hope more than that, cars on the lead lap, because that's where the talking really does stop, and it's all about closing the race out with some incredible lap times, and let's hope some door handle to door handle action as well. But to be this far into the race, yes, it's generally about one manufacturer, but 3 cars recently we had on the lead lap. That has changed again after some more recent pit stops. WRT, I mean, they just continue to match one another.
They do.
It's 60 seconds between the 669 of Jordan Pepper and Julian Hanses in the 27 car.
Yeah, there's Dan Arrow in the Winwood Racing Mercedes, just starting to close the gap between him and the 991 Paradigm Competition BMW, driven by Darren Young. They 202 on that lap for Darren, and then a 59 for Dan Arrow. Keep an eye on that gap now, down to 4 seconds. So that was very close.
3 o'clock in the morning at the Dubai 24 Hours for 2026, the 21st edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. If you made it this far, congratulations. We're firmly in the back 9 now, with 14 hours in the book, and that first column has gone down to 1 digit now, as in 9 hours to go and 59 minutes.
Yeah.
WRT are hitting a rhythm, I would suggest, and probably telling Jordan Pepper and Julian Hanses keep ticking off these lap times of about 2 minutes each, with near enough exactly 60 seconds between the first and the second place cars.
4 BMWs in the lead. Team WRT, Team Paradigm Competition. Then it's the Winwood Racing Mercedes AMG. And then the first of the Ferraris, the 777 Demis Marshall. Got a slow car in Sector 1 at the moment. Just keep an eye on that. Sector 1 runs from the start-finish line down around to turn 7. Oh, that's the 31 car with issues there. Hello, John Hindhaugh. Welcome to the Global Broadcast Centre.
Good morning. That's Sean Lynn for Team Parker Racing with, I think, a left front puncture on that AMG. That's the car that is running the Stefan Johansson. Oh no, it's lost. Is that another rear wheel that's been lost on that car? This has been the story of the race. It's either a left rear puncture or a left rear wheel gone. I can see it down on the left-hand side.
It's sparking away.
Yeah,
so
that's not. I am not an AMG engineer, but that's not right. He's done exactly what race direction asked him to do to get onto the runoff, and he's got an awful long way to go, because I think it happened as he was going past the pits. And he's pulled off to the right-hand side, going down into turn 1, and then he's out of the way. My goodness me, he's been very lucky there. Obviously felt something. He's gone through some debris that was already there. So is that front or rear, Phil, do we reckon?
That's looks like well, the rear's dragging.
But it's just car, which is not helping.
Yeah, he's just out of the track lighting. It's really difficult to see. He drove right over next to the fence. And
well, the car's stopped, and it's going to cost them some time. It's a shame they were having a good run. So we're going to get a code 60, and for the next couple of hours, you've got me and Sarah Esser down in the pit lane. Good morning, Sarah. Get down to.
Good morning. Sorry, I was just putting on the mic. Well, yes, I'm back. I went for a little bit of a nap. I probably shouldn't say that too loudly, because no one here in the Dubai Autodrome would probably want to hear that I feel fresh as a daisy. Well, it's good to be back. These loose tyres coming off, it seems like I'm a bit of a bad omen. It keeps happening when I'm down here in the pit lane, but I will try and jump into the garage of the number 31 car once the car is back. But as I did have a little bit of a nap, perhaps give me a little bit of a highlights rundown of what's been going on.
Well, from the pit lane,
hours.
which is where I was watching it from, we did have a couple of code 60s. The usual rush for fuel ensued, and were you around when Ivo Breukers had his big accident into the arm core? I think you were. That car has been repaired and has been back out. Spoke to Paul Truswell. He said that the number 909 Red Camel Jordan.nl won't finish the race, but they wanted to get it straight before they put it back into the container and sent it back to Europe, basically. What else have we had? Both Optimum cars now in the pits. Accident coming into a code 60 for their 77 McLaren. The 74 cars had a pesky issue with top-end revs and power delivery, which they're trying to chase down. I think both cars are still in the pit lane there. The Asbest car is still leading its class. Czerny still leading the the GT4. We've had a few people taking advantage of the Code 60s to do brake changes, including Hofer Racing. I looked at their brake discs, they looked fine, and the brake pads. And that was an hour after half distance. And as far as the front of the field is concerned, Jordan Pepper and Julian Hansis in the 669 and the 27 BMWs are still at the head of the field, with the two Paradigm cars following in closely behind. Darren Young in the 991 is fourth. Ahmed Al Hati for Paradigm is in third. The best non-BMW is Winward Racing. Dan Arrows just in the fuel stop now. They've been about an hour, just over an hour they've been out, or just on an hour of being out there now, so that everybody's diving into the pit lane. 992 Tierra Outdoor Racing by Porsche. Robert Dehaan in the number 962 Porsche has just come into the pit lane. And in the GT2, in 992 AM, that is the Team GP Elite number 939. Which is leading at the moment. GTX is Nico Prost in the pits for Ginetta for a pit stop ahead of Leipert and Brendan Leach for their Lamborghini. And on the other screen, do we have the other screen? No, we don't. So the other class leader, let me just go up one screen on that side and one down on that side. The TCE, Asbest Racing, Sebastian Schamann jumped in there and has just pitted. They were very unlucky in the Cupra, that number 102. They came in just as the Code 60 came out, so they couldn't get full fuel. Aaron Venish for SRS Team Rennsport in second in TC and in TCX. Marchie Lee for KCMG, the best of the two B-Spec Toyotas. That's the number 108 that leads the TC category, and it's the Toyota Gazoo Rookie Racing in second there. And there's a few cars, as we know, that won't be coming out again. Winward Racing's 81, TFT Racing's number 28, both Mercedes. Rabdan by Fulgenzi, the number 971, also all of those cars many laps down now, and probably the next time they're moved will be when they get packed into their container. Busy pit lane for you, Sarah, as we welcome you back. We're hearing that number 31 AMG will be recovered to the pit lane. It was Sean Lynn at the wheel of Team Parker Racing. They were 8th in Pro-Am, 22nd overall in GT3. So you expect to see that car coming back, and then you can have a wee look at the left-hand side and see if it was a puncture or a loose wheel that popped off that car. So in the Code 60 at RSL_studio, by the way, if you'd like to get in touch with us and form the program. Hello to all of the usual groups who are tuned in around the world, the RWEC group, the Midweek Motorsport group as well. Thank you for your support and your very supportive tweets that we've been getting. Peter Fry is just wandered in. Get the headset on, Peter. Let's have a chat about all things Creventic. And actually, we'll just go down to Sarah first of all. Sarah, what do you have for us, Sarah?
Well, it's very much alive and kicking down here. I think quite a few of the cars have come in. Just seen a stop from X Motorsport by HRT Performance, their Porsche, the number 930 car. They had a bit of an extended break, extended break to change the brakes. Had some problems on the right front, but eventually got that fixed, and now they are back away. Got the number 89, the Lion Speed GP in front of me. Very quick stop for them. Change of drivers. Fresh new boots on there, and you can just hear them pulling away. It's pretty nippy down here. Gosh, it feels like I shouldn't really complain with all the European audience there. It is 19 degrees here in Dubai, but it feels like 10. But yes, it was really busy, although there's only now 3 cars left down here, so they've all headed back out. I will pop in to the number 81's garage as soon as it gets back on the flatbed.
Sarah Assad joining us down in the pit lane. As I said, we have Peter Fry with us. Welcome to the lofty heights of our booth, Peter.
Thank you very much, John.
It's good to have you here. Thank you for coming over. The 31 AMG Team Partner Racing car. Sean Lynn out of the car being craned onto the flatbed with the usual fabulous efficiency. Well, what a race so far. Plenty going on. We started 65 cars in what's been a busy 2 weeks for you and the rest of the Creventic crew. How would you categorise the Michelin Middle East Cup for 2025 and 2026?
I think it's an awesome event. We are very happy and really very proud that we could manage it. Not only we, but of course also the teams and the drivers who made their entries, who decide to come to us and to race with us, because without them it wasn't possible. And we are, like I said, very proud and very happy to have last week 60 cars in Abu Dhabi and now 65 cars in Dubai. That's awesome. I don't have other words for it.
Creventic isn't a big company and you don't have a big full-time team. So that means everybody has to work towards the same goal. At this race, actually, we're saying goodbye and thank you very much to some of the interns. I think there's 4 or 5 interns who've been working since the back end of last year. And what an experience for all of those team members to come in and do 3 months, 4 months across this Middle East run that we've had, Malaysia in the Middle East.
Yeah, I think as well. I think the other students in the class, they will be jealous when they tell exactly what they all did here and experienced here in Yas Marina and here Dubai Autodrome. I think they are privileged that they can do this with us, have the experience, learn of course a lot of it, of all aspects, what they see. The most of them are more or less like an event management school, and I think this is a perfect way to maybe start your career.
How much work goes into putting together even just these 3 races? How far back does all of that planning work? And in terms of liaising with the tracks, getting the logistics sorted out, it's not something that can be put together in a few weeks, Peter.
No, and you can't wait till the end of the European season, because then you're already too late. You have to do it already in the mid of the year. So August, September, maybe July, we already start contacting the circuits, see what the schedules are, and what are the possibilities for us, for example, to build up everything. And then all the entries come. The transport is also something we do ourselves. It's a kind of a puzzle, and at the end you hope that everything fits.
We added something new with the drivers' briefing taking place down on Thursday at the Burj Al Arab. The building, of course, that inspired the logo, the trophy for this event 20 years ago. I can't imagine there's been any more swish a venue for any drivers briefing for any series in the world, to be honest. That went down really well. That was a great initiative.
Yeah, it was. And everything we do is for the drivers. So driver experience is for us really very, very important. When the driver has a nice weekend and he enjoys himself and he thinks, wow, this was really a fine weekend, really a nice weekend, I want to come back, then we're happy, because that is our goal. Enjoying all the drivers, make sure they have fun. Of course, also they want to be on the highest step, but the enjoy is for us more or less the most important. And having a dinner at Burj Al Arab, where it's very difficult to get inside, and then you also have a dinner and the driver's briefing, then you're talking about driver experience. And we got a lot of positive reactions that they really liked it, and some they say, yeah, this is really once in a lifetime, and that is exactly what our goal is.
European season to come. We've added a new venue, the Nürburgring, not the Nordschleife, the Grand Prix track. I've seen very, very good endurance racing there in the past with the old European Le Mans series. I'm very excited by that because I know that track will race well. Was that an initiative that Creventic took on their own? Was it in consultation with the teams? How do you decide that you're going to say this track or that track?
Well, Nürburgring was already longer on a wish list, but it's not easy to get a weekend over there. So I think we were already in contact for several years with the circuit. But there are so many aspects that have to fit. I mean, our schedule, but also the calendar of Nürburgring, other races that we have to take into account, because you don't want to have too many races with the more or less same races, and where our drivers also drive. So yeah, that's difficult, but now it was perfect. I think the time of the year, July, is also perfect to go over there. Yeah, and now it fits. And that's also what we had with Malaysia. Sepang, it was also already for a very, very, very long time on the wish list. And you have the context. Maybe it takes several years, but then it's one time, at some time, it just fits and you can make it happen.
So we have the calendar fixed for the rest of this season, the European season, starting at the end of March and finishing at the end of September, as tradition dictates, with the Trofeu Ferme Velez down in Circuit Catalunya. Have you already started on the next version of this championship, the Michelin Middle East Cup? And you know, people already asking us when this race is next year. You're already planning that, I presume.
Yeah, we're very, very, very busy. We have a lot of contacts. I hope we can finalize it very, very soon and publish it also very soon. But yeah, we're very busy with, again, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, also with other circuits. Like I said, we have just to finalize it, give us a little bit time, I think in a few weeks. And I think we will have, again, a very, very nice calendar.
Looking forward to seeing that already. Great to see not just the numbers here. We've had more cars here. We have had more cars here, but we had more classes. And I think you made a very, what might have been looked like a difficult decision, but I think you made a sensible decision, Creventic, a few years ago, that some of the smaller engine cars, particularly as the GT3s, we go back to green flag here, we're getting so much quicker that for safety reasons, we had to let those cars go and race in other championships. But the 65 cars that started here, there's quality all the way through the field. And it's great to see some long-term teams are back here again and again and again. Like Asbest, for example. They 4 cars here this weekend.
Yeah, it's incredible how they manage it. And I think you're right. When you have more cars, it doesn't mean that the race is automatically better or bigger or whatever. I think it's also the quality, what you just said. And with, I don't think, 32, 34 GT3 cars, that's incredible. I mean, I know we had a race here, I think 9 years ago, with over 100 cars, but that was totally different. You can't compare it with this race with, then you would like to say only 65 cars, but it is not only 65 cars. It are 65 cars.
Yes, absolutely right. Sarah Esser is down in the pit lane. New voice to us this weekend, and she has got now the Sean Lynn car for Team Parker Racing with her. I think I saw all 4 wheels on that car, Sarah. So is that a suspension failure or a puncture?
Well, it's just got back into the pit lane, so I will pop back. I'll pop over there in a moment to get a bit of an insight. They haven't had a chance to look at it yet, so give me just a moment. But I do have James Walker here from the Asbest 103 car. James, we were talking about the temperature dropping, and you were telling me it's actually affecting the car and the running. Can you give us a little bit of an insight into that?
Yeah, it's strange. So most of the testing and setup that most teams have done have been during the daytime hours. So you've got temperature building much easier. track temperature is really important, and so most of the teams, including ourselves, have done our front-end setup at least based on having temperature easily accessible. Despite the fact that we're in the Middle East, I wish I was wearing your fleece because the temperature has dropped right off. So ambient temperature is lower and surface temperature is. And all of a sudden, there's quite a few of us, including Maya here, who are using the driver's excuse handbook. I think it's page 32, section 6, of dramatic understeer since the temperature's dropped. So it's really affecting things.
Well, we're going to have a chat with Maya in a moment. Maya from HRT. We'll have a chat with her in a moment. But just coming back, the fact you've also been affected by these stray tyres coming off the car. Can you tell us what happened with yours?
Yeah, I can't explain why. We think it's because we've been riding the curbs a bit hard. But our last driver change, we came in and we had complete ABS failure. And we checked over the car, and our back left wheel, we just by happened to check it, completely sheared off the hub. As it had sheared off the hub, it had split our rear left brake disc, and in doing that, had destroyed our ABS. So we had no ABS, and our brake pedal travel had completely gone on the floor. So we've just been in the pits for 40 minutes, which is a shame because we were holding P2 for quite a while. Now that's out of the window, so we've got some serious time to make up for.
You have, and you've got a new driver in the car, Karim. How's he been doing?
Karim's been doing amazingly well. He is spending quite a lot of time on a simulator. He's not dissimilar to me in that we've only ever raced rear-wheel drive. The value that he's got out of his sim seat time has been amazing here, and he's putting in really consistent times. Even in this lower temperature, he's doing 2:17s, 2:18s, which for TCR is really strong. When the temperature's high, we can get it down to 2:16s, but he's doing really good. Yeah, he's nailing it. He's showing me up, really, because he's really young.
Wonderful to see. Well, I found you wound up here outside the garage of the 931 HRT car. Maya Hardger, I hope I said that correctly. I think this is the first time you've been on so far in this 24-hour race, right? Am I the first time to have a chat with you?
Yes.
Yes. Well, James was just saying that you're finding sorry, just moving in so she can hear me. James was saying that you're finding the temperatures are affecting you a little bit differently. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, they've definitely dropped now. We've had a load of understeer on my stint, which was about an hour ago, especially turn 3, 4, kind of, you just can't get the car in, so it's really noticeable.
And have you been here around this Dubai track before? It's wonderful. Obviously, we've got quite a few women at driving. Not enough, but a few. So it's wonderful to see you here.
Yes, I actually live in Dubai, so it's kind of my local track. So it's, yeah, I know it well. But obviously, night racing is something different. Never done a 24-hour race before, so it's a first for me. So, yeah, quite exciting.
Enjoying it so far. Well, when are you back in the car?
I should be back in the car in about an hour and a half or so, depending on code 60s. So.
I hope it goes well. I'll come find you a little bit later on. Well, John, back to you. I'm going to head up and try and see what's going on with the number 31.
Sarah Esser down in the pit lane with a couple of different guests there with us. Peter Fry from Creventic is with us. Before I let you go, Peter, what excitement can we expect? You keep adding things. Who comes up with all these ideas? We had the top 10 shootout here, which I thought worked really, really well. Some of the rules changes we've had for the Michelin Middle East Cup, are those going to carry forward into the European Championship, or is that still to be decided?
Yeah, to be honest, we are always thinking about improvements. How can we do things in a different way or in a better way? We do it internal, but we also talk with teams, with drivers, how their experience are, and sometimes they come with very, very good ideas. We look around what other series are doing, and yeah, then you come sometimes to things that is an improvement or that is something different, and then we always see what the response is from the drivers and the teams, and if it's positive, okay, we keep it, and if it's not so good, okay, then we have to see if we continue it or also do it again in a different way. But we try we try to also listen to our customers, because like I said in the beginning, we all do it for the drivers, that they have a nice weekend, and when they say, okay, this was not so good, okay, then we have to be realistic and to see if we have to do it different. But yeah, we get the information from everywhere.
One thing I would say from all the teams and drivers, and indeed our audience, never change the atmosphere in the paddock, because that I had some friends here today who were on the grid before the start of the race, who were good big motorsport fans. They couldn't believe the atmosphere, couldn't believe all the GT3 cars. But we've had teams loaning people parts again this weekend. It's something very, very special, and please, please, please do what you can to keep that.
And we will absolutely do, John, absolutely.
Peter, thank you very much, and give our best to the team.
We'll do it. Thank you very much.
For all the hard work. Peter Fry from Creventic. It's still the 4 BMWs that lead the way. There are laps between them at the moment. First to second is just under a minute, 57 seconds. Ben took team number 669, and their 27 car, Thomas Kiefer, in second place. Then there's a couple of laps further back to Ahmed El Harti, who is leading the way for GT3 AM, but these are not insurmountable gaps. Paradigm, Darren Young, one of the drivers that won, actually Darren won 2 classes here last year. He won it AM and the overall, and he's just 14 seconds ahead of Axel Jeffries, the Zimbabwean driver in the Almanar bike dragging racing Ferrari. And then another lap further back is Winward and Dan Arrow, the young Dutchman, pedaling that car quickly. And Luke Hartog in 7th is only another half a minute back, and has just put his car's fastest lap of the race in as we've gone back to green. Got another guest to come in just a moment, but before that, let's have an update on that Sean Lynn Team Parker racing car that was at the side of the circuit. Sarah has gone down towards pit out, and that lovely art car, the Stefan Johansson design on that AMG, the number 31. I thought I saw all 4 wheels on it, Sarah, so my theory of a wheel falling off wasn't correct. What's gone wrong there?
It is a beautiful livery, yes, on the Mercedes. Well, all 4 wheels are currently off at the moment. The rear suspension on the back left went, but it's all looking very manageable. They will be putting the 4 wheels back on shortly. They're just fixing the suspension, and it will be, back out on the road in no time. I had a quick chat with Sean Lynn. He doesn't look too concerned. He was in the car at the time, and they will be.
Can't miss that one from the front either, with all the illumination on. Thank you, Sarah. Hello to Andrew Mather, who has been following along whilst building bedroom furniture. He's at Shennington tomorrow at kart racing, scratching his head with the frequencies of wheel failures. Have they changed the curbs? Do we know? I don't think they have, actually. I just think everybody's leaning on everything heavier and harder than ever. Let's ask Clive Seddon, who's Giannetta's technical director, who's joined me. Thank you for making the trek upstairs, Clive. And,
no problem.
And welcome to our global broadcast centre. First of all, thank you so much for bringing the GT2 Giannetta to the last couple or 3 races, because it looks like nothing else and sounds like nothing else either. I've been fortunate in the past to drive a G50, to race a G55 in the old G55 Super Cup on the Toka package, and I sort of had to take not a double but a triple take on that, because it looks like it's been working out significantly. Tell me the theory behind this new, for 2026 as it is now, GT2 racing car.
Yeah, well, firstly, it's a great privilege to be here. We're enjoying the race and enjoying the spectacle of it all and the challenge. The GT2 car is a further evolution from what you're familiar with the GT4 car. We had to take a new stance on it. We needed to upgrade power, aero, suspension as it would be with the ethics of the GT2 class. So, and we're here. This is a proving ground for us to try and showcase that this is a new product for our customers.
So let's just run down the vital statistics of this beast, and I use that word with much love, actually. The motive power unit is a V8.
It's a V8, yeah.
Large capacity V8.
Yeah, 6.2 litre. It's our own block, our own way of thinking within there, and for the first time for Ginetta, it's supercharged, so forced induction engine.
6.2, I would have thought would have been putting out enough power, but you decide you want to put a supercharger on it. Supercharger, not turbocharger, so little or no lag, yeah. And it spins up straight away. It also gives the most incredible noise. Again, so what? Nico Prost at the wheel coming through the kink at 13 down to the speed ball at 14 at the moment. So what's the rationale, what's the design thinking behind that motive power unit and the driveline?
Right, so the capacity of the engine is something that we're very familiar with from GT4, GT8 class cars of the predecessor for this car. And that's the foundation of the project, so we're very familiar with this. Whenever we've tried to turn up the wick and extract more from just a 6.2 litre normally aspirated engine with this technology that's in the engine, we've fell on our own sword. So if it makes it there, it's not economical, it can't run to the hour. So the theory of this is actually a very close iteration of the GT4 engine. Very, very light positive pressure added to the engine in terms of boost. It doesn't rely on, it's less than half a bar of boost pressure.
Oh, really?
So we again, basing it off a 6.2 litre means it's very sensitive to boost pressure, and we don't need a lot, so we don't need a huge cooling capacity, intercoolers and all of that kind of thing. So it's really efficient for us. It's worked out really well.
The nerd and the petrol head in me has to ask, you've run it more than half a bar, haven't we?
We have. I mean,
and what difference does that make to the power output? Small differences. So if you ran it at a bar, or maybe 1.1, 1.2, what do you get extra out of that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. If this ran at 0.8 of a bar, we would be 780, 790. So
and what's it running as it stands now?
620. Yeah.
Wow. That's strong. A huge difference.
Oh, it's massive. It just comes alive. So we don't want to overcool a car. Obviously, if you go to Adrian Newey and speak to all those guys, if you overcool a car, overcooling a car is a nemesis. You know, you don't really want to do it because you're just carrying weight around for nothing. So once we knew on the bench dyno, not racing a car but racing the dyno at that point, once we knew what we needed to achieve, we then built on that as a cooling package that was just enough to achieve what we wanted it to do. Doing too much is not a positive. So if you wanted to turn the boost up to that level, we would have to change the cooling package on the car to cool the air back down.
The shape of the car is recognisably Ginetta, the G55 that I know and love. As I said, it looks like it's been in the gym extensively. It's wider. It looks to me like there's been quite a lot of work on the body panels, particularly around the front end. And I think it was Michael Simpson who told me at Malaysia, maybe, when I was having a good look around the car, that you've actually made the frontal area quite a bit smaller than the car on which it was based.
For sure, yeah. It's longer, so we sloped the nose further forward. The actual bonnet starting point and where the headlights are, so the light pods are the same. But the bodywork continues further forward, and as it goes forward, it goes further down, which pinches the nose up. It creates a much smaller mouth for to capture the air that we're going to cool with. But this all works actually in a more positive way because it's a straighter run through the cooling box. So.
But you've widened the car because it's got fabulous arches on it.
We're on effectively GT3 rubber, so we're on a 12-inch front, 13-inch rear.
It's 13-inch at the rear with a remarkable offset on it is something that I noticed as well.
Yeah, that threading the needle between what existed as a G56 chassis and then the arch on the outside. The arch had to grow, like you say, it had to go to the gym a bit.
So you've already sold 4 of these into the European GT2 championship, 4 customer cars.
Yeah, these are in build, and as we're here now, there are cars firing up back at the factory in readiness to be delivered. So the commercial team and the lads back at the factory are working very hard on this.
So you, as technical director, what do you want to get out of the races that you've done with this car with Creventic? By the time we get to 1 o'clock tomorrow and you take the car back to Yorkshire, what is the aim? I mean, the race team want to win and do well, but what do you want in terms of data?
Yeah.
And I mean, do you want the car to fail? Do you want to know how to fix it? Yeah, I mean,
of course we want to stay out the garage. We have to stay out the garage to get the result. The result would be glorious for us to achieve something like that here today and tomorrow. But primarily we will go back with a lot of information of how the car behaves with the amount of pickup that's on track, where the grills are working, where the debris is collecting and not doing us any favors, our cooling balance between power steering, transmission. All of this is affected by the bodywork that's been changed on the car that takes us into a not so comfort zone. So we need to learn on all of this stuff.
I had a question about that bodywork actually. We put it on the telly at Malaysia, I think it was, and I was marveling in how the carbon fibre was laid. Who does that for you?
We do that in-house. So from design to completion, we obviously design the part, the shape, the surfaces that we want to achieve. Then we design the tooling, then we manufacture the tooling, and then from there we are churning out parts, and that allows us to turn quite quickly. If we need more clearance on something or something slightly out, we can put that mold back in and we go again.
Normally you would expect somebody to have a livery on that. This one doesn't. Leave it like that because it's fabulous. I do love carbon cars, but that does mean that anything that doesn't look right is going to stand out. I couldn't find a mismatched layup piece of carbon on that whole bodywork. I mean, the level of attention to detail that you've done for that on a part that's effectively going to be hidden on your customer cars.
Well, I thank you for noticing it, because we've taken a lot of pride in this, and our usual form of bodywork is fiberglass.
Yeah.
It can't be produced in the same manufacturing methods, and it's taken us to another level of as you say, attention to detail to get this right, and it's non-forgiving. You know, the manufacturing process is non-forgiving, so we have to get it right.
I worked at Ray Malek Limited when we were doing at Wellingborough, when we were doing the Celine S7R. And I know the angst that goes into to laying up. It's happened outside of. Some of it happened outside my office window. It is still a space frame car, though, isn't it?
It's still the space frame chassis, slightly different suspension kinematics to the G56s of its lower, younger brothers. But yeah, it's been a challenge. We still have the front engine car, we still have exhaust in the sills, we've still got to manage the aero around those and the heat management. All of these things are new and a harder challenge at this horsepower.
There will be people that say Ginetta in a GT2 class, that's kind of supposed to be the SRO ideal, was it was mildly tuned or sometimes detuned road cars. But you do produce road cars, don't you?
We do. We have done road cars in this silhouette of car, not quite as wide an arch, but there are several of these cars out there. Our safety car actually is for our own championship is a road legal car, and it very often gets driven to the track and back for those weekends. So yeah, we have done this model Ginetta G56 in a road car.
And what's next then for this model? Obviously there's a full European season coming and potentially more customer cars, and will we see you back in Creventic racing throughout the season?
I'm pretty sure Lawrence won't be able to stay away. I don't know what's happened this weekend, but he's texting continuously.
Well, Leeds at home.
He's full of instruction and guidance. His experience here is more than probably most, and we're still drawing on that while he's not even here. So.
Yorkshire supercar.
Yeah.
And long may it continue. Clive, thanks very much for being with us, and pass on the best to the team up at Yorkshire.
Thank you ever so much.
Let's go back down to Sarah in the pit lane.
John. A couple of little updates for you. Team Park Racing have gone back out. Dario Franchitti at the wheel with some new tyres. So they managed to turn that round fairly quickly. I think they've been, it's been about 45 minutes. That happened just before I came back on air. But another car that's been in the garage since I've been back here is the Razoon More Than Racing 914 car. Well, I'm going to need you to play translator here because I'm no mechanic, but they lost their left rear. You might be able to see the car here in the garage. They told me the pins broke from hitting the curbs. So perhaps you can translate that for me, John.
But again, that goes to what we've been hearing from a number of people at RSL_studio. I've seen more broken suspension parts in my time in the pit lane yesterday and today, than in probably 2 or 3 other races that I've covered. Barcelona is the one where the curbs are pretty brutal. But, I mean, we had the Scuderia Praha car that didn't make the start of the race because of a right front issue. That was a wishbone mounting point on the front chassis leg. Earlier on, I was looking at 2 badly broken suspension parts on, I think it was a Porsche as well, actually. And it does seem to be the left rear on the Porsches. So this is something I think we've got to try and delve in. The teams will be looking at their data and telling their drivers where they're getting the bigger curb strikes. I don't remember the curbs being particularly harsh here, if truth be told. At RSL Studio, if you know differently, or you can... I can hear the hammering. Nick Damon would be delighted at the fact that we have got a hammer going there. There's a head torch. We've already had the telephone torches out and the zip ties as well. So we've had the full gamut of emergency repairs. Obviously, you're always going to have a bit of duct tape on there as well. Just looking at the laps, the leader with 11 laps on Ben Tuck's Team WRT BMW tyres. The gap has come down from just under a minute to 42 seconds to Paradigm Competitions BMW now in second, but due a stop that car. The 2 WRT cars in the pit lane for tyres 11 laps ago, 36 laps on the 992 Paradigm BMW's tyres, with Ahmed El Hati doing a great job at the minute, pretty much matching the 2 drivers in Team WRT. Almanar by Dragon Racing, 13 laps on their tyre as Axel Jeffries inexorably climbs the standings in the 777 Ferrari, first non-German car. Now he's only a lap off the lead and 10 and a half seconds now ahead of Darren Young in the BMW, the second BMW for Paradigm Competition, the confusingly numbered 991. Dan Arrow for Winward in the remaining Winward car, that's the number 16 car. Their other car with a variety of issues early on, and once it became obvious that they couldn't get that car to the finish, I think it was Marvin Dean's too, was the last in the 81. That car parked getting on for 200 laps ago now. In the classes, the Pro-Am, it's Luke Hartog just pitting actually for Porsche and for Herbert Motorsport. That's the number 10 GT3 Pro-Am car. And he has some 2 laps and a bit on Mikhail Simonov in the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi, the gold and red number 69 car. And actually, no, that's the AM second place. So that's second to Ahmed El Hati. No, it's right the first time. The Continental car is the AM car, yeah. So it will be Herbert's second car for Florian Spengler, who's the second in Pro-Am, a little bit further back. Michel Gatting's back in the pure racing Porsche, one of the Iron Dames here this weekend in that number 92. That's the sort of light grey, almost Porsche crayon or Arctic grey. That car in 13th, picking out the class leaders. Tierra Outdoor Racing, Robert De Haan back in the 962. Porsche leads 992. And the second place in 992 is the AM leader. That's handy. That's Thomas Cantgrove for GP Team Elite. GTX, the Ginetta still leads with Nico Prost from Brendan Leach for Lamborghini. And Roman Rusinov is back in the Rossa racing car a few laps down. TCE is the Cupra of Asbest Racing. Yuichi Inamoto behind the wheel there. SRS Team Rennsport in second in that category, and leading in the TC category, KCMG's Toyota, with Ho Pin Tung behind the wheel. Let's pick up some more atmosphere and some more insight from the pit lane. Here's Sarah.
I'm down with Pascal Duhamel. I hope I said that correctly. Pascal, bit of a struggle getting out the car there. It just shows how tough it is on the body and what a shift you put in.
Well, it's very tough on the body for a very old guy like me. My knee on the left is quite painful, so we just got to ask the guys to basically pull me out of the car. But it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Well, we didn't get that bit on film, so that's okay. But impressive that you're still out there driving.
At the moment, it's okay.
How is the track out there for you and the car? How's the track for you and the car?
I'm sorry, I did.
How is the track for you, and how's the car feeling, the Creventic Sport?
Well, the track is fantastic. You know, it's very challenging. A lot of a very fast curve. So you know, it's a fantastic challenge, and I feel extremely privileged to be here and to be racing here in Dubai.
We've seen quite a few suspension problems for some of the cars out here. Are there any corners or turns that the curbs that your team are telling you to avoid?
You know, the suspensions, you know, they can come from very, very different reasons, right? It can be an accident, can be a car which had to park on the side. You know, we even had a car on fire, you know, earlier today. So, you know, that's part of the game. And to be honest, you know, when we have a few minutes of Code 60, I welcome that very much.
Well, I'm no doubt you're welcoming a bit of a rest now. So go and rest well for the next few hours until you're back in the car. Thank you for stopping to have a chat with us.
Thank you very much. You know, for me, I think the next stint is going to be with Daylight. So much easier, much easier.
Time for a nap.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely.
Well, wonderful to chat with you. See you a little bit later on. That is Creventic Sport. Back with you, John.
Great to hear from some of the teams that have supported this championship for a very long time, and some of the drivers. Pascal Duhamel, a real character, as you probably picked up from that interview with Sarah down in the pit lane. And I'm really interested now to find out where these curb strikes are causing problems. There are a couple of the little sort of mini pyramid curbs mid-corner. I noticed one at turn 3 on one of the onboards I was watching in the pit lane earlier on. But we've not had this level of suspension damage in the past. So are people running the cars markedly stiffer? Are they taking more liberties with how much curb they are riding? Not so sure. Ben Tuck leading with a gaggle of cars ahead of him as he heads up the hill towards turn 12, the hairpin in front of where the old RIS administration building used to be. All gone now down the other side through turn 13 and 14, heading across the brow before he turns right-handed into the final corner. Massive amount of redevelopment and infrastructure investment going on at the circuit. The relatively new owners here, United Properties UP, have really, to coin a phrase, they've put their money where their mouth is, or at least they've put their money where the track is. There'd been some thought that the track didn't have a future in its current location, and that has been absolutely blown out of the water. The word that we're hearing is another 20 years added to. Quick spin and recovery for Hofer Racing. That's Alex Prince in the Mercedes, which is third in the AM GT category and 14th in the GTs overall. Now that's unusual. Alex, a very, very safe pair of hands. That was coming out of turn 12 on that tricky off-camber area. Was he close to someone else? As he's rejoined and didn't lose too much time. It goes across the line. That lap, 2:20. And he's been doing it too. Oh, actually, might have lost the better part of 15 to 17 seconds there, so I take it back. And that car's fastest lap, even quicker than that, of 1:57.6. However, even in all of that, he has made up a position overall. He's now up to 13th. So, yeah, I think he was on his own when he did that. And we've mentioned this before, there are some very subtle but important rises and falls and changes in camber around this circuit. Almost imperceptible, even in the daylight, and you really have to know the circuit well. And it's those camber changes that can catch you out. There's another one just coming out of 14, the speed ball, as you come across the top of the brow before you, just as you commit actually to turn 15, the little left kink that leads over the top of the brow and down to the final corner. That again is a corner that can catch you out and just unload the car. Alex will put that out of his mind. He's heading back up to the scene of the incident right now, one lap later. Turns in, gets to the apex, rolls out to the edge of the curb, and no, that's fine. No repeat of the problem. Coming down towards 9 hours to go. Just a reminder, if you are just joining us, this is the third of 3 rounds of the Michelin Middle East Cup. Started in Malaysia in December. Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi, 6 hours last weekend, and the Michelin Dubai 24 hours this weekend, with 2 scores to count for the championship. We've had half distance, so points will have been added to that. And as we get into daylight, we'll bring you up to date with the current standings, including those dropped scores. The way that it works, it was understood that leading up to Christmas, not everyone would want to go to Malaysia, but we had a decent grid there and a pretty hectic 6-hour race. My first time at Sepang. Very often I get to go to a new circuit these days, so that was a new country and a new circuit ticked off. 2 McLarens from Optimum. Spoke to Jamie Wall earlier on. It was accident damage for one and an electrical problem for the other. Sarah is down there. Still 2 cars in the pit, Sarah, as have we managed to push one back out onto the track?
Still 2 cars. I've got an update on the number 77 though. They're going to be heading back out in 10 minutes with Dante Rapange. I hope that's how you say it correctly. He'll be heading back out. The damage there, steering rack, front bumper, rear left and front right suspension, apologies. And that was from that crash in the wall at the final turn. It's quite a bit of damage, but they've done quite well to, yes, get it all repaired, and they'll be heading out in 10 minutes.
Now that all came about as we were going into a code 60, and as often happens, not just in the Creventic series, we've seen it at Le Mans as well, going into slow zones, not everybody reacting exactly the same way, and there was a coming together between that car and another, and unfortunately the black and white Optimum number 77 came off, I think, the worst for wear. The second of the Optimum cars also still in the pit lane, and that was a more tricky fault-finding exercise, and there's there's one mechanic at the back, but I don't think they're doing much with that car at the moment. They were having problems releasing all of the power available, I think it's fair to say, and I think that's probably points to those rather annoying electrical gremlins that you hate on any car, race car or not. Jamie Wall with the headset on to the close to the driver's door of the 77. A very, very good racer himself. What seems like yesterday to me, but Jamie would probably laugh in my face if I said that, and he tells me how long it is since he was in his prime for racing. So still Ben Tuck leads then on 381 laps, waiting for Ahmed El Harti to come through. Now 42 laps for Ahmed on his Michelin tyres, and waiting for that Paradigm competition second place BMW to come through. That's the, as many of you have said, confusingly numbered 992. At RSL_studio if you want to contribute to what's going on. Was the 914 car the same Razoon car that had the wheel off earlier after a pit stop? Was that the GT3 entry? No, I think you're right, Andrew. The pins that we were talking about, wheel pins, and just locate the wheel rim itself onto the hub. Thank you for all of your comments. Ben Tuck doing a cracking job, the Brit, behind the wheel of this BMW, the yellow and black car. Comes through turn 14. He favours staying to the inside all the way round there. There's several trains of thought about that. Turn in early, take an early apex, drift out in the middle and let the banking scrub your speed off for you, and then make a second apex and apply the throttle. Turn in late, let the banking slow you down and take an earlier apex on the way out. There's about 34 apeces on that turn 14. It all depends whether you're in traffic, qualifying, negotiating traffic or whatever. But at the moment, the battle actually is going on behind Ben Tuck, because Ahmed El Harti is in second place, 13 seconds ahead of Thomas Kiefer in the second of the team WRT cars. That's the number 27 BMW. And at the moment, Thomas is gaining on Ahmed by dint of far newer Michelin tyres, 44 laps under the wheels of the Paradigm BMW, just 18 for Team WRT's second car. 202.2 last time around for Kiefer. Ahmed El Harti 203.5. So that is going to keep coming down. Now just 12.5 seconds between those two cars. Further lap back, Darren Young for Paradigm competition, Dan Arrow in there as well. This is by no means a done deal, and I'll draw your attention, particularly if you can follow along on timeservice.nl or via the 24hseries.com website, to the battle for the ProAm GT3 win two Porsches and a Ferrari. Herbeth number 10 with Lurk Hartog ahead of Florian Spengler in the sister car, the 209. Half a minute between them, and just another 12 seconds further back is the Dragon Racing Ferrari, and that's your top three in Pro-Am, so that's something to keep an eye on. We've clocked up another race hour here at the 21st running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Ben Tucker's just crossed the line beneath my feet. Ahmed El Harti in second, and another chunk of time taken out of Ahmed, who must surely be due for a pit stop in the near future. The other classes, 992 Tierra Outdoor Racing. It's Rafe Populars behind the wheel of the number 962. He's got the better part of a lap on the AM leader in second. Still Thomas Gangro in the Team GP Elite. They've got 35 seconds on Red Ant Racing. Stephen Palette behind the wheel of that car. Sarah has more news from the pit lane.
Nothing too exciting, but a little bit of an update. Russell Racing, Gutak at the wheel. They came in fresh tyres on there. 914, that's the Razoon More Than Racing. They look like they've got a driver in the car at the wheel, so it looks moments away before they head back out. There is another car that's come into the pits further down, but it's quite a bit far down, and with the headlights on, I can't quite see who it is. It's one of the Porsches, but that's my updates for now. Fairly quiet down here, but I don't know if that's famous last words.
Take time to just stretch out and enjoy the quiet while you can, because what we've seen in this race is things can explode into action very, very quickly. Just after 4 o'clock in the morning, with sunrise after 7, and this long period of darkness. It's always a toss-up between this and Daytona as to who has the longest period. I actually haven't checked the Daytona numbers yet. I'll get the guys to do that when they come in. I think it was 7:51 or 7:52 was official sunset last night. Sorry, 17:52, a little before 6 o'clock. And here comes the Razoon More Than Racing Porsche, the number 914. You cannot start the engine in the garage. Have they just run it into the pit wall? No, they haven't. But that was a close thing. These racing cars do not have a huge amount of lock. The flat six is fired. I think the bump started that car on the clutch there, actually. And will turn hard right into the fuel bay. No fueling in the pit lane, which is why the teams don't need to wear their fireproof clothing, and in the heat of the day that is a real blessing here. Probably now with temperature under 20 Celsius. Sorry for those of you shivering in a northern European still winter time. It has been remarkably temperate weather, right in the Goldilocks area of not too hot, not too cold, but just right. 50 seconds between first and second, and now a slower lap last time around from Thomas Kiefer, so that gap between second and third's gone out to 15 seconds, but twice as many laps on Ahmed El Harthi's Michelin tyres than the two Team WRT cars which bracket him. 21 each for the two Belgian squad cars. We have an Optimum McLaren, Sarah, back on the pit apron.
They've obviously had the car break down twice, but let me head down to, off they go. Can you hear them speak? The far end of the pit lane. Looks like they've got a light out as well.
Spot on. Yes, you're right.
Back
They have
left.
got the left rear light cluster. It works on the brake light, but not on the side lights. They must have been relatively full of fuel, or they're just sending him out for a reconnaissance lap, because they didn't turn right their circuit toys with that 444 Toyota, which was going so well earlier on. It's dropped down to third now in GT4. Harry Reynolds brought the car into the pit lane. There was a little accident earlier on. That was another code 60 moment. No, it wasn't. No, sorry, it wasn't. That was Reece Lloyd at the wheel, being passed by a GT3 car, who then got spooked by another GT3 car, and there was contact with the left front of the Supra to one of the GT3 Porsches. That required a new radiator, among other things. Go ahead, Sarah, who have you got there?
Well, Rossa Racing look like they're getting ready for another pit, but I don't know if you have the data there. It was only about 10 minutes ago that they last came in, so I'll try and have a chat with them and find out what's going on.
That was 7 laps ago, when, if they took new tyres, which they would have, that's Vyacheslav Gutak, who I spoke to early on when that car came in. Remember, they had a problem with the, what he called the generator belt. Well, he's gone past the start-finish line in that very distinctive car. Ginetta GT2 795 leading the the GTX category, has been in for a pit stop and goes for fuel. That was Nico Prost the last time I looked at that car. They'll have changed over now. Yes, no, it's, well, he hasn't gone back out of the pit lane yet. So there may have been a changeover. And another returning car. This is very good news for the AMG number 31, which, of course, we saw with the damaged suspension earlier on when Sean Lynn was behind the wheel of that car. They've dropped down. Team Parker Racing, Dario Franchitti listed behind the wheel of that car. So the multiple Indy 500 and IndyCar race winning driver and all-round nice bloke is back behind the wheel of the car. They're looking at the left rear of that machine. So it's been out, done a lap or so, and come back in again. Well, there's a rumble of an engine there from the multicoloured machine, which looks fabulous. The art car scheme designed by Stefan Johansson. Yes, that's Stefan Johansson, former Formula One driver, Audi R8 pilot in that Gulf car that he shared in the States with Guy Smith in the early days of the American Le Mans series. Gary Dodds took a fabulous picture of that car coming into the first corner of Sebring, with sparks flying from the right front as the front splitter was cracking onto the ground. I have that framed somewhere. I haven't had that on a wall for a little while, actually. That probably needs to be dug out. And still, our leader, Ben Tuck, laps impeccably down to a 1:59.9 last time around. Chris Lullum, who's got in the Grove Racing by Get Speed Mercedes, was also under 2 minutes. The 59.5, also on a 59.5, Simon Birch in the number 14 at Razzoon Northern Racing Porsche. But those, I think, the only cars and driver combos that are under the magic 2 minutes. Love the sound of racing engines in the middle of the night. Second place car into the pit lane. So that was 48 laps on the tyres for Ahmed El Harti. They've come off, and are they slightly scrubbed that's going on, or were they brand new? Let's have a look at the right front as it goes on. I think that's lightly used, that one. Might have been one of the qualifying set if you weren't with us on Friday. The 3-stage qualifying, which we've seen here in Creventic racing before. And then for the top 10, an out and 1 lap shootout. They weren't new, were they, Sarah? Sarah, thank you very much indeed.
And Team Parker Racing, they were just checking that rear right.
Yes.
It was the rear right, wasn't it? They were just checking it. No concerns there. Just checking the work they did from the damage they had earlier on.
A little bit of a spanner check. Good idea. Good idea. So Ben Tuck will now... sorry, Thomas Kiefer now will go up into second position with that pit stop for Paradigm. So it'll be Team WRT 1 and 2 again, with Paradigm 3 and 4. The next of the leading cars to stop will be Darren Young in what is now the 4th place car. And that will give that position to Dan Arrow, because he's 10 laps better off. Also, Chris Lullum actually might also make up that position as well. So we're in this situation now with still the better part of 9 hours to go, 8:48 and 30, 29, 28, 27 to be utterly pedantic to go. And we're in that situation where there is quite a big offset in pit stop and tyre strategy. Ahmed El Harti actually, there were used tyres that went on, lightly used, 6 laps on them for Ahmed El Harti. So that was a set of lightly used qualifiers that went on that car. One of the 4 sets that they used. Thomas Kiefer goes through, confirmed in second place now. So it is Team WRT first and second. But we are, as I say, in that phase where there's big offsets in pit stop and tyre strategy. But now Ahmed El Harti will have the best tyres of anyone in the top 10. And well, actually, I think Ahmed got out of that car, so I'll wait for the driver ID to come back in. Meantime, in the pit lane, the Lippert Lamborghini, and Sarah is watching that stop going ahead. Now, they are brand new tyres. You can see the sheen on them.
Yes, brand new tyres going on. That is still Brendan at the wheel. He'll be heading back out. I think it's second stint for him.
Yes, correct.
Now, let's see what else is going on. Sorry, I didn't hear you just before, but did you say there was another car you want me to drop in and see what's going on?
You were doing a grand job. Thank you very much. It was Anthony McIntosh who got into the Ahmed El Harti car. Still leading in AM, by the way, GT3 AM. So WRT first and second with the 669 and the 27 car. Darren Young, as I suspect, has gone into third. A minute and 14 between the 2 Belgian cars that lead the field. And just under a lap between the 2 Paradigm cars, are there? In fact, it'll be Dan Arrow that goes through any second now into 4th. Yes, there he goes. Seblaju racing in as well. That is Enzo Jolie who brought that car in. That's third in the 992 category. So we're going to see some of the Cup cars coming in now as well, including... sorry, that was Lewis Perriot in the... that's both Seblaju cars in, actually. From the pit into the pits. No, sorry. Scrub that those last 2 statements. Looking at the wrong line on my timing screen. Eight and 3/4 hours to go. At RSL _studio, if you'd like to be part of the conversation. Realise it's what is it? Just after midnight in the UK now. Just after 1 o'clock in the morning in Central Europe. Thank you very much indeed for those of you who are staying with us. And particularly to our 021 production crew, camera operators, both here at the circuit and back at production headquarters in Köln in Germany. I heard in my ear there, sounding a very, very long way away. Hello from Köln. Very good. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Always a pleasure to work with you on these Creventic races. And a special thank you and some recognition to our camera operators who were out in the heat of the day, now have to. It's quite windy as well early on. Not sure who's on turn 1 camera at the moment, but whoever was on that at the early part of the race, it was really blowy down there. And now it's a little cooler. We have got enough people to rotate them through, but nevertheless, sterling work on all the cameras. Sarah, more updates from the pit lane as we're well inside the second half of the race now.
Just seen Rodrigue Gillian, the AM driver for Team CMR 794, sprint into the garage. So he's obviously had the call to come, and he'll be jumping in the car shortly. He's having a bit of a frantic getting himself together, though, and I think I can see that Team CMR car just coming in at the top end of the pit lane. That is the Lamborghini Huracan at Trofeo.
Thank you. Jesse Young has said, so the TC class didn't have any entries in the Middle East Trophy, the Michelin Middle East Trophy, until this race, with the Toyota Gazoo Racing rookies and the KCMG prepared car as well. Would they still be eligible to win the TC title? I don't see why not. It's any 2 scores from the 3 race, but I have a suspicion in the back of my mind that to be eligible for the title, you had to enter 2 races. So even as I was saying that, I've got a feeling I've heard Phil Anson saying that, and he is the man who absolutely devours the regulations. So I'll have a chat with Phil when Phil and Ben come back in to take over here, and I shoot back down to the pit lane for my long pit lane stint till 7:30 in the morning. Oh, 3 wide down the back straight there. All a bit leery, as we had several different classes of car bunching up at the same time. Right amongst the middle of that, the number 931, that's one of the Cup class cars, which actually does gain on the GT3s once they get up to speed. As Alex Renner in the AR Motors by HRT performance, 10th in the 992 Cup class, 6th for the AMs. Sarah in the pit lane.
Spanking new boots, but Gillian is ready to get in the car. I was wrong with the headlights. I was mistaken. That wasn't the Lamborghini coming into the pit lane, but they look like they are ready now. So, well, you should be able to see it coming in now, all ready to go out. But yes, brand spanking, shiny new tyres going on. Lots of the cars opting to change to the new ones now. I know that all the quali tyres have to be used throughout the race.
I do think that this is an interesting new wrinkle for the teams, and they have to build it into their strategy. Now, in a 24-hour race, it's obviously far easier to use 3 or 4 sets of Michelin tyres than it was in the 6-hour race last weekend, in terms of using them without a massive tactical disadvantage. At RSL_studio, want to be in touch. Fairly steady stop here for the yellow and red Gillian sponsored car. 39th position when Ugo Mojica brought that CMR Lamborghini in. 5th place in GTX. The Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars have, in various guises down through the years, been very successful in GTX. In fact, I think we had one of the first of the Evos of that. Now, shall I pick, shall I not, a moment or two ago, from, I think, one of the Cup Class Porsches, who bailed out of the pit lane at the last moment. I don't think they'll get a penalty for that. It wasn't impeding anybody else, and they hadn't got all the way around the corner. Whether that was just a case of going into the extreme right-hander at turn 16 that forms the pit lane, right on the right-hand side of the track, going in a bit quick, or whether the team said, no, 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 don't come, we're not ready for you. Not sure, but the car continued anyway. 2 Team WRT BMWs on 30 laps on their Michelin tyres. 2011, 2013, 2015 for Darren Young. That's pretty impressive from Darren. 2 minutes flat for Dan Arrow and Winward Racing's close to just on a minute from a podium position as it stands now. 31 laps on Dan's tyres, 38 on Darren's. So those guys at the front of the field, top 5 with Chris Lullum for Grove Racing by GetSpeed Mercedes. 31-30, 38-31-32 for those front runners. In comes Tsunami RT with their multicoloured machine, and also down the pit lane as well. Is that the orange and black of the Vortex that went through? Oh, this is going to be almost an unsafe release there, but good reactions from the Toyota Gazoo rookie racing driver, who's just taken over that B-Spec Toyota Supra. She lifted off so that there wouldn't be an incident. But was slightly disadvantaged there. Now, how long is Ben going to stay out on these tyres? 1 minute and 21 now, the gap between the 2 Team WRT cars. Darren Young has just dropped off the lead lap, but not by much. Waiting for Dan Arrow to go through in the Winward Mercedes. But remember, this will all change again when that top 5 come into the pit lane, and then Anthony McIntosh in the Paradigm BMW, the 992 numbered car, will cycle to the top, because he's some 20 laps better off on fuel and tyres. There goes Ben Tuck across the line under my feet. Another 2 minutes, 0.5 near enough. Also in the pit lane, the 930 is Igor Sorokin for X Motorsport by HRT. Another yellow and black car. Yellow and black does seem to be a colourway that has caught the imagination in 2026. We've got a number of them out there. I suppose it goes in fashions. It becomes a little bit of a cause célèbre. There was a lot of red, white and black cars a few years ago, wasn't there? And then we had very highlighter pen colours, bright yellows and bright greens. And of course, Montai still raced their Grello car, which is the mixture of green and yellow. Seb Lajou racing with no headlights into the pit lane for the 888. Doesn't seem that long since that car was in the pit lane. I know, I misidentified that car, didn't I? They've done 54 laps on their tyres. That's third in the AM. And this is now Louis Perrot in the 888. Sixth in the 992 category, but third in AM. So that's their corresponding pit stop to the Igor Sorokin ex-motorsports stop. And Greg Gorski's in as well for HRT. Third, fourth and fifth in the 992 AM category, all pitting with within moments of each other. And as if by magic, I mentioned Greg Gorski's name, and Sarah already had him standing by to talk to us.
Him down. Greg, it's obviously good to see you here. We had some good conversations back at the World Radical Finals just over a year ago. Wonderful to see you back. You just keep coming back to the UAE.
Yeah, you know, I'm just here again. It's my 6th 24-hour of Creventic Dubai, and I just got out of the car. I am freaking beat. That was a long, long stint. A lot of concentration, not much sleep, but I feel really great. So thankful that I'm here. Thankful for Creventic and Dubai for hosting this event. Of course, my team, HRT Performance, has been great. And AR Motors, Alex Renna, he's great as well. So I just wanted to thank everybody who makes this possible.
To be honest, you look fresh as a daisy. You look like you're ready to go back out there. You don't look like you've just had that big stint in the car.
I am not ready to go back out now. I am beat, my back hurts, but you know, if they call me, I'll be ready.
What are you going to do now to rest and recover? How long, do you know how long you've got?
Oh, I don't know. There's 3 other drivers, so it could be 3 hours, it could be 5, but I'll just take a little break right now, have a cup of coffee, stay awake. We're just going to pull an all-nighter.
All-nighter sounds perfect, Greg. Well, good to chat with you. Go grab some food and I guess a bit of rest.
Yeah, thank you. And by the way, you're up very early today.
Yeah, I did have a bit of a nap and I did come back. And I will say thank you for keeping it clean and PC.
Absolutely. We know the proper etiquette around here.
Yeah, you did promise me earlier on. Well, good to see you, Greg. And yeah, rest well until you're back out again.
All right, thank you. Have a great rest of the night.
Will do. Thanks, Greg.
Live, uninterrupted race coverage, 24 hours, free in sound and vision.
Always a bit unnerving when you have a quick chat with Greg. You never know what he might come out with, but he kept it nice and clean for me there, John.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Greg. And this is not a test, this is not practice, this is real racing, and 24 hours of 30 plus GT racing and over 60 cars. What a way to kick off the season of 24-hour races. 6 hours last weekend, a little aperitif, if you will, amuse-bouche perhaps, down at Yas Marina. 60 cars there, 65 here. I think we'll have 59 or 60 cars at Daytona next weekend for the Rolex 24. Covering that for you as part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels on IMSA Radio. For those of you outside the US, we'll have our streaming page up for that as well via imsaradio.com and on the IMSA YouTube channel. And there'll be 1 or 2 people's names that you'll recognize from here. It is a practice weekend this weekend for IMSA, but bears no relation on race week. None of those times count. And our coverage starts on Wednesday with a special midweek motorsport from our global broadcast centre overlooking the Tri-Oval and the start-finish line at Daytona International Raceway. And we've got extended coverage not only of all the sessions for the Rolex, but the other races around there, including the 4-hour Michelin Pilot Challenge. Some similarities there with Michelin providing all the rubber here and across in Florida. Been pretty chilly in Florida this last weekend, which is not good because my packing hasn't really reflected that. Dan Arrow picks the Winward Racing Mercedes-Benz from 4th position. That's interesting. He's come in before the Paradigm Competition Darren Leung car, and I thought that would have been the other way around. 43 laps completed now for Darren. Go ahead, Sarah.
Well, very shortly, I have a bit of an inside conversation with Emilian Carde, who is a driver, but this weekend he is engineer for Circuit Toys. Once they've come in for their pit, he's promised me a bit of a conversation. But something I've noticed, some of the engineers have been popping out and checking the track temperature. It is currently 14 degrees.
Surface temperature in the pit lane. It'll be pretty consistent with what there is around the circuits. Molnar Motorsport, 22nd position. Paul Meyer has brought that car in 3rd overall in 992, with an AM between themselves and the Tierra Outdoor Racing by HRT car. Stephen Pillett, actually, for Red Amp Racing, is in the pit lane. They're leading the AM category. Alexander Prince in fuel for Hofer Racing in 12th, 3rd in the GT3 AM. Or at least the Hofer Racing car. Not sure if Alexander stayed abroad. Gregory Cervez brought the line speed Porsche in. 4th in GT3 AM. Darren Leung must be due in the pit shortly. And this, of course, is where that Anthony McIntosh Paradigm BMW starts to rise up again. The two Team WRT cars on 35 and 36 laps, 2nd to 1st. Thomas Kiefer, Ben Tuck. As we're homing in on 400 laps completed. So another little milestone coming up the next time Ben Tuck in the WRT yellow and black number 669 comes by. It's just been dealing with a little bit of traffic in the 3rd part of the lap. 3rd sector of the lap. It's coming through turn 12 now and dropping down the hill to that super quick left-hand kink at 13. Still pretty dark over the far side of the track, but lots of lights now in the distance and some more floodlights on the track as well, I should say. But this is by no means the level of lighting that we had at Yas Marina last weekend, or that we will have at the Rolex 24 Daytona next weekend. And I sort of like the more throwback feel. We've got brand new lights on the pit straight, which have made a big difference. And here comes Ben to click over 400 laps, which he does now, with still 8 hours and 25.5 minutes to go. His gap at the front of the field to his teammate Thomas Kiefer was just over a minute the last time Wait for the number 27 Team WRT BMW to come through. We're back to BMWs in positions 1, 2, 3 and 4. So Rennsport with Sarah.
They just headed back out. That was the team Sorg Rennsport 427. They told me they've got a new caller on that car, so that was some of the work that they just did then. And that's why it was in the garage.
That's Nick von Essen who has taken out that Porsche. Second still in GT4 with a decent gap back, or 13 laps to the Circuit Toys Toyota, which is in the fueling now, the 444 bright yellow GT4 Toyota. So their repairs have gone well. Meanwhile, at the penalty box, Sarah.
Just getting a little bit closer. Not sure that was an extremely quick penalty with the 985 car. Let me see if I can find out what that was for. What was that penalty for? What was that penalty for?
I think track limits.
Track limits. It was a quick one. Yeah. Well, you head back down and I'll see you later on. Track limits. Very quick one.
Just a 10 seconds for the track limits. Yeah, there is a couple of officials who sit there. Oh, somebody on the front straight with no headlights there. Now heading into turn 2 and 3 at the head of a gaggle of cars. Now that can't be allowed to go on. That car will be being spotted by race control. Yeah, there's a little table there, and normally 2 officials sitting there. There's a TV screen that's right next to the penalty box, and although you do have to provide a member of your team there to advise the penalty stewards, if you will, at pit in, that you're about to come in and serve a penalty. The countdown is triggered electronically on the screen and on the positional indicator on the top right of the windscreen as well, the Lumi rank system. Thank you very much for all of you sending in nice messages on our RSL underscore studio. I'll do that again in English. Studio. Our studio socials, RSL underscore studio. Hours and 22 minutes to go as we're rocketing towards 5 o'clock in the morning. The sounds, the different variety of engine noises somehow seem to be a lot more raucous in the night. There is a scientific reason for that, and it's all down to the air density. And as the air density cools, obviously, as the air cools rather, it gets a little thicker, and that transmits noise differently. Ben Tuck, another lap completed. Another lap just over 2 minutes. Had a bit of traffic that time around. He's done 39 laps there. Thomas Kiefer, 2:01.5 as well. Anthony McIntosh, 2:01.9, but he's got far newer tyres. Done half the laps of Kiefer and Ben Tuck. Axel Jeffries has just gone up to 4th position, and now Gustav Farfus has joined the party. He's back in the 991 Paradigm car. Darren Young out of that car after a cracking couple of stints. So it's 3 BMWs, a Ferrari, another Paradigm BMW, Herberth Porsche, Luke Hartog, leading the Pro-Ams in 6th overall, and just on 4 laps behind the leader. He's got 5 cars ahead of him. But 4 laps is absolutely nothing around here. Sarah.
Well spotted. Obviously, the headlights are out. That is the 888 car. I just had a quick chat with one of the officials. They have given them the black and yellow flag, and they're waiting for it to be communicated back to them. So it is the 888 of the Seb Lejoux Racing.
That's a very bright purple-coloured car. And as I say, they won't be allowed to continue. That car will get the mechanical flag. That's the black flag with the orange dot in the middle. Meatball flag, as it's called in the States. For obvious reasons. Still to come. 20 minutes time, we'll welcome back Ben Constanduris and Simon Hill, fully refreshed. Oh, okay. This is my time of the night. Going back to my nightclub DJing days. Manuel Metzger's just put the Hofer Racing Mercedes fastest lap of the race in 2 minutes .047. They're in 14th place in that number 11 car, and they are holding down an AM podium, trying to close in on Mikhail Simonov for Continental Racing by Simpson and the Audi. They've got a couple of laps on them at the moment. The Pro-Am leader, of course, is the Herberth number 10 car, and Luke Hartog's just brought that into the pits. It's in fueling at the moment. So again, that car drops down. This is the ebb and flow because of these long pit stops for fuel. It is just a pistol grip as you would get in your local service station or supermarket fuel service area. However, the pumps are far smarter. I think it is safe to say that we have the smartest fuel pumps of any motor racing series, possibly of any fuel station in the world. They know when it's green flag, they know when it's code 60, and they are pre-programmed to be told with a little tag that they press up against them how much they can pump, because the fuel fill is part of the balance of performance here, and in terms of fuel tank capacity, but also how much you can fill at each time at the pumps. And that changes if we're under race neutralized conditions. So the 2 WRT cars will be due in shortly, as will the Ferrari of Almanar by Dragon Racing, Axel Jeffries. Good chat with Axel's dad, Sahel, and at was that Yas? Yes, it was. Lovely fella. Delighted to be spotting talented Zimbabwean racing drivers and bringing them along. Gave me some good tourist tips as well if I ever get any time off. It's Antara Zhao, by the way, who has taken over the Herberth number 10, leading that Pro-Am category in 8th position. Antares, who it seems not very long ago was sending me messages as a fan watching racing. What a great and meteoric rise in his motorsport career. Someone that we had a good chat with, actually, in the same hotel as him at Sepang. And another absolute gentleman. Loves his racing, mad for it, in fact. Another lap completed for Ben Tuck, another lap spot on the 2 minutes and a half a second. Thomas Kiefer a little bit slow last time around, 2:02.7, must have hit some traffic or made a mistake. An hour and 30 in the car for Ben Tuck, an hour and 59, let's call it, for Thomas Kiefer. 1:58, sorry, 32 minutes for Anthony McIntosh, an hour and a half again for Axel Jeffrey. So they could do another hour, those drivers, 2.5 hours straight through. The time you spend in the pit lane from pit in through the fuel to pit out doesn't count towards your driving time. So we can't just look at, you know, I got in at 5 o'clock, therefore I can drive till 7:30. No, it isn't quite as simple as that. Jack Mitchell now behind the wheel of the leading GTX, which is the Ginetta GT2 from Team CMR. Brendan Leach seems to have been in that Lamborghini from Lightwood forever. Actually, an hour and 3/4. Second in GTX. And Rossa Racing has the Vyacheslav Gutak driving the car at the moment. And he's been in that about an hour. Just looking to see if anybody's getting close to that 2 hours. At this time of the night, the concentration is so intense. Ooh. Well, Michael Porter is showing a 2:42 in the Optimum McLaren. That's the 74 car, so that isn't right, because that's the car that isn't running. Dante Rapang in the 77, that was the crash damage car. That one is back out. Actually, all of that 2:43 has been spent in the pits for Michael Porter, so quite clearly that isn't right. It wouldn't count as his driving time. It'll reset. Actually, the timing screen is, the timing system is clever enough to do that. So let us know where you are in the world, ahead of us, behind us, in time, as we are racing here at the Dubai Autodrome. Sarah, you might be able to answer this. Hello, Janos Wimpfen, who is watching the NFL playoffs at the moment. He's following the Seahawks, the Seattle team, and looks like they're headed to the Super Bowl. Can we remember what happened to the HRT Porsche that stopped early on? It was I think the 928 car. With that car, I know it's been in the pits for a very, very long time, but I somehow I can't remember what happened to it. Can you?
Oh no, that's testing my memory as well. They were the first team I popped into at 3 a.m. and I'm starting to feel it now, I'll tell you. So let me go up there and I'll bring back an update very shortly and see what's going on.
They've been in the pits for a very long time, but I really think I really can't remember what took that car out. Hello to Dan Shufflebottom. good to know that you're still up and around at the moment. And hello to UTB Doug. He's following the Porsche number 929. It's the car that Simon and Ben were giggling about early on, like two naughty schoolboys at the back of class, because of its hilariously funny sponsor on the side of that. Dave Alcock. Hello, Dave. Thoroughly enjoying coverage of the 24H Series Dubai. Pictures on the stream and the whole team's coverage, giving teams that are using Michelin tyres now. Have we heard if any of the teams have had to change strategies given the different tyre formulations? This is the second time we've run this race on Michelin tyres, although I think there was a slight change in the compound after this race last year once we got back to Europe. If I can find our Michelin representative, I'll try and work that out for you. And he also asks, are the Ford Mustang GT4, GT3 eligible for Creventic competition? Yeah, absolutely they are. I'll be talking to the guys from Ford next week and see if we can persuade them to release some cars into this category. It'd be nice to see a GT4 car, certainly. I mean, there's nothing to stop you, because Creventic would find you a class. You could run a Mustang Challenge car with a stick shift. That'd be hilarious fun. Well, proper endurance racing. But yeah, I know what you mean. I think we'd probably find that in TCX or somewhere like that. Sarah.
Well, the HRT, they don't want to say too much, but they said it's, well, I had to push them for an answer, but they think it's something electrical, a software issue. One of the mechanics is making good use of the front seat, though. That's where he's having a snooze.
Well, you can't get a snooze in Porsche front seats. That's where I'll be heading to in about 7:30 this morning. Thank you to Chris Jordan, to Mia, and the rest of Porsche Middle East for a little trial run on the 992.2 T hybrid. Side-by-side action up to turn 12, and Porsche taking position there, I think. Down to turn 14. Yeah, the GTS is my bedroom tonight. That was the number 14 car, Simon Birch, going past Mikhail Simonov on the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi. That was overall 9th and 10th position, so Simon Birch moving up a position. Mikhail holding on to the AM second place. Michelle Gatling has brought the Pure Racing Porsche, the grey Porsche, in for a service, and that car's now in fuel. Also in the pit lane, Marco Grilli for Asbest Racing, and their TCE TCX third placed, check that, fourth placed Porsche. It's one of the cars that we were talking about early on in terms of different versions of cars that look very, very similar. Torqued up the nuts and off it goes. Just from earlier on as well, lovely to have our Janetta guests in. A few questions as well about that GT2 car, the 6.2, is a Ginetta block. And they hang the ancillaries on it as well, and then, just for good measure, bolt the supercharger on. And thank you to Kevin Simpson, who found his way up to us and brought us a guest to talk technical on that car. I'm very excited about going to Ginetta HQ when I have a moment later on in the year. Right, let's take the opportunity to check back in with Sarah. I'll be taking over from her in a few minutes down in the pit lane, and after this update it'll be Simon Hill and Ben Constantiouris up here in the Global Broadcast Centre.
Thank you, John. Well, I'll see you down here in just a few moments. Make sure you grab a coffee before you head down here. Another Asbest coming in. The used tyres going on this car. I'm not too sure which one of the Asbest team. I mean, they are the majority of that class. We'll see any moment now. It got busy for a moment down here. Some pretty regular stops though. And yeah, so we've got 3 hours or 2 hours away from sunrise now. Different to chilly over in Europe. It's not bitterly cold, it's just very fresh. And I live here, so I guess I'm not so acclimatized to the cold. I'd say it's one of the coldest winters that we've had for a long time. And it's been cold for a fairly prolonged time. We had a chat earlier with James about how the cold is affecting the running of the cars. I think he was a little bit surprised at how much the temperature did drop away compared to the last few days that they've been out here through practice sessions and obviously qualifying yesterday. Still waiting here next to the Asbest racing team for whichever car they're bringing in. Hopefully, Simon, are you up there now? Is it Simon and Ben joining me up there now?
Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. How are you?
Yes, not a huge amount, but probably a lot more than a lot of people out there in the paddock. Ben Constantiouris and Simon Hill with you for the next couple of hours. Simon just getting himself prepared, and we're going to guide you through until 8 o'clock in the morning, so we get that sunrise. That's the most favourite part of a 24-hour race for me, as the sun comes up, as the warmth comes back into the day. The times are so very fast at that point, and if it falls in the right way with tyres and fuel, then we could see some spectacular lap times around the Dubai Autodrome. 8 hours remaining, coming up in 1 minute's time. And Sarah, we thank you for your work down in pit lane. John Hindhoff is going to be back down in pit lane, would you believe, in a few moments' time, pulling the night hours for us before we click back into the day with Carla Velti, with Johnny Palmer, and with Phil Anson. Now, what is this? A Mercedes facing the wrong direction?
A Mauro Engel facing the wrong direction, no less.
Okay.
Don't see that very often, do you?
No. I imagine he may have been helped around. Mauro Engel in the Winwood Racing number 16. Halfway through his stint, at just 12 laps on his tyres, so that very, very unusual. It is very much the BMWs at the front of the field, with Ben Tuck doing a big chunk of these night hours. We didn't see Ben until the last time we came on air, which would have been about 11 o'clock. So he really has done the night hours, as Anthony McIntosh has done the night hours in the 992 car. He hadn't featured in the 992 car up until that point. We'd seen him do a lot of hours in the 669, one of 3 drivers to be sharing across two different cars. So Anthony McIntosh with Team WRT. He's the only one that's in the Team WRT and the Paradigm competition BMW. James Kellett in both the 992 and the 991 Paradigm. So putting his name across both cars. And actually, have to double check to see if he's featured in both. He has featured in both cars now. Quick look at the Seat Cupra, which has the benefit of not needing to change all 4 tyres on that car. You'll see the rear tyres generally either left on or the front tyres get moved to the rear. That's because they're really only there to stop the rear bumper from grating against the ground. They don't really do a lot of steering or providing that much stability and grip. They're set up, Simon Hill, on a front-wheel drive car with so much camber that very little of the tyre is actually in contact with the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you looked at quite a lot of the front-wheel drive one-make series that we're all quite familiar with, things like historically things like Renault Clio Cup, more likely now in the UK things like the Mini Trophy, Mini Challenge, etc. They set similar sort of setup. You know, the rears try and do as little as possible, so that when you turn in, it just kind of cancels out any inherent understeer that you may have.
Yeah, I once had my Ginetta set up as a Renault Clio car because the setup sheets got mixed up between 2 separate cars when I went to Snetterton, and that was quite an interesting way of feeling the car. Here are the standings then, with 8 hours remaining. It's Team WRT, the 669 team that lead by what seems to be around a lap over 992. Then we have the 27 WRT, so it's a BMW 123 with Augusto Farfus now aboard the second of the BMW Paradigm competition cars, the 991. So BMW 1234. Best of the rest then, the Mercedes of Winward Racing, but they have just inherited that from the Almanar Dragon Racing Ferrari that's dropping down because it's in the pits right now. Then you've got the number 4 Grove Racing by Get Speed Mercedes. That's where you find Jules Gounon, for instance, Alex Acker, and the first of the Audi R8s from Continental Racing in 8th. The number 10, Alex Au, Porsche. First, the Porsches down in 9th. I think they're going to get better as we get more temperature into the track, with the second of our GT3 Porsches in 10th position for Resoon More Than Racing. Page 2, we find Herbert Motorsport, the second of their cars, the 269, with Sven Muller aboard that car at this particular moment in time. That's the car where you find Alfred Renauer. In 12th position is the second of the Dragons, the 88, and then Michel Gatting's Pure Racing Porsche in 13th spot. Mercedes AMG of Manuel Metzinger at the moment. Hoffer Racing that took victory back in the Barcelona 24 hours, the last of our 24-hour races, in 14th. Lion Speed 15th, then Tsunami 16th, 17th for Fulgenzi. And then we get the first of our 992 category cars in 18th spot. It's the FAC Auto Run Tierra Outdoor Racing. The 2 EMBs, Alabama Motorsports in 19th and 20th. And then the second of the 992 cars with Mathis Jalbert driving for Seb Lejeune Racing in 21st at this moment in time. The best of the AMs in 992 is Red Ant Racing in the 924, but they're only 6 seconds ahead. A great little battle between the two of them. GP Elite in second spot. And then you look further down At the tail end of the top 30, you find the GTX category leader. That is the Ginetta. Jack Mitchell aboard that car right now, and they have around a lap advantage over the Super Trofeo Lamborghini Leopard Motorsport, with Brendan Leach now driving that car. We find that car on the 31st position on our graphics. Rossa Racing dropping 10 laps now in GTX, so they're down to 35th position. And they're just behind the Team Parker Racing Mercedes that is being piloted at the moment by Dario Franchitti in the dead of night. Yes, that Dario Franchitti. So great to have such a legend with us here. Some of the tail end GT3 and 992 cars featuring in the second half of the top 40. The Vortex there, the 701, and the Team CMR Lamborghini. They're also running the Lamborghini alongside the Ginetta. And then we continue down into the TCX category. So 46th position, but in the pits right now, the Asbest Racing Cupra DSG. 4 laps ahead, sorry, of the Team Sorg Rennsport Cayman. And then you have the leader of TC, which is the Toyota Supra B-Spec car of KCMG. That's had huge amounts of work done to it, but sits in 48th position. Optima Motorsport in their McLaren with issues down in 49th spot, I should say now. And the remaining TCE. It's first GT4 car we find actually behind quite a lot of the GTE cars, although I have to say I've missed the leader in GT4 because he's in 42nd position. That's Cherney Motorsport, the BMW M4 GT4. You find the other two there in 54th and 55th position. Team Sorg Rennsport's Cayman RS, or is that the CS? And then the Toyota Supra from Circuit Toys. As we move into the end of the top 60, we find the retirements, including that of the 909 Red Camels Jordan, a retirement after an incident just as we went off air. Winwood Racing have pulled out their 81 car. TFT have a retirement in their 28. And we actually have nearly that have fully retired out of this, including 5 GT3 cars, with Haas RT, the number 21, getting 1 lap in only before they had to pull out, and Praha not even being able to turn a lap after problems in qualifying.
Yeah, so, excuse me, so we're now looking, as we just go with just under 8 hours to go, looking at the way that the leading bunch has seemed to have sort of, there's a bit of nip and tuck going backwards and forwards in the various BMWs that are at the front. You know, it's absolute BMW lockout. As you can see, the 4 cars at the front are all BMW and are all pretty much in contention at the moment. The only interloper now are a couple of Mercedes and a Ferrari that are in the top 10 and looking strong enough to maybe, just maybe, give those guys a chance, or give those guys a bit of a battle as the race unfolds into the last 8 hours. But realistically, you've got to look at probably one of those 4 BMs as the car that's most likely to, as we look down into the pits for another stop for the Audi. Looks like full service there. Driver change as well.
The one thing I haven't been able to work out yet, because my little adult brain wasn't good enough, gentlemen, is if we look at the count back, who's in the best position, because there's probably the top 5 as they stand at the moment are on a very similar fuel and tyre strategy, but there's a couple of cars within that top 10 who are on markedly different ones, And of course, they cycle forward when the cars ahead of them make their pit stops, particularly for the long fuel stop. What I haven't been able to work out yet is who's got it closest to 1 o'clock if we continue at this pace, etc., etc. But I think there's still a chance. There's some very fast drivers still got to do some laps. There's still a chance for 1 or 2 of those cars outside the top 5, maybe not to win the race, but certainly to close up and possibly have a chance of an overall podium. And that, as Paul Truswell says, all of the things being equal, which it seldom is in endurance racing. All hail Paul Truswell. He's almost always
He's almost certainly now asleep, which would be unusual for Trussers, but with his car retired out of the race, I imagine he's taking the opportunity to have a bit of a rest. Over just under 8 hours remaining, it's difficult at this stage to really do that count back. We can probably think about that in a couple of hours' time, but there is so much still that could happen. We haven't had, touch wood, a code 60 for 2 hours, and that's where these strategic elements have sort of stretched out. But as soon as we do get a code 60, and we surely will get a code 60 in the next 8 hours, that will then probably start to reset the field and put them all back on a similar strategy. But you're right, John, in terms of driver time, in terms of the amount of time certain pros have in certain cars, that will make a difference. And the other big difference, Simon Hill, is that I think we can safely say that the Mercedes is going to be stronger once the sun and the heat comes into the day.
Yeah, absolutely. That's been the case so far in pretty much every competition we've seen the car in this category, in the Creventic or the Michelin 24 hours or 12-hour series, in the various different events that we've seen. So there's absolutely no doubt that that car will get stronger as the warmth starts to reappear here in Dubai. Hasn't been quite as hot as perhaps we would have expected. No. Certainly compared to last year. I was here last year and it was markedly warmer throughout the whole weekend, you know, into the high 20s, I think possibly even low 30s at various different points. John will probably remember better than me, but I think you remember, John, temperatures wise, where we were at last year?
Yeah, I think you're right, Simon. I seem to remember I was in shorts and short sleeves for pretty much all of my stint in the pits day and night. Because I was doing the grid walk this morning, I put the chinos on and they haven't come off yet. It is a little bit cooler here, but it's not freezing cold. I'm just waiting for the EBM car to come in. Alex Chiaretti is going to climb aboard that car. There's a set of... Yeah, I think they're brand new Michelins. Yeah, they are brand new Michelins about to go on. I would have thought that most people would have got rid of their qualifying tyres now. Here's the EBM Porsche coming into a stop in front of us. 20th position overall for the satin blue Porsche. Enzo Trulli jumping out and Chiaretti, the Italian-sounding Frenchman, jumping in. All done with the usual aplomb and efficiency. Doors already closed, drivers done. Now there's a problem at the back. I think one of the wheel guns. Oh, they're having a look at the exhaust. Let me get round there. Oh, this car's getting the dollies on it. So what looked like a normal pit stop, now this car's going to be pushed back into the garage, and they were looking at something at the back, which I can't get round to, because they're going to push it that way. Hang on, let me go out into the lane a bit more. Left rear wheel has stayed off.
Is that the fire extinguisher that's just been taken out to that left rear wheel?
Don't think so. There's quite a lot of gaffer tape on the left rear corner just ahead of the rear wheel. That was damaged earlier on. Here comes the multicoloured Mercedes-AMG of Dario Franchitti for its pit stop. Yes, there's been further contact, I think, on the back left-hand side. The rear wheel arch liner on the left-hand side's been slightly dislodged, and they're going to go to work. That was what was seen. There was something hanging down at the back on the left rear, and indeed it looks like the engine cover wasn't too secure either. May have been remnants of the previous incident, guys, because there's a lot of tape on that corner. Driver has been changed. He sits impassively in the car. Now the mechanics have to go and do their work.
Such an exciting driver lineup, that Enzo Trulli, Dorin Boccolacci, Alessio Giretti, and then the owner Adrian De Silva. But he just hasn't shown anything in this race, and so often the case with De Silva's car. Actually, the Mercedes they run for Setuan Santosho is a much better car. It seems it shows much better. But this Porsche, whenever I've seen it in either Malaysia, for instance, we had it in the 12 hours, or in the SRO events, the more sprints, it's never really shown its form. And I wonder how much proper, chunky 24-hour and 12-hour endurance racing these young, sprint, exciting drivers have done. You know, Doran Boccolacci, I know he's done lots of 1-hour races. I don't know how many 24-hour races he's done. Goretti certainly hasn't done anything like this before. I know that from speaking to him in Malaysia. And Enzo Trulli is a similar kind of age, and therefore you don't get many opportunities to go endurance racing when you're in your younger years. It's all about the 20-minute sprints, isn't it?
They've decided, Ben, that whilst they're doing the remedial work on that previous damage to the left rear wheel arch and just ahead of it, they're going to change the front brakes as well. They pushed it back in the garage so more people can work on it. Giretti and Adrian De Silva, of course, raced in Carrera Cup Asia. And Giretti is, I think, Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific supported driver.
Next big champion this year.
Yeah,
that's his Enzo Trulli. He's a junior, isn't he? An Asian Porsche
that's
Cup
why
junior.
It's such an exciting lineup, and that's why I'm a bit sad that they're outside the top 20, and they haven't really been inside the top 20 at any given point, because over a one-lap pace, all three of those guys are, for me, very exciting prospects in the world of Asian and Middle Eastern motorsport moving forward.
Definitely. Fran Wader, we haven't seen a lot of him over the 24 hours compared to some of his teammates, but looking at his lap times, he's roughly a second quicker than Anthony McIntosh in second place at the moment. They're all kind of, the top three all running roughly about the same sort of pace. Augusto Farfus in the Paradigm 991 car in fourth place, quicker than the cars ahead of him in terms of lap times, as is both Mauro Engel and Kai Allen. Another driver, really exciting to see him as part of the Michelin 24 hours of Dubai, or Daytona. Let's get the country right.
Where are you?
Yeah, still half asleep. Sorry about that, folks. But yeah, obviously from Australian supercars, one of the real star drivers over there. Of course, Grove Racing, very much part of that that scene in Australia, and hence we've got this this talented young man over here showing what he can do. My goodness, that's an exciting championship this year. Just gone the 25 series right to the right. Absolute heartbreak for certain drivers right at the end, and obviously Chaz Mostert getting it done right at the last knockings, and yeah, couldn't have been more thrilling and exciting, perhaps.
That is one of those championships that has suffered because of the demise of Motors TV. There are many championships that have suffered because we don't get Motors TV any longer, but that one was always on the skybox to be recorded, and in the advent of streaming, we still haven't quite managed to get some of these championships in a position where they're easy to follow.
And it's on TNT.
Well, so that's a couple of £100 a week to be able to watch it then.
Or you can catch the highlights and full race replays on their YouTube channels as well, but obviously you can't record those. So I'm down at Circuit Toys. The yellow Supra he's having some remedial work done. They've got a car right in front of them as well, which is the CMR Ginetta GT2, which had to be pushed back towards it. Looks like the car's going to fire up. I think that was Reece Lloyd's helmet in the car. as it pulls away, you'll be able to tell as it goes through the driver identification loop. Off and running again, and a fairly decent stop as well for the GT2 machine.
Fran Rueda, by the way, has done 31 laps in that car. Anthony McIntosh has done 139 laps in the 669 machine. So feels as though they've done a lot of his drive time already in the 669. McIntosh now aboard the 992, so he's switched teams because he's one of a few drivers to have seats in both cars. But Rueda, we only got a chance to see Rueda at 1 in the morning. That was his first stint, would you believe? And if you remember, we had the opportunity to see Ben Tuck's first stint a few hours before, but Ben didn't get a chance to get in the car until about 11 o'clock in the evening. So Ben did a double stint, then Fran did a double stint. Jordan Pepper was in for 1 stint. We saw Jordan a bit earlier on in that car. Then they went back to a double for Ben Tuck. And now Fran back in, but only 7 laps into the next stint of his. So presumably, therefore, yeah, one of those stints that he did earlier on was only a 2-lapper. So very, very few laps turned so far in this race. It equates to around just an hour. But McIntosh, I guess by dint of the fact that he is in 2 cars, needing to focus his drive time perhaps in the first 12 hours on the 669 and then in the second 12 hours of the 992, that gives you the opportunity to organise it. I don't know, have we spoken, John, to Anthony McIntosh? We probably haven't had any chance because he's probably always been in a car, but it must be a huge amount of work to do.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier, didn't we, about balancing your time between 2 cars so that you don't go through the 4 hours in any 6. And I think he's been in the car when I've been in the lane. A car, 1 car, both cars. I'll keep my eye. Is he in the car at the moment? Yeah. It tends to happen if we work similar shifts to the drivers, so you see the same people over again. If you've got time, I'd like to have a chat down at Circuit Toys here with Emir Cards, who's part of the team. I mean, you were hoping to have a drive here this week, but you're helping out with the Toyota Gazoo Racing Supra for Circuit Toys.
Well, it was fairly unexpected to have a drive. It was quite a challenge to already settle the lineup. So we're happy to be on track, honestly, and just happy that I can help all the drivers out there by coaching them.
Yeah, and you're part of the driver's lab operation that's based actually just on the other side of the track here, down by the Nando's. And we talked to your business partner, Dan Wells, earlier on, but we've got new people all around the world tuning in now. Simulation used as a tool for training, both in person and potentially distance learning as well, remote learning for drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a wonderful tool to have in Dubai. And even when I'm 1,000 miles away, I can still coach from abroad, thanks to that facility. So that's what happens with Dan. Even in person, it's just a wonderful tool to prepare for every races all around the world. And for all the drivers out there, I think it's been a very good preparation for the ones who made the effort to go there.
Ben's been trying out one of your rigs up in the team catering. I know because I've been asked many times in the past, even running up to this event, is this track doesn't appear on any of the big simulations. I think it's just popped in to one of them within the last 2 weeks. So what software and what circuit representation are you using to train people here at Dubai Autodrome?
Well, the software is pretty much custom made. We use a pretty known baseline of software for sim races, but it's custom made, and the model of the track is laser scan. It's a very specific model that you can only find in Driver's Lab.
And what are you hoping, what are you trying to do for drivers, whether they're here with you in person or around the world? Is it just general circuit knowledge, or can you fine-tune them and potentially the setup of a vehicle as well, so that effectively they can shortcut some learning when they get to the real track?
That's the whole purpose of the simulator. It will never actually replace a session in real life, but you can shortcut all the learning process of a racetrack. And even when you're, as I said, 1,000 miles away, you can just transfer knowledge and those feelings, what a driver should feel in the car, and the simulator helps to do that in full safety and for a lot cheaper than an actual test day.
And making those changes and doing 20 laps and coming in and putting a new set of tyres on in virtual reality, you don't have to have a team of mechanics. You're not buying the tyres, you're not buying the fuel.
Exactly. You can pretty much try any configuration. We can even simulate safety car restarts, the kind of procedure that you can theoretically only practice during a race and in specific conditions. So that's what's amazing with the simulator. And even setup-wise, we can try to trick a bit the driver to fine-tune his feeling and feedback abilities.
Now, you've been partnered up for a little while now with Creventic. Are we going to see you at some of the European rounds as well as when we kick off at the end of March?
We hope so, but on the commercial side, I will leave that to Dan and Oscar.
Okay, thanks for talking to us. Good luck for the rest of the race. The car going okay now? You had one or two problems earlier on with the Supra.
Yeah, we had a tricky race. We know it's a really demanding race. It's the first time for the team here, so I'm really happy to help them with that. We'll see where we finish, but the goal is to reach the finish line, and I think that will be our victory.
I was watching earlier on when you had to take the front end out of the car after Reece Lloyd had a little incident. The car's built pretty tough. I saw how much it took to get that front bumper off.
Yeah, absolutely. We had that comment several times today. The support we have from Toyota Gazoo Racing is purely amazing. It helps a lot. And surprisingly, that car can handle a lot of things, especially on such a demanding track.
I'll let you get back to the team. Thank you very much for talking to us. And a little factoid about that GT4 Toyota is that it is put together opposite Liège Airport by WRT. They do that under contract for Toyota Gazoo Racing or Team Toyota Europe or Toyota Racing or whatever they're calling that part of the racing world in Toyota language at the moment.
Circuit Toys with a French flag alongside their name and entry list as originally a French team based just about half an hour from Toulon in the south of France. Lovely place to be, a lovely place to transfer here to Dubai, and the support of Oscar and Dan Wells, who have had and been so instrumental in this Middle Eastern series with their other company, Driver Lab, on every single car around the circuit as a sponsor and supporter, as John said, an opportunity to try some of their simulators and for me to learn the circuit, because I had never been here before and I didn't know where it went, and it's actually not yet learned. I've done probably about 10 laps in the sim and I still don't really know where it goes efficiently.
Well, that was the point that we were hearing there, is obviously it just gives you such an opportunity to do as much time as you possibly would need. Setup changes, new tyres, different fuel loads, strategies at safety car restarts, all of the points that we were hearing there, all fascinating stuff. It's very interesting for someone of my generation who's not grown up with the opportunity to do any kind of sim racing and coming from a very different point of reference, which initially was very much like just didn't feel comfortable, the idea of it. Still really doesn't, because that's just not my natural sort of mindset, if you like, but that's not dismissing the value of it at all. I think one of the things that really sort of struck home is that when you saw that the change potentially of the regulations for drivers doing things like getting their Nürburgring permit as a result of the input from Max Verstappen, Now, we heard obviously earlier about Christopher Lullum, who drives with Max Verstappen, hugely successful sim racer, and the fact that the Nürburgring permit requirement was always that you had to do 2 races to get your Nürburgring permit. Now it would appear, if I've understood correctly, it's 1 race and some sim time combined, which is the Verstappen influence, because he's obviously carries so much weight in showing how the value of that approach can be applied to some real racing at arguably the toughest track in the world.
And the WRT car very top. I didn't see a driver change, but there was a tyre change there, peeling off into fuel right now. Was it the second place car, as out goes the Santalok car behind me, was it the second place car that we were talking to one of the drivers earlier on who was saying they were having a TC problem?
Yeah, we were talking to Pedro Ibrahim earlier. He said that there was a problem with the TC
machine that Pedro drives.
All right, so that was the other car, the car that's still leading.
Control and team radio issues on that car. Sitting 4th position right now, but will inherit 3rd from the 992 as Anthony McIntosh, I would believe, probably stays in that car. He's already done a double stint, although it wasn't really a double stint. He did a 10 and a 10 lap and then a 13 lap, 2 stints before getting out of that car. So already done now 33 laps on his first stint in that car. Would you keep him in for another one after 33 laps? Maybe you should go down there and maybe he's actually out of a car for once, John. The car is now in fueling and will be in fueling for another 2.5 minutes. We won't, until he gets out on circuit, find out if Anthony's still in that car or whether he's handed over to one of his teammates. James Kellett actually hasn't done very much time in that car at all. Kellett's only done 53 laps. Of course, James has done a lot more time in the 991 that Augusto Farfus is aboard right now.
Yeah, who is it who is the most encumbered by the driving in that? In terms of how many hours they can do, because of the makeup of the crew, or are they the one that's free? It's the Darren Young car, isn't it?
So
yeah, the AM car is the one that's more encumbered by
an
time.
AM GT3 car, the AM driver must do a minimum of 4 hours, and a semi-pro is only allowed to do 6 hours in that car. And that is the car that I don't have the driver lineup for, because that's the sheet that never got printed. There is 6 cars that I am missing from my entry list, and that is one of them. So we'll have to raid somebody else's entry list and find out exactly. But we are expecting, the predictor is suggesting 616 laps if we continue at this rate. That is 12 laps off the record. It's set in 2012. And it's very hard to get that back, I would imagine.
The computer will take into account what's gone in the past, and the longer we go green, the more laps you'll actually add on to that, because you'll be taking out those code 60 segments from earlier on in the competition. 12 away, if we were to go, I reckon if we were to go green for the rest of the race, we'd be right knocking on the door of that record.
I'll switch back to that page, and it's already said 618, so it's already added 2 extra laps.
There you go. Here comes the Guillon 794. That's effectively the Belgian flag coloured car, isn't it, as they come in. And I'm going to get out the way here because we've got a pit stop exactly where I'm standing with a brand new set of, I'm going to stand next to the very warm Michelins that are about to be fired on to the 931 car. Let me get out of the way of this, because there's two pit stops happening at the same points. So for the moment, I'm stuck between them. But as Anthony McIntosh has indeed got out of the BMW from WRT, I'll have a wander down there as soon as these pit stops have cleared from these 2 Porsches. Tsunami RT
being one of them, and Arm Motors by HRT Performance, another battle-scarred and battle-weary car on the rear end of that. That's the other one. I don't want to get in the way of the guys changing the tyres. 23 kilos being thrown around as if it was merely a shopping bag. Quite extraordinary the way these guys do that. They're raking out all of the air intakes as well. Right, I'm off down to WRT.
Now in the 992 machine, so Anthony McIntosh has got out. Probably will be looking forward to some sleep. Still needs to do a decent amount of time, though, I would say, in that 992 car in comparison to what he's already managed in the other car. Because he's only done 60 laps in the 992, and that is that GT3 AM. Let's have a look. Let's do some maths. We've got time, haven't we? And as we're talking about that car, we can give you more specific information. So James Kellett's a semi-pro, so he's only allowed to do 4 hours in that car. Hamid El Harty, Darren Lung, and Anthony McIntosh are 3 AMs. So James Kellett is only allowed to do, what did I say? Did I say 4 or 6? I said 6 hours. Yeah. So James Kellett does 6 hours, leaving 18 hours, which has to be split between El Harty, Lung, and McIntosh. 4, 8, 12. Yeah, so there's actually not a massive... There's not a limit or requirement on Anthony himself in that car, other than the cycling through of drivers, because you're only allowed to do a certain, I think, 2.5 hours in every 4 hours, basically. So he doesn't have to do a set amount of time, but James Kellett can only do 6 hours in that car, and James Kellett has only done... as I say, 53 laps in that car. So actually, they've got a lot more James Kellett in that car that they can use. But James has limitations because he's also in the other car. So that's where it starts to get really complicated. And certainly my brain at 5:30 in the morning / 2:30 in the morning European time can't work that out. We need another sleep and to transform into trusses.
Yeah, exactly.
So we are about mid-stint for Team WRT. Both the 669 and the 27 that lead are on a similar strategy. Augusto Farfus coming to the end of his stint in 3rd position. And on a similar strategy to the 2 Mercedes behind. So Winwood and Grove with similar strategies on their tyres, and that will promote that 992 back up. It does really feel as though BMW, despite all of the efforts in the BOP to try and equalise all these different brands in these conditions, and it really is important to emphasise, in these conditions, they are by far the strongest. But if tomorrow morning everyone wakes up and the temperature starts to really build, that will shift away from them. It's just, will there be enough time in the race left with a finish of 1 o'clock to be able to help some people get back into contention? John Hindhoff is our pit reporter. I can hear the microphone open. John, what have you got for us?
Well, I'm on my way to Paradigm to get Anthony, and a very, very smoky Porsche. So smoky I couldn't see the number on the car. It's just gone into fueling, so it's one of the Porsches that's in fueling. You should be able to pick that off. Huge white smoke coming out the back, so smelt very oily to me. Didn't like that at all. And as I say, it's so bad I literally couldn't see the number of the car. It was when they put it, sort of spun the wheels up, went down the pit lane, on the pit lane speed limiter, and it looked like something from a smoke screen type of thing. Absolutely incredible.
Lion Speed are down in that kind of area and have been for a couple of minutes, as have Neuhofer Rennsport. Those are 2 Porsches.
Yeah, they're the only 2 992s that appear to be in the fuel station as we speak. So we'll watch with interest to see what's going on down there. At the moment, it says there's 4 vehicles in the fuel area. We're just watching on track as the Rossa Corsa is making its way through the middle section of the lap. That still sits there in, where are we now? 3rd place. Vyacheslav Gutak on board that car at the moment. GTX still being led by Jack Mitchell at the moment in the CMR, Team CMR run Ginetta G56 GT2.
As you know, Simon, this Ginetta is still young in its development, so to be in a position where they are leading class and in a class that hasn't seen much attrition, unlike some of the other classes, that's impressive from Ginetta, that they have got a really strong car underneath them. A GT2 car doesn't usually need to do any more than 45 minutes in the GT European Series, GT2 European Series, for instance. Of course, if you want to drive your Ginetta in Creventic, then you'll need it to do at least 12 hours, if not 24, if you choose to go to Barcelona. We used to have the Portimao 24 hours in the European Series, but it's just Barcelona now that's a 24-hour race, and a lot of the 12-hour races actually are 2 6-hour races with a forced break in between. I prefer those. I like the gentlemanly idea of doing a 6-hour race, going to have a nice dinner, waking up at a civilized hour and going motor racing again on Sunday. None of these getting up at 4 in the morning and it's still going on. But we do have the Barcelona 24 hours and of course this Dubai 24 hours, and it seems as though they're a very popular race to do, because the biggest grids of the year in Creventic are in Barcelona and in Dubai.
Yeah, we're looking on screen at the moment at the leader in the GT4 class, Bednarski, on board the Cherney Racing BMW, doing a very, very solid job. Has a significant lead. I think the last time I checked, it was over 20 laps. That's double check now. So currently that M4 GT4 has done 385 laps. And the second place RS team saw Grensport Porsche 718, which is currently being driven by Nick van Essen. That has done 345 laps. So yeah, that's what you'd call a significant lead, I think. Completely opposite of what you were just saying about the GTX category, which seems to have been swinging backwards and forwards between the Ginetta, the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini that was on pole position for the class, and the Rossa Racing Rossa, which all seem to be pretty close to one another.
The Rossa Racing machine 10 laps down off the Ginetta, so I'm presuming that somewhere in their racing story they've had an issue. I don't know if we've been in the garage to learn more about that team and car, but certainly on my stints we haven't. But yeah, 10 laps down on the Ginetta suggests that there has been at one point a long pit stop. I'm going to go and have a look into their strategy and see exactly when that might have been.
Novas behind the wheel and the car ground to a halt out on the circuit and caused a code 60. It was brought back on the end of a tow rope at pace, bunged into the garage. They stripped front, rear, back, front, bottom, side, everything off it. The car had no electrical energy, which I know it's not a hybrid, but you still need 1 or 2 electrons to keep a motor car running. It was traced to the alternator, or the generator as they called it, but they were hoping they didn't have to change the alternator because it's in a slightly inaccessible spot, as I have a very, very slow-moving Porsche right in front of me. The 939 has run through its pit lane area and has been asked to move on, stopped now in front of what is not their pit, and that's going to hamper the cars that are behind it. Engine is off. I've just finished on the Rossa. It wasn't the generator, it was in fact the belt, the drive belt for the alternator. They changed that and sent it back out, but the dismantling and reassembly of the car is what cost all of the laps. Now we've got some teams from the Avant Porsche
team members and some dollies there. The dollies are not going to be any use to them because they don't have an air bottle. But now they do have an air bottle because one of their team members is following them down and pushing that car out of the way. It is in the working lane rather than the acceleration lane, and right in the middle of where, again, another 2 cars are coming in, including the Grove Racing number 4. This is the AMG, sort of the off-white coloured car, sitting in 5th position as it came into the pits. That's full service stop, 4 new Michelins, new driver, wheel spin, and off towards fuel.
Yeah, that sounded wonderful. We just heard that fantastic rumble from the AMG Mercedes engine as it left the pit lane on the open mic, John, so we thoroughly enjoyed that. We like that. And yeah, been pretty close between those 2 Mercs, closing down on Farfus. Engel had set the car's fastest lap recently in the other Mercedes, the 16 car, the Winwood Racing Run car, the beautiful dark blue car. And Kai Allen been putting in some really solid laps. As we said, it's lovely to see him as part of this event with the background that he has racing in Australia.
So John giving us the background on that Rosser Racing machine and the reason why it was in pit lane and lost those 10 laps. That equated to a 23-minute pit stop. But since then, that was 4 hours ago now, it's all been fine, and they've been running along. So they were able to fix things, and things are still working. But it shows that, you know, just 20 minutes in pit lane equates to 10 laps, and now they are waiting for the Super Trofeo and the Ginetta to have a similar issue to get them back in the game. Of course, they'll be on the podium in GTX if things stand as they are, but because the Vortex, we actually haven't really seen much of the Vortex, but I'm going to presume that they've had some issues as well. They're not on the first page of the timing screen. And talking of issues, and John reporting about those that smoky Porsche, whatever it was, it doesn't seem to have stopped whatever car it was, because all those cars that were reported in the fuel area at the time have gone back out on circuit. So whatever the issue, all good. Just looking on the timing screens, we've got Team GP Elite in pit lane and have been for 18 minutes. So there's something going on at Team GP Elite, although they're now in fuel. So they are heading back out. So they've had a 16-minute pit stop. And we know that the EBM Porsche had some issues. They ended up losing 20 minutes with whatever was going on the rear end of that car. But now Alessandro is out on circuit.
So still at the head of the pack, it's the 669 Team WRT BMW M4 GTR. Currently still being driven by the Spanish driver, Fran Rueda. Very, very experienced driver. Started his racing career in single seaters in French Formula 4 and then Formula Renault, moving into touring cars or one-make saloons at the Seat Leon Euro Cup, and on to the Renault Sport Trophy. How much fun were those Renault Sport Trophy cars? I absolutely love those.
It wasn't long ago. We had one racing in Mugello.
Yeah.
Tom Coronel was in it. I was going to say 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely loved those cars. Some really good drivers and some fantastic...
Nicky Katzberg, first champion.
Nicky Katzberg, he was indeed. But also then Fran went on to race in International GT Open and various different manufacturers, mainly with BMW initially, and then took in things like British GTs in 2023 with Greystone GT, GT World Challenge, Endurance Cup, and also Le Mans Cup in some GT3 cars as well. So done an awful lot of stuff last year. We saw him racing in a mixture of British GTs, European Le Mans Series, and even the FIA World Endurance Championship. So yeah, hugely experienced, very talented driver, and it's he's been doing a really solid job. Just looking at those lap times, been super consistent. We have a yellow flag at turn 14.
Yeah, we've got a car which looks to be, for me, a Seat Cupra. It's very, very, very safely pulled off on the inside of the hairpin there. How he's actually got there, I'm not sure. But he's a long, long way off the circuit. Looks like there's a power reset going on that car. We managed to find it on our stream. Not an easy one to find because he is very much hidden. Just look sure which number it is.
Just looking, Ben, from our commentary box position, we can just about see him in the distance. Where it looks like it's kind of backed against the barrier, I wondered if he's looped it on the way out of the corner and then backed it in there, or whether, as you said, he's maybe pulled it over. It's a bit difficult to say see from the angle that he stopped at exactly which was the scenario that unfolded there. But you know, we spoke, good old commentator's curse. We spoke a little while ago about the possibility of running green for much longer. We've had a very long time on track with a green flag.
But this one's Henrik Siebel aboard the 101. So this is actually a Seat Leon Cup racer. Remember those?
Yep.
They're about as old as the McGann Cup, aren't they? Rob Huff was one of the first champions in the UK of that one make series.
Yeah, and the original sort of Mark I Seat Cupras, wasn't it? That was what that would have been, I think, 2003 when Huffy won that, because the following year he got promoted to the British Touring Car team alongside some bloke called Jason Plato in the Toledos, I think they were, if I remember rightly.
Okay, so they were an older generation to a Cupra.
And then another driver that had huge success that we know from the world of sports car racing was Johnny Adam. Won in both the older style and the new style of the Seat Cupras, having previously won the Renault Clio Cup with TCR Racing, and then moved into the Seats, and then went off to do some sports car racing.
And that Seat Cupra racer became the template to TCR that we know now today. We are going to get a code 60 because it seems as though that car is not moving, so that's perfect timing for August. The front end of that 991 machine, so this is not a conventional pit stop. We are still getting the tyres changed, but doing this under code 60 is a wise choice for Paradigm. Tyres are being changed, but not with great speed. And this is a bit concerning. Now, this is the car that did have an issue with traction control, that did have an issue with the driver radio. All full tyres are now changed, but they are still either replacing fluids or checking something under the bonnet of that car. Can't see exactly what's going on right now.
Yeah, as you quite rightly said, Ben, not a sense of urgency at this stage. Obviously, everything's urgent when you're fighting to take off the tear off the screen.
If that's fluid, that's a lot of fluid going in.
Yeah, that just had the element of there was something else going on in there, didn't it?
There was a mechanic in there.
Yeah, there was a mechanic in there, yeah.
It wasn't fluid, it was a mechanic holding a light, and then another one very, very deep in the front end of that car, possibly trying to plug something in or trying to wiggle an electrical cable or whatever. But Augusto Farfus, don't think, got out of that car, so he heads to fuel. He's followed to fuel by Ahmed Al-Hati. So we've got both the Paradigm competition BMWs in pit lane taking advantage of this code 60. It's not going to be a long one because there's no barrier repair or anything. This is simply a tow a Seat off the circuit, basically. There will be a bit of cleaning, of course, to be done, as you always take advantage. This is the first code 60 in 2.5 hours. And so not only are we going to have the marshals and track workers taking advantage, we are going to see pretty much everybody wanting to come in and service their car and reset their strategies here.
Yeah, just going back to that stop that we were watching, the Augusto Farfus 991 Paradigm competition BMW. The time in the pit lane was just under a second under 2 minutes, so 1:59. Now, to normally just do a driver and tyre stop that's not a million miles away from that, just tyres is usually much quicker, around about a minute. So you would suggest that they potentially lost some time there. We're going to have to wait until everything scrolls through. Now, it does look like it was Pedro Ibrahim that's taken over that car now, looking at the driver ID. So we maybe didn't quite catch that as the car then headed down the pit lane into fuel. We're just looking at the Seblaju 888 on our screen now. That's currently sitting 6th in the 992 category. as we look at the CMR guys, I think they're like all of us. We're getting to that stage in the affair where everyone's a little bit stir crazy, a bit overtired. But yeah, the recovery goes on with the side. It seems to be
taking a long time.
Yeah, if it was just a matter of the car had stopped, as in you had a mechanical of some issue, and it can roll, then you would think it had just been hooked up to the tow vehicle and just dragged back to the pit lane for the team to do their thing and try and sort out whatever the issue is. So it's a bit surprising it's taking a little bit longer than it has.
Well, that implies to me that it's stuck in gear.
Could be.
That it can't be put back into neutral. Yeah, so now the flatbed comes to pick it up. So the initial thought was we'll just drag it and it'll roll in neutral, but it seems as though they can't do that. So the flatbed's coming along, and then they'll have to lift it on. They won't be able to roll it on and recover it that way. So the lights were on. It had electrical power for the lights, but perhaps not hydraulic power to be able to change the gear.
Yeah, exactly. The funky flatbed, as I like to call it.
Oh, really? It's got a new name, has it?
Well, because it's got that really cool. It really comes out, goes onto the floor. I mean, yeah, I mean that's some good hydraulics on there. I mean, you know,
you need a bit of space to be able to.
You need a bit of space. You need to have a bit of, you know, space behind your chassis, if you know what I mean.
I was chatting to the head of communications for this circuit, for Apex, who built this circuit, who are the circuit designers around the world. We obviously know Herman Tilke as his design agency has built so many Formula One tracks, but Apex Design are a leading circuit design company, and they built this circuit. And the premise was never to try and get Formula One here, and it really wasn't to get much conventional motorsport here. This was a place for the sheikhs and the super rich to come and safely drive their supercars fast. And so you can imagine that these recovery vehicles, they're not, Daves of Watford. They get brought, or every man's at Goodwood, the garage down the road bringing their recovery vehicles in just for the weekend. I imagine those are owned by the circuit and they're used often to pick up hypercars and supercars. So they need to be like that. They need to have the ability to put a flatbed flat because this circuit is designed primarily for those hypercars and supercars to be driven by their owners when they fancy.
Yeah, exactly. Now the onboard that we're seeing from Fran Wader looked like that was a Ginetta just ahead of it there. Jack Mitchell's still on board the Team CMR car. As a group of 4 drivers, they've done a superb job so far. And I know Lawrence Tomlinson, the chairman and owner of Ginetta, has been tuning in. So hello to Lawrence and Freddie, who are going to join us.
Won't be listening now.
Won't be listening now, but it has been tuning. I had a message from him saying enjoying the coverage and enjoying seeing his car doing so well. So that was really nice.
Very nice.
Of LT, as everyone knows him.
Many friends tuning in and listening.
Yes, I've had some interesting comments on my on my phone after some of our commentary earlier today or last night, whichever way you look at it. But yeah, so hopefully we're going to get this cleared up and on back to some racing fairly soon.
It's not the first time you've gone viral, Simon.
No, it's not exactly. More ways than one. Fran Wader still, from what we can see, is on board that 669. Obviously, that's in the pits at the moment. So as we see the Ginetta now, the CMR Ginetta in the pits having some work done on it. Let's just hope that that's just regular maintenance for this magnificent sounding car. I think most of us agree it's probably the best sounding car here.
Question for you. Ginetta obviously build and manufacture and run their own series. Why is it not being run by Ginetta? Why is CMR involved in the running of this car? Because CMR being a French team and Ginetta being a Yorkshire-based team, it doesn't obviously marry.
Well, ultimately, I think if you look at it, Ginetta don't run their own cars. They have, for example, in European Le Mans, they have built their LMP3 car and they have DKR that are running those cars for them. So what will happen is they build the cars and then supply them to teams. CMR, I think, are the French importer and distributor for Ginetta.
Yeah.
They ran the car last year, not this car, but they ran a GT4 last year. And as we heard it thunder into life. There is no other word than thunder, or maybe rumble. What do you reckon, Ben? Thunder, rumble?
I
Carry
have
on,
the news.
Mr. Hindhoff.
Thank you very much indeed. I've just been speaking to Jeanette's new technical director that we had in the booth earlier on. There was a small top-up onto that mighty 6+ litre supercharged engine. It's the second time they've done it. They've been monitoring oil usage, and it was pretty much exactly where they expected it to be, having added the oil earlier on. It's all about data collection, putting miles under the wheels and revolutions on the engine. So that was absolutely where they expected it to be. They still want to be competitive, but data collection and getting that car home in hopefully one piece is paramount at the moment. Now, I'll nip down to Paradigm again, because I was standing there.
Surely Anthony's gone to sleep now. Surely Anthony's gone to sleep.
He's long gone, but was there a problem with the other car? Did I not hear you
they were
say?
looking in the bonnet. It didn't spend a long time in pit lane, but they certainly spent an extra minute doing something in the front end of that car with a light and a mechanic.
But a bonnet off, mechanic in the engine bay type deal, Mr. Hindhoff. That was what was going on.
Right. Okay. I shall go and ask a question and see if I can.
We've had a bit of a change around of drivers as well at the front. Kelvin van der Linde now on board the 669 leading team WRT BMW. Christopher Haase back in the 27 team WRT car, so they're running first and second. On the screen it looks like they're about a lap apart, but we're waiting to see how that plays out once everyone's made their stops and done everything that we expect to do. As we said earlier, Pedro Ibrahim now back in the 991 Paradigm, the car we were just talking about that had the bonnet off for a little while, and Ahmed Al-Hati has been in the 992 car for a little while.
It's number 14 of our Code 60s, 2.5 hours worth of Code 60. We have 7 hours remaining. It looks as though this Seat Cupra racer that we are under Code 60 for trying to recover is sort of rolling. It's interesting, isn't it? Because initially they were going to tow it, then they've brought the flatbed, but they still need to drag the car or roll the car onto the flatbed to then get it up. I thought they would be lifting it. And you can see clearly that as they try and drag it onto the clunk, it is still going clunk. It's still in gear. So that is the problem, and why they just didn't lift it off the ground and plonk it on the flatbed, which is more logical when it's stuck in gear. Who knows? Let's go back down to Mr. Hindhoff. He's got James Kellett, who had another mega stint earlier on and lit up the timing screens.
Yeah, just going to get James on the camera as well in front of the Paradigm double garage here. He's just come from rest, so he hasn't got out of the car and looked this good, but he's young enough and fit enough to have done a stint and got out of the car and looked this good. Tell me about how the race is going for both of your cars at the moment. We know about the problem. You had a radio problem, but that's been sorted now. But is that TC problem, has it magically fixed itself, or is it still there?
Well, yeah, the 991, we've been suffering a bit of a TC engine issue quite early in the race, to be honest. We've just been dealing with it for most of the race up until now. Fortunately, I was able to get a bit of rest, so I haven't been able to catch up actually what's happening for the last few hours, so I need to have a chat with the guys, see how well we're doing or how not well we're doing. But I know the 992 car was going really, really well, so obviously I'm jumping in between both. So yeah, I just need to catch up with the guys and see how we're getting on.
So the problem there is you've got to make sure you don't fall foul of this 2.5 hour, 2 hours rather. Let's do that again. You have not to fall foul of the 4 hours in any 6, because that's not car specific. Now, you're not adding things up. You're just going to get in the car and drive when you're told to, presumably.
Yeah, that's exactly right. My job, get in the car, drive as fast as possible, keep as fresh as possible as well when I'm not in the car. So it's super key. I've got myself some rest. The guys are on the strategy, and yeah, I'll be told when I need to be in the car, and I have to go and push myself when I'm out there.
The cars, all of the 4 leading BMWs have gone really well in the cooler temperatures. Is there a concern, I won't say a worry, but is there a concern that when the sun comes up, the air temperature and particularly the track temperature comes up, that those pesky AMGs, which are still nipping at your heels, might have a little something for you?
I'm sure they're going to have a slight advantage on us when it comes to the warmer conditions, but I know that we can still lift the game up when it comes to a bit warmer conditions. So we'll just have to wait and see. You know, it's all exciting. I'm just happy to be here racing, and to be in both cars is rare, you know, and it's my first time ever doing it. So I'm super happy. The team has been amazing. The car has been phenomenal over the night period, and especially in the cool conditions. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Are the two cars set up any differently, or have you been sharing between them?
Yes, the cars are very set up very, very evenly. We're running the 991 car a little bit more aggressive because obviously it's the pro car. Yeah. So we've been able to just push the setup on it a little bit more, but in a way the cars are set up very, very evenly, and I mean, it all depends on the driver that's getting in the car, just to preserve the tyres as best as possible, preserve the brakes as best as possible, and make the tyres last the distance. The last stint I had was a long stint. I was in the car, the tyres had nearly done 300k, and we were down to canvas. Wow. So I had to push on, but I had to make sure the tyres lasted as well.
So when you say aggressively, set up more aggressively, for the people who are watching and listening, you know what that means, because you'll be able to feel it in your backside and in your steering inputs. But what does that mean in layman's terms as to how you drive the car in the braking and turning phase of the lap? Because down the straight, it'll be the same.
Yeah,
even I know that.
Yeah, down the straight, it's exactly the same. Braking phases of the corners, it's a little bit more oversteer, push more towards oversteer to generate a little bit more front grip. So in the higher speed corners, it has that little bit more high speed front end grip, where the pro drivers, obviously being 991, it was more of a pro lineup car, are able to deal with that little bit more of an oversteery setup, where the 992 is a little bit safer for more the AM-based drivers, but still we were super, super quick. Set one of the quickest laps in that car as well. So through the night, yeah, it was super good with the cooler conditions. It helped with us in the front end. When the sun starts to come up, obviously we'll start to lose that front end grip again a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes.
So aggressive, edgy, a little bit more on the nose, less aggressive, more neutral, tending to push and have the understeer rather than the loose back end, yeah?
That's exactly right, yeah.
Thank you for explaining that. Very good. Get yourself, go and speak to your men. By the way, James, another one of the many BRDC members who are taking part in this, relatively newly minted member of the BRDC. Congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Right.
Enjoy the rest of the race.
Code 60 ending in 1 minute's time. So the Seat racer has been moved. It didn't say exactly how they ended up doing it, but we have got rid of that car, and so we can go back to racing conditions. As I said, most cars, most teams taking advantage of the Code 60 at least to get topped off, get a new set of tyres on the car. And by the way, James referring to 300k on the tyres, that is about 55 laps. So we did see guys getting 50 odd laps out of their tyres. Doesn't sound like you want to do much more than that if they get down to canvas.
Well, again, that's one of the things that perhaps is a byproduct of a traction control issue. If the traction control is not doing the job that it's designed to do, it's going to mean that you're going to get more oversteer, more wheel spin, and that obviously kills the tyres much quicker. As we go racing once again, and we have, as we'd expect, a very close. It says 438, 437, 436, 435 laps completed for the top 4 cars, which is still all 4 BMWs. Kelvin van der Linde, Christopher Haase, Pedro Ibrahim and Ahmed Al-Hati in the 2 WRT cars and the 2 Paradigm cars.
And they all pitted during that last Code 60. So they're all on very, very similar strategies, although the 992 obviously is running tyres that they used in qualifying, because there is about 8 to 10 laps more tyre life taken out of those 992 tyres versus what has been. Actually, no, I said a lie. These could actually be tyres that he used on the previous stint, and they didn't change the tyres under Code 60. They simply did a fuel change. There are some question marks in the timing as to Almanar, the 777, and the number 10, as to how long their pit stops were. I don't think that there's anything unusual going on there, but if you ask following certain live timings, it suggests they've been in for 7 or 8 minutes. But I don't think, according to what I can see on the official timing, that there's anything wrong there. The two differences to the norm, let's say, are the two Mercedes. Therefore, they are fully serviced and fully fueled moving forward, whereas the BMWs will have possibly less fuel in those cars. That's the only difference as we go back to green. John Hindhaugh down in pit lane.
Ben, you were wondering how the touring car had got back to the pit on the back of the flatbed.
No, it's how they got it onto the flatbed was the question.
Well, the flatbed is a proper rollback, and it goes right down to floor level, and they carry bits of wood and things like that to get the car up onto it. I'm with the car now, and it's a fairly decent left-hand side. There's a mechanic in there holding the steering wheel. It's got headlights and all kinds of things. They've put it up on its own jacks, and they're going to roll it off on the dolly. So I presume the issue is on the right-hand side of the car, which is towards you. I can have a quick look down the side. Yeah, they're quite concerned about that. It's a slightly jaunty angle on the flatbed. I'll move out the way so they can push it out. This is the number 101 car that you guys were talking about earlier on. Races, and they were as good as their word. Off it comes. Gotta just be careful the dollies don't catch on the way off. And they haven't. All 4 wheels are off the ground. Yeah, they're going to pull the flatbed away from it rather than try and roll it off. That was really nicely done by the recovery crew. And now they'll put the car back up on its dollies again. There's some damage to the driver's side, the left-hand side door, but I think that's from earlier. That doesn't look brand new. And what it also looked, I see they're just going to roll it on the front dollies, and handily they'll roll it past me so that we can examine this issue.
I don't think you're going to be able to see it, John. I'm pretty sure this is a drivetrain and stuck in gear situation, hence why it doesn't roll on its own devices.
That's why they've lifted the front wheels then. That makes perfect sense. They've only lifted the front wheels. The back are still on the ground. So if it is stuck in gear, this is a DSG box, so you can actually just put it in automatic and let it drive itself. And actually, I've heard drivers tell me that in the rain, that's the best thing to do, because it's short shifts.
It's the sort of car that might appear in historic racing quite soon.
Yes, that's fair. Well, Classic Le Mans this year have GT3 cars, and some of the Evos are as young as 2016. 2013 is the date, but because of the way homologation works, the cars could have actually have been a 2016 car. I mean, I have problems with quite a lot of those classic cars because I commentated on them in
commentated the period, and I'm a good chunky.
I know, exactly.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, they've got some work to do on this, guys. But very nice work by the recovery crew, who deserve a little bit of credit for what they did there to make sure that there was no damage to this venerable touring car, we should call it.
I'd love to go to the Asbes garage and see what kind of stuff they've got in there, because they don't come with a single brand of 5 cars in GT3 or whatever. They've got a touring car of this age and a touring car of that age. They've got a Cayman that is a GT4 car. They've got a Cayman that is a GT4 car but not in the GT4 category. They do have a collection of quite interesting vehicles that, if you want to go racing and you are an arrive and drive driver, get in touch with them, because they'll basically be able to provide you kind of anything you really want.
Yeah, impressive setup, isn't it? So at the front we still have that status quo, as it were, with the 4 BMWs still sitting there pretty much the same gap apart. And also in 5th, Lucas Stoltz now on board the Winwood Racing 16 Mercedes AMG, and Dennis Marshall in the Almanar by Dragon Racing Ferrari, the first of the Ferraris that's at the head of the pack. top 6. A great performance by Dennis and the rest of the crew there. Jules Gounon now in 7th place in the Grove Racing by Get Speed Mercedes, with the first of the Porsches, the Antarazao driven Herbeth Motorsport Porsche. Going to be very interesting, isn't it? You know, you alluded to it, and John did as well when he was talking to James Kellett about, as we're now about to get into the daylight hours. We're here actually last night, Ben Constanduras, as we were getting into the first of the 2 golden hours, as the sun was going down, the temperature was dropping, and we're about to get the opposite of that, obviously, as the sun starts to come up, looking across the beautiful Dubai horizon. We're still not quite there yet, but we'll be there fairly quick. 6:15 in the morning here in Dubai, and won't be very long before we start to see some sunlight coming through, and watch to see what that does to the lap times and such like. So, talking of lap times, Jules Gounon has just set the fastest lap of the car that he's in, a 1:58.108. Still in the high 57s is the sort of lap times that we've been looking at for the quickest cars on track. 57.777 for the Herbeth car, that's the 269, that's a very, very quick lap one. 57.681 by the Razzoon More Than Racing car. 57.647 by the Herbeth Motorsport, which suggests perhaps that was Luke Hartog. We got it right now, haven't we? Luke Hartog, I think that's correct, isn't it, Ben?
Yes, apparently so.
And then looking at the other drivers, the BMWs earlier on in the high 57. So that is a very, very quick time. At the moment, that 1:58.108 that Jules Gounon has just done, looking down the order, that's over nearly 2 seconds quicker than any of the top cars that are on track at the moment, which shows you just how much pace there is in that car once you get the star driver in it.
Official sunrise is 7:07. So I would say that our golden hour is maybe half an hour away. That doesn't really marry very well with tyre life, but it would work with the fuel, the amount of fuel that the BMWs have got anyway. So it'll be interesting to see, certainly with the drivers we've got in there right now. Kelvin van der Linde leads Christopher Hasser. Has Hasser ever got out of that 27 car?
Doesn't seem to have, does he?
No, I know he has actually. That was being facetious.
He's just got in it again, because he was down at WRT when I went down there to stick my head in. What time was sunset last night, Ben?
Stand by cooler.
5:17 something. 17:52.
Yeah, exactly. 17:52. Yeah.
17:52 to 7:07. Okay, I'll remember that for next week. While I've got the mic open, I might as well tell you, the team at Asbest are as confused as any of us who have seen these DSG cars run pretty much 100% reliably. It's a really good little gearbox, even for racing. Apparently it had been getting noisy. I mean, it is a set of cogs in there. It's not a torque converter. It had been getting noisy, and then all of a sudden it's locked into one of the lower gears, either first or second. They're cooling down everything at the front, so they can have a proper look at it. But I'm not sure that they know how to start that. I'll hang around for a bit and see if they're... Sebastian's here, actually. I haven't got a cameraman at the minute, so I think he was in the car. Gearbox?
Gearbox is completely broken. He's lost the group.
Really? I don't think I've ever seen that happen with a DSG box before.
Yeah, this car has a big accident with the Toyota Supra. It's in the early evening, and it's completely right side. We lost the complete suspension, and I think now it's a failure after that. Something is broken. It makes us wrong.
So you think maybe a drive shaft pushed into the box itself and has caused some damage that's manifested later?
Yes, this is a late fallout. We changed now the gearbox. I hope in 2.5 hours the car can running back. But you see, never give up.
Never give up. Sebastian Schammerman, who is one of the leading lights of Asbest. I love the way he casually says at the end of that, Ben, yeah, we've got a spare gearbox. 2.5 hours, that'll be in.
Yeah, we're seeing the EBM car on track going very slowly. I can't even say it. Alessandro Giretti on board the EBM car seems to have some sort of issue, running very, very slow. Looks like hopefully they'll be able to get the car back. He's being passed left, right and centre as it looks like he's getting towards the end of the lap. I'm just going to have a little look on the driver tracker to see if we can work out where exactly he is on the lap at the moment. Bit hard to say. Oh, now, just as I've said, it looks like he's going to get it back. It would appear that the car has come to a halt.
At turn 14, so got very, very close to the end of the lap. This could be an interesting option for Team WRT here. Paradine are in fueling right now. They've only been in there 1 minute. I think they basically have got to empty. Giretti seems to now have found reverse, or is taking advantage of the slope at turn 14, rolling off circuit just a little bit. But if Paradine need fuel, then so do the two WRT cars. And I would be looking at what's going on right now with EBM here, with a stationary car, and wondering, well, if they are not going to limp back to the pits, and they are very close to pit lane, and here we go, code 60, I want to be in pit lane and getting some fuel.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting. So close at the front, you can see that the 992 Ahmed El Khati car is on the same lap now as Lucas Stoltz and the Winwood Racing car.
We are going to go code 60 within 20 seconds. So that's going to interrupt the 991 in refueling. Been there only 2 minutes. And now where are WRT on track to take advantage of this? It's going to be a short one, but a lot of cars coming into the pits now, John.
Well, I'm afraid this is transmission problems for the Porsche. And there's some very glum faces in EBM on the Giretti car. He got into it relatively recently.
And it was in the pits for 20 minutes before this as well.
Yeah, that was... they were fighting something at the back end of the car then, actually, as well. But I don't think it was gearbox related. But again, they've had accident damage on the left rear of that car from memory. That was the one that had all the tape just in front of the rear wheel. And you've got to think that these side-by-side contacts, Ben, moving the drive shafts could be causing internal injury to the gearbox. I think at the moment he's got a box of neutrals.
Yeah, it certainly looked like he was. Well, the interesting thing is it was obviously rolling for some time, because we thought perhaps he was going to get it back without any massive dramas. But
that's uphill, isn't it, at 14?
Yeah, then it just suddenly gradually got slower and slower and stopped. So hopefully they can tow it back in, and the crew can get to work fairly quickly and see if they can find a solution to get it going and get it back out on track. I think it is essentially a glorified test session for that team now. They seem to have just had one of those days, don't they, really, where just nothing's really gone the way that it would hope. As Ben has said, and a couple of other people have said, you know, such an exciting driver lineup, a very, very strong team with EBM, some great people working there. And yeah, just very frustrating and a real shame.
So I think the 991 got about half a tank of fuel before its fueling was interrupted by this code 60. Don't forget that you're only allowed 15% fuel in under a code 60. If you're in the fueling when the code 60 falls and you have got more than 15%, then the fuel Bowser knows all that information and turns off. So you basically get as much as you get. So the 991 was in that situation, hadn't stopped at the box, so hadn't done tyres, simply did fuel. And here was one car deciding very late on not to react to code 60 and to go into pit lane and then jink to the left-hand side to avoid following other cars in. I'd be suggesting that the Team WRT BMWs that lead and are in second position need to come in, because they were on very similar strategy to the 991, and the 991 has been in the pits after 8 laps. So I'm expecting to see, and yes, 669 comes in, and 27 surely will be following, but it's now going to go back to green flag racing quite soon, because the EBM car is underway, not under its own speed, but at least it is being pulled to the pits. John?
the Gould 669 didn't stop at the pit. It's gone straight to fueling. There might be a few seconds early if that Code 60 is lifted, but if the EBM car's on a tow rope, I think they'll probably get their fuel and move on. If there's a fuel pump,
John, they might be able to get their 15% under Code 60 and then continue to get a full tank under green. That for me is the ideal. Now, Trussers might need to correct me on that one, but Christopher Haase comes into the pits now. He is going to be compromised because he's going to have to get his fuel under green flag conditions. Because we are going to end this Code 60 in under 1 minute's time. So that is a bit more advantage to the 669 team as Pedro Ibrahim stays out. Ahmed El Harti in the 992 comes in. Pedro already fueling under Code 60, so not able to do that for a second time. Waiting to go back to green here, we do. And Team WRT first, second and third, all in pit lane getting fuel right now.
Yeah, this could be really advantageous for the Pedro Ibrahim car. Watch to see how that unfolds over the next lap or so.
Well, it's how it unfolds over the next 6.5 hours, isn't it? Versus,
well, yeah. But I mean, in the short term, just to see whether it shakes up that order at the front, because as you quite rightly said, there was essentially it was showing us a lap between the first two cars and then a couple of laps back for the Ahmed El Harti Paradigm 992 car. Ibrahim shown as having dropped down because Stoltz and Marshall, who were 5th and 6th, have now moved up to 4th and 5th.
And they didn't pit under that Code 60. They didn't need to. Both Mercedes and the Ferrari were well serviced. Remember, the Mercedes were serviced before the previous Code 60 and full of fuel. And now Paradine here reversing, so perhaps blocked in by the car ahead of them. And so that's going to be a slightly slower stop from that's the 992, is it?
Yeah, I think it was.
Interesting. Yeah. Leaving the fuel bay way earlier than the two Team WRT cars ahead of him.
Well, maybe he had a stop earlier that gave him some fuel.
Yeah.
Might have been where they didn't quite need to take as much as perhaps they thought.
You're right, because Paradine only had 9 laps before the previous Code 60, whereas the two Team WRT cars had 26 laps. So they were at the end of their window, whereas Paradine were at the start of their window. So that means that Al Harti is fully topped off. If he's only been in there for two minutes, he is at absolute maximum now.
Yeah, because looking at some of the other cars in that sort of vicinity, we talked about the Stoltz and Marshall car having both stayed out. That's because on the previous stop they did full service. Looking at the pit stop times, they would have had, I think, driver and tyres and full fuel, so they'd had the lot.
We'll have to wait to see how this all shakes out. Van der Linde leaving the pits after 3.5 minutes. Christopher Haase yet to get to that point of 3.5 minutes. And I think they're on very similar strategies. So I would say that Haase will be leaving quite soon. There's another slow say-out limping towards the pit lane with, is that a puncture left front?
I think that might be the Golf, actually, looking at the back of the car.
Oh, is that the Golf?
It might be, yeah. Just looking at the rear lights, being a bit of an anorak, I think that looked like VW rear lights.
Because the underneath a TCR Seat is exactly the same as a TCR Volkswagen Golf.
Yeah. One of the good things about TCR, isn't it, is obviously a lot of those technologies were shared between various different manufacturers that were running on the same platform.
Yeah, they were all of those Volkswagen-based cars were all built in Barcelona, effectively by what used to be the place where all the Seat one-make cars were built, and about 4 different brands all had the same internals. John?
Hofer Racing came in, did not stop at their pits. They've gone to fuel, and it's a green flag stop. The Golf has pulled in and is taking what looks to be a fairly standard service at the moment. I don't see any dolly jacks out. He's off, and they've had a look, and they're about to put the front left back on again.
front. Ah, no, hang on. Yeah, he's having a wiggle. Front left is absolutely destroyed. Sorry, I thought he'd changed that. It's inside shoulder has gone on that, and of course now we've got tyre debris all around the left front of that car. They've changed the rears on that as well, but they're going to have to clean out all of the cords and everything else that have done the damage underneath that wheel arch on the left front. So contact query or running over a curb, bit of debris, who knows, but hammers and various other bits and pieces been taken on there. So it's not been a good few minutes for Asbest. They have had 2 cars coming into the pit lane.
Is that debris or detritus, John?
That's a very good point, Simon. Yeah, it could be. It's the flotsam and jetsam argument, isn't it? Whatever it is, it was not good. Putting a used front tyre on the front left, and they seem to be happy that they've cleared out all of the rubbish there, let's call it that. Czerny Motorsport have pulled in just in front, brand new set of Michelins, nice and shiny. And it's lovely when they roll the tyres past you and there's a bit of warmth in them. And that looks like a full service stop for what I presume still is the GT4 leader, the Czerny Motorsport BMW.
Yeah, I think they could probably go off and have breakfast and leave the car in the pit lane, and it would still be leading after a little while. It had such a significant lead. Last time we checked, now they're on 391 laps. Sorry, that's just updated to 402 laps, and the second place car is on 360. So 42 laps.
Well, they don't do anything by halves, Simon. Ben will remember in Malaysia they were the only car in the class, and they raced as if they were in a 5-car battle for the GT4 category. They pushed themselves really, really hard and just try and get as far up the timing and scoring as they can. And I don't think they have a cruise mode. They really do race hard for the times, and they say it's because we need to practice for the times when we do need to race hard. So the only competitor that they had in Malaysia was time itself. Obviously a pretty doughty competitor, but that's the way they go about their racing, and more power to their elbow for it. The Golf's gone out, by the way, so that's done. Asbest have at least turned that one around, and other than the Czerny car, which is just getting the bolts on the front end torqued up, that's all done. Driver change not quite finished yet, so they are losing a bit of time, but they have got some time that they can take.
Looked like the Ross had a little bit of contact there with one of the other cars. It was going down the inside. I couldn't quite see who the other car was. Was it the Vortex? Can't really see. But I think there might be some damage. John might be able to go and have a little look if the Rosser comes in again. Amna El-Kubaisi on board that car at the moment. Young Emirati female racer, of course, as we've seen her racing most recently in W Series. Sorry, Formula Academy. Formula Academy? I can't remember what it's called now. My brain's gone completely. Used to be W Series when it was an all-female series. The new one is F1 Academy. That's it. Yeah, there you go. Sorry.
Speaking of Czerny Motorsport leading in GT4, they are best known in the German motorsport world as the team and the manufacturers of the BMW 318 Cup. Now, you may remember in the UK, Simon, that was an absolutely mega series that we had, and they still have that series over in Germany. Started it as their own championship with a couple of cars that you basically a rove and drove. Yeah, that sort of works, doesn't it? They've got over 50 cars on the grid now. They build every single one, or convert, let's say, every single one into race cars. So whilst we see them obviously with the BMW and GT4 here, and they do run in the European series and presumably GT4 in Germany as well. They are best known for that championship, and hugely successful it is. John?
They're pretty handy at the Nürburgring as well, aren't they? They've had a couple of class wins in the last few years. Here comes the Rosser. Startles me every time it comes in because the headlights aren't on. It's a left rear puncture, guys. You can see that as it's gone by. Hopefully just a puncture. Done well, actually, to keep that rubber on the rim. He's right down at pit out.
I think one of the little flicks from the Audi caught the rear tyre when they got really close.
That's it.
Yeah, there was basically, John, in case you didn't see the screen, Amna was down the inside into turn 1 of the other car, and then they just brushed each other. Then she ran wide. I think the tyre must have gone pretty much immediately because of the way that she suddenly slowed, and then obviously would have lost a lot of time because it was a whole lap that she had to do to bring the car in.
Simon, one tyre only, one ping only, Vacheline. Well, it was one Michelin only for that car. Gone in to top the fuel off. Pretty good job by the young Emirati racer because she kept the rubber on the rim and therefore didn't have the flailing carcass underneath the left rear. I always remember talking to Stuart Hall in the Silverstone 24 Hours some years ago about how fast is the right, how slow or how fast is the right speed to come back with a puncture. And he said to me, you can never drive slow enough. It always feels awful and it's so difficult to judge it. Well, Hamda's done a really good job with that, and I didn't see any further damage to that car.
Yeah, I mean, it means obviously we were looking at the GTX category potentially closing up. They've obviously had some dramas previously, as John was explaining, through the night period where they lost some time. They were very much in the fight for that lead. Now, at the moment, they are, where are we? Around about 11 laps off the lead of the GTX class, which quite possibly may even be a little bit more now. They've come in with that drama and they're in fuel as we speak.
That Code 60 did not play well for Paradigm competition. The 991 has now dropped to 5th position, the 992 to 6th position. Team WRT still lead, but it felt as though because they were already well serviced when at the time of that Code 60, whereas the Paradigm cars were at the end of their stints, they have suffered. And Winwood in their Mercedes up to 3rd, and Almanar by Dragon Racing up to 4th, and that is a legit, I think, in terms of the strategies. I think they're all now pretty much, in terms of tyre life, very much on similar strategies. In terms of fuel, I think they're quite similar strategies, and that means that we are legitimately seeing Lucas Stoltz in 3rd by 7 seconds over Dennis Marshall, and then another 7 seconds separates Marshall from Pedro Ibrahim. So a legitimate battle to watch out for on circuit for the final podium spot, but they are pretty much a complete lap behind Christopher Haase and another lap, half a lap behind Christopher Haase, and certainly more than a lap behind Kelvin van der Linde.
Yes, sorry, Ben. So basically 3rd down to 7th place are all within a lap striking distance of one another.
Yeah.
And as we've explained a few times now, we're about to obviously get into the daylight hours where the track temperatures and the conditions are likely to change. Obviously the track is now probably pretty grimy and dirty in lots of places where there's been so much rubber put down over the course of the race. So that could be a factor for some cars. It will work in some cars' favour and against others. But certainly looking at the lap times, the Mercedes, the Stoltz Mercedes that's in 3rd place, has been lapping very, very quickly. Of that leading group, that looks to be that car, and also the Ferrari, to be fair, the Dennis Marshall Almanar by Dragon Racing Ferrari is looking very good as well in terms of lap times at this stage.
Just coming in front of me, the much delayed Optimum the black and white version of that car. The Circuit Toys Toyota's going to get a brake pad change when it comes in next time around. They've laid up for that. And I had a Ferrari go past me. It's in the very last pit out. That was right rear suspension had collapsed. The tyre still had air in it, and it was still turning and not, amazingly, fouling the bodywork. It's gone straight back into the garage at the very last pit at the end. And if you guys look to your right, you will see the first vestiges of Sunday sunshine with a little bit of Etruscan orange breaking through the inky blue of the night sky.
What a beautiful explanation by Mr. Hindhoff of how the dawn is breaking. It reminds me of a teammate I once had, an Italian driver called Tobia Mazzini, who I was teammates with in the Renault Spider series back in 1998. And one morning he was singing some opera to me, as Italians sometimes do, and singing the wonderful Nessun Dorma. And the lyric to that is All'alba vincerò. And my Italian is very poor. Hopefully Carla Velti isn't hearing this, because she speaks beautiful Italian. And All'alba vincerò means at dawn I will be victorious. So that's Alba, I believe, is dawn in Italian.
So basically golden hour.
Yeah, and the irony of it was, we had an early morning race, and I actually beat him. And I said, well, Alba, I was bloody victorious, mate. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, and Nessun Dorma, obviously very appropriate for what we're doing here, because that means none shall sleep. That is the title of that particular operatic ditty. And I might as well have the T-shirt with that on at the minute.
Definitely. No Dorma for the Hindhoff. Can we start a bit of a viral trend with that?
If you would like to go through the next half hour talking about operatics and Latin, then why not? I mean,
Sin Dorma Hindhoffi. How about that?
Nessun Dorma Hindhoff. Definitely. Gianni. Nessun Dorma for Gianni. It was the Dragon racing with Ferrari car that went all the way down to the pit lane. This is the mainly red number 25.
That's the car that had the contact on the opening lap. The Apex Tubulars sponsored car that Jim and Glyn Geddy are sharing with Stuart White and Joliet Lacquer. So, yeah, real tough race. They seem to have clawed the way back up the order over the night period. So, real shame that they seem to have hit some dramas again.
Shocker. It's a shocker. And I mean that I mean that in pieces of the car terms, as well as how they must be feeling at the moment. It looks like they've actually had a shock absorber go pop, because there's some shock absorber fluid on the under tray when they've taken the back of that car out. And what they're doing now is they're just adjusting the replacement to go in, and there's some sensor wires as well that they've got to do there. Whilst they're doing that, they're doing a quick tidy up of everything else. I think they've done front, yes, they have, they've done front brakes as well on that car. But that is the rear end of that car. Shock absorber issue?
Yeah, right rear damper failure, because we had the contact earlier on. The guys did a brilliant job to repair everything, but I'm not sure exactly why the damper failed now.
But it looks like it's actually shed some of its fluid, actually. So, I mean, it's a full failure.
Yeah, it's full failure, so you can see all the fluid on the diffuser lying there. So, but unfortunate, but at least we can repair and continue.
Well, the guys have got you back out there already once. I'm sure they can do it again. I love this spirit of endurance that these guys seem to have. They're working with a purpose, gentlemen. That car will be back out, not in the next minute or so, but it'll be out. They're already cleaning up that diffuser. They've reset the replacement shocker, and they are starting to put it back together.
When you said shocker, John, I thought you meant shocker as in bad, not shocker as in shock absorber.
So just a bit of both, I think, for that car. It seems to have had a really tough day, doesn't it?
Shocker squared.
Shocker squared. There's another T-shirt for us, isn't there? Shocker squared and Hindhoff Sin Dorma. There you go. Probably doesn't work too well together when you put those two phrases together. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, but then neither do we. So there you go. Just looking down at the couple of cars are in fuel at the moment. Antal Rizal in the Herbeth car from 8th position and leading the Pro-Am category. And also another leader of class, the GTX leader, Jack Mitchell, currently, or Jack Mitchell's brought the car in. And now Mr. Michael Simpson, managing director, as well as racing driver extraordinaire, or Bart as he's often known to his friends, because obviously he's got spiky blonde hair. So
his surname Simpson.
And his surname Simpson. It's really not that hard to work out, is it, when you put it like that?
Motorsport nicknames generally are quite simple, aren't they?
They usually are. Well, some of them are slightly less. We certainly can't probably broadcast some of the ones that we both know about certain people, but there you go. That's another story. So Simo, as he's also known by his mates, is out on track now, and it's a really interesting driver, Michael Simpson. We were talking about him a little bit earlier, weren't we, Ben? About, you remember him from he was absolute superstar kart racer back in the day, and has carried that performance on, whilst dovetailing that with being one of the busiest men in motorsport, running the Ginetta series. We do some work, my business, or the business I work with, Bespoke Handling, we do some work with the guys at Ginetta. We've shipped those cars out here for them, and we do lots of work with moving their cars out to the States again. An increasing level of popularity in America with the Ginetta product. TMI Autotech looking after that side of things for them. So fantastic to see the Ginetta story just continuing to grow and expand. And as we said many times, that car, the one that we're watching, the G56 GT2, is a stunning looking thing and a best sounding car here in Dubai at the moment.
Let's have a look at some of the cars that we're no longer seeing out on circuit. I think we've had about 10 official retirements from our 65 car grid. The first retirement was just after one single lap, with Haas RT damaging their car with contact. In fact, it was the front left upright that was bent to the left-hand side and would have required a silly amount of work to get it fixed. So they retired after one single lap. Then the second retirement was the SVC Sport Management Mercedes. Not quite sure I remember why they retired, but they got themselves 50 laps before retirement. And just a single lap later was when the Ajit Kumar Mercedes went bang with quite a plom. It was a big explosion from the engine in the front of that car with a lot of flame. And so unfortunately for those that are following or hoping to follow Ajit Kumar and Red Ant Racing, he is out of the race and will pay no further part. So that was 3 GT3 cars lost within the first 50 laps. Then we lost the HRT Performance 928 Porsche Cup car. I don't remember why 928 retired out of the race. But the Rabdan by Fulgenzi 971 retired about 100 laps later. So 12 hours ago, that Dubai-based team pulled out. TFT, this one passed me by. The Mercedes that was on pole position retired with an ABS failure. And so we lost a car that looked like it would be very, very strong. And about an hour later, we lost the Winwood 81 machine. Not because they couldn't repair the damage around the hub that lost that rear wheel, but because they were already out of contention and they didn't want to put too many more miles. They were here to win rather than to just go round and round in circles. And Eva Broiker's telling us a similar story about the Red Camels Jordan machine that didn't have a huge amount of damage after it made contact with the Armco barrier in avoidance with another car. It actually got fixed within the hour and went out and did a bit of a shakedown, but because they were out of contention, they didn't want to put too many more hours on the car. Basically, he said, well, we can now do the Mugello 12-hour race without needing to do a rebuild. If we had to finish this race, we'd have had to rebuild the car before that point. And with such a competitive grid of 992 cars, why would you necessarily choose to do that? So they are another retirement. It looks as though Optimum Motorsport in the with their 74 McLaren 720S is also a retirement. They've been in the pits for nearly 5 hours now. And I was about to say that the Seat Leon Cupra Racer 101 that we saw pulled off at the side of the circuit is a retirement, but it's almost certainly not. It's been in the pits for 45 minutes, but they will certainly get that car fixed and out again, I imagine. The other question mark will be the Alabama Motorsport Porsche that seems to be having either electrical or gearbox issues and ground to a halt on the circuit just about 20 minutes ago. I'm sure Alabama Motorsport EBM will be working on that car to try and get it out for their young Porsche Chargers. We're coming up to 6 hours remaining of this 24 hours of Dubai for 2026, the 21st edition of this race, which you can see the 20 hours of Dubai Autodrome painted on the tarmac. How do we get 21 races in 20 years? That is because actually that was painted for actually 11 months ago, and it hasn't been changed yet.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, you might have heard whilst Ben was starting that excellent reprise of the retirements and the troubled cars. A Ferrari engine burst into life. Believe it or not, that was the Dragon car. So by the time I got down there, having been halfway down the pit lane, they'd already got it stripped down. By the time you started that, the car was back on the pit lane and going out. That was a complete damper, rear right damper replacement. They set the damper up, they changed it over, and it's back out again. So that was very, very impressive. The Toyota 444, the bright yellow Circuit Toys cars, as I suggested, they were getting pads. That's a fiddly job. You've got to get right in behind the caliper to loosen the caliper right off. That, I would say, that's not being designed with endurance as the with endurance and quick change as the first
GT4
priority.
Cars are not, though, are they, John?
Well, that's actually, Ben. Yes, you're absolutely right. That's a very good point. The guys are working on that at the moment, but lots of little tools, lots of little bolts and captive nuts and things like that that they're having to work with. They couldn't have gone much further with the pads that have come out. They are pretty shiny. So yeah, they're still trying to spread to get all of the pads out. You've got the spreaders out, but they've had to take the caliper right off the disc to be able to do that. And fiddly,
was doing
as
that
I
on a
say.
Mercedes Vito in 2 degrees about a week ago. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah,
See, there you go, multitasking at its finest.
In the snow.
Don't even begin to ask me about me, Joe Bradley, and Nick Damon's Land Rover 2005 Land Rover Defender that he's decided to buy now that he's moved up to own half of Lincolnshire. Because that was about an hour and a half's job that took nearly 6 hours for the back brakes. There was quite a lot wrong with it, in fairness, but it's fine now.
No, it's not. It's a 2005 Land Rover. Of course it's not.
Well, that's what I said to Nick. What are you going to use it for? It's to tow me bike trailer and blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, well, you know, there's other things you could use that for. He went, no, I just want one of these because they're cool. That was Nick. And poor Joe Bradley, who served his apprenticeship as a mechanic and a fitter at Sunderland Borough Council, who worked on those Land Rovers and the earlier versions, Imperias, he said they were awful to work on now, and the passing of 35 odd years since he was working on them has not made them any nicer. As you know, he was the one rolling around in the brake fluid on Nick's drive in about 2 degrees. Very, very interesting. It's getting late, guys. I've mistimed it. I'm still on for another half an hour, and I've got to get back to me coffin before sunlight gets to me.
You can see the sort of smoke coming off of Hindhoff as his sparkly skin starts to shine in a kind of Twilight style way. Is that the case, John?
Ah, the children of the night, what sweet, sweet music they make.
But the thing is, probably no one's going to question it either. That would explain an awful lot, wouldn't it, really?
None. Well, anybody who sees how I dress would realise
Well, I
that.
remember once there was a description of Nigel Mansell in his early years in Formula One, and they said he looks like he gets dressed in the dark. So it's obviously his fashion sense wasn't quite on point with some of his slightly cooler Latin and continental competitors that he was racing against. But
we did get dressed in the dark at 3
We did literally, yeah. Not together, I hasten to add. I know we're a pairing.
On very, very, very quickly. This Toyota pad change is still going on. It would, as Ben rightly said, that perhaps not designed for this. Certainly not designed for this in GT4. That I wonder if they could do an evolution for endurance racing. Some of the other manufacturers have done that in the past, where they have a slightly quicker release to get the caliper and the brake disc off. They're only doing pads, by the way. That's not calipers either. In comes the Milwaukee Porsche, the number 14 car. That's going to go straight into fuel. So it didn't stop to my left, and that's where they are pitted. And so that's going straight into fuel at the end of the pit lane. And that sun is coming.
You remember
very,
that the TCR class initially was built to be a sprint class of 20-minute touring car races, but there was quite quickly a instruction from the heads at TCR that these cars also needed to be designed in a way that they would work for endurance racing. And we, at times, I mean, we got to a point in Creventic where we had to have a TCR only race because there were so many of them.
Yes.
And it worked really, really well. I don't know whether, and I don't think that GT4 have had that instruction. Obviously, GT4 is a class entirely owned, and that is different to GT3, entirely owned by SRO. And SRO for GT4 have tried to run 6-hour races and actually failed. They've put it on calendars in the past, but then there has never been the uptake. So GT4's longest SRO run race is an hour. And I'm not sure whether there is the directive to get these cars into endurance spec.
4 hours for GT4 in the IMSA competition in the Michelin Pilot Challenge twice a year, once at Daytona and once at Mid-Ohio. Your point about TCR, though, is very interesting, because the later iterations, and certainly the last full iteration of TCR, they were much more a sprint car, and perhaps not as robust as the earlier cars that we still see running here. And the cost of them went up to the point where you might as well have a GT4 car to run a GT4 or even a Cup car, because they got very expensive and they were a bit more fragile. Hopping and bobbing its way down the pit lane, the number 8 AMG Mercedes. That's the satin blue car. Again, that's a car that's going for fuel only. We're about to get into happy hour again, aren't we? This is going to be that magic hour where the track temperature just starts to come up before the air temperature's too hot. This could be really interesting. Going to have to keep an eye on the times now,
I think what happened
lads.
with TCR is that they did make the cars endurance friendly, and then they realised that compromised the speed of the car, and especially as TCR then became more competitive in what became the World Cup rather than a championship run by TCR. It was a championship run by a different promoter, and everyone, the level slightly increased. And so yes, the later iterations of the TCR car are purely sprint and quite fragile, and you see that they can't bang wheels like they used to. They just break. So that's why all of those teams, as you say, in Creventic then moved across to, well, most of them went to 992 actually.
And yes, you're right. And it only takes one manufacturer in TCR to do the evil that says, well, we don't need to build them this tough. We can take a bit of weight out of them. We can move weight around. We can do things like making the roll bars slightly different, which is what the VAG
cars did. They used to have to bend the anti-roll bar at the back, the roll bar at the back, around the suspension turrets. On the later iterations, they moved the suspension turrets and moved where they had the roll bar, so they were dead straight across with just two circlips, one either end, so that to change or adjust a rear bar, you just took you could potentially do it by just taking one rear wheel off if you were adjusting it. If you were taking it out, you just popped both ends, slid one bar out and slid a different diameter one in. That's the sort of thing that you do for a sprint car to change between setup during a practice or a qualifying session, and then it's just left for the race. And as soon as one manufacturer does that, Ben, that starts the arms race again, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We are clicking on to the 6-hour mark. A world endurance race to go. Or 3 Formula 1 races, if you like. This is now when we start looking towards the end of the race and working our way back from that, making sure we get all of our driver time in, making sure the AM has done what it needs to do, what the semi-pro and pro have what they done their maximum and maximize the performance. And it is WRT that have a 1-2. We are approaching pit stop territory for many of our leading contenders, but there is, I think now, no, there's more than a lap between Van der Linde and Haase at the head of the field, about a lap and a half. But then after that, we've got Lucas Stoltz in the Mercedes about half a lap behind Christopher Haase, and Pedro Ibrahim still mirroring Lucas Stoltz in 4th position. Dennis Marshall off sequence, having pitted quite recently, and drops to 7th, which has promoted the 2 Paradine cars up to 4th and 5th. And then the second of the Mercedes is Jules Gounon in 6th position. Would you believe the best Porsche is down in 8th spot with Alexei Nesov in the 92. It's been pure racing pretty much there ahead of those 2 Herbert cars for the majority of the race, but Herbert do lead Pro-Am and actually 1st and 2nd in the Pro-Am category. Then you've got the second of the AM cars of Continental Racing by Simpson in 11th spot. Leading and convincingly leading and holding on to the lead by about 2 laps now is the Tierra Outdoor Racing by FAC Auto, as the Vortex go for a little spin on your screens. They are 2 laps ahead of Seb Lejeune Racing in the 910, and best in the AM category in 992 is Red Ant Racing. Stephen Paulette is aboard the 924 right now. GTX is being led by Ginetta. They're about a lap ahead of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo in that category. GT4 is significantly led by Cherney Motorsports BMW M4. I say significantly because it's about 25 laps, so that's about an hour ahead of the Sorg Rennsport Porsche Cayman. The Cupra TCR DSG, the 102, the slightly newer one from Asbest, is leading the TCX category, and KCMG's Toyota Supra B-Spec is leading the TC category, but they have had significant issues with that car, as has their competitor in the all-female lineup from Toyota Gazoo Racing Japan, TG's Racing, down in 56. We've lost about a dozen cars in total, and we have Sunrise coming up officially in about 10 minutes time, and this surely is, once we've done a service of the cars, time when we're going to get some mega lap times in. Simon Hale.
Speaking of mega lap times, the car that we've been watching on track for the last couple of laps, the 16 Winwood Racing Mercedes AMG, currently being driven by one of its star drivers, Lucas Stoltz, has been absolutely flying and is starting to make inroads into the second place car of Christopher Haase. So at the moment, it actually looks like the top 3 looks like it's ADAC GT or DTM, really, doesn't it? Those 3 guys have been so successful in those kind of series. Go with Van der Linde, interestingly, who's South African born, but now a German citizen, has become a German citizen in a few years ago. So yes, anyway, so the thoughts that we had before that perhaps as the daylight hours came, the Mercedes would start to come into its own, looking at the two star drivers that are on board those respective cars, and Lucas Stoltz in third and Jules Gounon in fifth, they're both lapping in the 159s. Although, interestingly, on the last lap, the quickest car on track was Dennis Marshall in the Almanar by Dragon Racing Ferrari 296.
He's on younger tyres, and I think much younger into his stint, Dennis Marshall. His stint length is just about 1 hour, whereas everyone else in front of him have been in their car for 1.5 hours in relation to Ahmed El Harti, although I'm sure El Harti came into the pits quite recently. Let's see if my strategy computer is still awake.
Ahmed's on 37-lap-old tyres.
Yeah,
so if he did come in, they didn't do a tyre change for sure. They may have just stuck some fuel in it.
He actually is on the third stint of his tyres, so did a 9-lap stint, then pitted under code 60, got some more fuel, then did 10 laps and obeyed the next code 60, the last one that we had. Again, got some fuel and was able to stay in that car and get fuel into the green flag moment, which meant he got complete capacity in terms of fuel. Has only been 18 laps on the fuel, so actually Ahmed El Harti can go another 7 or 8 laps at least in that car, thanks to his fuel. Whether the tyres will allow it, having done 38 laps, whether his drive time will allow it, having done an hour and a half, I'm not entirely sure, but he's going to really maximise this stint. And Ahmed El Harti is going to be knackered when he gets out of this car, having done 2 pit stops and a full chunky stint in that car. It means that they limit the amount of time in pits. He's has been passed, I think, on the last lap by Jules Gounon, who is up to 5th position now in the Mercedes. But it is, you know, you really do have to work your way through all the different pit stops to understand exactly where each car might be in terms of fuel and in terms of tyre. Code 60 coming up in 20 seconds time. There's a car off at turn number 6. I can see it outside my window. I can't see what it is, but this is now the chance for all of those cars I was just talking about to get back into the pits and wake up those drivers, because we need to change drivers. I think Ahmed El Harti, oh, and it's a big one. The 930, that's the biggest shunt that we've seen in this race so far. Victor Tiarenko in the X Motorsport HRT Performance 992 has ripped off the front end of that car. That has been a big hit into the wall. And we do go code 60. John is going to be very busy down in pit lane as cars come in to refuel. Good to see that we've got a safety car quickly on the scene down there.
Not very many of the cars who could have come in immediately have. The 1 or 2 touring car, which has had its problems, did. The Muller Motorsport 981 Cup car has come in. We've got the Toyota Gazoo rookie team, the all-female Japanese crew. That's just had its extended stop for a set of brake pads, so it does seem to be, wasn't the guys at Circuit Toys being lethargic about what they were doing, or tardy. Just seems to be a pretty involved piece of work on that car. That car being run by the KCMG team. Here is, now that's the Grove Racing car going past me, the number 4 AMG, and got one of the circuit intervention race control BMWs going out as well. The Rosser is into the pit lane, so we've got more takers from the second group, gentlemen, who came in. There's the number 992, the red, silver and black BMW, listed in 8th position as it came into the pit lane, and that looks like full stop and a driver. Yes, it is. Tyres and a driver change for that car.
An hour and a half in that car, so they would have risked his driver time had he had to do another stint. And he's already been, as I say, already been in for 90 minutes. Tyres have done a lot of work, so that makes a lot of sense. There's a huge amount of debris to tidy up down at turn number 6. Glad to see the Victor out of the car. Medical team checking him over, and he seems absolutely fine. But, I mean, there's bits of car that have projected themselves all the way back onto the racetrack. I don't exactly know what part of the car has created a big long trail from the barrier where he's made contact right beside the marshal post all the way back onto the racetrack. But that, I'm afraid, that ex-Motorsport HRT Performance 992 Porsche is going no further.
It's an ex-race car,
absolutely
as it stands at the moment. Don't forget, Ben, you can do 2.5 hours
I don't know if you want
in the
to.
car. No, well, that's a fair point. And time in the pit lane or in the fuel area doesn't count towards that. So, but yes, you're right. I'm not sure that you'd want to do that. Here's the third place car. It's the blue AMG, the number 16. Very good turnaround by the Lion Speed Porsche. That's back out again. Santa lock in and out. Still, that Audi sounds distinctively different from the Haas car when it's on the pit lane speed limiter. Like it's got a little blow on the exhaust or one of the cylinders that is not supposed to be deactivated, has been. Plenty of work going on for Simpson, for Team CMR with their car as well. That's the sort of rhubarb and custard coloured car. Dark red and yellow. Oh, engine cover has been off that car, so that was a little top up of oil as well. We're getting to that part of the race, gentlemen, where a little bit of planned maintenance or perhaps preventative maintenance is going on these cars, checking the fluids, adding the fluids where necessary.
Exactly what happened to Victor in the 930 there, Simon Hill, and one of those classic incidents where you lean on one end of the car and it just doesn't quite stick.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a couple of times where cars seem to have lost control in a similar manner, but unfortunately for Victor, it seemed to just not dissipate any kind of speed. If anything, it looked like it almost accelerated. You know, sometimes when you see a car go off on wet grass and it seems to just get quicker as it heads towards, accelerating towards the scene of the impact, as Martin Brundle would say, I think, something like that.
And just 2 layers of tyres down there in front of the concrete blocks. It does look like obviously the concrete circuit perimeter is permanent, so that hasn't moved. The tyre barrier has slightly moved away from it, but yeah, I mean, these days in Formula 1 circuits, you see 6-7 layers of tyres. And just the 2.
Oh, we've just seen the front of that car. Sorry, Ben, to talk across you. That front of that car is absolutely stoved in. That's as bad as I've seen a car in terms of front impact damage of anything this weekend.
Meantime, guys, the second placed BMW, the WRT, the 27, the BMW Motorsport coloured car, into its pit. Very quick stop with a driver change and straight round into the fuel. The 777 Ferrari, the Almanar racing car, that's taken a little bit longer. I thought I saw a driver change on the WRT 27, but it was stationary for such a short time. I wonder if it was just maybe a drinks bottle and I saw another driver leaning in, which you're allowed to do. So you might want to just check the driver ID when that car comes back out again to see if they did change the driver, but they're in getting fuel now.
A reminder that those WRT cars were both refueled under green flag conditions on the last stop, so they were absolutely topped off. They both did 20 laps before they've now come back into the pits and can only get 15% fuel. So that equates to something like 18 litres. But so they're gonna be back up, I reckon, to around perhaps half a tank. They certainly weren't thirsty, not like the Winwood car that had done 33 laps. So they will not have as much fuel, the 16 car, as the 2 WRT cars ahead of them. But everybody, by the looks of things, taking advantage of at least getting fuel, if not a full service. Even Almanar putting themselves onto this strategy now. They were well off strategy. Dustin Blattner had only been in the car for 9 laps after a full service just 15 minutes ago. So that will put the fuel back up to full for him. but they sit down, and that sort of resets them down into 7th position now.
Ben, I've just seen the most extraordinary thing. A car coming the wrong way on the pit lane exit. Bright red car, white headlights pointing towards me. I thought originally somebody had spun it coming out of the fueling station. It's beyond the fueling station. It was beyond the fueling station exit. It pulled onto the red separator between the two lanes at that end of the pit lane, stopped for a moment, and then drove apparently into the fueling area. Now, I've never seen anything like it. It might not have been a race car, believe it or not, but my goodness, that was something totally bizarre. And we'll try and get an update on that for you, but not sure if any of our cameras caught that, if they were looking back towards the end of the pit lane from, say, turn 1. And I know the guys at Cologne are listening to this. It might be worth having a look back, because that was certainly something that wasn't supposed to happen.
Very strange. One thing we know has happened, and what you were alluding to earlier, John, is we've seen some fairly major driver changes across the whole of the top leading event. Now on board the Team WRT leading 669. Julian Hanses on the WRT car, the Christopher Haase-driven car up until recently. Sergei Stolyarov on board, taking over from Lucas Stoltz at Winwood Racing. Darren Lung taking over from Ahmed Harti in the Paradigm 991 car. From Pedro Ibrahim in the 992 car. Stephen Grove taking over from, was it Jules Gounon was in that? I think it was, wasn't it? And Al-Faisal Al-Zubair from Dennis Marshall. Alexander Malikin has taken over as well in the Pure Racing, the leading of the Porsches, and the PA, the Pro-Am leading Herbeth Motorsport car, has Max Moritz on board. So lots of changes. Going to see how that affects the performance of those cars.
It doesn't leave us with many opportunities for the golden hour fastest laps of the race, does it? Because all of the big pro drivers have just jumped out.
I'd say,
well,
I disagree with that slightly. Ben Tuck and James Kellett. I wouldn't be at all surprised if they could do that.
Ben Tuck was in that leading BMW, the 669 car, for pretty much all the time that I was doing the booth stint. And he was knocking out times as consistently as you like. Traffic, no traffic. Dipped down into the 59s a couple of times, and I think there's a 58 in there as well. But in the middle of the stint and on the second run on the tyres, 2 minutes 0.0, 2 minutes 0.0, 2 minutes 0.0, 2 minutes 0.1. You could just see it starts to go out as it was losing the tyre. And absolutely incredible stint. As I say, traffic, no traffic. He was metronomic. So given a bit of space on the track, I'd say watch Ben Tuck.
Yeah, I think both Tuck and Kellett, as we're saying, you would look at as potentially drivers that could really put those super fast times in. Kellett has been, for me personally, is probably one of the stars, if not the star of the race in terms of the level that he's been performing at. And those two cars, both the Paradigm cars that he's been jumping in and out of, have been super strong. Despite, as we've heard, some dramas with things like traction control on one of the cars that has perhaps hampered tyre life. Down to the canvas was one of the terms that James used when he jumped out of the car a little while ago.
Don't think he was exaggerating either, Simon, if I'm honest. I've got the cause of the code 60 on the flatbed. This is the gold and black X-Motorsport number 930. Well, there's not much at the front of a Porsche 911 Cup car, and there's less on the front of this one. The radiators have been ripped asunder. The whole of the front bracket that the bodywork attaches to is bent to a... it looks like somebody's been doing origami with it and hasn't decided how to finish it off quite yet, because it's got a couple of big creases in that. That is not a lot left of salvage on that. Both headlamp units have gone. The bonnet is still on. Oh, and there we go. The radiator's just popped as it's been moved down, and the cooling fluid is on the flatbed now as well. All of the energy absorption zones, Simon, have done their job, because the doors are perfect. The windscreen doesn't even have a crack in it. So that's done its job, but that's going to need a complete front end from the bulkhead forward on that car before it races again.
From what we could see from the accident itself, we didn't actually see the impact, but what we could see, it was a 100-mile-an-hour accident all day long, and that is testament. Now we're just looking on screen at what appears to be the remnants of one of the marker boards, one of the polystyrene marker boards that appears to have been obliterated by one or many other cars there, and it looks like Christmas Day in my house when my kids were little and they were tearing open their presents.
It's a heck of a bin bag they've got there as well.
Sorry, say again.
The bin
well,
bag.
That is a hell of a bin bag.
Yeah.
Well, they've just unloaded a big white bin bag full of the rest of the Porsche and sort of handed it gingerly to the team. Is there a chance that this Porsche could have hit a post or something like that, because it's got a big crease right in the middle of that front end? I mean, absolutely spot on the middle of that, as if it had hit a bollard or something like that, something very solid.
A concrete wall with only 2 lots of tyres in front of it's pretty.
Yeah, it
pretty
just
solid, isn't
again,
it?
what we could see from the replay, John, was that it exits stage left at high speed and would appear to have gone pretty much head on into the barrier. And as Ben was saying, it was a concrete wall with a couple of layers of tyres in front of it. So you wonder if maybe even the way it's hit might have been on the end of one of those concrete blocks, and that could have perhaps caused that sort of impact.
That would explain what I'm looking at. That would explain what I'm looking at. You'll be unsurprised to know that 1 or 2 teams are taking this opportunity to do the brake changes that they hadn't done earlier on, including Milner Motorsport. Out goes the bright orange and satin black 763 Lamborghini Huracan, who's pitted all the way at pit in, and we've got a bit of sunshine in the pit lane, albeit reflected, but all of a sudden the pit lane is coming to life, and we've got 1 or 2 people returning to the grandstand as well, as we are. Oh yeah, we've gone past official sunrise, so the 13 hours and 15 minutes from official sunset to official sunrise has been completed.
I should be taking my dog for a walk right now. That's what I feel like now. It's a bit of a trek back to Tunbridge Wells from here, but there you go.
This has worked really nicely for the leaders in 992, the 962 of Tierra Outdoor Racing by FAC Auto. They pitted just before this Code 60. They did almost a full service. They may not have got completely full fuel, but they actually have the opportunity to dive back in and finish off if they needed to. But they and the 924 Porsche Red Ant Racing are the only 2 really in the top 25 or so that did not take advantage of this Code 60 to get some kind of servicing in.
Interesting. I'm just looking down the timing screen. The first page of the timing screen goes from position 1 to position 36. And on the right-hand side of that screen, there's a penalty box, which basically tells you who's got some penalties. A couple of people that have got a 10 or a 20-second penalty. That's not really what I'm looking at. But the tyre age one is really interesting. If you go down that list, as I said, the top 36 cars, the tyre age is 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 8, 1, 1, 2, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. That shows you that everybody has pretty much done the same sort of thing. They've taken advantage of what was clearly going to be a very long Code 60, done the full service. A lot of driver changes, an awful lot of driver changes have gone on. There's some driver names on there that I haven't seen for a long time. Giovanni Altoe, for example, in the 88 Dragon is a name that I can't remember seeing on track for some time now. So that pretty much tells you that nearly everybody has used a similar kind of strategic opportunity, understandably, because that's obviously the benefit of a Code 60 is that you keep your position, you don't gain, you don't lose, and what you do is you're able to do some of these fairly big changes.
That was the Milner Motorsport Porsche leaving after an extended stop for a set of brake pads that were absolutely goosed, and a sensor wire as well. Now, is that just a wear wire? Because I don't think it's an ABS wire. No, it's not. But that took them rather long. Was that just a brake pad change, or did you have other problems?
We had a sensor problem on the rear left side, but it's solved now.
Yeah. So that was the little wire that I saw. Is that an ABS sensor?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so it was. I should have gone with my first thought on that. Brake pads and on the back, and the left rear ABS sensor.
Yeah, those ABS sensors are so important, because what's happened before with drivers is if there's been an issue with the ABS, where obviously the driving technique with an ABS car is you go into the corner and literally you can put as much energy through the brake pedal as possible, and it in fact enhances the way that the car will turn into the corner. But if you have a wire goes, then the system, as would happen with a road car, computer says no, it can't work out what's going on, and then ultimately you almost always end up with no ABS. So if you've been relying on ABS and stamping on the brakes as hard as you can, suddenly you haven't got it when you didn't expect it, that can cause an extremely smoky, messy and potentially painful end to your day, where you end up disappearing up the road at a high rate of knots with all four wheels locked.
Some seriously beautiful images coming from 0221, our broadcast partner. Stunning orange shoes.
Look at that great shot there of, you can see the marbles, the rubber that's come off all the various different cars throughout the duration of this race. That really is a beautiful way of summing up the level of energy that comes off of the tyres over that distance.
Now, we are under code 60, but we were just tidying up a few bollards, weren't we? So we must be soon going back to green. Indeed, our timing screens confirm that code 60 will end in under 1 minute's time. We'll go back to racing.
Another visit to the pit lane by the number 4 Grove car, guys. As that comes down, there was a pickup truck that went out with replacement countdown markers with the NGK branding on the back. So that was going out to do that, but that's the Grove car coming in. I'm pretty certain I saw that car in the earlier part. So are they just doing this tour down the pit lane to see if they can save time and maybe get past a couple of cars? No, they're turning in to the fuel. So maybe they didn't fuel last time. As we go back to green, oh my goodness! If that has gone back to green, they can take as much fuel as they need to get back to the top.
But they were already they've already done one fuel stop already, so I'm not sure they would be allowed to, unless they were trying to time this so that they went in for green.
Man, that is clever if they've done that. That is really clever if they've done that, Ben, because as they turned in, the green lights came back on again. That's amazing.
Tight one. Let's see if that works out. Stephen Grove aboard that car, having taken over from a big, long, chunky stint from Jules Gounod. Now, Jules ran a whole 33 laps, so that car would have been empty of fuel. They would have had to fuel up. They would have only got 15%, so only enough for 6 or 7 laps. So to now get the fuel back under green flag conditions, they can get a full fuel fill, and the timing suggests that they just about managed to get that done correctly. So that is very, very clever from the Get Speed team.
Well, if that was a strategically timed situation, that is impressive. If it was, as they say, I'd rather be lucky than good. If it was one of those, then equally still pretty impressive. But, you know, ultimately it's going to help them out massively. Because obviously that battle is starting to get even tighter certainly for sort of 3rd, 4th and 5th. The final spot on the podium really is anyone's guess at the moment. It's starting to look increasingly like the 2 Team WRT BMWs are just in such a good rhythm that barring any kind of disasters or massive errors on strategy, which is unlikely with a team with the level of knowledge and experience of WRT, then they were going to be hanging on to see which one of those 2 cars would potentially bag the victory for what would be the second year in succession if that was to happen for WRT.
Ben Tuck in the 669, leading by just over a lap. Ignore the 3-lap difference there on that timing screen. So just over a lap between the two WRT cars. It's just under a lap then to the Winward Racing Mercedes. 42 seconds between them and the 991 of Darren Lung. And James Kellett in the 992 now. Excited to see what he can do in these next couple of laps with fresh tyres and presumably quite a heavy fuel load. But now, officially, it is daytime, so you can turn your lights off, which will help us be able to not get blinded by the lights. There's a song in there somewhere.
I was just thinking that. I wasn't even going to begin to sing it.
That was the pause in my brain.
There's all sorts of songs floating around in my brain, but there you go.
We say a massive thank you to John Hindhoff, who's done pretty much the whole night, either in pit lane or in the booth, and still sounds as fresh as a daisy. And he's got another 24-hour race to do next weekend as well. So thank you very much to John. Get himself some rest. We'll be welcoming Carlo Velti back into pit lane shortly, as we have 5.5 hours remaining. Johnny Palmer and Phil Anson are with us also for the run-up to the flag. And it does look as though there is half a hand from WRT on that trophy. That's a good way to start the year, with WRT obviously participating also now over in Daytona, because they'll be running cars over there. So having to split their workforce here in Dubai as well as in Daytona. And we instantly get another yellow flag out on circuit at turn number 10. And in fact, it is where we have a camera. You can see the yellow flag, you can see the light board, but the camera is not probably not manned to be able to pan to find out what's going on down there.
Yeah, it's facing the opposite direction of where there is an issue of some sort. We can't see on our driver tracker that there's any car, and it looks like we've gone green again. So
and now there's a slow car with a puncture coming into shot.
Yeah, that looks like a Seb Lejeune car.
Yeah.
From there, which I'm not sure which one that would be. I'm just looking at timing screens to see if we can see. Yes, I think it's the Enzo Giuli driven car, because that's just done an incredibly slow sector 1, a 1 minute 26 sector 1, which is way off of 30 seconds or something slower than you would normally do. So I think it's that car.
And that's not good, because that's the second place car in 992. They were 2 laps back from Tierra Auto, racing by FAC Auto, but Seb Lejeune Racing, their better placed car, definitely puncture rear left.
And there you go, it is that car.
Now Enzo needs to limp that car home without causing too much damage.
You're going back to the point that John was making earlier when he spoke to a driver. I think he was talking to Stuart Hall at one point. How quickly can you drive back? And he said you can never go slowly enough. Risk damage in here. Reminds me of one of my all-time heroes, Gilles Villeneuve, with a puncture in Zandvoort 1979, and started to set off, as Gilles Villeneuve would, absolutely flat out, with what looked like a huge, great big cotton reel was the old wheels of F1 cars in the 70s, and the Michelin slick had completely gone, and Villeneuve pressed on regardless, and eventually the whole thing collapsed, and that was the end of that. So it can happen. But
I don't know whether that yellow flag, though, was for this car, because we saw this car drive into the yellow flag zone.
I agree with you. I don't think it was for that car. I think, and also, you wouldn't necessarily put a yellow out for that. You might put a white flag out, right, for a slow-moving vehicle.
Right.
If that was the case, because it hadn't stopped. Usually, if the yellow goes out, if the car stopped, or if obviously there'd been an incident of some sort, it maybe worse still, had an accident or something like that. But yeah, Enzo looks like he's pretty much getting the car back, which is the most important thing, and we'll be able to get a new tyre on and get out again. Be interesting to see what they do with this. Do they just, he's in the pits now, we're just seeing him register as coming in the pits. Do they just change the tyres? Obviously, let's assume, hopefully, that there's no other damage to the car, or do they take an opportunity to do full service, maybe put a full set of tyres on maybe a driver change, maybe fuel. We'll watch to see with
Those tyres are
interest.
3 laps old.
Yeah. So that must have been, you know, we saw that shot earlier of the amount of rubber that's down. Maybe in with that, there's been quite a few cars which have had bits of damage. There was obviously that massive shunt that we just saw being recovered for the 930.
I bet there's a bit of carbon on the track still.
Could be some carbon or plastic or something that's just got caught on a tyre. You only have to catch it at the wrong angle. The other thing is it could be, and it's unlikely, but it could be early, because it was early on in running the tyre life, that maybe they'd set the pressures low so that the tyres come in, and he could have caught the curb at a funny angle with a low tyre pressure, and that would have been that.
Let's go back down to pit lane. I think we're welcoming Carla Velti to our team this morning. How did you sleep, Carla?
Good morning, world. Good morning, everyone who is watching, and hello, you guys in the comms box. I'm back. I got to enter the pit lane just as the sun rises. Isn't that wonderful? Seb Lajou actually did just change that one tire that was completely blown up. So they are already out and about again. It took them just a few seconds. And may I say, Simon, your Italian this morning was quite impressive. So good for you that you got that one in this morning as well. Of course I was listening, guys. I always listen to you. Well done. That sounded very good. And I'll be your eyes and ears down here for the next 1.5 hours.
Grazie, Bella. Grazie. So that's my Italian done and dusted. So there we go. One of my favourite phrases in Italian from a friend of mine, Marco Vignali, said sometimes when it's all going a bit chaotically wrong, Italians will describe it as un grande casino. A big casino, a big craziness, which I love that phrase. Anyway, so it looks like that. We were talking about the Seb Lajou car that came with the puncher. It's gone straight to fuel. So that may, in a funny sort of way, may actually work in its favour. You never know. Because that may have put it out on a slightly different strategy. Yeah. At the moment, they were showing as 2 laps down, I think, on the, am I reading that correctly? Yes, 2 laps down on the leading 992 category car, that Huber Eindhoven-driven Tierra Outdoor Racing by FAC Auto car.
Consistently been up there, haven't they, those guys? They almost don't feel like they've been troubled. The usual suspects would be Milner Motorsport and Red Camels Jordan, both with issues, and so very much looking strong. Seb Lajou Racing dropping to 3rd in class now, behind the leading AM car of Red Ant Racing, another stalwart of the Creventic series, both in Europe and abroad. And a nice little battle between Milner and HRT for 4th position in 992, just 1.3 seconds separating the two of them after a slow lap from Yuri de Back. And I'm not quite sure whether that pit stop of 10 minutes was as simple as they were perhaps suggesting. Back down to Carla.
I just wanted to give KCMG a quick shout out. These guys have been non-stop. I don't know if you're aware how much work they have been doing on their 2 cars the whole race time. They just now did a what we would call full service on their car. They changed tires, they changed brakes, the oil was filled up. So that car should be good to go, but massive shout out to them. They did a fantastic job so far to have both cars out.
Yeah, impressive stuff. It's always a difficult situation when you've got kind of development stuff going on with those cars. This is a wonderful shot on track now of just how busy the circuit is, and kind of really sums up beautifully the diversity of brands and of the categories and the classes that we've got as we see the 992 of James Kellett, who has been running very quickly. Interestingly, Julian Hanses on board the 27 car has just set his and the car's fastest lap of the race, 1:58.007. Comfortably the quickest car on track at the moment. So clearly that car working very well. And Hanses doing a superb job of trying to get the gap down to his teammate Ben Tuck, who's leading at the moment. And the rest of the cars in that sort of gaggle. Kellett also very quick in the 59s, as is Ben Tuck. And looking further down the order, fastest lap of the for the car for the leading 992 of Huub van Eindhoven, the Porsche Super Cup race, 201.278 for that car. So some really strong times coming in from these drivers in this of the second type of golden hours that we were talking about. The morning one usually is the one that's the really quick one at this kind of time of day, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the time. And it's interesting that at Le Mans, it's before sunrise where you start really seeing the lap times, just as the sun is rising. But it's interesting to see that this here in Dubai obviously needs a bit of UV on the tarmac to get a little bit of temperature into it before those lap times can come, because we are 20 minutes after official sunrise, and now we're starting to see some lap times come in. Oh yes, we've had the code 60 to interrupt everything as well, but only now with that temperature start to build, and probably also air as well as, it's not just about tarmac, is it? It's about air temperature as well.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, the combination of all of these elements, and obviously the teams are in such a rhythm now. They've been racing for such a long time. They really understand what they need to do with the car to make sure they maximize it. We heard a really insightful interview, one of many insightful interviews with James Kellett earlier when he was talking to John about the difference between the two cars, the Pro car and the AM car, the 991 and 992, as to how the Pro car is set up to be a little bit more edgy to drive, but ultimately potentially quicker. And that could obviously be a factor as we get later on into the race. Just seeing the Ralph Bohn-driven Herbeth Motorsport car, still the leader in PA. Interestingly, the second of the Herbeth Motorsport car is second in the Pro-Am category. And there's only 23 seconds between them. So you have Ralph Bohn in the number 10 car that we can see on track there. And Florian Spengler in the number 269, both run by Herbeth, both the Porsche 911s, and only, I think when they crossed the line last time, around about 20-something seconds apart, if I look correctly.
Got another slow car on circuit. That is a Porsche Cayman down in 53rd position, I think. I read from the windscreen. So that is the Team Sorg Rennsport RS. That's actually a GT4 car, legit, right? That's second in GT4. They are second by 30-odd laps, so they've got time to spare here. But it's more concerning of the cars around in terms of the strategy, in terms of the code 60.
Oh, no!
Oh, and we're going to definitely go code 60 because the Rosser car is in the wall. And that has knocked off the front end of that Rosser machine. Yellow flags down at turn 12, code 60 coming on. And that is big drama for the local team.
It's Amna Al-Kubaisi on board that car. We saw her obviously having some contact earlier on with another car which caused a puncture, which she very deftly got back to the pits and got replaced. And now that's obviously a much more significant drama that she's having there. Most importantly, let's just check and hope that she's okay. And we see her clamber out of the car in a moment. But that does look like they could be done. It's hard to say because obviously the front clamshell is off the car. But without seeing the rest of the car, it's impossible to see how significant the damage is. It might be literally that it's just knocked the nose off and it's kind of stuck there. And so she may be able to get it moving and get it back to the pits, as the Cayman seems to be struggling now to get back. Much like a Ginetta G40 would shed its front end, but actually be completely fine. Yes. Because it's quite easy to knock the fixings off. How many Ginetta Junior and Ginetta GT5 races have we seen with many a car continuing? Many did I pay for? Exactly, yeah. So, Lawrence Tomlinson, if you're listening still, he messaged just a little while ago and said that he was. Ben Constanduros, a former racer in one of your series, is saying that he's contributed significantly to spares department at Ginetta. That's what happens when you're not very good. Exactly. Yeah, no, even when you are very good, unfortunately, the nature of the racing is it's pretty close and these things can happen. Well, good news is it seems to be that the Cayman has got enough energy to be able to potentially get it back just as the rescue pickup draws alongside it to potentially give it a hand to get back if necessary. I love this concept of the rescue vehicle leaning out the window and going, "You all right, mate? Exactly. Everything going all right?" Oh, look, there we go. Yeah, Amna it is just the nose that's been knocked off, and Amna's been able to get it back. That's great that we can get the Rosso Corsa back and hopefully repaired and back out on circuit, so it doesn't look anywhere near as bad as initially I thought it might have been.
No, exactly. The right side is what we really want to see, because it was the right side up against the barrier. That is where potentially the bentness could be. But steering wheel, we now get a chance to see on board. She's going round a left-hander, so difficult to know. But what we want to see is if she's going straight, but the wheel is not straight, then potentially a question mark. I would say that you might be right. This could just be superficial.
Could have got away with it. But it looks like they're preparing to put the car into the garage by the reaction of the crew. They're getting the dollies ready just in case it's likely. It looks like she's in now. Yes, she's shown that she's into the pit lane now. And hopefully the crew can get the car up on the dollies into the garage and whatever repairs need to be. You can hear it scraping its way in. And there it is. And when she stops, it looks like a couple of the vents have fallen off.
She has been in that car since 6 in the morning. So she's come to the end of her life in that car anyway. She, in that time, had done lots of code 60s. 8 laps, code 60, then 4 laps, then another pit stop, full fat pit stop, 14 laps, code 60, 10 laps, code 60. Now she's in the pits. Let's get down to Carla, who's got eyes on.
I do indeed. That was a very bizarre scene just for me right now, because as the car came to a halt here, basically the whole front hood just slid down off the car without anyone even touching it. It almost hit me, I must say, because I thought I was in a safe zone, but the hood just came right flying. For a second there, it looked like they would just do a very quick driver change, put the pieces back on that flew off, and get going. But at the same time, one of the guys grabbed into the front and had a black spring in his hand, looking to the rest of the mechanics like, where does this belong to? So not ideal. I see a few pieces loose on the door as well. The door, the sides that is sort of holding the door up, got off, like broken off. If Sepp comes a little bit closer to me, the driver had to hold the door open because it wouldn't stick by itself. Looks fixed right now. It's incredible how fast they fix these things. Insane. Bit of gaffer tape to make sure it holds up. But yeah, it is just another very, very unfortunate situation for Rossa, who I believe has spent way too much time in the box for their own liking.
That looked like a front anti-roll bar.
But an electric anti-roll bar, because it sort of was floppy.
Yeah, could be. I mean, sometimes you get those. Certainly, I know on some road cars you have like an electrically adjustable anti-roll bar. Some of the I know, having worked previously with Audi, there was systems you could get as an option that would help to stabilise some of the bigger performance, like SQ8s and things like that.
Let's see what goes back on that car, because, yeah, for me, that was an anti-roll bar, certainly fixed between one suspension element and the other suspension element, but it did seem to have some kind of actuator in the middle of it. And, a standard anti-roll bar is simply a piece of metal that strengthens X to Y, and if it's thicker, it's more strong, and if it's thinner, it's less strong. It's a sort of a slightly rudimentary philosophy, but I guess there are electric versions.
Yeah, exactly. I remember back in the day in F1, I don't know if it's, forgive my ignorance, I should know this, but it used to be, I always remember in the old Formula 1, they used to have adjustable anti-roll bars that they had adjust mid-race from the cockpit. They could move it to a different position to change the balance of the car. So it could be something along those lines. Or maybe we just caught the end of it and we're just totally misreading the situation. It was nothing to do with that. But there does seem to be some more than just we're going to put a new front clam on it and send it. It looks like there's potentially some other damage as we go racing once again. You see Ben Tuck getting temperature back into those Michelin tyres.
And interestingly, Simon, we have now split strategies between the two Team WRTs, because Ben Tuck did not take advantage of that code 60 to come into the pits, but Julian Hanses and Sergei Stolitiev in the Winwood Racing Mercedes did. And so now we really need to start scratching our heads, because Hanses and Winwood Racing are going to get themselves a full tank of fuel here. It's going to be a while before they come out of the pit lane. They're going to drop behind the two parodying competition BMWs. but Ben Tuck not fueling, maybe because he already had enough, maybe because he didn't need to.
Yeah, that could have been the case with the stop earlier. Maybe got everything in. You see the Grove Racing BMW, Mercedes rather, just being passed there. That's Stephen Grove on board, so he is the AM driver on that car, the 763 Lamborghini coming through the shot there as well.
So getting absolutely brilliant. Thing. Let's go down to Carla. Who's she got in front of her?
I'm giving you a heads up, guys. Rossa is putting on the hood, but the car is not going to be looking the same as it did before, because now the front hood is all black. They had to change it. They had to take their spare parts. So if you see a half black, half blue and white Rossa, it's still the same car. They just needed to take other pieces in, but it looks like they really fixed whatever was broken very, very, very quickly. And if you have an image right now, you would see that they are rolling the car out. It will be on its Michelin tires in a very second, and then out
That's
and about
okay.
again.
I love naked racing cars. I do. Look at that front end. Pure carbon.
Yeah.
No logos, no silly colours. And it's nice and clean, obviously, right now. Perfection.
Is it just me, or does the front design of that car look like a Ferrari 458?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's what was the first time I saw that car. That's what I thought. Oh, someone's got a 458. Then you see it from the back, and it's a very different shape there in the center part. It is a beautiful design. I really do love that design, and it's a great to see those kind of unusual vehicles being part of this kind of. It's one of the great things about this championship is it does allow for such a variety of different cars to be showcased and be competitive. You know, obviously they had dramas in the night. Without that, they would have been in the fight for GTX with the Ginetta and the Lamborghini. And that sums up the GTX category beautifully. So you've got the Ginetta, which is a GT2 car, which isn't normally seen as in this type of racing, in endurance style racing. You've got the Lamborghini, which is one of the most established cars in this type of racing. And then you've got the Rosso, which is, you know, newish to this type of racing as well. So wonderful mixture as we once again look at our race leader Ben Tuck now showing on our screen as a 2-lap lead. That's probably as a result of the fuel stop that Hanses has just made. Lung now moving up into third with Kellett fourth.
So
and Stolyarov's dropping to fifth.
Very much on different strategies now, those leading two cars, because and you know what's happened here. Ben Tuck did pit under that last code 60, but only got 15%. 1 lap later, Julian Hanses comes in. Code 60 ends whilst he's doing a very similar thing, which means he gets the chance to fulfill. So how much of a difference in strategy that now is hard to tell, but it definitely has made a big difference. I mean, the Paradine the Winwood Racing 16 was in for 5 minutes in total. So they absolutely topped that Mercedes off. Julian Hanses was only in there for 3 minutes, so already had a lot of fuel in the car, didn't need to stay in his pits as long. But now, you know, you're not going to be pulling this leading car in until you absolutely have to, which is either code 60 or when it runs out of fuel. That's going to put them on a completely different strategy. Is that right or is that wrong? And I think it may have just been luck of the draw as well. It wasn't necessarily a choice by WRT.
No, and that's often the way, isn't it? You're just reacting. It's an organic thing in that respect, that you're trying to understand how those different scenarios that, you know, a code 60 can be for a minute or two, or it can be, as we've seen, for an extremely long time with the last shunt that we saw with the 930 car that had done a load of damage. So, you know, varies massively. And the yellow flag we've been shown is being shown at turn 15 and 16 towards the end of the lap. So we'll watch to see if we can understand what that is, and does it again create another code 60?
Looks like it might be car 108, which has perhaps ground to halt for a little bit. Now back going again. 108 is one of our TCE cars. It is the KTMG Toyota Supra with Marchi Lee aboard, but that's now rolling. I wanted to point out another thing that I've just noticed, and Yuri de Back in the Mulder Motorsport Porsche 992 category class car, 921, is back in the pits. Yuri back, and has been for 15 minutes. So remember, John said, oh, it's fine, they've just done a brake change and a sensor change. Well, he was slow, and now he's back in the pit. So that's one for Carla to investigate, because they should be usually at the head of our 992 field, and they are dropping like a stone with this question mark over what's going on there.
Yeah, the 992 class, still that 3-lap lead for Hoef van Eindhoven in the Tierra Auto Racing by FAC Autosport Orbitotech car. So yeah, that's looking a really, really strong position for them as they go into shortly what's going to be the final 5 hours of this race. Another yellow flag being shown at turn 6.
Yeah, Cooper facing the wrong direction, I can see out the window. That's now going again.
Yeah, so hopefully not going to cause another code 60 for us.
Carla?
Yes, I was not quite sure if you guys did hear me. I'm at the WRT box with Christopher Hase. Just for you guys, a note. For the English-speaking ones, it's Hase, not Haas or whatever you're trying to say out there. You are doing fantastically well out there. Tell me a little bit, how was your last stint? I think if I saw it right, you just got out not too long ago. Give me quick insights. The BMWs are rapid.
Yeah, it's true. It's running really well for us. Well, I started the race. I had a difficult start, to be honest. The first 3 laps, I struggled a bit. But then we kept it clean. That is our target. We went through the night without any issues. And now, yeah, obviously we are on P2. Strategy-wise, it's a bit hard to say how this is going to end at the moment. But still, we try to keep it clean. My last stint, yeah, it was the stint when the sun came up. Obviously, always a bit tricky time also, because people start to be tired. Yeah, but I enjoy it a lot.
How is it with the view during that time of day? When the sun comes up, it's not dark anymore, but it's not light yet. Is that a struggle? Explain it for the ones that are not used to being in the seat.
Yeah, definitely. So when the sun is coming up, maybe you know it when you drive yourself on the road. Sometimes the sun is a bit blinding, and this, yeah, can affect the driver a lot when you don't see the apex enough, or the traffic situation is unclear. You may don't see a car enough. So this is a time where you have to be a bit cautious, yeah. Don't take too much risk and just wait until the sunlight is there.
How much of that driving in that moment is pure feeling and pure memory, and how much is actually the vision? Because I know you guys, some of the tracks you can drive while sleeping actually.
Yeah, this is true. This is like a muscle memory from the brain, and yeah, that's it.
Fantastic. It always impresses me. Thanks for your time. Good luck for the next hours.
Thank you. Thank you.
So code 60 has been thrown once again. We're watching to see how that affects the various different strategies who may well need to come back in again for another stop. Looking at the various cars, that's the 25 car, I think.
That's had a decent impact.
On board, yeah. Is Jim still on board that car?
Missing...
No, Jolly Leclerc on board that car.
The money man behind the Into Africa project, which is encouraging racing back in South Africa, and Jolly put a huge amount of effort into it, but he's also a fair effort into knocking off the rear end of that car. The rear wing is missing. There's damage to the rear bumper. Looks as though all 4 wheels facing the right direction, and he is still rolling. But somewhere out there on circuit is a rear end of a 296 that should be attached to Lacker's car.
Yeah, that car has properly been in the wars this weekend, or for this event. Right, let's have a look again, see if we can see what's happened. We're looking at the in the background there. You can see it looked like he maybe got inside the Carrera Cup car and perhaps tightened his line and just lost it. I mean, he's hands in the air in a kind of what the hell was that all about type reaction. So maybe we get another chance to see that once again, but that did look like he may have been helped, as you quite rightly said, Ben.
I don't know if you've been in that situation before. I certainly have, where you go past another car and you think you've cleared it, and then all of a sudden, whoosh, round you go, and you have no way of reacting. You have no understanding sometimes of how the car's gone round in circles, but that was definitely a little bit of a shock for Letlacker, and I don't think you can say anything to do with him.
No, it didn't look like it, did it? It's just so difficult, isn't it? Everybody at this stage is still pushing hard. Everyone's trying to get the most out of the respective performance of the cars with this, you know, as we're getting into the latter stages of the race. You know, it's never over. It's over, as we know from many terrible stories of cars stopping really late in a race or having an incident late in the race. But yeah, certainly for Joly, it did look like he was a very unfortunate victim of a misunderstanding, perhaps. As few of those have happened over the race, as they inevitably will do.
It's going to be a short one, this, because they just need to pick up that rather large piece of bodywork, which the marshal was going to try to do with one hand. He may be advised to put the flag down and try and do it with both. Once he does that, the Ferrari will be back in the pits and we'll be able to go back to green flag racing. So as a team, you analyse that, you work out whether it's better. Oh, okay, he's just doing it with one hand. Fair enough. And look, it's the whole underside as well. I think the rear wing made a bid for freedom over the back of the barrier, actually. But the rear diffuser was left on circuit. Well done to that, Marshall. I think it's going to be given to Fire 4, the Toyota Hilux, and that's going to be taken back to the team and probably repaired. Bit of carbon fibre repair and be stuck on the car again.
Yeah, that's usually what you can do, but you can see how that rear assembly works on the Ferrari.
Oh, it's so cool.
One of the cars that's one of the newer generation of GT3 cars, and an all-carbon chassis built by the Orica organisation, who are obviously best known for their LMP2 cars that obviously dominate that category. So very much feels like almost like a GT version of an LMP2 car.
Time for us to go and grab ourselves some breakfast. Thank you very much to Simon Hill. You'll be joined in a second by Phil Anson and Johnny Palmer. But whilst I get myself out of this commentary position, let's go down to Carlo Velti.
Car just left the pit lane. Not quite sure if they need to check on any issues on the track. And as we speak, the Into Africa Ferrari 296 GT3 just came in, and that looks like quite some damage towards the back of the car. They already warned us standing here. We will be wheeling the car into the box to fix that. It's hard to judge from the outside how much damage is actually towards the inside of the car, but that looks like it did have a significant hit to the back with obviously visible damage. But let's see about the under the surface damage. They're taking off the back hood, as it is with the Ferrari, that they can get into the back there quite easily. They are now taking off all the parts as well, taking it completely apart in the back, and they will do their analysis. And once I can have a clear view of what's going on, I'll be back for you guys.
Thank you very much, Carla. Down in the pit lane, and the Dragon Racing team go to work. 20 numbered car 25, 33rd position, 24 in GT3. Exo Ledlaka was at the wheel when that car spun around and hit the barrier between turn 4 and 5, and there's a tree over there, and that's called Porsche tree, because a lot of the Porsches back into there, so it's a bit untoward to have a Ferrari backing in there at the same time. They're having a look. Fraser Martin is out there with barrier damage possibly there, so this might be a little bit longer. Fraser Martin, a long-time clerk of the course here he was clerk of the course for All My Racing here, Johnny, and he is a very fair man. Harsh but fair, and Scottish.
And additionally Scottish. Right, fair enough. I think I get where you're coming from there. And good morning, Phil. Good morning, everybody. It may not be morning with wherever you are, I suppose, if you're in places far-flung from Dubai, but hopefully you're set fair now for the final 5 hours of the 21st edition of the Michelin Dubai 24 hours, which settled in quite early on to be a BMW fair. And we still have those 4 Bavarian cars out front. WRT dominating first and second places, but Paradigm Competition ready to take the 3rd step of the podium, and it might get even better for them were there to be a drama for one of the Belgian-run cars, I suppose. They're all pitting at the same time now, making use of the code 60 because you get a free opportunity to change driver and maybe tyres whilst everyone else is doing 60 kilometres per hour. The only thing you're hampered by, as per the rule set, is the amount of fuel that you can put in comparatively to a green flag pit stop. We've spoken at length about that. And still reckon, as Ben was making the point just before he departed to head off for some breakfast, that the gap's about a lap and a half between the first and the second place BMWs, rather than +3 laps, which is being shown as on our graphic. Until Julian Hanses rejoins in car number 27, we can't entirely nail that down. But Jordan Pepper's just done a stop, and then the equivalent stop's being done now by the sister WRT BMW.
Yeah, having a look at the weather, you can see it's quite hazy at the moment. That's humidity, 93% humidity, 12.6 degrees currently here at the track as the sun is making its way up over the horizon. 7:30 this morning was sunrise. 7:05 was and it was sunrise, and we're about an hour into it now, starting to take effect on the track. Let's go down to the pits with Carla.
I wish I didn't have to say it, but the Into Africa racing by Dragon number 25, the Ferrari 296 GT3 is out of the race. You should have been here to see those faces. You know the hectic moment when they check and they look and they want to see what's going on. And then that moment when you see everyone the shoulders just fall down and the faces drop. Actually, the car got hit or had a contact with a Porsche, went into a barrier with the back, and the chassis is broken in the back. So that was a very quick, basically a message of one of the team members towards me saying that's game over.
It really didn't start well for the 25 Into Africa racing Ferrari. Those with long memories will think back to the first lap of the race where that car was involved in an incident. We still don't quite know how it made the barrier at turn 9, but looking at the flood of cars on that opening lap down the back straight, all of a sudden there was a car off way in the distance, and it feels like they've been trying to recover from that incident ever since. And finally, this latest significant crash, which is done, as Carlos described, it's totally mullered the rear of this pretty Ferrari 296. And Exo Letlaka, who is a real enthusiast, particularly with that team, will take some consoling, I'm sure, he being at the wheel of that car. It's my understanding he is okay.
Yes.
Did he drive the car back into the pits after that hit?
Yes, he did.
Right, so it was still mobile, kind of.
Yeah, it backed into the wall. Wing was off. And the code 60 was called because of the debris that it left across the circuit. And then we saw the barrier being looked at as well. So barrier repairs now underway at turn 5. Now this may see what Jordan Pepper and Christopher Haas have both pitted from 1 and 2 just on their outlaps now. James Kellett in the Paradigm competition 992. He's also been into the pits to get his thing. But remember, he's under AM neutral, so he can get 28 litres where everybody else gets 16. So that will help them out. Yeah, the leaderboard looking suspiciously like it did when we left at about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Actually, yes, because it's not just that bank of BMWs at the sharp end, but Mercedes were creeping up as well. And over breakfast, I spotted that one of the Mercedes had got as high as 3rd position,
yes.
But that's just on the pit stop rotation. And I think now that everything's to a certain degree reset under this latest code 60, I think that is the fair order, as in WRT's 2 BMWs 1st and 2nd, then the Paradigm cars for the same manufacturer 3rd and 4th. Sergei Stolyarov's just made a fuel stop and possibly a little more with the team as well, so maybe tyres and a driver change for Winward Racing. Winward Racing winning the Mercedes race. Grove Racing's car the same, an AMG, might still be within a lap of that of their fellow Mercedes runners. So 5th and 6th relatively close, but they're nowhere near the 4 BMWs. And about a lap and a half separate Jordan Pepper in the 669 numbered car and the 27 Christopher Haase now driven machine, who is fresh back into that car now.
This is our third Code 60 since the sun came up at 7:05. It's just 8:05, so 3 in an hour. They had a great run overnight. When we left, there was a short Code 60 at 3:03 a.m. and then they went to 3:18, and then all the way to 5:51 was the next one to 6:07. So a very probably 2.5 hours of green flag running back there. But if you're watching on the live stream, have a look at the marbles on the track at the moment, just off the circuit. That's down at turn 5, and the tree on the right-hand side is commonly known as Porsche tree, because when you come around turn 4 and you lift off in one of those rear-engine cars, it tends to do a little bit of a loop and back you into the tree. Unfortunately, it was a Ferrari with a little bit of assistance at this time as the barrier repairs going. They've got the it looks like it's bent back one of the supports on there. Most unlucky, Fraser Martin's got the broom out this morning. Oh dear. Always helpful.
I mean, it's always great to see someone who kind of, you know, the race wouldn't run without their presence, being down on the ground, as having to assess the infrastructure of the circuit. But that's part of the job, I suppose.
Yeah, clerk of the course. You know, you have many classes of the course of the course who are responsible for circuit safety.
Yeah.
Okay, race directors are about the sporting regulations, and clerks of the course. And we have both here. And so the clerks of the course will always go out and inspect any damage, because it has to be put back to the acceptable level that it's got its certification under. So the barriers have to be straight. You can't get around that fact. So yeah, we see them get out there, and I don't think they mind getting out of race control and heading out onto the circuit as well.
It's a change of scenery, if nothing else, isn't it? And the whole event becomes a little more visceral when you've got cars going through at a safe speed, 60 kilometers per hour. But yes, Armco barrier is designed to give when a car makes contact with it excessively. So the bands of metal, they're corrugated, but they will bend, and so will that vertical strut, which must be vertical, but when it gets a hard hit, it'll bend back to a certain amount of degree. And then the whole thing needs replacing, because one big hit and it's kind of finished. So it's severely compromised, and some of that is going to have to be exchanged for brand new bits. So this Code 60 will be one of the longer ones that we've had. And any slim hope that I had earlier on in the broadcast that we might get close to the 2012 distance record is well out of the window now. I had forgotten, actually, that a race more recently, I think it was 2023, we got within about 7 laps.
Yeah, we were close.
Race distance, yeah. Was it 6:21 3 years ago? And we were chasing...
6:28.
So 6:28 is the ultimate record, yes, from 2012. But 2023, which was a win for MS7 by WRT, funnily enough, we've been mentioning that's crew name before. And they, again in a BMW M4, took the victory with Mohamed bin Saud Al Saud, Jens Klingman, Diego Manchaca, Jean-Baptiste Simoneau and Dries Vanthoor, and their combined efforts got to 621 laps
so
3 years ago.
So close. Well, we were under this Code 60. Let's have a look at how the standings are. In GT3, it's the 669 of Team WRT, Jordan Pepper at the wheel of that. Christopher Haase in the 27 Team WRT in second position in GT3, and Darren Liang in the Paradigm Competition BMW, the car number 991 in third position in GT3. In GT3 Pro-Am, it's the 7th car of Ralph Bon and car 10 in Herbeth Motorsport, leading Pro-Am. Then a few laps back to Florian Spengler in the 269 Herbeth Motorsport car in second position, and then Giovanni Alto in the remaining Dragon Racing Ferrari after the 25 had its incident and has been retired. Currently in third position in Pro-Am. James Kellett in the 992 Paradigm competition BMW is leading the GT3 Am from Paul Schustner in the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport in 12th position, second in Am, third in Am, Chantal Prince in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, number 11 leading that. In third position in that. 992, Hub van Enthoven, we had him on the podium down at Yas Marina a week ago for the 6 hour in the 962 Tierra Outdoor Racing by Fook, leading the 992 category. Second in 992 category, Enzo Giuli in the Seb Jaloux Racing Porsche 992, number 910. And third in 992, I have to go all the way down to the Mulliner Motorsport car in 31st outright, the 921. Julian Debach in that car in the 992 category. In the 992 Am category, Mathieu Castellane in the Red Ant Racing, currently leading the 992 AMs. Second in the 992 AMs is Sebastien Ladieu in the Seb Ladieu Racing Porsche. And third in the AMs is Giovanni Musella in the HRT Performance 929 car. Into GTX. The Ginetta is still in the lead, 795 CMR Andrew Bentley at the wheel of that. Gerhard Walsinger in the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini 710 in third, and we saw the Rosser come back into the pits after an incident with Amanal Kabasi at the wheel, the 797, and Roman Rusinov has taken that car over, currently third in GTX, so a quick fix for those guys. Heading down to GT4, Cherny Motorsport have been leading that category for a long time now. Ivan Krapitsev at the wheel of that one. Then we go back to Roman Tischenkov in the SRS team, SRS team Sorg Rennsport in the Porsche Cayman S1A, and then we have Jack Meakin in the Circuit Toys Toyota Supra GT4 Evo 2 in third position. In TCE, it's Asbest Racing, the 102. I saw that car on the screen a little while ago. He's on the screen now. The front under tray is starting to come down on that car. It's striking along the ground. The front end looks decidedly bent, as in sloping. It's down on the left-hand side of the car. But leading that by a few laps, 418 laps. The next TCE car is in second as we are back to green racing. KCMG with all Hong Kong drivers. Marchi Lee, there's a name, leading that one and also leading the TC class. Third is Azat Cullamullen in the SRS team, Sorg Rennsport in their Porsche Cayman 718, that's third in the TCE. And then in TC, it's Marchi Lee once again in the KCMG, and then second in the TC. In TC is the Toyota Gazoo Rookie Racing Supra GT4 B-Spec. Rio Shimono at the wheel of that one, and that's how the top three in each of the categories stand.
Well whipped through. You almost did it before we'd gone entirely back to green, but that is only a very recent event, so actually a much shorter Code 60 than I was expecting. They were assessing the barrier. Maybe some of it had needed to be changed, but they're so well versed in doing that. Yeah. The track maintenance crews here, it's a bit like being at the Nürburgring on the Nordschleife, because again, well, the longest thing that it takes for the Nürburgring is actually just getting to the scene, because it's a 25-kilometre lap. Yes. And it could be a long, long way from where a lot of the access vehicles and a lot of the heavy goods vehicles are to get the necessary bits. So you don't have to travel as much of a distance, but nevertheless assessing how much, if any, of the Armco needed to be replaced was the big thing. There was also a chance to sweep the track as well. So it's nice and clear for Jordan Pepper to descend on that scene now and thread his BMW, the Bumblebee livery for this weekend, in number 669, safely through turns 3, 4, 5 and 6, and now heading for the long straight between 9 and 10, with this lap and a half's lead just about, as the sector times start to head down to what we're more used to. So 40 seconds through the opening sector, about 50 seconds currently through sector 2, and just over half a minute through sector 3. Hook them all up and you get the 5.3 kilometre Dubai Autodrome lap as GT3 cars draw level. Some lappery, in fact, for the South African Jordan Pepper to do there. And WRT are doing a good job here in providing a challenge for each car. One's having to stay out front, the other one trying to do the chasing. And if they finish in this order, it would be the perfect result for the Belgian squad, who, I mean, if they can do this in 2026, they will have won 4 of the last 5 runnings of the Dubai 24 Hours. And more remarkable is that it will have been done in 2 different types of car as well, because their first victory in this latest slew was with an MS7 by WRT Audi. And remember that, you know, the Vets racing team and Vincent Voss's outfit were far more associated with the 4 rings for year after year after year. And it was only that change in 2023 to go the BMW route, which you realise how good they were as car preparers and strategists, that you could do it in very different cars, and the first team to win with 2 different manufacturers in 2023. Still the only team to have done that in the history of this race.
My calculations at the moment, we've got between 55 and 54 cars still running, as we have a brief yellow flag at turn 4. We've got a slow car over there going down between turn 4 and turn 5. It looks like a Porsche, red and white car, just going around the outside of turn 6 now. It's the car in 53rd position at the moment, and that is the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport car, the car currently second in GT4. That is the 427. Just looking to see if all 4 wheels are pumped up. That's our second GT4 car at the moment, staying well off the track.
So it's Roman Tishenkov in his 718 Cayman, but as you say, GT4 potential podium finisher, and he has got 20 laps on the next chasing GT4 car, which is the Circuit Toys Toyota GR Supra, the bright yellow car that's had 2 major difficulties at the very least, and everyone trying to put a brave face on those problems and at least just get to the finish. So finally the bad luck sort of shifted elsewhere within GT4, and I think you're right, that's not a puncture.
No, I think he's just struggling with a technical or mechanical issue on that car, making his way now around onto the long back straight. No cut throughs, remember, this time around. You can't cut through in under green flag running between through the club link and come in from the back straight to turn 14. He's going to have to do the full circuit, and he is slow down that back straight. This is very dangerous due to the closing speeds of him doing around about 20 kilometres an hour. The GT3 cars are doing 280 kilometres down there. He really needs to get off onto the red overrun, which he's doing now. He's trying to get as far over to driver's left as he can. The car looks straight from the front. It's not leaning at any jaunty angle to indicate that it's got a flat tyre. He might have a deflating tyre that's not entirely flat, but you would come back at a reasonable speed. So race control are carefully monitoring this one.
Yeah, the heat haze is throwing me out, because at first, I mean, there's a long distance down the straight from 9 to 10, but I did wonder whether one of the wheels wasn't entirely vertical from that distance. But I think that's just the sheer distance from our camera point at 10 down to where the car is, and it's deceiving me. So yeah, visually there doesn't appear to be any clues as to why that car's going so slowly. The problem is the issue hit early in sector 1.
Yes.
So he's got virtually the whole lap now to trundle around, if indeed Roman can make it that far. And race control will be counting to, well, maybe 100 actually before they push the purple button.
Well, the problem he's got, if it's a technical and mechanical, he's got to run up the hill to turn 12.
Yeah.
And that's where we sometimes have issues, that the car can't quite get up the hill, and also coming around the bowl area at turn 14, coming up the hill between 14 and 15. If they're suffering drive issues, race control is saying it's in sector 2 at the moment. It needs to exit turn 12 and head down towards turn 3 before it heads into sector 3, and we'll get it into view as he comes from turn 13 into 14. That's slightly blocked from our view up here in the Global Broadcast Centre, high above the grandstand. Cars running from right to left underneath us down the start-finish straight. Pit boxes opposite us. And now the circuit bathed in glorious sunshine as the crowd starts to roll in as we work towards our 1 o'clock finish for the 21st edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai.
For many years, if you did have a problem early in the lap, like Roman's had in his Porsche Cayman, then there was the option to use one of the shortcut routes. Yeah. And you can't do that these days because those concrete blocks rule that out. It's been a deliberate change to returning to the racetrack. It's
a safety issue, Johnny, because the cars are coming down towards turn 14 so fast under green flag. You put a car up there, it can be a target for the cars coming through. Too dangerous to do under green flag running, and so they've just stopped it completely. The car is coming around now, and Carla's got some news for us down in the pits.
I do indeed. I just got to speak to the Sorg Rennsport team, and besides the fact that I found out what is actually wrong, I also got a little English lesson, because it is a technical problem. In German it's called die Drosselklappe, and that's the inlet. No, now I forgot it again. What is it called in English? Inlet? Inlet manifold. There you go. My tired brain didn't keep that one on. And apparently they had that same problem already earlier on, so they know exactly what to do, waiting for the car to come in and fix it and get that car right back out.
Thank you, Carla. Yeah, that car's in pit lane right now, heading down towards the timing line to signify the 40 kilometre an hour, which he probably won't have a trouble keeping 40 kilometres an hour down at the pit lane, even without disengage. It's the car now into pit lane, heading down to have that inlet manifold taken care of and hopefully get back out. As you said, Johnny had about a 20-lap lead over the third place GT3. So if it's a quick fix, that's about 40 minutes. Or 40 for GT4, about 45 minutes as the car now pushed back into the box.
But it sounds like it's a known problem,
yes.
So it's a repeat repair, and they might be quite practiced in this by now. The problem with this is that they're trying to fix it on the fly, and this race car's hot, it's bothered, it's been running now for, well, nearly 20 hours, in and out of the pits, admittedly. But whatever they're trying to do to temporary fix it doesn't seem to last too long before it then happens again. So that will be a source of frustration, I'm sure.
Indeed it will.
But at least they knew precisely what the issue was before the car arrived back on the scene, because sometimes that diagnosis of the issue takes more than half the time.
Well, when the sun comes up, everybody gets their second wind, and then we're in the third stand of the race. Pierre Caffer knows all about that in the Centerlock Junior Racing Team. Best for that car, a 158.489 for Caffer. Currently 21st in GT3 and 7th in ProAm, GT3 ProAm. But quickest lap for the Audi from Centerlock Junior Team.
I'm just looking up inlet manifold now to fully understand what it actually does. Part of an internal combustion engine that supplies the fuel and air mixture to the cylinders. So it's pretty integral to making the car go quickly. And when that mixture is not quite right, you're in limp mode to get it back to the pits. And
it did look like limp mode, didn't it?
Oh,
it was for the speed. So, maybe a loose connection, loose fitting down there, which is just annoying. But it's well, the best part of this, if there is a best part, is it's a known issue. they know how to fix it.
Yeah.
And so that is the major thing there. It'd be worse if it came back and they didn't know what it was and they had to go and investigate, because that's where you're going to lose all of that time, especially if it is one of those types of things that is you plug everything in and it doesn't tell you anything on the readout on the computer.
I'm getting an English lesson here as well, because apparently the word manifold comes from an old English word, right? Manig, which means many, and field, which is repeatedly. So it refers to the multiplying of one pipe into many.
Yes.
It's the split, basically, and that's where the fuel and the air is mixing together to the cylinders, and that's got to work, otherwise the car's going nowhere. See, we're in education on this broadcast, as well as bringing you real cut and thrust motor racing for 24 hours solid, with the occasional code 60, and we've had a few too many of those now, but let's hope we can stay green. I mean, you know, there are whispers in amongst the paddock, Phil, that it's you and I that have some sort of influence. Just being on site, it means that the green flags don't wave as often as we would like.
We turned up at the circuit at 7 o'clock. Between 7 and 8, there were 3 code 60s.
I know.
Not good at the moment. We're on code 60 number 18, 3 hours and 24 minutes under code 60 at this time.
Jordan Pepper crossing the line now to complete 492 laps for the 669 BMW. Christopher Haase is about to complete his lap. He's also in the final sector, and that will be 490 laps completed. So
2 laps, yeah.
Distance between them is 4.5 minutes or so, and it is now 2 laps, slightly more than 2 laps, in fact, that split the 2 WRT cars.
Then 1 minute and 9 seconds back to Darren Leung in the Paradigm Competition BMW, and 17 seconds back to James Kellett in the other Paradigm competition, 992. But that's also running in GT3 AM, leading the way at that in 4th. And closing down, just looking at the lap times now, James Kellett 59.2, Darren Leung a 2:01.7. So closing that gap down between the sister cars. 992 doing the chasing at the moment. So looking down the leaderboard, the spread has gone out. We've got a bit of a queue behind the number 14, Luca Rettenbetter, Resume More Than Racing. Then we've got 16 seconds back, we've got Joel Sturm in the Herbeth Motorsport car in 11th GT3. 24 seconds back from that, Paul Schester in the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, 24 seconds with that, and then Giovanni Alto in the Dragon Racing Ferrari car number 88, 40 seconds from that. That's sort of our closest battle on track, except for Al Faisal Al Zabar in 6th and Stephen Grove in 7th. 9.7 seconds separate them, currently 6th and 7th in GT3.
And keeping up my eyes peeled for Hoop van Eindhoven in the Tierra Outdoor racing car for its advantage. It's still significant as the rest of the 992 Cup field try to keep up the pace, or ideally be quicker than the 962 to whittle away at that gap, but it stands at two and a bit laps, basically, not quite the full 3. And intriguing again that there's an AM 992 car so highly placed. The highest AM GT3 continues to run in 4th as the second Paradigm car. So they, at the moment, they're only 17 seconds away from a potential podium finish in the overall standings.
So that 924, the Red Ant Racing car, that is an AM neutral car as well. So it's been able to take on more fuel under the code 60. So they get 28 litres, where everybody else gets 16 or 17. So they've been able to capitalise on that, running under the AM neutral, which means you've got all AM drivers plus just one AM plus or semi-pro. Whereas the AM Advantage, it has to be all AM, and in the 992 they get 44 litres under code 60. And we have AM advantage. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars running under AM advantage at 992, 216, 925, 929 and 931, all under the AM advantage. And we saw that down at the Michelin 6 hours of Abu Dhabi last weekend with the QMMF squad. An AM car with a 14 code 60s in 2.5 hours of code 60 in 6 hours. They were able to capitalize on being able to fuel more, which means when we got to the last 7 minutes when the last code 60 finished, they were in a prime position to take the win in 992 and 992 AM.
So the thing I'm expecting to happen in the not too distant future is that James Kellett, who's lapping quicker than Darren Young, we're comparing a semi-pro with an AM there, they are sharing cars in both cases, as in James hops from the 992 into the 991 at times. Darren Young does likewise, so they both have had experience of both the Paradigm competition BMWs. But very shortly, I reckon Kellett's going to be on the back bumper of Darren Young. He's only got 15 seconds to find, and he's quicker than Darren currently, about a second a lap quicker. So 15 more laps, and we could have an internecine scrap there in an attempt to get the AM Paradigm car on into the podium position.
That's well, it won't be the first time we've had an AM up there no. In GT3. It's how equal the BOP, or how well the BOP has been designed to allow that to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's basically the AM category is gentleman drivers. When you're talking GT3 or GT3 Pro, we don't call it Pro, but GT3 Pro, we're talking, you know, the Jordan Peppers and the Sven Mullers and the Joel Sturm, Max Hoffer, Stephen Grove. That level of driver, you're actually with the advantage you get in taking extra fuel and the difference in drive times and etc., the minimum and maximum, it really brings them all back together, as it's starting to meld that way with just under 4.5 hours to go. We're just seeing that start to meld where we have. And it's funny because the ProAm car, the first ProAm car, is down in 9th position, the Herbert Motorsport of the 269. So with that extra fuel under the 14 code 60s that we've had, that's allowed the 992 to move up.
Yeah. And it's not always the case where in other championships where an AM lineup can compete at the same level as a pro in inverted commas lineup. But as you say, through this mechanism of balance of performance, but it's the live balance of performance. So, you know, a car has a certain weight depending on the manufacturer at the start of the race, and a certain fuel flow, a certain turbo setting. But then it's down to effectively how much time it has to spend in the pits getting fueled.
Yep.
And what Creventic have tried to do is equalise it so much so that if you enter with an AM lineup, you could still finish on an overall podium. And there aren't any other championships that do that, I don't think.
The way they do their balance of performance is incredibly well thought out, because a lot of racing around the world, balance of performance is done on making mechanical and technical changes to your car, which is really expensive, okay? This way, it's done by fuel and driver time. Okay?
Simple.
It's simple, and you don't have to, and we're seeing the regulations now start to change where you can run these cars in other championships. The 992 category, the changes to some of their regulations are now on Porsche Super Cup regulations, because it's the same car that is racing in the Porsche Super Cup. So they've got that, or any of the Carrera Cups that run around the planet, you can take your car from this championship and run it in there. The same with GT3. It's now aligned with lots of other GT3 cars. We had the 12 hours of Abu Dhabi before Christmas, and Dragon were down there with their 296 Ferraris, and we're running under their BOPs for that particular championship. So what they've done is made it so you can come and race at Creventic, but you don't have to change your car to go and race at any other series, which is great for the teams because they rely on multiple series racing to keep going.
And with the car being out of your possession for a period of time to get here to the Middle East, in some cases for teams that aren't based in this part of the world, and then they don't get to see the car until, well, one or two describing early March. So there's not a great deal that you can be doing with the car because it's on a ship being moved from one place to the other. And when you then get to the more traditional spring, summer racing in Central Europe, you want to do as little to that car as possible to make it race ready for some sprint action, perhaps, in the well-known European track. So little adjustment required then to take it in the shorter races for Battle. But we didn't have to wait the kind of 15 laps that I was expecting for that change within Paradigm competition, because Darren Young needed fuel.
Yep.
So he's come in, and James Kellett didn't need to pit, and therefore that AM entered Paradigm BMW is back up to third place overall now.
Swings and roundabouts for the next 4 hours and 21 minutes, I think, Johnny. It's all about the Jordan Pepper in the Team WRT 669. They've done 24 pit stops, 26 for the 27 in second position, the second of the WRT cars. And the following two cars from Paradigm, the 992 and 991, both on 26 stops at the moment. That Mercedes from Windward, 23 stops. So they've been economical. Sergei Stolarov at the wheel of that car, currently in fifth, not too far away. Anything goes wrong with the cars in front, that's, you know, there could be a Mercedes on the podium as well. Don't forget, Al Faisal Al Zabar and the 777 Almanar by Dragon Racing. They've been thereabouts since midnight last night in that top six or so, just as we see going backwards and forth on their pit strategy. But they've done 27 stops out of that lot. It's, so
that several more visits to pit road, and yet there's really not been that much of a delay on the timing screen. So you can make it work with 27 stops. You can make it work with as few as 23 when you look at Max Moritz in the 269 Herbert Motorsport car. But as I utter his name, he actually comes in for a 24th time, and they are towards the lower end of the top 10. Yes. Well, of course, we've had the fun and games of teams thinking it might be a little quicker to go through pit lane during a code 60, because that shortens the racetrack. And even though the speed limit is lower in pit lane at 40 kilometers per hour, there's been the age-old argument of if you're in a position to use the pit lane rather than the racetrack under caution, that might even buy you a bit of time. So some of those cars that have been up to those antics will have more pit stops showing against their name, like the Almanar by Dragon Racing Ferrari and the Pure Racing Porsche of currently Max Hoffa.
With now about 55 cars running, it's a little bit easier out there for the quick cars to get through the slow cars. And I dare say a lot of them are working towards the reverse strategy. What do we need to get to 1 p.m? What's left? What do we need to do? What do we need to fulfill our driver time? What do we need fuel-wise? Where are we at? When can we pit so that we can maximise our opportunities to get to the end of the race with the minimal amount of delay and fulfill all of the regulatory times on driver time requirement?
Yeah, but when you are getting down to the 4-hour mark, which we will in another 18 minutes, then you can probably think about 4 more stints and only 2 more drivers.
Yes.
Without breaching the new drive time limit, which is 2.5 hours. I think ideally, you know, they'll want to be doing a pit stop, well, on the hour.
Yep.
But the question is, how much off schedule have you become in these first 20 hours? And there were some teams that deliberately did get away from pitting on the hour because they knew that, huge incident coming towards the end of that long straight. Is that the Rosser car?
It is the Rosser. There's a Porsche involved in that as well. And the total side of that car has been ripped off.
Well, there is barely a body panel on that left-hand side of the car.
Okay, we can see Roman Rusanov moving in the cockpit. He's just making everything safe. The rear left wheel is not there.
And the safety cell of this car, even though it is a prototype, has held up phenomenally well. It's hugely unsettling to be able to peer into the side of that car and see Roman Rusinov in his seating position. We've gone immediate code 60. That kind of goes without saying. But the other car, at least one other car involved, and that's a Cup car, the green and red. So what happened here?
Oh, he spun, came back across the track and collected so he spun under the braking zone. There was another car involved there. I didn't see if they had contact, but Rusinov hard into the barrier, but just before turn 10, you can see him looking around in there as he's rolling to a stop. Wow. We are under code 60. There will be some barrier repairs. There is a lot of debris over the circuit down there at turn 10. This is the second incident for the Rosser. We just before we came back on air, we saw it was Amna Al-Kabasi at the wheel with damage to that. They got the car back out again. But, wow. Currently third in GTX. They got that back from fourth after that stop late last night for that electrical gremlin that they had. 20 minutes in the pit from that one. Recovery vehicles are on their way down. Their medical vehicles in attendance for both the drivers. The Porsche is still in the middle of the track. It hasn't moved. Yep. It's still there. So there's a blockage going on there. It's so good to see Roman getting out of the car. He has a look back where that left-hand rear wheel used to be into the bodywork, and there's nothing there.
No.
There's absolutely nothing there. This is a one-off car, and there is debris all across the circuit from the into the braking zone on the right-hand side, all the way across to the left-hand side of the circuit. Porsche driver is out of that car as well, still trying to pick up that number.
It's very difficult to work out whether there was a misunderstanding between three drivers in the braking area, and therefore some cars slowing at a higher rate than others. But it did appear that Roman had to then reapply the brake far more than he would have wanted, which pitched the Rosser sideways to the right and straight into the barrier. Now, I'm still trying to work out whether he made further contact with either one of those cars or whether all the bodywork's been torn off that car after the contact with the wall. But the debris field is vast. I mean, it goes on for meters and meters, and the tyre marks on the racetrack indicative of how many times he spun as well. It could easily have been a full 360 twice. Thankfully, there's an awful lot of runoff, deliberately so there, so you're not hitting a secondary wall. But conversations being had now as Roman Rusinov, he's doing a whole hand display of, well, I was there and you were there and I was braking at the normal point. And, well, sometimes it's very difficult to have these conversations in the heat of the moment.
Let's have a look at this again.
And we only catch it, really, at the last moment. But there's a black Porsche Cup car as well.
I think they actually had side-to-side contact. It looked like they just bounced.
Two Porsches?
No, it was between the Rosser and the Porsche. The Porsche on the outside and the Rosser. I think they came together side-to-side contact. Yep. And that's what caused the car to rotate around into the barrier.
The problem is you've got two Porsches. We're still trying to identify the mainly black one, by the way, whether they were on the same lap and therefore doing battle within the Cup class.
Yeah, true.
And if you're totally embroiled in that fight, you may have, both drivers might have actually lost sight of where Roman Rusinov is in the quicker Rosser car, and 3 into 1 just does not go. And whether that's Roman having to apply the brakes more readily than he wanted to, and therefore portions of the car braking more quickly than others that pitched him into the spin, or, as you're making the point, there could have been some side-to-side contact. And with the car on the edge of adhesion there going into turn 10, it doesn't take much energy to turn it sharp right and almost into oblivion. But I mean, I'm so impressed with the strength of that Rosser GT car for Roman Rusinov, who was almost in an open top car by the end of that. There was that much.
It was like a KTM crossbow. You could see through through the side protection barriers. You had perfect view of this, and him sitting there, shutting things down on the steering wheel, still playing the racing driver, making sure that what was left of the car is as safe as possible.
I mean, thankfully, the netting to his left was still intact.
Yep.
So, you know, that's to try and hold him in the car, and your arms will tend to go all over the place as the spin is developing. But it keeps Roman Rusinov and his body safely contained in that safety cell. but a frightening moment for us to witness. Goodness knows what it was like from the seat of all three cars.
Team GP Elite, the 939 now being loaded onto the flatbed. Yuka Honkavori was at the wheel of that, 4th in AM, 6th in 992, 29th position outright. They were actually ahead of the Rosser Racing because of the issues that that has had with a couple of long pit stops. They'd done around 459 laps and 470. Oh, yeah.
If there wasn't contact, I think that's Rusinov having to deal with one Porsche jinking to the right to overtake the other Porsche. There was actually significant flame as well, and maybe oil or possibly or possibly fuel. No, the fuel I think would have ignited even more readily. So an oil fire, and that oil now spread across the runoff area. So the marshals are going to have to make sure that all of that is soaked up with the quick dry. But yeah, I think you've got nose-to-tail Porsche Cup cars. One goes for a move on the other into the braking area, and Roman Rusinov hasn't got enough time to make it 3 abreast. He tried, he jinked to the right, but there was too much steering input, and the cars just spun on him or jinked right dramatically and straight into the wall.
And as he's come back across the track, he has connected the 939 afterwards, which caused that to spin, and with the subsequent damage. Both cars now on the recovery vehicles, but we're going to have some barrier repair down there because that was a big hit. The GTX cars are breaking down from about 270, 280 kilometres an hour. The thing is that the 992 Cup cars are not much slower in the straight line.
No.
So they have very, very similar braking areas, and they're all about 1,310, 1,320 kilos. So they're all sort of at that same limit of adhesion. And the problem is down at turn 10 after 21 years of racing around here, you have circuit bumps, braking bumps in that area, which can really unsettle the car as track evolution happens in any track around the world. When you have hard braking, remember this track is built on sand. So it does, and you can see them when we have the long shot. You can see the braking bumps down there, and it just turn the wheel a little bit to try and avoid something. You get onto those bumps, and boy, it's a handful.
Well, whilst all that drama is unfolding at turn 10, those cars that are still in the race have to react to it and spot the opportunity. And unsurprisingly, 3 of the 4 BMWs have all made code 60 stops there. Darren Young didn't need to because he'd recently been in the 991 Paradigm competition BMW. But Jordan Pepper came in 669. Chris Haaser in the 27, the 2 WRT cars, and the other Paradigm competition car. They've done a driver change there as well. So they've got James Kellett out. Anthony McIntosh climbs back in to keep the AM-entered BMW in the top 3 overall. And this again is a chance for the Winward Racing Mercedes to get up as high as 4th place in the hands of Sergei Stolyarov.
Just remember that AM car can take more fuel in that top. So these are playing into the Paradigm Competition 992 car very, very nicely at the moment. Leading in AM, 3rd outright. And looking at, they've done 27 stops. The Team WRT 27 car of Christopher Haas in 2nd position, 27 stops. And Jordan Pepper's 669 Team WRT 25 stops. So different strategies between the 2 HRT cars. Remember, the strategy got all messed up in hour 1. We had a code 60 right on when everybody wanted to come into fuel, right? And so we had some cars got through, the other cars could only take a sip. And that started the whole strategy getting thrown out the window again, because you still had to come in and do it, but you had 15 more litres, so you didn't have to fill as much when you came back in, but all of the time you lost in the pit lane, you have to do that again. So that really, really upset the apple cart right from the get-go when we hit about that hour and 10-minute mark, because remember they had full fuel tanks. They weren't BOP fuel. It was absolutely brimmed full for the start of the race. That first fuel stop was their BOP one. So they were all running a little bit longer because they all have different sized tanks that they can fill up, 120, 125 litres. So they can run a bit longer. But we were looking at 33 GT3 cars all coming in within 3 or 4 laps of each other, with 10 pumps down there.
So that irregular rhythm that we are used to seeing much later in the race came into effect really within the opening hour or so. Remember, we were code 60 before the end of the first lap of the race. So at about 2 minutes past 1, we were into our first caution. Another big round figure in terms of distance covered. We are reaching now with 500 laps completed for the 669 BMW. But the lap times extend to 6.5 minutes because, well, that previous lap incorporated a pit stop for all of the top 3, as described.
So the code 60 lap time around here, 5 minutes 15, 5 minutes 15.51, but it's broken into sectors, so you can get pinged for exceeding your code 60 in a sector as well. Sector 1, so the start-finish line between turns 7 and 8, that is 1 minute 51.80. Then Sector 2 is 1 minute 59.80, and then Sector 2 finishes between 12 and 13, and then from there to the finish line, 1:23.82. So they time it on the total lap plus your sector times, and if you exceed the code 60 allowance, or you are under that code 60 allowance in the sector times, you will get done for speeding under code 60.
Joel Sturm's just been in for a stop as well in the ProAm leading GT3 car, and Joel will rejoin in 10th place overall. Well, a nasty incident to witness out on track, but as I've mentioned, Carla, this is an opportunity for those that are well placed in the race to just get a little bit more fuel in their cars.
Indeed, and it looks like some are doing that, but not as many as I have expected. A lot of the cars are staying out. Meanwhile, I am down here in the very, very first box, 1A of the pit lane with Team GT Elite. The Porsche that got hit, well, by no fault of his own during this accident just now, came back. Visibly, it doesn't look that bad, but as always, many, many heads around that back right area of the car. They took off the wheel. That one is, of course, hit and cannot be used anymore. But the real question is how much damage happened inside of the car. Did anything bend, break, whatever could happen back there? Yeah, of course, the outside of the car is a bit bent, but we can fix that with some tape. But the real question is if anything major got a hit that was too hard. They need to check that one out now. There is someone from Porsche themselves as well checking it out, making sure that this customer team ideally can get out running as quickly as possible again. And I will make my way up to Rossa and try to see if the driver is okay. And, well, I mean, the damage was massive. I don't expect much from the car, but I will check out if the driver is okay.
That was Roman Rusinov, and we were very happy to see him step out of the car under his own steam, but I'm sure that the medical crews will want to just check him over in the medical centre, because the shock takes a little while to sink in. Adrenaline gets you so far, but then when that starts to wear off, the aches and pains are evident. But yeah, we'd be grateful if you can head to Rossa just to find out what they can tell you. 2 other cars involved. Actually, one of them getting away scot-free, I think.
Yeah.
And the green and red Porsche GP Elite is still being fixed. So there is a hope that that car can return to the race as it's frantically being worked on.
Yeah, a tap there, looking at that right rear to see if there's any suspension damage there. It's lucky that it wasn't the front, because that's where all the radiators and everything is on the Porsche. But the back thing is the transaxle going in, and you get a thump on that side, can really push that drive shaft into the gearbox, which is something you don't want to happen with that. It was Jaka Honkavoria at the wheel of that car when it came in 4th in 992 AM, 6th in 992. They've lost quite a few laps because but they were on 470 laps. 477 is the next, the car in 992 AM, and that's Giovanni Nucera in the HRT Performance Porsche. And that battle continuing on there, a lap between him and the 888 of Seb Jalou Racing in 2nd position, and then around about 4 laps between the leader of the AMs, which is Matthew Castellane in the Red Ant Racing Porsche, and it's still Hub van Eindhoven Thierry Outdoor Racing by far leading the way in 992 on 485 laps. Leader has now clicked over 501 in the pits, as well as Christopher Haas also into the pits. So first and second cars boxing now. It's both of the Team WRT cars, because they know barrier repairs can take some time.
Yeah, and it's trying to work out precisely how long each one will take, because well, no incident, no crash is quite like any other. So it's a question of using the experience from an engineer's point of view, from a strategist's point of view, to think we're likely to be under code 60 for a rough amount of time.
Yeah.
And well, as soon as everyone dives in at the first opportunity to take the small amount of fuel that they are allowed to, that's it then for another 30 minutes.
Yes.
Assuming the code 60 stays out for that long, but it's not just is the code 60 30 minutes in total, but has it been 30 minutes since you were last in the pits taking fuel as well?
Yeah, exactly. It's that 30-minute time since you were at the pump. And you've got to be careful on that one, because there is, for that, is a 60-second penalty. And you don't want that. We're just on around about 4 hours to go. So that's about 3 stints left.
Yeah.
And so now they'll be counting backwards towards, okay, what do we need to do? Where do we need to be? Where's our fuel at? How many stops do we really have to make now? Do we need to come in again, do that top up? Then we can then have a shorter fuel stop later on in the race, or our last fuel stop can be a bit shorter to get to the end of the race. It's like playing 3-dimensional chess in space with a blindfold.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in all of the garages, despite where you may be in the race. Some teams' priorities are just literally to get to the finish now, and that is an achievement in itself. But imagine being in the camp of those teams who could potentially win the 2026 Dubai 24 hours with Michelin. So 4 hours to go, and that's it's still a heck of a lot of time in the motorsport world. But you think about the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, the domestic races there being 4 hours, a European Le Mans Series race is the same distance, and yeah, it feels like the end is in sight here, but there's still quite some way to go. For darts fans, 501 laps completed, and the 669 Kelvin van der Linde Team WRT car is now out front, remains out front from the Christopher Haas car number 27. Then you got Paradigm Competition making it a 3 BMW lineup, first, second and third, looking at those positions as they have done for many hours. And also on occasion the Paradigm Competition BMW makes it 4 of the Bavarian cars in one long line. But Mercedes are able to make a bit of progress in this pit stop cycle. So Sergei